Intro. Vail, Colorado, September 7th, Monday. Carly. You know how they say Christmas is the most wonderful time of year? Well, September in Vail, Colorado is the exact opposite. There are no carolers singing, or nutcrackers dancing, or chestnuts roasting by an open fire. No rosy cheeks or groups of women posing for pictures at the bottom of the mountain in fur-lined coats. I look around at the ski equipment on the inside of my shop and shed a virtual tear. It'll still be almost 2 months before I can put any of it to real use, until I can feel the cold wind whipping against my face as I charge down a hill with reckless abandon. And the off-season is starting to feel like a whole lot of work without any bit of play. Because I, Carly Page, am a ski instructor without any snow, and the weather needs to drop another 20 or so degrees before Mother Nature will even consider changing her mind. And boy, oh boy, has the disparity between pain and pleasure got me in a funk. I watch as Broody organizes the shelves behind the counter, his perfectionist tendencies showing in every minuscule adjustment he makes to the brand new goggles we just got in last week, and wrinkle my forehead dramatically. A little to the left, a little to the right. He won't stop until everything is in its perfect place. With peak ski season only a few months away, everything inside my little shop, Carly Can Ski, should be focused on getting ready for our busiest time of year. And it is. Or, I guess I should say, everything is focused but me. I'm in the mood to shirk my work and complain. Thankfully for my bottom line, Broody knows how to lay down the law like no one else, and up until this point in the day, hasn't left much room for standing around and twirling my whiny wand. Vail, Colorado is a hot spot for skiers all across the country, the world even. And once that first snowfall hits at the end of October, my shop will be hopping with customers looking for equipment and ski lessons to get ready for when the slopes open in November. If we don't get inventory and setup done now, we won't be ready. I know this. I just don't like it. I run my fingers across the glass of the counter, and Broody groans.
Carly, I swear, stop touching everything I just cleaned.
I shrug, grin, and then dance my fingers up and off the surface of his precious, pristine glass countertop like they're a mini set of Carrie Underwood's killer legs. Better?
Yes,
he answers and turns back around to fix his goggle display masterpiece. Clearly, he's not as impressed by my mini Carrie's performance as I was. Broody Slack is like a brother to me. My right-hand dude and manager of my shop. He is the man who keeps everything together. Literally. He is the business to my boredom, the organization to my spontaneity. If it weren't for him, everything would be a disaster. No doubt, at the very least, the glass countertops would be full of smudges, and the goggles would still be in the box the manufacturer shipped them in. So, I pause and almost tap my fingers on the counter again, but stop myself. You think we're about ready to call it a night? Broody glances over his shoulder and rolls his eyes. What? I question, and snag my favorite red lipstick from my purse. We've been here since 11 this morning, bro man.
So?
He tosses out, but doesn't bother turning around this time. So? I laugh, walking over to one of the floor-to-ceiling mirrors by the dressing rooms. It's almost 7, I retort, carefully smearing a fresh coat of lipstick on my lips. It's been a long day, dude. A long-ass day. He laughs.
That's only 8 hours. A normal workday, Carly.
Yes, but normal workdays are mind-numbing, Broody. It's not that I can't work at all. It's just that my whole vibe doesn't like to follow the corporate work model. In fact, I was super productive up until about 2 hours ago. But once 5 o'clock hit, my brain turned to mush, and anything revolving around work began to feel impossible. A girl like me needs to be moving, doing, feeling the action as it slaps me in the face. Brody ignores my comment and adds one last row of goggles to the top shelf. His back is to me, and his body is still perched on the stepladder. Maybe, if I try hard enough, I can will him into caving to my desires telepathically. Come on, Brody. Just be done for the day. Be done. Obviously, I appreciate his dedication to the shop. It's why I pay him so well. But Lord Almighty, I'm tired, hungry, and I would love nothing more than heading back to my townhouse and taking a hot shower. I try to focus on making a to-do list for tomorrow, but when I realize I'm doodling a picture of myself with a knife stabbed into my chest, I know it's time to take things into my own hands. Taking my cell phone out of the back pocket of my jeans, I pull up the one person I know will help me get my store manager off that damn stepladder and out the door. Me. Hey girl, do me a favor? Call your man and tell him it's time to come home. But I need you to really sell it, okay? I'm talking pull an Olive Garden and offer unlimited blowjobs with dinner kind of convincing sell. Please and thank you. Her response comes in a minute later. Nina. LOL. Big plans tonight, or he's just being a workaholic pain in the ass? Me. Definitely the second. Save me. Nina is one of my closest girlfriends in Vail and one of the awesome ski instructors on my team. She and Brody actually met through working for me, which is pretty fucking cool, in my humble opinion. Nina. I'm on it. Yes, girl, I can always count on her. Even when I'm asking her to slurp Brody's schlong like it's a never-ending pasta bowl. 30 seconds later, I locate Brody's phone on the sacred do not fucking touch counter by the register, pick it up, and eye the 3 text notifications I summoned from Nina sitting above the adorable picture of them he uses for his background. The 2 of them are an insanely good-looking couple. Like the kind of pretty people you'd see on those Instagram travel blogs. Brody? I say, grabbing his attention. I think Nina is trying to get a hold of you. Oh, shit. He mutters and hops down off the ladder, taking his cell from my hands. He scrolls through her texts, his eyes widening slightly on one that I suspect has bribery in the form of naked body parts. And I stand there patiently, waiting for him to ask my favorite question of the day. So, he pauses, glancing up at me. I guess we should call it a day, huh? Hallelujah. I swallow down the urge to break into a dance and force myself to nod calmly. That's probably a good idea. He bursts into laughter. You are so full of shit right now. What? You're practically a character from My Little Pony. Do me a favor. Don't lift your sparkly tail and shoot rainbows out of your ass, okay? He teases, and I reach out to punch him in the shoulder. Shut up, and then get the fuck out of my shop so I can close down for the night. I'll help you. Nope. I point one stern index finger in his direction. No way. You are leaving, right now. Your girlfriend is waiting at home for you. My girlfriend whom you probably coerced. Do the details really matter? I retort, and he flashes a knowing, annoyed look in my direction. All that matters is it's quittin' time, B. I reach behind the counter and grab his backpack. So, while I love you like a brother, if you don't leave in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to pull out my best Cobra Kai moves and go ninja on your ass. All right. He shakes his head on a chuckle, shrugging his backpack over his shoulders and holding both hands in the air. I can tell when I'm not wanted. I guess your perception just takes a couple hours to kick in? I ask smartly. He grins. See you tomorrow? You know it. I nod and follow him to the front door of the store. I'll even try to be here on time. With the entrance propped open by my Converse-covered foot, I watch on as Brody offers a wave over his shoulder and heads toward his car in the parking lot behind the shop. I shut the door and lock it to the sounds of his Jeep's engine coming to life and his tires rolling over the gravel on his way out of the lot. Looking out toward the horizon, I see the sun has just set behind the Rocky Mountains, and my mind instantly starts fantasizing about the first snowfall of the year. The itch to glide across white-powdered mountains with blistery air skating across my cheeks is strong. But Mother Nature is stubborn, whispering into the warm, early September breeze, "Not yet, Carly." On a sigh, I head back into my shop and start the process of shutting everything down for the day. Turning off lights, making sure the register is locked, tossing the rest of the discarded boxes from our earlier stocking in the back. It's not long before I'm ready to head out, but I'm stopped in my tracks when my phone vibrates in the back pocket of my jeans. I pull it out to find "Incoming call Josh" flashing across the screen. Oh, great. Just what I need. A douchebag distraction from my ex. I consider ignoring it, but then again, I know how much Josh loves a challenge. He won't go away with the power of suggestion. He needs his denials shoved straight into the back of his throat to get the picture. Hello?
Carly, baby.
Josh's familiar voice fills my ears. It's raspy and husky, and basically all of the sexy things a woman wants a guy's voice to sound like. A tool he's crafted by design.
What are you doing?
Not too much, I answer, keeping things vague. Trust me, vague is always best with men like Josh Nash when it comes to my whereabouts.
I miss you, Carly.
I roll my eyes. He definitely doesn't miss me. He's in between girls and bored, and desperate for a warm, dark place to stick his dick. This is typical Josh. Typical ass-munch, dick-dong, prick-hole Josh Nash. I take this phone call as a sign from the snow gods that they want me to play with him a little, as a form of weather-directed sacrifice. It's a hard job for sure, but goodness knows he does his fair share of toying with women. I have to bite my lip to contain a burgeoning fit of glee. You miss me? I ask coquettishly.
I do,
he answers, his excitement dropping his voice to an even sexier, huskier tone.
I've been back in Vale for 2 months now, and I haven't seen you. Come to my place tonight, baby. We can catch up.
How about this? I respond. You text me your address.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
And then what?
He questions, the tone of his voice bordering on seductive. Then you wait for me to get there. Maybe even get ready, if you know what I'm saying. I respond and have to lift my hands to my lips to keep the giggles at bay. There is no way in hell I'm going over to his place. No fucking way. But the idea of him just sitting there, waiting for me, and possibly doing it with his pants off and his dick in his hand, oh boy, it's a beautiful visual. He sighs, obviously hearing a snicker or two I can't contain.
You're doing it again, aren't you?
Doing what?
Fucking messing with me.
I sigh, a little sad that he's caught on to my game this quickly. Josh, you only have yourself to blame. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Stop calling me.
Don't be like that, baby. I miss you. Really fucking miss you.
He tries to butter my biscuit with his dumb words.
You're the only one I want, and I'm miserable without you. If you're not willing to come over and keep me entertained, what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Go buy Monopoly? Download Candy Crush? Get a sock and some lotion and wank off inside it? I retort. It seems to me your options are endless.
Sounds like someone's getting fired up. You miss me, and you don't want to admit it.
Good Lord. I shake my head. You need help, Josh. Honestly, I'm starting to think you're mentally unstable.
Hearing you right now, you'd think we were just two strangers who had, like, a one-night stand or some shit.
He responds like he actually has a point to prove.
We dated for 5 years, Carly. 5 fucking years. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
We dated on and off for 5 years, and it was a toxic roller coaster of bullshit. Josh is all about Josh. A smooth-talking, charming Lothario who will purposely say all the right things to pull you into his web. But once you're ensnared, you realize he's nothing more than a narcissistic jerk who loves himself more than he could possibly love anyone or anything else. And that's saying something coming from me. Being the baby of the family, I can occasionally display a selfish streak that rivals the best of them. But Josh takes it to another level. And while it took me about 4.5 years too long to realize that fact, I did eventually open my damn eyes and see it. Hence the reason we're no longer together. But see, since I'm the one who called it quits on our relationship over a year ago, Josh Nash's ego is still having a hard time coming to terms with it.
Carly, are you still there?
Uh-huh.
And you don't have anything to say?
Don't have anything to say? Ha! More like I have no desire to live in the past. I'll take the future, thank you very much. Josh, I unsubscribed from your newsletter of bullshit over a year ago. I don't want to communicate with you at all. He starts to say more things I couldn't care less about, but my mind gets distracted when I feel my phone buzz against my ear. I pull it away to see incoming call mom flashing across the screen. Immediately, I end the call with my idiot ex without a word of goodbye and switch over to someone I don't mind speaking to. Hey, Mom, I greet. How's sunny Florida? It's good. Good, she responds. I was just wondering if you happened to have a copy of my insurance card with you. I furrow my brow at the incredibly random request. Your insurance card? I question. Why would I have that? I just forgot mine and they need it and... Wait, who needs it? The, workers? The staff? I scrunch up my nose in confusion, but when I hear paging Dr. Langley cut through the background noise on her end of the line, my eyes go wide. Mom, where are you? I'm just, out running some errands. Getting some milk, you know. There is no way the lady at the checkout line is asking for your insurance card. I refute. Stella Page, tell me where you are right now. Fine. She sighs, like I'm the one exasperating her. I'm at the hospital, but it's no big deal. I'm good. The hospital? My goodness, Mom. Way to bury the lead. Carly, calm down. I'm plenty calm and I'm in terrific shape. My resting heart rate sits somewhere right above dead, so I'm sure my body can handle it if my blood pressure escalates a little bit. Now, why are you at the hospital? Her sigh is deep and long. Well, sweetie, I had a little bit of a mishap. But I'm Don't tell me it's fine. I cut her off. Tell me what happened. I had a little bit of a fall, she eventually answers. Yeah, a fall. No big deal. Just fractured my tailbone a teensy bit. Oh my God, you fractured your tailbone? Yes. I shouldn't be smiling, but I'm smiling. You're telling me you literally broke your butt? She laughs. Carly? What? I'm just saying, pretty funny is all. Oh yeah, it's hilarious. I grimace when I realize this is my mom we're talking about, and she's at the freaking hospital. But come on, a broken ass is probably one of the funniest injuries out there. Sorry. Does it hurt? A little, but I'm fine. They're making me stay a few nights, though, just to make sure everything is good. My head falls back. Shit. Funny sounding or not, anything that puts my mom in the hospital for more than a night is probably a reason for at least one of her children to head to Florida. Does Willow know? Not yet. She was my next call. I'll handle it, I say, and once I get all the details about where she's been admitted and reassure her that I'll deal with the insurance shit, aka I'll get Willow, who is much better at handling bureaucratic bullshit, to do it. I tell her I'll call her right back, and I text my sister. Me. Mom just called me and tried to act like she was out buying fucking milk, but apparently she fell and has been admitted to Tampa Bay Medical Center for a fractured tailbone. Willow. What? What happened? Is she okay? She sounds like she's okay, but I think one of us needs to go down there and make sure everything is actually okay. You know, one of us. I'm not an idiot, so I know when you say one of us, you mean me. but I can't leave. I'm swamped at work. Like, swamped. We've been working on this case for months, and it's finally going to trial starting tomorrow. My 2 years older than me sister is a big hotshot lawyer in Chicago, and I know she's worked her ass off on her current case. If it goes well, she'll be made partner of her firm. Before I can respond, she sends another message. Willow. Shit. Can you handle this, Carly? I roll my eyes. I know I'm lazy, but I'm not an idiot. I got my degree from Georgia Tech in computer engineering, for God's sake. Just because I don't use it doesn't mean my brain has completely atrophied. Willow. Months. I've been working on this for months. I can't miss it. And maybe, since it's not ski season yet for you, you'll have an easier time taking a few days off. Eventually, I put her out of her panic misery. Me. It's fine, Willow. I understand and I'll go. Don't stress about it. But just so you know, this is the exact reason why I'm Mom's favorite. Willow. Oh, whatever. That text is followed by the middle finger emoji. I snort. Me. LOL. Love you. I'll keep you updated. Also, if you want to make it up to me, you can figure out Mom's insurance information. She can't find her card and I don't have a fucking clue. Willow. Love you too, you little brat. I'll call the hospital and take care of the insurance. I have the information in my filing cabinet. I laugh. Statements like, I have the information in my filing cabinet, are the exact reason I am our Mom's favorite. Stella Page might be 70 years old and living in a landominium inside of an independent senior living community, but she has spunk, and she is the last person who would ever put something in a filing cabinet. The boob job she got 5 years ago is proof of that. With my sassy mother and her apparent butt injury on my mind, a few minutes later, I'm on my phone, pulling up flight options for tomorrow morning. Tampa, here I come.
Chapter 1. Tampa, Florida, September 8th, Tuesday. Ryan. The wheels touch down on the runway and the plane jolts a little from the movement, but other than some minor shimmies and shakes inside the cabin, the pilot pulls off a pretty smooth landing. Christine, the 20-something woman sitting next to me, unbuckles her seatbelt well before the light indicates she should and starts connecting her phone back to cellular data. "What a flight, huh?" she asks, her brown eyes meeting mine. She smiles, tosses her long chestnut hair over her shoulder, and continues to chomp on her gum with the kind of energy that makes me wonder if her jaw is sore. "Yep," I answer, trying to stay out of the awkward small talk trap I've worked so hard to avoid. She pulled me in for a few minutes before our flight took off from JFK, but I knew by the time we went wheels up, I had to put a stop to it. I'm not that big of a fan of small talk during my flights to begin with. When it's silent, I get a lot more work done, and Christine's version involves a little too much touching. My hand, my thigh. She was all up in my personal space with her flirtatious advances, and well, she's not exactly my type. My version of enjoyable conversation doesn't revolve around being shown dance videos on an app called TikTok. Her dance videos, by the way. I avert my eyes toward the aisle, silently pray Christine forgets I exist, and wait patiently in my seat until the plane comes to a stop, my seatbelt still buckled, and my phone still in airplane mode. The FAA has those rules in place for a reason. I understand it, and I appreciate it. My whole career as a VP of a major insurance firm revolves around logical risk management, so the only risks I ever take are entirely calculated, and are ones I'm certain will end in positive scenarios. Once the seatbelt light goes out and everyone begins to stand to disembark the plane, I unbuckle my seatbelt, adjust my tie and suit jacket, take my cell out of airplane mode, and get to my feet when it's my row's turn to exit. Carry-on pulled from the overhead bin, I head down the small row and off the plane. The instant I'm out of the gate, I make a beeline for baggage claim and glance over my shoulder to see that I've left Christine and her TikTok videos in the dust. Oh, thank goodness. Down the escalator and another 2 flights of stairs, I reach claim number 4. But before I spot my black leather duffel on the carousel, my cell vibrates with a call from the front pocket of my gray suit jacket. Incoming call, Dad. I'm tempted not to answer. Very tempted, actually, but I do anyway. There's a chance he needs me, given the circumstances of my visit in the first place, and I don't want to leave him hanging. Hey, Dad. Where are you? Baggage claim? Baggage claim where? Tampa? What the hell, Ryan? He bellows, making me close my eyes against the speech I know is coming. I told you I'm good. You didn't need to come here. Yeah, well, your nurse said otherwise. My nurse? He questions. Who? That old woman Jessica? Old woman? I retort on a laugh. She was younger than you, Dad, by about 20 years. I had the pleasure of speaking to my dad's nurse, Jessica, on FaceTime last night when I got a call that he had taken some sort of strange fall and had been escorted to the hospital in an ambulance. Whatever. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Actually, she does, I correct. And so does your doctor, who also recommended that I come down and help you out while you're recovering. Recovering? He scoffs. You'd think I had a heart attack or some shit. I pulled a muscle in my damn balls. I shut my eyes briefly. Groin muscle, Dad? You pulled your groin muscle. Same difference. I want to explain to him there's a big difference, but in the name of not driving myself insane or drawing the attention of everyone around me, I bite my tongue. Go home. Too late for that, I'm already here. I answer on a chuckle and step up to the carousel to snag my black duffel from it. He groans. You're my least favorite kid sometimes. I shake my head. I'm your only kid, Dad? Yeah, and I like you the least right now. I snort. Sal Miller is a seriously complex mix of blunt honesty, overwhelming affection, and way too much testosterone for a 75-year-old man. The good news is that when he sounds like he's being an asshole, I still know that behind all the flashy insults, he loves me. Hey, Dad? What? I'll see you soon, I say, and hang up the phone before he can respond. I scrub a hand down my face and take a deep breath. It's moments like this that make me realize how much shit my mom had to put up with when she was still alive. Mom, seriously, you were a saint. With my duffel over my shoulder and my small carry-on rolling behind me, I walk out of the baggage claim area and toward the taxi line. Normally, I'd rent a car, but since I had to book this flight so last minute, and there's apparently some kind of end-of-summer festival going on in downtown Tampa, there were no rentals available. Hopefully, though, I'll be able to arrange something tomorrow, or else I'll have to cruise around in my dad's Porsche while I'm here. Not such a terrible fate for me, personally, but as far as taking him places with an injury to his damn groin muscle, I'm thinking his late-life crisis Porsche won't be ideal. Once I make my way through the automatic doors, I spot the taxi line and count only 3 people in front of me. Not too bad. While I stand in line, I pull my phone back out of my pocket and start scrolling through work emails. In just the short flight from New York to Tampa, 2.5 hours tops, my inbox has managed to accumulate over 40 emails. Since the small regional plane didn't offer Wi-Fi, I had to settle for working on my end-of-quarter reports. On a sigh, I run my hand through my dark brown hair and begin the task of sifting through what's priority and what's not. 5 emails done and the taxi line gets smaller by 1 person. Another 10 emails and the line gets shorter again. By the time I reach the front, I slide my phone into my pocket and wait patiently as I spot a black taxi heading my way. The driver pulls the cab to a stop right in front of me, but just as I lift my duffel up and over my shoulder to carry it to the trunk, a rush of bright red careens past me. "Oh, thank you so much," a female voice calls toward the male driver, who has just gotten out of the driver's side to assist with bags. But he shouldn't be helping with her bags. He should be helping with my bags. What the fuck? Excuse me? I question loud enough to catch her attention. She looks up from her spot at the trunk. Her long, wavy red hair fans down her shoulders, and a few rogue curls hang over her face. Bright blue eyes meet mine, and I can't stop my brain from thinking, well, goddamn. Smooth skin, striking features, and a few freckles dotting her nose. She's stunning. The kind of woman that urges a double and triple take. Between her gorgeous face and the way her long legs look beneath her cut-off jean shorts, this woman is like the girl next door, but with secrets. Dirty fucking secrets. Were you talking to me? She questions, tilting her head to the side when I don't answer right away. Shit, get it together. Those blue eyes of hers are still locked with mine, searching them in confusion. Yeah, actually, I say, clearing my throat. I glance between the taxi and the taxi line. You're kind of stealing my taxi? I am? I smirk. Yeah. Did you call him yourself? My head jerks back in surprise. Well, no, but... So you don't know this driver? She questions, looking between the driver and me. Do you know him? She pauses briefly, then asks, What's your name, sir? Bob. She smiles at him. Bob, do you know this man? No. The driver shakes his head. I didn't call him, I explain on a sigh, but I followed the rules and waited in the taxi line like everyone else. You follow the rules a lot? She asks, and I don't know what to make of her question. It sounds dirty and sexy, yet sarcastic and accusatory at the same time. Don't most people? I don't, she winks. But you keep doing you, Barney Fife. The town of Mayberry needs you. Okay, she definitely just passive-aggressively called me a square. So you're just gonna steal my taxi then? I question and glance over my shoulder to note the other people waiting in line like myself, but I quickly realize I'm the only one standing here. It doesn't matter, though. My point is still valid. Well, I guess that depends. On what? Are you gonna fight me for it? Excuse me? Am I going to fight you for the taxi? She nods. No, I answer on a laugh. What a weird fucking question. I don't make a huge habit of fighting women. Okay, then, I guess the answer to your question is yes, then. She nods, winks, taps her hand on the top of the taxi. Let's hit it, Bob. Bob looks between me and the redhead, who is now getting into the back seat of his taxi. But eventually he just shrugs and hops back into the driver's seat. Then they're off. Just like that. And I don't miss the way the mysterious taxi-stealing redhead turns around in her seat to wave to me as they go, or the fact that I'm feeling a lot less attuned to how pretty she is. Her manners are apparently very, very ugly. What in the hell just happened?
Chapter 2. Tampa, Florida, September 8th, Tuesday. Carly. I slide the $20 bill through the hole in the plexiglass and give Bob a smile. You can keep the change, but you have to tell your wife about my offer. I swear skiing is pretty easy to pick up if you have a great instructor like me. Bob laughs.
Okay, Miss Carly. I'll tell her.
Perfect. He makes a move to open his door, but I cut him off at the pass. Don't worry about the bags. I can get them myself. It's only a duffel and my backpack, and I'm going to have to carry it into the hospital on my own anyway. Bob nods, and I jump out of the passenger side door and round the car to the trunk as he pops it open. I grab my stuff, swing both bags over my shoulder, slam the lid down, and tap the surface 2 times like I've seen them do in the movies. When he understands my signal and pulls away, a smile creeps onto my face. Of course, when I turn to face Tampa Bay Medical Center, that smile slides right back off, like melted butter. Ugh, I hate hospitals. They're stuffy and boring and have 1,000,001 rules that you have to follow or, risk killing someone. And I'm not really about that kind of pressure. I used to be, back in college, and for a little while after. But truthfully, my years at the Georgia Institute of Technology, aka Georgia Tech, and in the corporate world, feel like an entirely different lifetime for a completely different person. You couldn't pay me enough money to go back because, frankly, the only way I'd be able to fit back inside the box is if you chopped me into 1,000,000 little pieces and ran them through a grinder. Nevertheless, my mom is in there, and for as much as I tried to be the opposite of her in my younger years, we are very much 2 peas in a pod. Wild, flighty, a little bit too carefree, if you ask some people. Cough, Willow. And when I left my high-paying job at a freaking Fortune 500 company in California to move to Colorado and fly by the seat of my pants, my mom supported me. No judgment. No disappointment. So, It's my job to support her now. Like it or not. I scrunch up my nose, hike my bags higher on my shoulders, and get to beating feet. The glass doors at the front entrance slide open to the sides, and a semicircular desk with a security guard seated behind it beckons straight ahead. I wait behind 2 other people, trying not to listen to them get weepy about whatever relative they're looking for, and then, finally, step up to the desk. "Hi," I say, my voice chipper in a way that makes the bald guy's mondo-huge eyebrows shift toward each other. "I'm here to see my mom, Stella Page. I'm not sure of her room number."
I'm going to need your ID,
he replies, all business, like his face is carved from stone. I shrug, shove a hand into my pocket, and pull out my wad of belongings. Cash, credit card, my crumpled boarding pass, and eventually, at the bottom, my Colorado driver's license. "Here you go," I say, holding it out to him. He studies it closely before clicking a few times on his computer and returning both it and a visitor badge across the counter.
Room 312. Elevator is straight back and on the left. Press the call button at the double doors and the nurse's station will buzz you in.
Outwardly, I nod, but on the inside, I want to gag. So dang stuffy. "Thanks," I say with a little skip as I grab both my license and the visitor badge, just to annoy him. "Have a splendid day." He pretty much ignores me, though, his eyes moving to the next person in line and waving them forward. I have to sink my teeth into my bottom lip to keep from laughing in his face. The elevators aren't far, and as I approach, I can see that the door is just starting to close. Not wanting to wait for the stupid thing to make it somewhere and back, I yell, "Hold the elevator!" and pick up my pace to a jog. A hand shoots out. Long, mocha-skinned fingers slapping against the side of the door I can see. My heart rate picks up a little bit at the kind of fine-ass specimen that could be waiting for me in there, and I plaster a smile on my face to ready myself to flirt. If necessary, of course. The view isn't disappointing as I round the hallway and into the cart. The man has a straight white smile that stands out like a skier on the snow, and his gorgeous skin is the color of creamed coffee. "Sorry about that," I apologize sweetly. "I didn't want to miss it." He laughs.
I could tell.
"I'm going to see my mom," I say, making small talk. "Minor injury, though, so no worries." "What are you in for?" His smile deepens.
A baby.
He laughs and shakes his head.
My wife is having a baby.
Wah, wah, wah. I force a smile to my face as my stranger in an elevator fantasy bites the dust in spectacular fashion. "Congratulations!" For the first time since I noticed how hot he was, I realize that he's holding a very large stuffed animal. The life-size stuffed elephant is suddenly making more sense. His smile deepens.
Thanks. It's our first. Do you have kids?
I wince before I can stop myself, and he laughs.
Not a kid person?
I shrug. Not a responsibility person. He nods just as the elevator dings for my floor, and I turn to face the front as the door opens.
Nice to meet you,
he finishes politely, so I glance over my shoulder to do the same. His jawline flexes, and my sweet little vagina thumps her foot in protest. What a pity. "Yeah, you too. Congrats again." The double doors the security guard spoke of are already open as someone else leaves, so I scoot right in and head for my mom's room. The nurse in charge at the desk calls out to me, though, foiling my journey before it even gets started. I turn around and smile. "Oh, hey! Just heading to see my mom. She's in 312. "You have to check in," she states authoritatively, and I have to work not to roll my eyes. "Right," I agree. I forgot that's what Lurch said. "Lurch? The gatekeeper downstairs? He's bald, grumpy. Name tag said Bill." Against all the odds, Nurse Ratched actually cracks a smile. "I just need you to put your name and arrival time. When you leave, stop back by to write your time out." "Okay," I oblige, stepping up to the counter and scribbling on her important paper. She takes the clipboard back behind the counter and points to my left. Room 312 is around the corner and on the left-hand side. Thanks. I hike my bags higher on my shoulders once again and follow the line on the tile floor around the corner and down the hall, looking at the number plaques on the side of each room as I go. My mom's is about halfway down, and the door is wide open. I step inside slowly, first finding an old woman with fluffy white hair sleeping so deeply that her snore sounds like a 747 engine. "Mom?" I call out in a whisper yell. "Carly!" My mom answers from the other side of the mid-room curtain, not bothering to quiet her voice at all. "Yay, you're here!" I scoot past the sleeper and around the curtain with 3 jog steps and smile when I find my mom sitting up in bed and swiping makeup across her eyelid. "Carly!" she yells again, dropping the eyeshadow and brush in the bag in her lap and waving me over enthusiastically. "Get over here and give your mama a hug," she instructs. I do as she asks, dropping my bags unceremoniously on the ground and driving myself into her chest so she can wrap me in her arms. She smells pointedly like Elizabeth Taylor White Diamonds perfume, just like she always has. And despite the inconvenience of having to come take care of her while she heals, it feels so good to be home. "I'm surprised you're sitting upright," I say from my position smushed against her chest. It muffles my words, but she obviously understands me as she sets me back at arm's length and smiles. "They've got me on one of those donut things that keeps your tailbone from touching the surface. Feels a little like I'm sitting on a cloud." I laugh. "Well, that's pretty cool." She nods. "It's no big deal, really. Like I told you on the phone, you didn't need to come down here." "Mom, come on. You're going to need help doing some stuff while you're healing." She huffs, and I laugh. I can't blame her. I don't like having someone all in my business telling me what to do either. "What happened, anyway?" I ask, rounding the bed to sit in the chair at its side. She picks up her eyeshadow brush again and gets back to work, fluffing her shoulder-length golden blonde hair, which I know she keeps colored to avoid the whites and grays, in the compact's mirror between strokes. "My neighbor was just helping me take some decorations down, and we fell." I shrug. It's weird, but so is my mom. Hell, so am I. If there was a ladder involved, we should probably just be glad she didn't hurt herself more than she did. "Did your neighbor hurt herself too?" She looks at me out of the side of her eye, purses her lips, and then snaps the compact closed, once again dropping the stuff in her bag. Her blue eyes pop with the shadow's accents, and her lips sparkle with shimmery lip gloss. "Yes, he did. In fact, I think the ambulance may have brought him here, too. I should probably check on him." She takes her cell phone from the rolling tray next to her and then grabs her reading glasses from the pouch lying at its side. I yawn, and for the first time since getting the phone call last night, it hits me that I haven't really slept much in the last 24 hours. I'm going to need to perk up if I can't tuck myself in for a snooze anytime soon. "Hey, Mom, I think I'm going to go get a cup of coffee." She nods, but she's pretty clearly occupied by the happenings of her phone. "Do you want me to get you anything?" No, sweetie, I'm fine. The cute little orderly Julian's been keeping me stocked with all the snacks I can handle." I roll my eyes and laugh. "It figures you've got some little puppy jumping to do your bidding already." She looks up at me and winks. "You know it pays to make friends, Carly." I smile and nod while I round the foot of her bed and bedazzle my exit with a wave. My mom looks back down at her phone, and I take mine out when I get into the hall to do the same. My fingers fly across the keyboard to type out the simple message I know my sister will be waiting for. Me. You'll be happy to hear that Mom is fine. And she hasn't changed a bit. Chapter 3. Tampa, Florida, September 8th, Tuesday. Stella. I stare at my phone and listen as intently as possible, so I know when Carly leaves the room. My roommate's offensively loud log sawing makes it more difficult than normal, but when I'm confident she's gone, I type out a message. Me. My daughter just arrived. I told her we fell taking decorations down. Sal.
Are you sure we weren't putting them up? You're so good at getting things up. Winky face.
Always the smooth-talking Casanova. I giggle to myself and blush. Me. Are you still waiting on your son? Sal.
Yes, he's in Tampa. Called when he arrived. But I'm still waiting for him to get here and take me home. I wish I could come see you before I go.
I know, but I'll be leaving tomorrow anyway. Plus, it's better if they don't know for now. Don't you think?
Given that my son takes to big change like a fork does to a power outlet? Absolutely.
I'll see you soon, though, as soon as we're both home.
You can count on it, my darling.
Chapter 4. Ryan. I smile at the waiting nurse as the double doors open wide to let me in, a buzz sounding from the lock mechanism beside them, and stroll forward to meet her, setting my duffel and carry-on down gently on the ground beside me. Hi there, I greet graciously. I know she has a tough job and has to run a tight ship to make sure everything goes off without a hitch. Protocols are there for a reason. It's the same in any job. But I know what it feels like to be the one at the helm trying to manage them. I'm here to see my dad, Sal Miller. Security downstairs said he was in room 330. I spoke with Jessica last night. Of course. She picks up a clipboard from behind the desk and slides it over to me so I can sign in. I take it with a smile and print my name neatly in the space provided, glancing to my watch to make sure I'm noting the correct time. Everything filled in and double-checked, I hand the clipboard back over and pick up the handles of my bags in one hand. Your dad's room is over there, she says, pointing to the right. You'll go around the corner and follow the hall down. His room will be on the right. Thanks. I'll just need you to stop back by on your way out and... Sign out, I supply good-naturedly. She nods with a smile. You got it. I follow her directions around the corner and down the hall to my dad's room, stepping inside the barely cracked door with a knock and a gentle push. Just come in, damn it, my dad responds agitatedly. I roll my eyes and push the door open the rest of the way to find him in the first bed, his head down to his phone with his reading glasses on his nose. He looks over the top of them, annoyed, but when he spots me, his face clears. He yanks the glasses off and tosses them to the table at his side, dropping his phone in his lap. About fucking time, kid. What the hell kept you? I'm ready to blow this joint. I sigh, using the fresh air I draw into my lungs to reset my gut reaction to snap back. I got here as quickly as I could. I mean, I did come all the way from New York. Seems like you came all the way from New York twice. It took you so long. I shake my head with a smile. Nobody does comebacks like my old man. Well, I'm here now, and if I'm remembering correctly, you didn't even want me to come in the first place. Hell, I told you I was at baggage claim, and you told me to go home. Because I didn't want you to come, he replies bluntly. It's dumb. I sure as shit never flew halfway across the country to take care of my dad's broken balls. I chuckle. I don't think this is the kind of thing that hits every generation. Whatever. I lean into the bottom rail of his hospital bed and try my hand at changing the subject. What happened anyway? How'd you hurt yourself? He waves me off and turns to the side, preparing to climb out of the bed. I jump forward to force him to lie back down, grabbing him by the shoulders. Dad, relax. You're here. They told me I had to wait for you to get here, and then I could go. It's time to go. I'm sure there's paperwork that has to be filled out, discharge papers, that sort of thing. Fuck those papers. Dad, I say, exasperated. If you'll just lie back and relax, I'll go talk to the nurse and see if I can get them moving on the paperwork. But you have to promise to stay put for now. Can you promise? Don't treat me like a kid, Rye. I shrug. What am I supposed to do when you insist on acting like one? He huffs and then finally sits back in the bed and glares. Go get the damn papers. I sigh and step away to head for the door, but before I go, he calls my attention back one more time. Rye. Yeah, Dad? Thanks for coming. Of course, I say softly. I'll go find the nurse. I lean down, pulling my dad's arm off of my shoulder and rotating forward so I can help him sit down on the couch in the middle of his living room. The ride home in the taxi was interesting, to say the least. It started with him insisting the driver follow his directions rather than the GPS, despite not actually knowing the best route to take between the hospital and his house, and ended with an $80 tip on a $20 ride, along with the invitation to our driver to hit the clubs with him when he was feeling up to it. I need him on the couch and out of trouble more than I need air in my lungs at this point. He groans a little with the movement, though, so I take more of his weight. "You okay?" I ask as his ass meets the cushion. He grunts, which I surmise is his way of saying no without actually having to say it. "I'll get you some Advil. The discharge papers said you can have 3 every 4 hours for pain as necessary." The official diagnosis for Sal Miller is a severe groin muscle pull. Now, that might not seem like a huge deal, but his doctor was insistent that he needs to relax over the next few weeks to prevent that pulled muscle from becoming a torn muscle, which would put him out of commission for a hell of a lot longer than I'm willing to play his handmaiden. "I don't need that shit." He shakes his head. "There's some whiskey on the bar cart. Just get me that." "Dad, it's 3:30 in the afternoon." And you don't think you should wait a little while before you start drinking?" He chuckles, then groans from the movement. Oh, yeah. It sure is gonna be fun having you here, son. A real party. We should probably buy a cake, get some damn balloons, make a whole thing of it. Lord, please grant me patience. As if he answered my prayers, within seconds my phone rings in my pocket and stops me from saying something rude to my clearly hurting father. I pull it out and check the caller, and even though I'm hesitant to do so, I know I can't let it go to voicemail. Dad, this is work. I have to take it. I'll be right back." "Can you talk and get whiskey at the same time?" he questions, and with an exasperated hand through my hair, I know if I don't want to be banging my head against the wall for the next 4 hours, I'm going to have to relent. Still, I don't give him the satisfaction of verbal confirmation. I just put the phone to my ear and walk away. "This is Ryan," I say in greeting, striding around the sofa in my dad's front living room and heading for the small bar cart in the dining room.
"Hey, hon, it's Marcy,"
a female voice fills my ears.
"Just wanted to check in and see how your dad was doing."
Marcy is one of the 13 employees who work directly below me at North American Insurance Group, also known as NAIG. We were in a late team meeting when I got the call about my dad, so it's not much of a surprise that she overheard some of the details. He's doing good, cranky, but good." "I can hear you!" my dad booms from his spot on the couch. I groan and run a hand through my hair. As you can hear, he's doing well enough to give me constant shit about everything. Marcy giggles on the other line.
"Sounds like he's a handful."
"You have no idea," I respond and pick up the half-empty glass bottle of whiskey, pouring the amber liquid into 2 rocks glasses. If he's gonna have a drink, then so will I. Maybe it'll dull the edges of Sal's back talk a little. "Anyway, I take it you're calling to give me an update on what underwriting said about our margins on the Franklin Motors account?"
Yeah. Yes."
she answers, her voice a little hesitant. Did something happen in the meeting today?" I question, my chest clenching with anxiety. The Franklin Motors account is a huge account that's had hundreds of hours of work put into it. It's a colossal financial stake to cover the number of policies the company requires. But we have to manage that with risk in order to keep the cost from being prohibitive. Underwriting was supposed to have a final decision on our margins today.
No,
she responds quickly.
"It went well, really well. Underwriting is happy with what we proposed and pushed it through before we left today. As long as Franklin's CEO agrees, without too much pushback, that contract should be ours."
The tightness in my chest eases with her words. Just the medical and life policies or property casualty too?
"Underwriting approved everything."
So it's all handled then. And I take it Jeremy is still handling things on the Franklin Motors end?
"Yep, everything is good."
"That's fantastic news," I say. "Great job, Marcy. I appreciate all of your hard work on this one."
"Of course,"
she responds.
Thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Any other updates? I ask, trying to move this conversation along. I'm so fucking relieved the Franklin Motors proposal passed underwriting, but it's been a long day, and it's not even close to over yet. I still have 30 task assignments to get through and a quick call with legal to fit in somewhere. Not to mention the guy currently staring bullets into my brain while he waits for his whiskey. He's not normally this grumpy, though, I have to say. But for Sal Miller, independence is a pretty big deal.
No, well, I just wanted to say that everyone misses you,
she says, but then adds,
I miss you.
Her words make me stop dead in my tracks, just on top of the threshold of the dining room entrance. Marcy, I don't know what else to say. This isn't the first time she's tried to blur the lines between professional interaction and her personal feelings.
And I was thinking,
she continues, pausing only briefly,
when you get back, maybe we could, grab some dinner together outside the office.
Shit. Marcy is an attractive woman, I won't deny that, but she's my employee, and dating a subordinate would be like shitting where I eat. Productivity would suffer, feelings would get hurt, and to be completely honest, it would make the constructively critical comments I'm going to have to give her at her year-end review pretty fucking awkward. Your pussy is very accommodating and all, but listen, your team delegation at the office could use some work. Marcy, while I appreciate the offer, I don't think that's a good idea. I say as bluntly as I can manage while remaining polite.
Why not?
Because we work together?
Yeah, but there's no company policy against employees dating,
she tells me, reciting the rules I already know. In fact, I'm the one who briefed her on HR policies when she was hired 3 years ago.
Donna and Mark in accounting are married.
And that's great for Donna and Mark, but I don't date coworkers. The line goes silent for a few seconds too long, and I shut my eyes in anticipation. The last thing I need is more stress at the office. I'm sorry, Marcy, I add, trying to give her an olive branch to use as a crutch to climb out of this hole she's digging. She's a pretty decent employee, and I'd really like to avoid the hellish process of finding a replacement. It's not personal, trust me. I just don't mix my personal life with business. And honestly, neither should you. It almost always ends badly, I find myself adding, trying to be encouraging. You're really smart, Marcy. Don't cloud that.
Ryan,
she asks, her voice purring in a way that makes me hesitant to even respond. I'm hoping I'm mistaken, and it's embarrassment making it sound that way. Yeah?
I think I can convince you otherwise.
God damn it, Marcy.
So I'll take a rain check on this conversation, for now, at least until you get back from Tampa.
And then the line clicks off. Christ! I sigh and stare down at the whiskey glasses sitting on the cart for a few seconds, and then pick one up and throw a big gulp back. It burns as it trails down my throat, but it doesn't matter. I hate complications. I hate the unexpected, and I really hate the idea that when I get back to the office, I'm going to have to either be on the lookout for Marcy doing crazy shit to get my attention, or face the incredibly uncomfortable position of reporting the situation to HR. Both are the absolute last things I want to be doing, and frankly, I don't have time for either of them. Hell, this damn whiskey is the only thing stopping me from running myself into the ground thinking about it. I slide my cell back into my pocket, refill the gulp I just took out of my glass, and then pick up both tumblers and head for the living room. When I reach my dad, he's turned slightly, evidently having been eavesdropping on my conversation. I hand him a glass of whiskey and sit down beside him. "What was that all about?" he asks, taking a sip of the amber liquid. "Nothing," I respond and run a hand through my hair. "It didn't sound like nothing. It sounded like there was a woman on the other end of that call who was DTF. I cringe. "Oh, do me a favor, Dad. Don't say DTF, like ever. Just don't say it." He shrugs, chuckles, and reaches out to shake my shoulder playfully. "Come on, Rye. You need to lighten up. Live a little, you know. You're a good-looking guy with great prospects. Don't let my genes go to waste." He doesn't get it. He never does. I don't want to be some showboating Casanova. I've built an impressive career. I'm proud of myself for it, and I'm not going to throw it all away for a temporary high. My job is important, Dad. I enjoy it, and I'm good at it. I can live a little outside of the office. He smiles and gives me a pat on the knee before taking a sip of whiskey, and the pounding tension in the back of my head loosens a tiny bit. Maybe he's finally listening to me? Hearing me? "I love you, Rye," he adds then with a smile, and I do the same back. Love you too, Dad, and I appreciate your making an effort to understand. He guffaws then, and my eyebrows draw together. I don't understand, buddy. Not at all. You're too fucking uptight. Too by the book. And I think if you're not careful, it's going to end up killing you young, or at the very least robbing you of true happiness. But I know you are the way you are, just like I am the way I am. And I don't think either one of us has much chance of changing the other. Am I right? I nod. On that, we can certainly agree. So, just so I'm clear, I take it your DTF chick isn't gonna get any D from you? Jesus. I sigh heavily, but also a soft chortle pops from my throat. You just can't help yourself, huh? I question and stand up from the couch to go to the kitchen, and his chuckles follow me the whole way. Not even a minute later, he asks, "Hey, what are you doing in there?" Finding a hard surface to bang my head against, I toss back, sarcasm evident in my voice. "Well, whatever you do, don't use the counter near the fridge. Damn thing's been wobbly for weeks." If there's one thing Sal Miller is good for, it's verbal judo. The man can do sarcasm and shit-talking and comebacks better than anyone I know. "I'm also getting some ice for you," I call over my shoulder as I open the freezer door. "What?" he questions. "Did you say you're getting ice for my balls?" "Yeah, Dad. Per Dr. Sampson's orders, I'm getting ice for your damn balls." I sigh and run a hand through my hair, already anticipating how many times I'm going to have to hear Sal talk about his balls while I'm here. It's going to be a lot, by the way. "Won't be the first time I've had to ice these puppies," he retorts and takes a long drink from his whiskey, punctuating his enjoyment with a smack of his lips and an "ah" at the end. "While you're up and at it, why don't you go ahead and top your dear old dad's whiskey off?" Man, oh man. Tampa sure is a blast.
Chapter 5. September 10th, Thursday. Carly. Welcome to Sunny Creek Village, where everyone is over 65, and Stella Page won't keep her ass still for more than a minute. I swear, for a 70-year-old woman, my mother has far too much energy. After getting her home last night and enjoying a seriously shitty night of sleep on the ultra-firm mattress in her guest bedroom, I woke up to her shuffling around in the kitchen, trying to make a full breakfast. And when I say a full breakfast, I mean exactly that. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, waffles, you name it, and the ingredients were out on the counter, ready to be made. If it weren't for the X-ray her doctor showed me himself, there's no way I'd believe this woman has a freaking fractured tailbone. Normally, I'd be all for doing what your body tells you it can handle. But in this situation, her doctor specifically sat me down. Apparently, I don't look trustworthy enough to follow the instructions on the discharge papers on their own, and explained that she needed to lie low for the next few weeks to ensure the bone healed properly. Rest, ice, ibuprofen, Tylenol, and a donut cushion to sit on are the only ways to give the tailbone time to knit itself together without fucking itself up more. I believe Dr. Sampson's exact words were, "You can't cast someone's ass." As it turns out, however, following orders is easier said than done. I'll admit, I don't have a lot of experience with enforcing rules, but after spending the better part of today trying to keep my mother on the couch, I'm tempted to get Dr. Sampson on the line and request that he just go ahead and put the busy bee in a full body cast. I could change a bag of pee from a catheter if I needed to. At least, that way, I could guarantee she'd stay in one place. Aw, shit. I look up from my phone, where numerous boring email updates about shop inventory from Broody led me to watching old GoPro camera videos of myself and my instructors on the slopes, to find Stella attempting to carry a basket of laundry to the dining room table. She can hardly hold it up, and her back is hunched over at an awkward angle. I know a cast is out, but I wonder what they do if a crazy woman accidentally rips her ass bone in two. Glue it back together? "Mom!" I chastise and hop up from my spot on the palm tree-themed love seat in her living room. "What are you doing?" At some point in the last 15 minutes, when she told me she had to run to the bathroom to pee, She's managed to change out of her pajamas and into her favorite maroon velour jumpsuit with the word juicy written on the ass, and find a goddamn laundry basket filled with freshly washed clothes from God knows where. She's the over 65 version of the Energizer Bunny, and I'm running on old, leaky batteries. It's only the second day of chasing her around, and I'm already tired. Stella scoffs, then groans in discomfort. I gotta fold these or they'll wrinkle. Oh my God. Seriously, Mom? I lean my head back for a brief moment, sigh, and take the basket from her hands before she hurts herself. What do I have to do to make you understand that you're not supposed to be doing anything right now? Stella's response? Mocking me in a high-pitched, annoying-as-hell voice. Sit down, Mom. Don't do that, Mom. What are you doing, Mom? I ignore her, obviously, and place the basket on the dining room table with a thud. When I turn around, she's standing there, scowling at me like I'm some kind of buzzkill. It's not a look I'm used to. You can be mad and mock me all you want, but it's not going to change anything. I will get you to follow Dr. Sampson's orders, even if it kills me in the process. I mean, come on, Mom. Your ass will not be able to proclaim itself as juicy if it's all broken and shit. Carly, I can fold my damn laundry, she says, voice exasperated. Unless you want to do it for me. I cringe before I can stop myself. I don't even fold my own laundry. I just take it out of the dryer, toss it in my closet, and leave it where it lands. My mom laughs at my reaction and smiles. Well, at least I know my little rule rebel, free-spirited Carly is in there somewhere. So far this trip, you've been a real wet blanket. I'm a wet blanket right now because I have to be. I'm here so you get better, not worse. Hands to her shoulders, I gently turn her around and lead her toward the couch. She tries to slap me away with her hand, but I ignore her and soldier on. You sit. Now. I order, and she rolls her eyes. And what am I supposed to do here? Relax. Watch TV. I pick up the remote and start switching through the channels. Look, they're playing The First Wives Club on TBS. You love that movie, I say, and glance over my shoulder to witness another eye roll heavenward. I've seen it 100 times, Carly. So? It's a great movie. Bette Midler, Goldie Hawn, Diane Keaton. It doesn't get any better than that. She crosses her arms over her chest and stares out toward the patio doors like she's a petulant child, and I just told her she can't play outside with her friends. Goldie Hawn's face appears on the screen, and she goes full badass bitch, storming into her ex-husband's office, and I can't help myself from glancing back and forth between Goldie and my mom. Gorgeous face, blonde hair, long dark eyelashes, petite yet curvy figure. I never really realized this until now, but Stella Page might as well be Goldie's doppelganger. I can only hope to age that damn well. Stella huffs and meets my eyes. Carly, I'm not an invalid, you know. I know you're not. I can take care of myself. I know you can, Mom, and frankly, I prefer it. But right now, you need a little help, and I need to be the one to give it. Once your tailbone heals, you can go back to your wild ways, and our family dynamic can return to normal. You know, where Willow is the only party pooper. I don't know how wild one can get while living in a senior independent retirement village, but if anyone can manage it, it's Stella Page. Of that much, I'm sure. She breathes a harsh breath in and out of her nose. Well, at least hand me my phone, will ya? Of course, I say, and snag her iPhone from where she left it in the laundry basket. Once it's in her hands, she puts on her reading glasses and gets down to business. I don't know what that business is, but I imagine it's trolling Facebook to find out the latest news. I offer a silent prayer to the big guy upstairs that she'll stay like that for more than a minute. I know I'm 36 years younger than the broad, but hot damn, she's wearing me out. Back to the love seat across from her sofa, I plop my ass down and try to slog through all of Brody's emails. Each one has a ton of updates about what inventory he's ordered and what he's stocked, and previous clients who have already booked ski instructions for the winter months. And I know with all the work he's put into them, he's expecting me to actually read them. There are so many numbers and lists and appointments that my eyes cross over each other twice. Strangely enough, his tone feels happy, excited even. It's almost like he's enjoying the fact that I'm not there, getting in his way. Immediately, I switch to my text inbox and shoot him a message. It might sound like I paid more attention than I did, but I know Brody well enough not to worry. He knows all of this shit way better than me. I saw all of your emails. It all sounds good. Thanks for keeping everything in order while I'm with my mom. Brody.
No problem. Do you know how long you'll be in Florida?
I haven't really decided how long I'll stay in sunny Florida, but after the way today has gone, I know I can't leave anytime soon. Dr. Sampson was explicit about the first 3 weeks being the most critical. Since Stella isn't the best at following doctor's orders, it's best if I stay here for a little while to keep her out of trouble. Brody.
LOL. Your mom is a trip.
I snort to myself and type out a response. Tell me about it. 2 winters ago, my mom visited me in Vail for a few weeks. She did what Stella does best, won everyone over with her vivacious, outgoing, bubbly personality. Brody, Nina, pretty much all of my employees and friends fell in love with her. Put my mom in a room full of strangers, and she'll become the life of the party within 15 minutes. Not even kidding. Brody.
Well, take all the time you need, Car. We're good here. There's no rush for you to get back.
Call me crazy, but it feels like you're enjoying my lack of presence a bit too much.
Me? What? No way.
Liar. You're loving every minute of it, Mr. Productivity.
I can't deny that I get a lot more done when you're not around.
I smirk and type out another message. Words that I need to say, and he deserves to hear. Thanks for taking care of everything while I'm gone. I don't know what I'd do without you.
We're basically family, Car. I got your back.
Ditto, bro. Can you do me a favor?
Of course.
Don't work yourself into the fucking ground, okay? No long hours. The last thing I want is for him to start pulling insane hours because I'm not there.
I'll try my best.
There's no trying, Brody. Only doing.
Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever you say, boss.
I almost send him another message, but I'm quickly distracted when I notice my mom is now standing in front of the coffee table with her phone perched up, like she's about to record herself. What are you doing?
I have to check in with my talkers.
Your whaters? TikTok, Carly. What? Her response takes me aback. I know what TikTok is, of course, but I'm fucking floored that my 70-year-old mother does too. You're on TikTok?
Uh-huh.
I love it, she says, fluffing up her hair and making a kissy face toward the screen of her phone. Every day, I post a dance for my followers. Usually I do it in the morning, but I'm sure they'll understand why I've been MIA the past few days. Mom, you can't dance for a TikTok video right now. That's like the exact opposite of lying low. I hop up from the love seat and stride right over to her, snagging the phone off the coffee table before she can stop me. Carly, I have to. My followers will be worried about me. Nope. I shake my head and hold her phone behind my back. No dancing. Only sitting. Give me my damn phone. She huffs out a sigh and holds her hand out for me to obey her demands. I will, I say, once you sit back down on your donut. She glares. I glare right back. She huffs again. And while I wait patiently for her to sit down, I take a quick glance at the screen of the phone where her TikTok account is front and center. Stella got her groove back. That's her account name. I almost burst into laughter, but it gets stuck in my throat when I see how many damn followers she has. Over 200,000. What the hell? I question, just as my mom decides to give it up and ease herself back onto her donut cushion. What's wrong? She questions, her face pinching up in pain with the downward movement toward the couch. You didn't accidentally delete one of my drafts, did you? No. Mom, you have a crazy amount of followers on here. She nods. I went viral when I did the WAP. It's built pretty quickly from there. Instantly, my eyes go wide. Please tell me that's not what I think it means. When you did the what, Mom? The WAP dance, she says, and reaches up to grab her phone from me. She scrolls her fingers across the screen until she finds what she's looking for and hands it back to me. This one. And right there on the screen is everything I didn't want to come true. Only, it's even worse than I imagined. Pretty sure anyone witnessing their mom engaging in a dance that involves twerking and pelvic thrusts would want to stab themselves in the eyeballs just like I do right now. My mom is definitely spry, but still, she's 70. No one her age should be doing the things I'm currently watching her do in this insane video. It turned out well, didn't it? She asks, voice proud. Oh yeah, I say, and shut my eyes as I hand the phone back to her. So good that I'm probably going to have to seek out a therapist to help me work through the trauma of seeing it. Oh, don't be dramatic, Carly. She laughs. I didn't raise you to be a prude. I'm not a prude, and I definitely get my free spirit tendencies from her. But no child should ever have to witness their parent doing this. I glance down at the video that's still playing, and my eyes widen. She's just gotten to the humping splits, and hot sauce and chicken wings. She's really fucking flexible. I smile then, despite all the odds, as I think about the one person whom this will traumatize exponentially more than it does me. Mom, does Willow know about your TikTok fame? I don't think so. Yeah, well, you should probably keep it that way. Or else we'll probably have to plan her funeral after she sees that profile of yours. My mom just smirks. Willow is downright neurotic about sexuality. She could learn a thing or two from my TikTok. I strongly doubt Willow would learn anything from our mom's dirty dancing, but Stella is right about her personality. Willow has always been more like our late father, focused, determined, and very organized. She thrives on plans and stability. Though, if our father were still alive today, I think he'd get a kick out of his wife doing shit like going viral on TikTok for a dance to a song that's an acronym for wet-ass pussy. Ronnie Page might have been more uptight than his wife, Stella, but he loved that she was the one who always got him to loosen up. The mere thought of him causes a hint of sadness to swim around inside my chest. It's been over 3 years since I got the call from my mom that my dad had a massive heart attack. And still, even though I feel like I'm through the initial grieving process of his unexpected death, it doesn't mean I don't still miss him every day. Because I definitely do. Oh, shoot, my mom exclaims, pulling me out of my thoughts. I forgot it was Thursday. Damn hospital stays got me all thrown off. Okay. Don't you hear the truck outside? She yells, panicked. It's almost 5 o'clock. I scrunch up my nose and strain hard to listen. A thud followed by the sound of a heavy-duty engine revving up, confirming that there is, indeed, a truck outside. Help me out here, Mom. I'm still missing the point. What happens on Thursday at 5 o'clock? The trash pickup. We have to get the can out to the curb, she says, voice moving a mile a minute, and when she starts to place her hands on the couch cushions to stand up, I step toward her and gently shove her back down. You stay there. I'll take out the can, Mom. She shakes her head maniacally. Hurry, Carly, hurry. You're going to miss it. Good Lord. Before I even know what's happening, her panic is my panic, and I'm shoving my feet into my sandals so hard I jam a toe. I haven't even changed out of my pajama shorts and tank top today, given the fact that we haven't left the house, and my boobs are free from a bra. But there's no time to waste, apparently. Go, Carly, go! My God, Mom! I yell as I run. Do you have a bomb in your garbage? What happens if we miss them? You don't want to find out, she screeches. Go, go, go! There are so many terrifying things about what she just said, but I ignore it and grab the trash from the kitchen and bathrooms as fast as I fucking can. I'm a woman on a mission, and I'm pretty sure if I pull this off, Marvel is going to name a new superhero after me. I yank open the door to the garage, hit the button to lift the overhead door, and do a running jump over the 3 platform steps to the concrete floor. It stings my heels a little since I'm only in a flimsy sandal, but I push onward anyway, to the waiting can at the back end of the garage. With a whip of my wrist, I force the lid open enough to toss the new bags inside, and then grab the handle on the big tote, kick out the bottom with my foot, and take off at a run, with the can dragging behind me. Back and forth, it sloshes sloppily on its wheels, the speed I'm trying to maintain just a little too much for the plastic setup to handle. But the truck is pulling away from the unit next door, the house after my mother's, and with the way Stella talked this up, I'm pretty sure the world is going to end if I can't flag them down. "Wait!" I yell, throwing a hand up in the air like a lunatic and running out onto the pavement to chase the truck. "Wait, please! I have garbage!" I yell. "Very important garbage!" My boobs are like a couple of wrestling puppies under a blanket, just trying to work their way out the sides of my tank as I bound down the street, my wild, bucking bronc of a can behind me. "Please! I have to get rid of this or my mother's going to blow up the neighborhood!" I scream nonsensically. Thankfully, though, the brake lights on the truck flash red once and then illuminate continuously as they stop at the next set of units. I don't slow my pace, taking the can off-roading a little bit, up and over the curb, so I can get alongside the truck. I wave my free hand enthusiastically, and when the driver of the truck comes into view, he's laughing. "Oh my God!" I wheeze, sucking in air like I don't ski down mountains for a living. My lord, the off-season is a bitch on my endurance. "Did you know I was there the whole time?" I accuse. "Were you just toying with me?" The driver chuckles again before shrugging.
"You put on an impressive show, but I only just saw you."
I nod, putting my hands to my knees briefly to catch my breath, while he uses the truck mechanism to lift the can from the curb of this unit and shake it empty.
"Just drag your can up there so I can grab it with the arm,"
he instructs cheekily, the smug, truck-riding bastard. I nod, get my shit together, and drag the can the rest of the way, up and off the curb again, and down onto the pavement so he can get it. I watch as the arm of the truck comes out and clenches it, lifting it over the back and shaking out the bags. Easy as that. The driver waves me back over to the can once the arm is clear, and then leans out the window a little more as I drag it back by him.
"Hey, I know we just met, but—"
I wave him off with an arm and a shake of my head. "Try me again when I haven't just competed in a garbage can relay race." He laughs.
"You got it. I'll be back next Thursday."
"At 5, I supply. "Yeah, thanks. I know that now." I don't bother saying anything else, instead dragging my carcass and Stella's empty can up the road toward her house. My boobs ache a little from the unsupported run, and I give them a squeeze with my free hand to see if that'll make them feel better. I'm rounding the corner into my mom's driveway, basically fondling myself, when a throat clears from across the patch of grass at my side. Right there, in the driveway next door, a way too young to be in Sunny Creek man with dark hair and striking blue eyes is covering his mouth to keep from laughing. I can only assume his humor is directed at me.
"Trash pickup is at 5 sharp,"
he supplies helpfully, making me roll my eyes. Would it have killed one of these fucking people to tell me this beforehand? "Yeah, thanks," I say with a laugh. "Your information is a little late." Seemingly unfazed by my pithy comeback, he strolls to the curb, grabs the can he obviously placed there in plenty of time, and starts to drag it back to the garage. I glance back at the can I'm pulling and drop it with a vengeful sigh. "You make my life hell. You can wait to get put away until tomorrow morning." I start to walk back up to the garage, when the stranger next door calls out to me again.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I turn back, my intent to open my mouth to offer a smart response. But when I look closer at him, really taking him in, I'm hit with the strangest sense of déjà vu. I also don't miss the way his eyes go wide in surprise when they lock with mine. Do I know this guy? Tall, dark hair, handsome as hell face, definitely under 40. He is oh so familiar, but I can't quite place why. He's super dressed up for taking out the trash, but no doubt sexy in an I'm an all-business CEO kind of way. If the sleek fit is anything to go by, I bet he looks real good underneath it, too. I tilt my head to the side, engaging my flirt face just a little. I'm sorry, but have we met before? He laughs and then shakes his head.
You stole my taxi.
Recognition hits me like a freight train. Oh, shit. It's him. Seriously hot Barney Fife from the airport. And he looks about ready to arrest me for my sins.
Chapter 6. Ryan. I have to admit, it's pretty satisfying watching the taxi stealer's face bloom with recognition during a situation in which I hold the upper hand. I've never really considered myself a petty person, but evidently, there's a touch of it in all of us.
Oh,
She says, her cheeks pinking up ever so slightly. The blush suggests, at the very least, that she isn't without a conscience. If she were, running into me again wouldn't embarrass her in the slightest. But with the way she's reacting now, I'd guess she'd only had the confidence to perpetrate the crime against me because she thought she'd never see me again.
I'm...
She stutters.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I was in a pretty big rush, though, so try not to hold it against me.
She smiles, the corners of her mouth curling up and spreading the expression into her eyes. Her long red hair is disheveled, and her attire is quite a few notches below normal, but she's still vividly beautiful, strikingly so. I bet she gets away with all sorts of stuff, with just a coy blink of her eyes, and for some reason, it annoys me, which is completely unexpected. I'm not normally the type to hold a grudge at all. I won't, I eventually reply with a smile, the little white lie feeling unbelievably foreign on my tongue.
Good. I'm so glad. I'm here for a little while helping out my mom, and, well, I wouldn't want there to be any bad blood.
She snorts.
There's nothing worse than turning into a Taylor Swift song, am I right?
I smirk again. She's cute. Really cute. I'll give her that. My gaze flits from her face to her body once more, taking in the pajama shorts and nearly transparent white tank top above them. Her breasts are high and full, and I can see both of her nipples distinctly through the thin fabric pretending to cover them. I'm a gentleman, so I avert my eyes, but I think there's a chance I may do it a little too quickly because she glances down and then crosses her arms over her chest.
I'm sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought now, but you were saying something before?
She asks. I could tell her what I was saying, but again, the taxi. Call me slightly evil, I don't care. I have one tiny sliver of revenge at my disposal, and for once in my life, I'm gonna use it. No, I lie. It's nothing. She deserves to have some time with old Betty Matthews from the HOA. Trash cans can get left out overnight, and that old broad gets heated. The evil little guy in my head rubs his hands together with glee. It's gonna be great. In fact, I think I'll plot the time to watch from my window into tomorrow morning's schedule. Red hair swinging back and forth slightly, the pretty thief smiles then and sticks out a hand, leaving the other in place to keep doing the hard work of concealing her breasts.
I'm Carly, by the way. This is my mom, Stella's house.
I take her petite, warm hand in mine and return the sentiment. Ryan, my dad, Sal Miller, lives here.
Oh my God,
She says suddenly, looking between my dad's house and her mom's.
is your dad the neighbor who got hurt helping my mom with decorations?
My eyebrows draw together. Is that what happened? My dad's been pretty tight-lipped about the specifics.
Yes,
She cheers.
oh my God, how crazy. Yeah, she said he was helping her take down some holiday decorations, I think.
My chin jerks back. Holiday decorations? In September? That's weird. What holiday? Carly's face scrunches into a laugh, surprised I'm questioning it at all.
I don't know, Labor Day, I guess?
Decorations for Labor Day? That's a new one. Whatever. Since it really doesn't matter, I decide to let it go. A peculiar bang sounds from the inside of my dad's house, and both of us whip our heads toward it in synchrony.
What was that?
Carly asks, and all I can do is laugh. I don't know, but I better go find out. She nods enthusiastically, jerking her thumb toward the inside of her mom's garage.
I should probably do the same. Anyway, see you around, I guess. Oh, and sorry again about the whole taxi thing.
I nod. Water under the bridge, sort of. I have a feeling Betty will ensure payback is achieved tomorrow, and after that, I should be able to fully let it go. I watch as she makes her way back into the garage and closes the door. One glance to the end of the driveway, and I note the trash can still sits haphazardly on the street. Yeah, tomorrow morning is gonna be good. When another bang sounds from the inside of my dad's house, I turn and take off at a run, smacking the button to roll down the overhead garage door as I go. When I get inside, it sounds like a vacuum is running in his bedroom at the back of the house, so I hurry down the hall. Theoretically, a vacuum wouldn't be a normal cause for concern, but the man already has a severe groin pull and limited mobility. Add in two strange, loud noises, and I'm slightly terrified of what I might find in there. The door is closed when I get to it, so I hammer 3 hard knocks into the surface, yelling, "Dad, what's going on? Are you all right in there?" I put my ear to the door to listen, but all I hear is the forced air of the still-sucking vacuum. For all I know, he could have fallen and hit his head or something, and the damn thing is just chugging along beside him while he bleeds out. Resigned to the fact that I'm going to have to go in there, I knock one more time and test the knob, only to find it locked. I back up quickly, 3 short steps, and then take off forward again in a jog, slamming my shoulder into the surface of the wood and popping the lock free. The wood is splintered, but I'll worry about that later. The door swings freely as I shove it out of the way and stalk into the bedroom, my chest rising and falling rapidly as I consider all the possibilities of what I might be walking into. The bathroom door is cracked, and the sound is clearly coming from there, so I cover the distance quickly, not bothering to pause before swinging it open to see what's inside. The truth is, if my dad is in dire need of help, I've already wasted enough time. It's just so unfortunate that what I find is a hell of a lot worse than a bloody, cracked open head on the floor. "Hey!" my dad yells in surprise from his position, perched on the edge of the tub with his grooming clippers in hand. "What the hell are you doing, Ryan?" He's as naked as the day he was born, and my eyes will never be the same. "Oh my God, Dad, what the fuck?" "Can a man get some privacy while he shaves his fucking nuts, for Christ's sake?" he yells back. The vacuum is still running in the background, obviously being used to suck up the clippings of body hair, oh my God, as they drop to the ground after he shaves them off. Also, why? Why is he shaving his fucking balls? What on earth could a 75-year-old man be doing that requires that kind of grooming? Fuck! Don't even go there. Ignorance is bliss and all that. "And what in the hell has you bursting through goddamn doors like the Hulk?" he questions, still shaving. Still fucking shaving. "There were loud noises," I, for some unknown reason, try to explain. "I thought you were hurt." "I dropped the vacuum getting it out of the hall closet. Jesus! Now would you get your ass out of here? Or should I have you reach the tough part in the back?" No, God, no. "I'm going," I shout over the noise, closing my eyes until I'm backed all the way out of the bathroom, and then moving like my ass is on fire just to get out of his bedroom. And I don't look back. It's going to be a long-ass purgatory staying here with him. But look on the bright side, my subconscious taunts. At least now you've got a fun neighbor to play tricks on and a bedroom door to fix.
Chapter 7 September 11th, Friday. Carly. "Hi, talkers. Ya girl Stella here," are the first words I hear upon waking up and making my way into the living room this morning. Good God. I'm starting to think it shouldn't have taken a tailbone fracture for my sister and me to start keeping a closer eye on our mother. My mind starts to show traumatic flashbacks of her WAP dance video. and I shut my eyes for a brief moment before passing her by and heading straight for the coffee pot in the kitchen. It's going to take me years to get over that. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll be on my deathbed, and that video will be one of the last things I see before the lights go out. I grab the bag of coffee from the cabinet, a spoon from the silverware drawer, and get to making a fresh pot. Once I have the water in the canister and the lid closed, I pull my phone out of my pocket and shoot Willow a quick text. I meant to do it last night after the whole garbage debacle, but Stella was on a tear about doing manis, pedis, and facials, and seeing as she's kind of limited by her broken ass, I had to do most of the work. By the time we were done, after chasing my mom around for the entire day, I passed out on my mattress made of stone and forgot the rest of the world existed. But this is probably for the best anyway. Willow is normally in bed by 8:30, latest. She's evidently one of those people who thrives in the mornings. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even believe people like that exist. Me. Did you know our mother is on TikTok? Or that she has over 200,000 followers? I can't not tell her. It's too good and too insane. She'll stress out about it, but if I can't share this kind of shit with a sister, I don't want one. Willow. What the hell is TikTok? Her response makes me grin. A social media app that would make your head explode? And what is Mom doing on there? Dancing. What? Just trust me on this. You don't want to know. It's that bad? Yes, Will, it is. And I'm sending you my future therapy bills because the only reason I had to be subjected to it is because you were too busy to come to Tampa. LOL. Whatever. Also, Stella is a pain in the ass. She ages like Benjamin Button, only getting more energy with each birthday that passes. She won't sit still, doesn't want to follow doctor's orders. It's a whole thing. Wow, Carly Page actually wants someone to follow the rules? I can't be reading that correctly. I roll my eyes. This is different. She's hurt. I don't give a shit what she wants to do normally. Uh-huh. How long are you staying down there? If it stretches into November, I might be able to take over. November? That's like a lot of weeks away. Some help she is. Gee, thanks. Seems super helpful. Sorry, but I can't miss this case. At least I'm being a good sister and thinking about the possibility of her care coinciding with ski season. Well, I'm hoping it doesn't take that long. The doc says at least 3 weeks, but with the way she is, it'll probably be 5 or 6. I don't know. I can't think that far ahead, especially when you're not going to be any help. Very funny, you bitch. I already feel guilty enough, you know. I know. It's all good in the Sunny Creek hood, sis. No worries. I glance at the time on my phone and see it's just after 8 a.m. It's early, and I desperately need this cup of coffee. The gurgle of the pot's sweet brew signals there's enough to pour myself a cup, so I take a mug out of the cabinet, sweep the pot out of the stream quickly, and do just that before putting the pot back to collect my next 2 cups worth. I'm just about to put the rim of the mug to my lips when my mom screams bloody murder. I drop the cup, bobbling it between my hands, and thankfully shoving it onto the counter so it doesn't shatter. Hot liquid burns my skin, but I wipe it off on my pajama shorts and take off for the living room. What? What is it? I yell, looking frantically from my mom to the rest of the room and back again, while she peers out the front window with her hands at her face. You left the can at the street! She shrieks, making my chin jerk back into my chest. Jesus Christ, not another garbage emergency. I can't take another one. You can't leave the can out overnight, Carly. You have to bring it in. Betty's going to be by any minute, and I'm going to get a citation. I don't understand even 50% of what you just said, Mom. Go get the can, now. Bring it in the garage. My head feels like it's going to explode. I'm so freaking annoyed at the garbage. I swear to God, I'm about to toss myself in a bag, seal it up, and wait for the driver to come back and get me next Thursday at 5, just so I don't have to live another minute of this drama. Carly! I'm going! I finally yell back, slamming my feet into my abandoned sandals from last night and doing the garbage walk of shame all over again. Out the garage, up with the overhead door, and down the driveway. I trudge on angry steps toward that asshole motherfucking can. But I only get 2 steps forward before a golf cart comes to a skidding stop in front of my mom's driveway. A little old lady with white hair and a perm squints toward me from the driver's seat. "You're late." This must be hard-ass Betty. "I know. Sorry," I say, though my attitude pretty plainly says I'm not sorry at all. Betty and her citations can blow a fucking goat. Continuing down the driveway, I get to the end and grab the can by the handle, dragging it back up toward the garage. I'm new to the rules. "Where's Stella?" she snaps. "Inside the house," I say sharply, stopping in my tracks. "I'll have to be the one taking her trash out for a little while because she was, injured." My voice is thick with all sorts of, "Old lady, fuck you." "Is that why an ambulance came to her place the other day?" she says then, her eyes narrowed unsympathetically. "She took a fall," I say, putting a hand to my hip, braless boobs or not. "Yeah," the woman snorts. "I'm sure she did." And just what is that supposed to mean? She better not go running her mouth all over Sunny Creek about my mama. "Excuse me?" I question, but she's too busy worrying about her stupid rules to register my words. "If you're going to be taking her trash out, you need to do it right," she states, mouth set in a firm line. "I told you, I'm new to the rules. Next time, I'll bring the can in on Thursday night." "Good, but you need to make sure your can is placed at the curb in an orderly fashion. It doesn't just go anywhere, all sloppy Joe like you had it, Missy." She points toward the curb and makes a straight edge with her arm. "The can needs to be 2 inches from the curb, maximum, and the back should run a straight parallel line." 2 inches? Parallel lines? I question on a laugh. I didn't realize I needed to bring a measuring tape with me for garbage duty. "Don't get smart with me." I bite my lip to avoid laughing again. "I'd never dream of it, Betty." She furrows her brow and then scratches some scribbles down on the pad in her hand with a pen before ripping the page off the top. She holds it out for me to take, and I pull in a deep breath before making my way back down the driveway to do so. "Give this citation to your mother." Well, damn. Betty means fucking business. She shakes her head, disgusted with me and my garbage practices, and I can't stop myself from saluting her. "Yes, Captain Betty. At your service, Captain Betty." She rolls her eyes. "You're just like your mother." And then, before I can say anything else, she's back to the races, zooming off in her little cart to stir up some shit in front of someone else's house. Good riddance. If there's only one thing I accomplish while I'm here, it'll be making sure Betty Matthews takes her bullshit to a doorstep that doesn't belong to Stella goddamn Page. And if that means I have to start creating drama in other people's yards, you bet your ass I'll fucking do it. I'm not above being petty. Damn the man and Betty's citations and all that. I'll start a garbage can revolt if I have to.
Chapter 8. Ryan. "What are you looking at out there?" my dad asks, startling me into dropping the thick white curtain on the front window back into place. "Shit, nothing?" "Nothing?" he questions. "You was sure looking for an awful long time for it to be nothing." Long time? It was 5 minutes tops. 10, 15 at the most. Whatever. No need to split hairs over it. He shuffles forward as I step away and run a hand through my hair, trying to pretend that I'm not affected, and it wasn't insanely sexy watching Carly go head-to-head with old Betty Matthews in her mom's driveway. She was confident and determined, and although I couldn't hear most of her exchange with Betty, I could tell by her animated facial expressions and hand gestures that she was being sassy as hell, and the way her curves looked beneath her tank top and tiny sleep shorts with cupcake graphics all over her firm ass. Well, let's just say Betty from the HOA should make it illegal for Carly to be walking around like that in a senior retirement village. Too many male residents here are already dealing with blood pressure issues and heart disease as it is. The last thing their tickers need is to come face to face with the way Carly's perky, braless tits look beneath her tank top. Son of a bitch. I was expecting the whole Carly versus Betty showdown to be entertaining, obviously, but I didn't think I'd end up this turned on. I'm sporting a fucking semi, for God's sake. My dad steps up to my vacant spot at the window and pulls the curtain out of the way. "Ah," he says, humming with the kind of satisfaction that makes my asshole pucker. Sal's gotten an eyeful of way more than I wanted him to see, and I'm never going to hear the fucking end of it. "Cute girl." I laugh, trying to play it off. I didn't know Betty Matthews was your type. "I'm not talking about ballbuster Betty, and you know it, kid," he retorts and glances at me with a sly grin. "I'm talking about that sweet little number dragging the garbage can up Stella's driveway." When I don't respond, he lets out a disturbing wolf whistle. "Well, I'll be damned. She's something, isn't she?" he questions and glances between me and the window pointedly. "Beautiful. Stunning. Yeah, Dad." I cut him off before he can spout off all of the things I've already noted about my temporary neighbor. Pretty sure anyone with eyes can see that Carly is attractive. "Carly?" he questions with an astute tilt of his head. "How do you know her name?" "I met her yesterday when I was bringing in your trash can," I answer. Technically speaking, I met her at the airport when she stole my taxi, but there is no way I'm getting into that with Sal. And in the hopes of ending this conversation before it goes off the rails, I walk away from the window and back to my makeshift office at the dining room table. Between being fucking turned on by cupcake pajamas and feeling like a kid who got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, my equilibrium is all out of whack. No doubt I've met my quota of discomfort for the day, and getting into a discussion with my women-loving father about the looks of one specific woman is not the kind of thing I'm going to willingly participate in right now. Though Sal says otherwise, slowly following me into the dining room and coming to a stop at the threshold. He lifts a hand to brace himself on the wall and just stands there, staring at me. I try my damnedest to ignore his presence, sitting down behind my laptop and getting back to the 1,000,000 tasks I need to achieve today, but he doesn't budge. "Do you need something, Dad?" I eventually ask, lifting my eyes from the screen to meet his gaze. "How is it that you met that gorgeous girl yesterday and didn't tell me about it?" I laugh and then close my eyes against the pain of my memories. Could be because when I came inside, I got distracted by my father trimming 90% of the hair from his body. Could be because we talked for all of 2 minutes. Women like a man to be groomed, right? Not hairless or some freaky-deaky shit, but neat, clean. I shake my head. "Okay, can we not?" He narrows his eyes at me and taps his chin. "Why are you so touchy? I know you like to keep your schedule just so, but there's no need to be a complete tight ass." I glance around the room in confusion. "I don't know what you're trying to get at here, Dad. I'm not being a tight ass. I'm just trying to work." "Son, I just caught you watching that girl through the window like it was your own personal glory hole." He smirks like the devil. "You didn't even do that kind of shit in high school. And we had that hottie-toddy who liked to sunbathe every damn day during the summer living right next door to us." He pauses and snaps his fingers a few times. "What was her name? Leanna? Lori. Laura Long." "Lila LaRosa," I supply, despite my better judgment. "Aha!" he exclaims and points a finger toward me. "So you do remember her." "Dad, she sunbathed naked, and we later found out she was illegally filming pornos in her house. Of course I remember her." And I definitely did look. I was 16, for fuck's sake, and her breasts were like their own entity. "Wait, she was filming dirty movies?" he asks, and I want to laugh. We lived in the upper-middle-class suburbs of New York, where the biggest drama stemmed from PTA moms and kids playing basketball in the cul-de-sac. Trust me, everyone in our neighborhood knew about Lila LaRosa. Everyone but Sal Miller, apparently, which, given his personality, is shocking. "Yeah, Dad, the cops raided her house. Honestly, don't know how you don't remember that. It was a whole thing." I groan, close my eyes, and lean my head back. "Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to this." I turn back to my email and grab my headset, slipping it over the crown of my head. I almost get the earpieces settled when he opens his mouth again. You think Lila LaRosa was a stage name or a real name? I pull the headset back a little and turn to look at him.
I have no idea. Why?
No reason. He shrugs, but then he releases his hand from the wall and moves to my end of the table. Hey, why don't you pull up the Google and type her name in the search bar? Dad? He shoves my shoulder and pulls a chair over next to me. This is a mystery we need to solve, son. No, I retort on an exasperated laugh, taking my headset fully off and laying it on the table again. He's obviously not planning to let me work in peace anytime soon. This is a company-issued computer. Do you know the kind of HR nightmare I'd be inviting by searching for porn on it? You're on the Facebook, right? He asks, leaning toward the screen of my laptop like his simply asking the question out loud will make the social media site pop up on the screen. Dad, I'm not searching for Lila LaRosa on Facebook. Yeah, I got the message. I'm not talking about Lila, he corrects. I'm talking about Carly Page. Of course, even with all the diversions, the sly bastard still found a way to circle back to her. It's like an alternate universe of the corporate world with Sal Miller today, only it takes place in the seventh circle of hell. And I'm not searching her on Facebook either. If I were going to look up Carly Page on Facebook, I wouldn't do it on company property with my dad sitting right next to me. Hey, isn't it time to ice your balls or something? A hearty laugh escapes his lungs, but the movement makes him groan, and he reaches his hand down to hold his groin through the material of his joggers. Ah, hell. Don't make me laugh, kid. I'm not trying to make you laugh. I'm trying to make you go away so I can do my job, I say. And knowing this fight is fruitless from my current position, I get to my feet. Hands to his armpits, I help him up and out of the dining room chair, turn him around, and while being careful and firm at the same time, I lead him to the living room couch. Once he's sitting down comfortably, I head into the kitchen and grab a bag of ice, along with a few ibuprofen. Here, I say, and hand him the pills with a glass of water. He glares. I don't need this shit. Yes, you do. Laughing just made you grab yourself. Take it. He huffs a few times, but eventually listens. Once I'm certain the pills are down the hatch, I hand him a fresh bag of ice and the television remote. Relax, watch a little TV, and I'll be in the dining room trying to get some work done. Sal smirks up at me. You know, you really go out of your way to distract me from shit that you don't want to talk about. Reminds me a lot of your mother. He moves the ice to his groin and lets out a hiss of discomfort. May she rest in peace. His words are bittersweet. It's been 5 years since my mom passed away from breast cancer, and still, I miss her. Both of us miss her. Francine Miller was the type of beautiful, kind, loving mother and wife that everyone deserves to have. She made everything better, and she kept my wild father in line. My mind starts to wonder what things would be like now if she were still alive. Would they still be living in New York? Or would they both have moved to Sunny Creek together? Would I even be here right now helping out my dad because he pulled a groin muscle? Would I have been saved from the trauma of walking in on him, shaving his pubes? Instantly, a question I've been wanting an answer for pops into my head. Dad, how exactly did you manage this injury again? I fell, right? No big deal. Okay, but what were you doing when you fell? He pauses and shrugs. I was just helping Stella Page take down decorations. His story matches Carly's account from her mom, but there's just something about it I can't seem to shake. Decorations. In September? Yeah. Why are you acting like that's an issue? He tosses back. Because there are no major holidays in September? Kid, you know how women are, he says, and grabs the television remote to switch it on. They have all sorts of reasons for decorating. I don't question it. I just help when I'm asked. You should understand helping under duress pretty well. I smirk. Aren't you supposed to be working right now? He holds up the remote, moving it back and forth in a taunting motion. Or do you want to sit down and talk about the cutie on the other side of the window again? I scrub an annoyed hand down my face. He smirks at me, and I choose that moment to leave the room and get back to work before he can pull me into his loop of crazy. So what? I noticed that Carly Page is an incredibly attractive woman. or that my original entertainment purposes for looking out the window this morning turned into something a little bit dirty. I'll be back home in New York in no time, and nosy dads and sexy old woman thrashing Carly Page will all be in the past. A certified non-issue. Chapter 9. September 14th, Monday. Sal. I hate this shit. Sitting around watching reruns of Bonanza and praying that my son doesn't ride my ass when I decide to grab a glass of whiskey before 5 o'clock in the evening. I might be in my 70s, but I'm a doer, a mover and a shaker, a man who prefers to keep living, keep grooving, and only sit down when it's my ass hitting the mattress to get some shut-eye. Of course, Jeremy. My son's voice echoes off the walls. A one-man corporate office come to life in my dining room. I'm glad we were able to get everything finalized. Since I've spent the last few days, he didn't even stop working over the weekend, listening to every one of Ryan's goddamn work calls, I'm certain this one is about to come to a close. Immediately, I glance at the clock below the television and see it's almost noon, otherwise known as time for Rye to force some kind of healthy lunch in my face and make me ice my nuts. Son of a gun. Times sure have changed. It was only a week ago that noon meant a whole different, far more glorious thing. The mere idea makes me grin, and I grab my phone off the couch cushion beside my right thigh. A very important text message is sent out shortly thereafter. Me. You know what I missed, darling? Lucky for me, my hot lady's response comes back a quick moment later. Stella.
What's that, honey?
Me. A nooners. Oh, the things I'd do to sneak in a nooner with you, Stell. Smiley winky face.
You bad, bad man. And I miss them too. Smiley winky face.
Whoa, doggy. I sure do miss my spicy senorita. It feels like it's been months since I've laid eyes on my woman. Gotta see you, darling. Think you can meet me at your back door so I can give you some sugar?
I wish. I'm at the grocery store with my daughter. Frowny face.
Damn it all to hell. I almost give up on trying to see it today. But then, like a gift from heaven above, a brilliant son of a bitch of an idea pops right into my brain. You at the Winn-Dixie? My woman loves her some coupons. And, if I had to guess, she's there because something's on sale.
Yep, ground beef is half off. Might make a meatloaf tonight.
I knew it. I smirk and my stomach growls just thinking about her cooking. The things I'd do to eat a stellar home-cooked meal. My mind almost derails my focus, but I hone it in and concentrate on the important shit. Seeing Stella. Don't tease me, darling. You just get there or about ready to check out.
We just got here, and since Carly's making me drive around in one of those damn scooters like that cranky broad Nan, I'm sure it will be a while.
Nan lives at Sunny Creek right next door to old Betty Matthews and about 2 streets away from Stell's and my places. She is certainly cranky, and second only to Betty, she's one of Stell's biggest enemies around here. Whenever those two get together, it rains bickering cats and dogs. And if you put Stella, Betty, and Nan in one room together, well, you'd best be getting the fuck out of there. Though, that's neither here nor there. Right now, my focus is on getting to Stell, which will happen today. I send her a quick one-word message to tell her as much. Perfect.
Perfect? What are you up to, Sal?
Just wait and see, darling. Smiley winky face. I smirk and set my phone back on the cushion beside me so I can slowly ease myself off the couch. My balls ache and a groan escapes my lungs, but I hardly notice any of it because I've got Stella on my mind. Old Sal is coming to see you, baby. Chapter 10. Ryan. I think that about covers it, Jeremy. I say into the receiver and double-check a few addendum notes in the policy to make sure we've reviewed them before ending the call. Everything on my end has been addressed, so I feel comfortable continuing. How about we touch base next month and see how things are faring on your end? Sounds like a plan, he responds. Shortly after, I'm off the phone, and I tap my fingers against the keys of my laptop, adding several pertinent notes and questions that I'll need for next month's call with Franklin Motors. But I only get halfway through the task when my dad comes shuffling toward the dining room, a.k.a. my temporary office, in a huff. "Sheesh! It's about time! I thought you'd never get off that damn call!" He booms and doesn't stop his momentum until he's standing just outside the room. "We gotta go, Rye." "What?" I question, taken aback by the request. "Go? Where?" "Winn-Dixie." "Dad, I'm working," I respond. "I have 5 more calls and several different projects to loop in with the team about. I don't have time today, but I told you I'll get groceries tomorrow." "That's not gonna work, kid," he retorts. "I forgot I had to pick up my blood pressure medication. Ran out of it yesterday." "What?" I hold both hands palm up in frustration. "Why didn't you tell me?" He shrugs. "I must have forgotten." I lean my head back on a sigh, my mind racing with all the important tasks I still need to get through before the day is over. "Can you give me about an hour?" I ask, and he shakes his head. "Nope, gotta get there now. Pharmacy closes pretty soon." He walks toward the front door and slips on his favorite leather loafers. It's then that I realize he's actually managed to change out of his lounge clothes and put on a nice pair of pants and a golf polo. "And either you're taking me, or I'm gonna have to call a Luber or something." "A what?" "A Luber!" he shouts, hand already on the doorknob. I don't waste time telling him that he probably means Uber. When Sal's mind is made up like this, it's all useless. The only thing that can be done is to go along with his plans. "Shit, okay," I respond and start the process of saving documents and sending an email to my staff to let them know I'll be gone for a bit. "Come on, Rye," Sal urges, opening the front door and walking out onto the porch. "There's no time for that. You can do it when we get home." Christ, he's in a rush. I glance at my watch to see that it's only noon. How early does this pharmacy expect these early birds to be? If this were New York, there'd be a riot if a pharmacy tried to close up before midnight. I almost toss a mouthful of sarcasm his way, but since it's blood pressure medication that we're after, I bite my tongue and get ready to head out the door and drive my dad to the goddamn Winn-Dixie for my lunch break. I've barely pulled the Land Rover Discovery the rental agency was finally able to drop off yesterday to a stop in the parking lot of the Winn-Dixie before Sal is unbuckling his seatbelt and making moves to pop open the door handle and hop out. Whoa, Dad! Take it easy. I reach over and hold on to his arm that's resting on the center console as if that's somehow going to stop him, and, well, I guess if it is, he doesn't want to rip his shoulder out of the socket. "You're gonna hurt yourself. Let me actually finish getting into space, and I'll help you." He huffs and turns back to the windshield, slamming a hand against the door. "You drive slower than I do, son. By the time you park, I'll be dead from lack of medication." I roll my eyes. "I don't drive that slow. I go the speed limit." "The speed limit is just a suggestion," he says through a snorting laugh. "I saw a lady with blue hair pass us back there." He jerks a thumb over his shoulder in the random vicinity of his delusions. "There was no lady. There was no blue hair." Yeah, whatever. Stop flapping your lips and get this hunk of metal shut down so we can get inside." I shake my head as I readjust and back up to straighten my position between the white lines on the pavement. This isn't my car, but I still don't want to come out to find dings on the door because I parked too close to one side or another. My dad grumbles audibly in his seat, and I shift into park and turn the engine off as a means to bring his one-man freakout to an end. Noticing that this vehicle has the option to fold in the mirrors automatically, I carefully read the instructions below the buttons and flick them downward to start the process. Truthfully, I might be doing this just to irritate him, but he doesn't need to know that. "For the love of God, Ryan!" I fight my urge to laugh, grab my phone from the cup holder, and climb out of the SUV. The parking lot is relatively empty, but there's a bus up by the entrance, unloading little old ladies in droves. Obviously, this Winn-Dixie is a happening place for the seniors. Rounding the back of the Discovery quickly, I trot up to my dad's door and open it for him, but he's sporting a scowl that says I didn't move quickly enough. I hold out a hand and he takes it. His face, however, makes it abundantly clear he'd rather be getting a double root canal than relying on someone to help him do simple shit like making midday runs to the pharmacy. I suck my lips into my mouth and gently turn him out of the way so I can close the door behind both of us. It's an extremely rare occasion when I don't want to snap at my dad with sarcasm, but I have to admit, seeing him like this and knowing how I would feel if I weren't in control of my own simple tasks makes me want to go a little easier on him. I tuck his elbow over my arm and point us in the direction of the front door. Sal shuffles a lot more than normal, but his speed isn't too shabby. He's obviously concerned about getting his medication filled. If the pharmacy is closed or something, I'll call the doctor, Dad. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you go without your blood pressure medication. His eyebrows do a weird, pinched roll sort of thing as he looks up at me. Why, oh, yeah, I know, he nods. Let's just get in there and get it. The glass sliding doors open upon our arrival, a cool breeze from the air conditioning blowing out and across my skin in time with it. Even in September, the humidity of Florida is no fucking joke, and I welcome the assault on my almost sweat-dampened dress shirt. There is a collection of carts on one side of the double doors, and on the other, a small convoy of electric scooters. The sheer number of them outdoes any store I've ever seen in New York, but frankly, after the busload of seniors I just saw coming inside, I'm surprised there are any left. Do you want to use a scooter? I ask my dad, unsure of whether he'll think that's better or worse than having to be escorted by me. He considers it for a second, his thoughts quite possibly similar to my own, and then finally nods. Yeah, what the hell? Might as well take one of those fuckers for a spin. I'm a little surprised by his acquiescence, but not put off in the least. It'll really make getting to the pharmacy a lot easier for both of us if we don't have to hobble along at a snail's pace, bickering the whole damn time. I help him over to one, and he gets settled in the seat. The controls don't look too complicated, so I flick on the switch to power it up and lean in to see if there's anything else important he needs to know. Sal doesn't wait, though, taking off like a shot right through the second set of glass automatic doors into the store and running over my foot in the process. Ow! I yelp, throwing my head back and dancing in place to try to make the sting go away. Sorry, Sal says half-heartedly, throwing up a wave over his shoulder without even bothering to stop as he zips into the store at full throttle. Fucking hell. Propping my foot out in front of myself, I inspect the damage to my favorite pair of black dress shoes. They're Italian leather, and I researched online for 3 months before I bought them. There's a smudge of a dirty tire track over the toe, but when I reach down with my hand to see how bad it is, it wipes off with no more than a brush of my thumb. Well, at least my fucking shoes are still intact. My current mental state, on the other hand, that's a whole other story. I know somewhere deep down inside that the state of my shoes, even if they were ruined, is a minor inconvenience, but on top of all the other frustrations of the last few days, and the current tattered state of my mental health while trying to juggle a heavy workload and a cantankerous father, finding out there's no permanent damage from his reckless driving is the news I need to keep from exploding. By the time I finish inspecting my shoe and move to follow him, he's completely out of sight, and if I had to guess, charging through the store like a wild man. Oh well, it's probably not the worst thing for either of us if we get a little space. 5 days of family time is nearly enough for anyone. But for Sal and me, it's been like the Olympic Games of visits, marathon squabbling over meals and drinking hours and noise level while I'm trying to work, hurdles over personal space and light usage, and by God, the crumbs the man leaves at the table could feed Joey Chestnut for a year. And don't worry, I'm surprised I know who the world champion hot dog eater is, too. I blame it on my friend Brandon. He's a walking, talking bullshitter if I've ever met one, and knowing random details about the world is part of his skill. He uses them to fill in gaps and weave tales, and honestly, as much as it's the exact opposite of my personality, I'm almost in awe of how good he is at it. One time, he sent me and 2 of our other friends a text message with a link to a giveaway for a major department store, and all 3 of us replied to ask if it was a scam. When he said no, all three of us Googled it just in case, unable to take his word for it for fear that it was a scheme he'd concocted to siphon money out of our bank accounts to use on his favorite sports betting website. If that doesn't paint a picture, I don't know what does. I follow the signs toward the pharmacy on the left end of the store, passing by the personal hygiene and medication sections to get there. There's a line of people waiting their turn to get to the counter, mostly over the age of 70, but what there isn't is any sign of my father. Where in the hell did he go? I look behind me, to the left and the right, and then finally shrug my shoulders and sigh. Who knows where he went or what he's gotten up to, but I'll be damned if I'm going to go chasing him around the whole fucking store. I'll stay here, get in line, and he'll find me eventually. I grab my phone out of my pocket and start scrolling through emails. It takes nearly 10 minutes of waiting, but I finally make it to the pharmacy desk and give my dad's name to the pharmacist. He types on the computer for a minute, but after scrolling around with the mouse a couple times, his eyebrows pull together. Is there a problem? I ask, leaning into the counter. He smiles encouragingly and then swings the computer screen around for me to see it.
Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just your father's prescription says he shouldn't be due for more of this medication for another 20 days.
20 days? I question pointedly. The pharmacist nods, just as a scooter bumps into the back of my heels like I'm being given a flat tire in middle school all over again. Given the ratio of elderly patrons in the store, I can't automatically assume it's my dad, but when I turned around to check, I confirm it's him. Dad, have you been taking too many pills? What? He asks with a scoff. No. Dad, this is serious. They're saying you should have 20 pills left, and you said you have 0. If you've accidentally taken extra, you need to tell me now. I haven't been taking extra pills, he snaps with a wave of nonchalance. I probably just looked at the wrong bottle. I shake my head. This is too big of a deal. Maybe I need to go back home and check. I turn back to the pharmacist and lean into the counter again. What would happen if he'd been taking, say, 2 pills a day instead of 1 of this medication? He turns back to the computer and checks the details of the medication again, his eyes going wide, almost comically so, as he turns back like a robot to look at my father.
Well, considering it's a pretty strong blood pressure medication,
he clears his throat.
He certainly wouldn't be functioning too well. Would possibly even be dead.
What? I nearly shout, the panic making my throat constrict for a second before my dad smacks me so hard in the stomach I feel a little queasy. Jesus, Fry, I'm right here, and alive. Woo, woo! I can make the noise, but I'm not a ghost. Obviously, I didn't take the pills. As annoyingly cavalier as he sounds, I have to admit he's right. He's not exactly dressed as the corpse bride while sitting next to me on his scooter. In fact, I haven't noticed any significant changes in his health or personality at all. All right, I agree begrudgingly. But when we get home, we have to get to the bottom of what caused this mix-up because there could be serious consequences if we don't. Yeah, son. Don't get your panties in a twist. Let's go look for some steaks. We can grill out sometime in the next couple nights.
Steaks? Why is he talking about steaks right now?
Yeah, steaks. You know, the red meat that comes from cows. Some people put it in a marinade. I sigh and then turn back to the pharmacist one last time. Thanks for your help. He nods, grinning.
Of course, sir. If you need anything else or have any more questions, I'll be here until 7 tonight.
7? I nearly yell again, whipping my head back to my father. I thought you said they were closing soon. Yeah, well, he shrugs innocently. What do I know? I thought I was out of pills. I let my head loll back on my shoulders, the amount of pent-up frustration my dad has been able to cause in less than a week, locking me up so bad I feel like my muscles might fuse together.
Sal Miller, is that you?
A female voice calls, forcing me to open my eyes and turn around as my dad fires up the old engine on the scooter again and bumps me on his departure for the 3rd time today. I'm gonna end up with fewer toes than I started with before I leave this fucking Winn-Dixie. Stella! My dad yells, spurring the laughter of a female that gets my attention in a much bigger way than I'd like to admit. A female I haven't spoken to for a couple days but have unwittingly fantasized about more times than I can count. Carly Page. My dad scooters up to them like a madman, skidding to a stop just next to Carly's mom, making both of their faces break out into huge smiles. Carly laughs again as my dad takes her hand in his and pulls it to his lips. I roll my eyes a little but walk over to the grouping nonetheless, though I hate just how much I notice the delectable way her long, svelte legs and firm-ass look in those tight-as-hell jeans she's currently wearing. Fucking hell. Get it together. Carly's blue eyes flit up to mine, catching slightly on the way I'm trying my best not to look at her. Swallowing hard, I finally get control over my hormones and pull my lips up into a friendly grin. "Hi," I greet, and her lips curve into a little smile that makes the tiniest of dimples form in her right cheek. It's painfully adorable.
Hey there. Oh, my goodness,
Stella coos, reaching up from her scooter chair, somehow grabbing my cheeks and squeezing.
Aren't you a cutie?
She turns to my father and repeats,
Sal, he's such a cutie.
Sal winks. "He's got my genes, Stell." I'm bent over so much I'm not sure how she got my face in the first place, but I can't go anywhere until she releases me. Finally, she slaps my cheek one final time, agreeing.
He certainly does. How wild,
Carly comments casually, laughing at the cute little reunion between our parents.
I can't believe we ran into our neighbors 5 miles from Sunny Creek.
Sal and Stella laugh, a little weirdly for my taste, and my eyes narrow. The statistics of a run-in like this aren't great, but they aren't impossible either, though I don't have enough evidence to accuse anyone of anything and don't know exactly what I'd be accusing them of at that. Being party to some huge pill scheme by my father? Even with Carly's taxi-stealing history, it seems unlikely. I shake my head to clear it, and unfortunately my ears start functioning again at a very strange time. "Nice melons, by the way. They look ripe," Sal says to Stella, a bounce in his voice. I look from my dad to the basket on Stella's scooter, wide-eyed. A couple watermelons take up practically the whole space, so the comment isn't out of nowhere, but I can't seem to scrub the sensation of feeling really, really dirty after hearing it.
They are,
Stella replies.
I think they're going to be pretty juicy. You and your son should come over and have some.
My brain tries to perform its own exorcism or electric shock or something, but Carly's voice brings me back from the brink before I get the chance.
His name is Ryan, Mom. Ryan,
she says, a sassy tone to my name that makes my balls feel like they should freeze and put their hands up before anything else bad happens. That's right. I'm Ryan, I agree, lifting a hand in a pathetic wave. It's nice to meet you, Stella.
Oh, you too, honey. I don't know how my daughter managed to do it before me, but we can rectify the damage tonight.
My eyebrows lift up half the width of my forehead. Excuse me? What's happening tonight?
Oh, we're finally going to have time to get to know one another. Oh, Sal, say you and Ryan can come over for meatloaf dinner tonight.
Carly's mom says excitedly, bouncing on her own scooter. Sal nods without even pretending to confer with me. Of course, we'd love to. We'd love to, I repeat, though I don't think it escapes anyone that my tone is a touch more ironic. Carly bites her lip, I assume in a bid to keep from laughing, but it stirs all sorts of other thoughts in my mind. Thoughts, it seems, I'm going to be policing constantly tonight at dinner. Well then, we'd better get going, I say firmly, knowing I sound a little like an asshole, but having way too much on my to-do list to care. I have a lot of work to finish up before we head over tonight. Do you ladies have a preference in wine, red or white? Carly goes to open her mouth, but Stella beats her to the punch, clapping excitedly.
Oh, hon, red all day, every day.
I look to Carly. She shrugs, but the missing sparkle in her eyes suggests it's a gesture of, I'll just drink something else rather than agreement. All right, then. We'll see you at
7,
Stella supplies helpfully.
Can't wait.
Oh, yeah. Should be a grand fucking time.
Chapter 11. Carly. I'm in the bathroom when the doorbell rings.
Carly, they're here!
my mom shouts from the hallway. I swear, the woman has been amped up since we left the Winn-Dixie. Her excitement on a different level. The entire time we cooked dinner together in the kitchen, music was blaring, and Stella was certainly working to get her groove back. Singing, shimmying her sore ass, even though it kept making her grimace, smacking me on my ass to the beat. She did it all. Hell, I barely made it into the bathroom to pee, shower, and get ready without her joining me. "Okay," I yell back, leaning forward across the vanity to finish putting mascara on my lashes. "I'll be there in a sec." After helping her do a million tasks revolving around her famous meatloaf dinner, I've hardly had any time to get myself cleaned up. Since I have the culinary prowess of a donkey, I would have just ordered a damn pizza, but Stella Page hasn't been known as the dinner party queen for most of my life, for no reason. When she invites guests over for a meal, by God, she's going to cook them a fucking meal. Homemade, baked from scratch, self-created recipes. She pulls out all the stops. Today, though, thanks to the fractured tailbone, she had to turn to me for help like one of those episodes of Top Chef where they make the contestants bring in a member of their family for assistance, even though they don't know the difference between a spoon and a ladle. When it comes to the Pages, I am that family member. I eat frozen dinners or get takeout, or sometimes, when I'm lucky, my friends like Brody and Nina bring me the leftovers of their homemade goodies because they're painfully aware of how food inept I am. If it weren't for Stella's messed up ass bone, I'd have begged off entirely. "If your face isn't fixed by now, it's not going to be," she clucks from the other side of the door, and I sigh. Lord, it's me, Carly. Please give me the strength to ignore my mother tonight. With the way she's been so far, I can only imagine how hopped up she's going to be with them actually here. Quickly, I rub on some lipstick and haul ass out of the bathroom, scooping up my dirty clothes and toiletries in the crook of my arm, and running down the hall to the guest room to drop them on the bed. My shower bag lands with a soft oof and bounces off the bed, but I don't bother going back to pick it up. Instead, I pull the door closed behind me, promptly hiding the mess, and hustle down the hall to where my mom is waiting in the entryway. She hasn't answered the door yet, which I don't understand, given the level of her earlier zeal, but what she has done, apparently, is change her clothes, too. She's wearing one of her favorite juicy jumpsuits again, and her boobs are pushed up to gravity-defying heights to showcase a serious amount of cleavage beneath her V-neck shirt and zip-up jacket, left perilously zipped until the point of maximum tension, right below her tatas. The doorbell rings again, and she looks me up and down. "Is that what you're wearing?" I glance down at my tank top and cut-off jean shorts and favorite Converse shoes before meeting her eyes again. "What's wrong with this, Ms. Juicy?" I question. I nod toward her cleavage. "It looks like you're about to serve your tits for dessert." In Stella's defense, her outfit fits her MO to a T. She's never been one to balk at showcasing curves, wears skinny jeans and stilettos, and in plain English, is a fucking cougar. But the same could be said for my outfit and me, and with the way she's looking at me, you'd think I'm normally in a ball gown. When the bell rings a third time, I nod toward the door. "So, are we going to let them in or not?" She sighs, thankfully choosing not to pick a battle with me about my clothes that'll end with claw marks and bloodshed, and shuffles forward to wrap her hand around the knob and open the door. Sal's face is the first one I see. With his pepper gray hair and a smirk that could win Academy Awards, I can't deny he's a really handsome older dude. "Stella," he greets, winking at my mom and holding out a bouquet of flowers for her. "You look beautiful, darling." "Oh, thank you." She giggles and opens the door farther so that there's room for him to pass. Sal shuffles inside, and to my surprise, he holds out a second bouquet. For me. "Carly, you also look beautiful, darling." I smile. I can't help it. Sal Miller might be older than my mom, but when a man brings a woman flowers without prompting, he's going to get himself a smile, no matter his age. I wouldn't be surprised if all the ladies at Sunny Creek are fighting over him. "Thank you, Sal," I say, taking the bouquet from his hands and leaning my nose down to give them a thankful sniff.
"Hi, Stella,"
his son Ryan says, the familiar, deep baritone of his voice surprising me by making the little hairs on my arms stand on end. His appearance, though, is not at all what I expect. No GQ, I'm a CEO, sleek suit. No dress shoes. No pretension at all. Ryan is 100% casual tonight, in dark, slightly faded jeans and a crisp white t-shirt. And I don't know what it is about this change in attire, but holy hell, my uterus just did a weird, tingly flip thing. The white of his shirt makes his blue-as-the-sky eyes stand out more than ever, and his dark hair is tousled in a way that makes me want to run my fingers through it. "I'm so glad you came, Ryan," my mom says, and his biceps flex in the most distracting way as he reaches out to give her a friendly hug and a kiss on the cheek. "And you brought the wine," Stella exclaims, promptly stopping my brain from going down a dangerous fantasy rabbit hole with just the sound of her voice. "Thank you so much." Ryan holds up 2 bottles, one white and one red.
"I hope you don't mind, but I went ahead and got a white, too."
"Oh, you didn't have to do that," my mom responds and waves her hand downward. "Red would have been just fine."
"Well,"
Ryan's grin is tentative but friendly. Our gazes lock.
"at the grocery store, it seemed like Carly maybe isn't the biggest fan of red, so I figured options were good."
The simple gesture catches me off guard. He's not wrong. I only drink red on the occasions when white isn't available. Frankly, usually it's only when nothing else is available, because red gives me a headache. But the fact that he noticed all this and realized from a shrug at the grocery store messes with my equilibrium. And the actual gesture of caring enough to do something about it is even more of a mindfuck. I didn't even think it was biologically possible for a man to pay that close of attention to a woman whose vagina he hasn't seen. I find myself smiling at him as he steps up to greet me like he did my mother. His arms close around me, giving a friendly pat to my back, and then he turns, theoretically to kiss my cheek, but I'm too scrambled up inside to make sound decisions about the basic positioning of my body. I'm off balance and startled, and a simple peck to the cheek turns into a bobbing and weaving dance that ends with a misplaced kiss to the very corner of my mouth. The tender flesh of his lips grazes the edge of my own, and a bolt of lightning rockets down my spine so intensely, I feel the jolt all the way in the tips of my toes. Ryan pulls back, and there's a look in his eye, an intense sense of spatial and electrophysical awareness that is so beyond the scope of what I'm able to confront right now, it's not even funny. My throat tightens and my stomach pulses. How can such a simple mismovement make me feel like this? I have to get some distance, and I have to get it now. I don't know what kind of oxymoron voodoo it is when the most straight-laced man you've ever met makes you feel this loose, but I need to go put a cork in my vagina. Stat. "Here, Mom," I say, snagging the fresh bouquet of flowers from her hand without warning. Her head jerks up and away from Sal in surprise, but I pretend like I don't see it, like I'm not acting weird at all. "Let me put these in some water." I tilt my head to the table in the other room and slowly back away. "Why don't you guys take a seat in the dining room and I'll start bringing the food out?"
"I sure can't wait to get a taste of that meatloaf of yours, Stell,"
Sal says and reaches out to take my mom's arm into his. It brings her focus back to him and away from me, and for that, I'm truly grateful. Slowly, they walk toward the dining room together, and I head for the kitchen. Unfortunately, the growing distance between us isn't enough to drown out their voices completely.
Let me guess, you made it extra thick, didn't ya?
My mom giggles.
Of course I did. You know I love my meat thick.
I blink 3 times as I'm stepping around the L-shaped counter and freeze. What in the ever-loving fuck did I just hear? No, I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. Continuing to the cabinet to grab a couple vases, I shake my head to clear it. I take down 2 tall crystal containers and start filling them with water. But when a throat clears behind me as I'm finishing, I realize I'm not alone. Ryan has followed me.
What can I do to help?
He asks, setting the bottles of wine on the counter gently, their glass bases making only a soft clink on my mom's granite. I shake my head. I'm trying to seal things back up down below, and him being in my direct vicinity with his veiny forearms and smirky smile isn't going to help me. It's fine. You can sit down.
Carly, don't be ridiculous. Let me help you.
He insists, and my ovaries rev their little engines. Evidently, helpful, thoughtful men are their favorite.
Pretty sure we both need a break from those two anyway.
I grin at that. Who knew the old people brigade in the front room could be such a mental marathon for type A and type B personalities alike? I reach into the drawer to hand him a corkscrew, and he accepts it graciously, putting it into action on the chilled bottle of white first. Which is good, because if tonight keeps going the way it started, I'm going to need a drink. So, I'm not the only one who is going to need a therapist after staying at Sunny Creek?
Definitely not. You don't even want to know the shit I've seen since I've been staying with Sal.
He chuckles, pops the corks from the 2 bottles, and when he meets my eyes in question, I point to the cabinet to the left of his head. Wine glasses are in there. He nods and grabs a couple, pouring me a glass of white and handing it to me without prompting. I accept it, and he keeps venting.
Pure acts of lunacy excluded, and trust me, there have been plenty of those. Even the simplest of things keep us on the brink of domestic war at all times. Like the lights.
He groans quietly.
I swear to God, Carly, he turns off the lights in rooms I'm still in. I almost broke my neck in the shower because he walked by while I was using it, noticed the light from under the door, and couldn't stop himself from flipping it off without even checking to see if I was in there.
I have to cover my mouth to keep in a snort, his story and the way he tells it painting a vivid mental picture.
Have you ever tried to finish a shower in complete darkness?
He asks, though I'm almost certain it's a rhetorical means to emphasize his rant.
There are no windows in that room. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face.
I smile and nod, taking a gulp of my wine, and then forcing it down my throat a little too quickly. It threatens to choke me, but I catch myself before it does. I know what you mean. My mom isn't crazy about the lights, but I swear she must have had Apple special make her iPhone with a higher upper limit on the volume. Every night, she plays the same 3 Bee Gees songs at full volume, no matter what else we've got going on. Conversation, TV, it doesn't matter. You better yell it over Barry, Robin, and Maurice. Ryan groans in some strange form of misery-based bonding, his smile growing large and unrestrained. It's the first time I've seen him looking so relaxed, and I have to admit, he wears it well.
I'm so sorry. I truly understand your pain.
I laugh, and the timer on the front of the oven sounds with his decree that the loaf has meated long enough, or something. I grab a mitt from the drawer beside the stove and take it out, and then I start the task of cutting it up and plating it, while Ryan shuts the appliance down and refills my waning glass of wine. I understand exactly zip about cooking fancy meals, but I saw Stella throw enough dinner parties in my youth to know the routine. According to my mother, it's all about the presentation.
How long do you think you're going to stay with your mom?
Ryan asks, and I glance over my shoulder to see him pouring more wine into his own glass. Honestly, I'm not sure. I sigh and move to the carrots and mashed potatoes, serving big helpings on each plate. Another few weeks, I guess? I want to make sure she can handle it all on her own before I escape back to my solitude, I explain with a laugh. What about you?
I'm in the same boat,
he responds.
Just trying to work remote and stay with my dad until I'm confident he can handle shit on his own.
Where do you live exactly?
New York,
he answers.
You?
Colorado.
And what about work for you?
He asks.
How are you managing it in Florida?
I'm not, I answer on a laugh, meeting his eyes again. I own a ski shop in Vail that revolves around giving lessons and selling equipment. And, well, since it's the off-season right now, my store manager is handling everything. His responding smile makes me tilt my head to the side. What? I question. What's that look for?
It just makes sense is all.
He shrugs, his straight white teeth cutting playfully into his lip.
Your job, living in Vail, it makes sense.
I narrow my eyes, and he laughs, qualifying.
In a good way.
I shake my head and grin. In a good way. Sure. Do you like to ski?
Actually, yeah, I love it.
He nods.
I just never have time to get out of the fucking city to do it.
A suit-wearing New York workaholic. I grin at that. Now that makes sense. He smirks and glances down at his jeans and t-shirt.
I take no offense. I love my job, and at the risk of sounding conceited, I'm pretty good at it. I'm a strong believer in getting back the effort you put in, so I put in a lot of effort.
I don't know why I even think it, let alone ask it, but it's like the words in my throat have a mind of their own, and they bubble up and out into the space between us before I can stop them. Do you ever put that kind of effort into anything other than work? He studies me closely, his blue eyes lighting with a hue that reminds me of the hottest part of a flame. It brings an unnatural pause to the flow of our easy conversation. But when he finally answers, it's more than worth the wait. If I'm honest, it's a little bit scary, too.
Oh, yeah.
His voice is like black velvet.
When it's worth it, I put in that much effort, and then some.
Chapter 12. Ryan.
You know what, Ryan?
Carly's mom asks from across the table, her red-painted lips curling up into a little grin. What's that, Stella? I ask, grinning at the way her smile seems to take up her entire face. It's not just an expression for her, it's a feeling, one that could just about thaw even the coldest of hearts like my own.
You're what my talkers would call a thirst trap.
Instantly, wine shoots out of Carly's mouth on a shocked cough, spewing all over the table next to me and making my dad laugh almost uproariously. Good thing she's drinking white, I think sardonically as I survey the droplets all over the white tablecloth.
Mom!
Carly exclaims on a shriek.
You can't just go calling dinner guests thirst traps like it's normal.
I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure what a thirst trap is, but seeing Carly get all fired up about the thought of her mom calling me one makes me want to find out.
Why not?
Stella scoffs dramatically.
He is. If I posted a video of him right now, they would go crazy.
My dad turns and studies me for no more than a brief moment, nods in agreement, and lifts his glass of wine to take a hearty pull. Like I said, Stella, he's got my genes. He winks at Carly's mom, and she giggles like a schoolgirl. What exactly is a thirst trap? I question. Should I know what that is, or what talkers are?
Talkers,
Stella corrects me. Talkers? I ask for clarity, and she nods.
Yes, as in tick-tock.
Oh, God, TikTok. I thought I'd seen the last of that fucking app when I deplaned at Tampa International Airport. I'm not sure if my face matches my feelings, but if it did, it would probably look like I was being struck by food poisoning right about now.
Thirst trap means you're a hotty-totty. Ooh.
Carly's mom dishes excitedly, leaning into the back of her hand while propping an elbow on the table. I try really hard not to cringe, but I don't think I succeed. Carly sighs.
Oh my God, just ignore her.
Sal chuckles and Stella's eyes light up like she just found an extra coupon for $10 off at the Winn-Dixie.
Oh my gosh, this is perfect. This is so perfect,
she exclaims, but her injury makes it hard for her movements to match the urgent excitement in her tone. Slowly, she eases herself up off her chair, grimacing slightly when she's halfway between sitting and standing. "You need a hand, Stell?" my dad asks, but she waves him off.
I got it,
she says, and once she's on her feet, she walks away from the table, only coming back when she has her phone in her hand.
Mom, what are you doing?
Carly asks, the panic in her tone unmistakable. I don't know what it's about, but I can say with absolute certainty that it doesn't affect Stella one bit. She keeps typing, rounding the table to stand beside me as she does.
Ryan, in honor of the fact that I missed last week's Thirsty Thursday.
Mom! Carly shouts again, but Stella is determined to carry through with whatever she's up to, and I don't think any of us can stop it. Wanting to calm Carly a little, I shake my head and lower my eyebrows, patting her hand on the table. I'm sure it will be fine, though Carly's wide eyes and long blinks of her lashes say otherwise.
It's time to flash that panty-dropping smile of yours, Ryan.
Stella sings songs. I glance around the room and Carly drops her face into her hands, muttering,
"Panty-dropping smile? Oh, sweet Jesus,"
under her breath. Evidently prepared, Stella lifts her phone out in front of herself and stoops down beside me, so I can see both of our faces in the camera.
Ladies, your girl Stella here for another edition of Thirsty Thursday. I know it's technically Monday, but trust me, you're going to love this one.
Should I know what's happening right now? I ask with a furrowed brow and a confused laugh. I have no idea what Stella is doing or what I'm supposed to be doing, and it certainly doesn't help that I'm just staring back at the two of us in the screen.
No, but you should probably run,
Carly says matter-of-factly.
Tell everyone hello, Ryan.
Stella exclaims boldly, and I'm left with very little choice but to comply. I don't want to be needlessly rude. I just kind of wish I understood what was going on. "Hello, everyone," I greet, running a slightly embarrassed hand through my hair.
Ladies, this hottie-toddy is my dinner guest for the evening,
she says, phone still pointed at her and me. I wave, but it isn't long before I'm really wishing I hadn't. She stands up from her spot next to me and rotates the camera, pointing it at my dad.
And I'm sure y'all remember Sal.
Sal, of course, winks toward the camera like he's done it a million times. "Good to see you, ladies." Carly glances at me and enlarges her eyes dramatically, and I feel instantly like her co-conspirator. We understand each other's pain in a way that other people couldn't possibly.
Okay, Mom, I think you featured our dinner on the World Wide Web enough for the evening, don't you?
Immediately, Stella turns the camera toward Carly.
And here's my daughter. She's not normally so stuffy,
she says, making a face and sticking out her tongue.
Isn't she beautiful?
Carly glares.
See, even when she's scowling at me, she's still gorgeous,
Stella narrates for whoever's on the other end of whatever the fuck she's got going on.
Anyway, hope you all enjoyed Thirsty Thursday.
And then she drops her voice to a whisper and leans toward the camera.
From what I hear, Ryan is single.
She winks, and I'm pretty sure my balls jump up inside my body.
Kisses, girls.
One last kissy face toward the screen, and she ends the video. I release the breath I didn't even know I was holding and, against all odds, managed to smile a little. I mean, Carly's mom is zany as hell, but watching someone other than me have to be the one wrangling their wild parent is a relief. Carly leans toward me, studying my face, and then tilts her head on a laugh.
You do realize she posted that video of you to her TikTok, right?
What? Shit. I only kind of even know what that means. I've only seen that app once before, and I have zero need to see it again. Carly chortles, her laugh almost turning into a snort.
Well, the horses might already be out of the barn on that one, buddy. Stella's got 200,000 followers. That post with you might even go viral.
My eyebrows shoot up my forehead, and my voice comes out much higher than intended. I'm sorry, what? 200,000? She nods and bites her lip. Fuck me.
Okay,
Carly announces, suddenly standing up and moving behind my chair to help me pull it out.
In the name of protecting Ryan from any further PTSD, I will now force him to help me clean up the kitchen. Buzzkill.
Carly's mom sticks out her tongue before turning back to my dad, who's holding up his hand in the universal sign for hang loose. I look back at Carly as I stand and try to make sense of it all. What is happening? Why do I feel like everyone has gone insane?
Because they have,
Carly answers simply, grinning at me.
Just trust me, the sooner we get out of here, the better.
Her warm, tiny hand clamped around mine, she drags me out of the dining room and into the kitchen and deposits me in a spot against the counter with 2 steadying hands.
Here, stand here,
she orders, and I hitch a hip against the counter.
Oh, Ryan, there are already over 100 comments asking about you,
Stella yells from the dining room. I run 2 hands through my hair and groan. By God, this is like my worst nightmare. I already regret that so much.
Don't worry, that's completely normal,
Carly replies with a laugh.
I feel like that a lot with my mom.
Why aren't I angrier, though? With my dad, I always feel angry. I hedge, the complexity of my affection for Stella warring with all of the embarrassment and hard feelings inside.
It's her talent,
Carly shrugs.
Always the life of the party, even at 70, that woman is wild and can talk just about anyone into doing anything.
Yeah, but I can understand getting talked into stuff. It's impulse. It's the lack of will afterward that's perplexing me, Carly snorts.
It's just her. She's likable, almost infallibly so. Hell, even I like her when I don't, and we're so alike, we're practically designed to butt heads.
I grin. My dad and I are opposites. Carly nods.
Yeah, he's a smooth-talking rule breaker, isn't he? I can see it.
Yep, I agree. His heart's pretty much always in the right place, though. Carly wrings a dish towel in her hands, and I glance back toward the dining room. Should we actually clean things, or are we planning on just hiding out for a little while? Red hair flies around her as Carly leans forward and puts her hands to her bare knees and groans.
I really wasn't thinking of the implications of using dish duty as my escape tactic.
I laugh, and she whips her head back the other direction to stand straight again, her cut-off shorts-covered ass bumping into the cabinet behind her.
Do we really have to go back in there? Do you think they'll notice if we don't actually clean up any food?
Come on, I say encouragingly. We'll do it together, in and out quick, like a couple of Special Forces soldiers. Grab the dirty dishes from the table and get the fuck out. Stella and Sal will never even know we're there.
Ugh, fine,
she grumbles cutely, whipping the towel down on the counter and shoving away to bump me in the shoulder. My cheeks lift up with my smile and I bump her back, wrapping an arm around her waist and putting pressure on her opposite hip when the impact turns out to be a little too hard. Her blue eyes are wild when she glances up at me at the touch. God, she's fucking pretty. As a consequence, I'm distracted as we make our way back down the hall to the dining room. But when we get to the doorway and find the over-table light fixture off, the room cloaked in absolute darkness as a result, I jerk a thumb over my shoulder and widen my eyes, whispering, "See, he even turns out the lights at your house." Carly giggles and steps forward to flip the switch, illuminating the room and the table and, much to both of our surprise, our parents in the tightest clinch of the century. My eyes bulge, and Carly slaps a shocked hand to her mouth and screeches, "Oh my God!" 2 heads jerk apart as our parents break the seal of their mouths, but the damage is already done, and the damn cat can't be put back inside the bag. Stella's blonde hair looks like it's been through a tornado, and Sal's mouth and face, and sweet Jesus, I don't want to be thinking about any of this, are smeared to reddened bits with Stella's lipstick.
What in the hell is going on here?
Carly shrieks, and the 2 of them glance to each other before scowling at us.
I plead the 5th,
Stella declares immediately, crossing her arms over her chest and holding her nose high in the air.
I've seen CSI. I know how this works.
Darling, I think you're forgetting that on that show they always encourage the truth. My dad contests, tapping Stella's hand supportively. We need to tell them what's going on. So, done with feeling confused for the night, I decide to take charge. I'm gonna get some answers, and I'm gonna get them right the fuck now. Dad's right. The time for keeping us in the dark ended when Carly turned on the light. The second the words leave my mouth, I wince a little, and Carly's head jerks back to mine. I didn't mean to be that cute, I swear, I try to say with my eyes, and for the first time since we found our parents making out like fucking teenagers, she smiles a little. Stella and I are in love. my dad announces, and in the distance, brakes squeal to a stop. Police sirens go off. A bomb is dropped in an undisclosed location, and I blink what feels like 1,000 times. I'm sorry. You're what? You heard me, son. Me and this beautiful woman right here are in love. He turns Stella's hand over in his and laces their fingers together. She wasn't quite ready for anyone to know, what with Ronnie only passing away a few years ago. But I'm a grown-ass man, and I'm tired of keeping this a secret. Stella gasps, and my dad turns to her, lowering her voice. Sorry, Stell, but I am. I want to be with you, darling. And now that we're both trying to heal from our, fall, and our kids are staying with us while we get back on our feet, I don't want to have to sneak around, hoping they'll be dumb enough to let us trick them into taking us to the same place at the same time. Just like that, the Winn-Dixie run earlier today makes sense, and I can't say it doesn't fire me up. Back up the fucking love train a minute, I interject with one hand held out toward my father. You staged the blood pressure medication thing just so I would take you to the store? I shout, my voice escalating so much Carly reaches out and puts a hand to my arm. Dad, I thought you were taking your medication wrong. I was fucking worried about you. Hell, the pharmacist basically told me you'd die if you were taking double doses of your pills. Don't yell at me, Sal fires back with a point of his big, beefy finger. I'm your father, not the other way around.
Sal, relax, baby,
Stella comforts, and Carly's reaction is a half grimace, half gag at her mom's use of the word baby.
Oh my God,
she mutters to herself, but her mom hears it. Stella turns to look at her daughter, rolling her eyes in exasperation.
Don't be such a child, Carly. Excuse me? I'm the child?
Carly breathes.
You're the one acting like a child, sneaking around in dark rooms because you're afraid to admit you're dating someone? Because of that right there,
Stella accuses, pointing one red-painted index finger toward her daughter.
That attitude! I don't have an attitude,
Carly denies heatedly, and suddenly it feels like the whole thing is getting completely out of control. I'm angry at my dad for putting me through the shit he has, but I have to admit, the whole exercise and shaving his balls is making a hell of a lot more sense. Okay, let's all calm down, I say, briefly reaching up to squeeze the bridge of my nose while I take a slow, cleansing breath. Let's just try to breathe a little and relax. I'm calm, my dad responds, and then leans in and gives Stella a kiss on the cheek. But I'm telling you right now, from here on out, the two of us are going to be out in the open about our love.
Out in the open about their love? Christ!
I have to bite my tongue to stop a sarcastic retort from flying from my lips, which, considering we just walked in on them making out like high schoolers in the backseat of their parents' car, it's probably a good thing I don't open that can of worms. In the name of sanity, it's best those gory details stay unknown. I mean, hell, there's no way they're having sex, right? Fuck! Don't go there. The mere idea of that makes me want to scrub my brain with bleach. Listen, all I'm trying to say is that the two of you will have to learn to live with seeing us together, my dad adds. Lord knows I'm done with the sneaking around shit. If I want to spend more time with Stell, I'm damn well going to do it. I glance at Carly out of the corner of my eye, and by the flash of blue I see, although I can't be sure, it seems like she might be thinking what I'm thinking. Our parents spending time together equals the two of us spending time together while we're in Florida for the time being. Am I really going to be spending time with the same woman who stole my fucking taxi when I first arrived? 3 days ago I would have said that was the worst news to come out of Sunny Creek Village. But after tonight, I'm thinking it might just be the thing I need to survive.
Chapter 13. September 16th, Wednesday. Carly.
Your girl Stella here. Let's get this day started off right.
My mother's voice pulls me from my sleep, and I swear, those words have become my Sunny Creek-appointed alarm clock.
Oh yeah, ladies, let's get down with our hot bitch selves.
Fucking hell. Make it stop. Far too aware that this is only the beginning, I peek one eye open and test a glance at the clock that sits on the bedside table. The numbers 7:55 glow red like Satan, and I'm left with nothing but utter disappointment that I've been yanked awake before 8 in the morning. Instantly, I turn over onto my stomach, shove my face into the pillow, and groan. For the love of everything, what have I done to deserve this? Though, Stella doesn't care that she's ruining my life. Persistent on getting her fucking groove back, she continues to use her overly excited, outside voice. Think Shia LaBeouf when he did that weird motivational YouTube video, but only make it high-pitched enough to make your ears bleed, and you'll get the idea. Now, obviously, I can't shimmy and shake like I usually do, talkers, but here's an old-school beat that I want you to twerk your booties to this morning. And, as if hell had the ability to transform into sounds, my mom's voice is followed by the opening rhythms of Stayin' Alive. The music is so loud, the beat so prominent, that it feels like the damn Bee Gees are standing outside my temporary bedroom playing a live fucking show. Why? Why must I now endure the torture of the Bee Gees in the morning, as well as at night? What have I done to deserve this? And the song couldn't be any more falsely themed. Stayin' Alive? The longer I'm locked inside this landominium with my mother, the more I question the odds that I'll emerge from my stay at Sunny Creek in any other form of transportation besides a casket and a hearse. I can see the obituary now. Carly Page's untimely death was due to the Bee Gees' greatest hits. Well before her time, all that jive talkin' took her to the edge until she was no longer stayin' alive. She is survived by her workaholic sister, whose lack of flexibility could also be implicated in Carly's unexpected demise, and TikTok famous mother. In lieu of flowers and donations, Carly's mother, Stella Page, is requesting that you follow her TikTok account at Stella Got Her Groove Back. P.S. Have you seen her WAP dance? It's the video that made her go viral. Oh yeah, work it, ladies! My mother shouts, and claps filter into the guest room. And it doesn't take long before my fate is decided. Up and at 'em for another glorious day at Sunny Creek. Groggily, I slide out of bed, toss on a pair of jean shorts, and snag a half-wrinkled but clean tank top from the depths of my messy suitcase. No doubt, my good friend Brody would have a conniption fit if he saw this room, and the fact that I've been living out of a large duffel bag since I arrived at my mom's place. But why waste time organizing something to other people's standards when I know where all my shit is? The answer to the question is a resounding, you don't. You leave it the way it is and give zero fucks about anyone else's opinion. After a quick pit stop in the bathroom, I walk out into the living room to spot Stella chair dancing like she's Jane fucking Fonda in front of the propped-up screen of her phone. Although, I can't deny I'm relieved that she's finally understanding the rules of her tailbone injury. AKA, the only dancing that can occur is from a sitting-down position. No booty twerks, no hip shakes, no pelvic thrusts. Why those are rules I actually had to review with my 70-year-old mother is exactly why I should find a therapist when I make it back to Vale. Ah, 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 ah! Stella sings along with her favorite band, and, with my head down, I avoid the possibility of eye contact and speedwalk into the kitchen before she tries to drag me into the TikTok insanity. Yesterday, I made the mistake of letting her see me while she was recording, and now my annoyed face is on some video that showcases my mother watching someone else's video. Of course, that someone else just so happened to be a muscly guy taking off his shirt to a Justin Timberlake song and thrusting like his TikTok creator fund was linked to every time his penis jolted forward. I shouldn't even know there's such a thing as a creator fund, an actual fund where people with TikTok accounts get paid for views. But I know this now because I watched Stella deposit an insane amount of money into her bank account. all because people watch her crazy videos. Who needs a fucking 401k when you can just shake your ass on social media, am I right? Sheesh. Already far too annoyed with the day, I head over to the coffee pot and focus on utilizing the one thing that's capable of perking me up. I'm never a morning person, but after spending an hour on the phone with Willow last night, explaining that our mother is in a relationship with a sweet-talking old man named Sal, I'm feeling even more nappish right out of the gate. Once I set the pot to brew, I pull my phone out of the back pocket of my jean shorts and start scrolling through missed notifications. Emails from Brody about the shop. A few texts from ski clients who want to book lessons for the winter. A thread from my sister asking about the complexities of starting what I've assured her is a casual relationship within the bounds of a retirement community. And 3 messages from my dumb ex, Josh, that are certainly not worth reading. I delete the texts from my ex. Try to read through Brody's emails, but only get about halfway through, and eventually just send him a response that says, "Awesome, it all sounds good to me. Thank you for being so on top of everything, bro." And type out a message to my sister that suggests she direct her interrogation toward the actual perp, our mother. Finally, after I forward the texts from my clients to the shop's email so that we can work on adding them to the schedule, the Bee Gees finish up their show in the dining room, and my mom shuffles into the kitchen. Her face is fixated on the screen of her phone, and with each swipe of her finger, the sounds of a new TikTok video fill the silence of the kitchen. Good God. I think I have to get her out of this house and away from that phone. Otherwise, if I don't, I fear I might have to stage some sort of intervention with those specialists from A&E. And let's be real, I barely feel like cleaning up the guest room, much less organizing a whole intervention where I have to write a letter and shit. "Morning, Mom," I greet, and it's only then that she looks up from her phone and makes eye contact with me. "Oh, hi, sweetie. When did you get up?" "When the Bee Gees started playing their concert in the dining room." "It wasn't that loud." She rolls her eyes, and I narrow mine. "Wasn't that loud?" I retort. "I thought I was going to find a young John Travolta in bell-bottoms and platform shoes dancing around in your kitchen." She ignores me and goes back to her phone, only lifting her eyes to do the small tasks of making herself a hot tea. Yeah, I have to get her out of this house today and away from that fucking phone. For another few quiet minutes, I stand there in the kitchen with the oblivious little social media addict and give myself enough time to drink my coffee. But once I've downed about half the cup, I decide to make my move. Stealthily, I close the distance between us, and quick as a whip, I reach my hand out and snag my mother's phone from her unsuspecting hands. "What the heck? Give me my phone back!" she shouts, and I shake my head, backing up a few steps from her. "No," I retort, without hesitation. "Today, we are taking a break from social media and doing something outside." "To do what exactly, Car?" One feisty hand to her hip, Stella glares. "It's already 80 degrees out there, and it's not even 9. I choose that time to walk to the front of the fridge and check out the monthly calendar of Sunny Creek's activities for the day. The instant I spot something that makes sense, I tap the paper with my finger. "This," I say. "Water aerobics class, 10 a.m. "No way! I hate that class," she huffs. "The instructor is so boring. The music she plays is the opposite of groovy, Car." I ignore her pointless excuse. "Mom, this kind of exercise is exactly what you need." "I do plenty of exercise," she retorts. "Every morning, I post my—" "Mom, Dr. Sampson suggested water workouts, not TikTok twerk videos. You need something that's low weight bearing. It's what's best for your joints and your still healing tailbone." She just stands there, trying to stab daggers into my eyeballs. Or wishing I would disappear. I'm not sure. Both feel pretty appropriate right now. "Come on, it won't be so bad." I try to reassure her. Frankly, I'm sure it's awful, but the sun is out and the weather is warm, and I just have to get out of this fucking house. The farther away I am from the Bee Gees live shows and my mother's juicy sweatpants, the better. Even if that means napping on a sun lounger while she skips around in the pool with her fellow Sunny Creek villagers to ungroovy music. Mom, we're going, I say, more determined now than ever, and she quirks a brow. You're going to go? Yep. I nod and lift my mug from the counter to take a sip from my coffee. I'll be your moral support. Wait, so you're going but you're not getting in the pool with me? She questions, but doesn't even give me time to answer. You know what? I've decided. I'll go, but only on one condition. Okay, and what's that? Sal goes too. I search her face for an explanation, but she gives nothing away. Only serious eyes and lips set in a firm line. Wait, you're serious? You're only going if Sal goes? You do remember you're going to see him later today for dinner at the clubhouse, right? These plans were put in motion yesterday when Sal and Stella were canoodling on the back porch. And apparently, it's not only dinner, but it's dinner that ends with a board game or some shit. Talk about a big, exciting night out. I don't care. She nods and starts the process of carrying her tea into the living room. Either Sal goes or I don't go. That's the deal. She calls over her shoulder. Take it or leave it. I sigh. Why do I feel like the mother in this scenario? And the mother of a teenage daughter trying to get permission to go over to her boyfriend's house at that. Instead of questioning the how or the what or the why, I pull my phone out of my pocket and find the most recent contact added to my list. Ryan Miller. God help me. I only hope I can handle the two of them. 2 nights ago, after we found our parents making out like fucking teenagers, we decided to form an alliance of sorts. One that revolves around us working as a team and keeping our wild and crazy parents out of trouble while they recover from their injuries. Thankfully, yesterday was relatively calm and quiet. Besides taking Stella to a few doctor's appointments and then keeping her and Sal stocked on lemonade while they spent the afternoon together on the back porch, I haven't had to deal with any craziness. Didn't even need to reach out to Ryan. Actually, today marks the first time I'll be utilizing his digits. With my fingers to the screen and my lips quirking up at the corners, I start to type out a message. Good God, why are you so fucking smiley right now? I roll my eyes at myself. Obviously, I'm smiling because I'm excited to arrange something that involves me doing nothing but napping by the pool. Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever you need to tell yourself, you liar. Ignoring my dumb and pointless thoughts, I hit send on the text and wait for his response. Me. Is Sal allowed to come out and play at the pool with Stella today? I'll even pick him up in my mom's golf cart on the way there. Thankfully, he is incredibly prompt. Ryan.
This question should be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but alas, it's like a gift from God. Yes, take him. Get him out of here so I can work.
I smirk at his candid response. So, the day is going that well, eh?
Well, let's see. While I was in the middle of a Zoom call with an important client, my dad chose that time to loudly ask me to get ice for his balls.
I cringe for him. Oh, man, that's bad.
But wait, Carly, there's more. About 20 minutes later, on a different Zoom call, he decided it was the perfect time to walk behind me in such a way that everyone on the video call could see him. Mind you, he got real dressed up for that appearance. Just a simple pair of boxers and a bag of ice pressed to his groin. Business casual, if you will.
I don't know whether I should laugh, because I really want to laugh, or if I should cry for you. Obviously, I laugh. I laugh my fucking ass off.
So, yeah, as you can see, everything is going really great over here.
More laughs bubble up from my lungs as I type out another message. Well, I guess that settles it then. I'll take Sal off your hands for a trip to the pool. Can he be ready in about 40 minutes or so?
40 minutes? That long? Carly, I can shove his ass out the door in 2.
I snort and shake my head. Make it 30 minutes and it's a deal.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I owe you big time.
I'm probably going to take you up on that offer.
You should. I'm a man of my word, Carly. All promises kept. Always.
I have no idea why that last message is a turn-on, but it sort of is. Okay, fine. It is, hands down, a turn-on. It's like he's so confident in himself, who he is as a person. And it's not even about ego. He's just an awesome fucking guy. Pretty much the opposite of every man you've ever dated. Add in the fact that Stella is right. He's a legit thirst trap. And it's almost as if Ryan Miller is a certified catch. I shake my head and force myself to focus on the task at hand, getting my broken-ass mom out of the house. "Grab your suit, Ms. Juicy," I announce toward the living room, where my mom now sits on the couch, visibly pouting. I hand her phone back and verbally add the cherry on top of the hot fudge pool sundae. "Your boyfriend Sal is allowed to come to the pool with you. We're leaving in 30 minutes. Sad face instantly gone. I don't have to tell Stella twice. I slip my favorite sunglasses over my eyes and offer a helping hand to Sal and Stella as they slowly get out of the back seat of the cart. Once I'm confident their feet are safely on the pavement, I toss my backpack over my shoulder and grin up toward the sky. Surrounded by bright and breathtaking blue, the sun shines like a beacon. If there's one good thing about being in Florida, it's enjoying summer-like, jean-short-wearing weather in September. By this time of year in Vail, the temperatures are already starting to descend. Now, even though cold weather equates to me enjoying my favorite thing in the whole world, skiing, I can't deny a little extra warmth and sun aren't a bad thing.
"You ready, darlin'?"
Sal asks and takes my mother's arm into his.
"You know it, tiger."
My mother punctuates her statement with what I swear is a throaty growl, and I try really hard not to be annoyed by this newfound love of hers. After I picked up her Mr. Casanova in the 4-seater golf cart that spends most of its time in the garage, I chauffeured the 2 lovebirds the short drive to the Sunny Creek pool and tried to ignore their flirty banter and my mom's incessant giggles. Frankly, I feel like I've entered an alternate dimension, one where my mother's love life is more happening than my own. But whatever. Today's priorities don't revolve around having an early midlife crisis about my singledom status. A status that, up until this moment right here, I've been really fucking proud of, mind you. My sole goal is to get Sal's and Stella's asses into the pool so I can stretch out on a lounge chair, attempt to get a tan, and take a fucking nap that isn't interrupted by the Bee Gees. The instant we step through the black metal gates that lead into the pool area, I'm shocked by not only the size of the pool, but also the number of residents milling about the premises. Holy early risers, this place is hopping for a weekday. It's like last call at the club, only instead of trying to get the bartender's attention for that final beer, these bathing suit-clad seniors are fixated on finding empty lounge chairs and putting on copious amounts of sunscreen. "Carly!" my mom shouts at the top of her lungs, startling the crap out of me. "Oh my God, look!" "What? What's wrong?" I question, holding a hand to my chest to slow my racing heart and glancing around the pool for the fire. "Over there!" she exclaims and shoves her beach bag into my chest. "Hurry!" "What?" I question again, still looking around maniacally for the murder that must be happening right now. Or, the fucking emergency that would call for this kind of loud, amped-up reaction. "3 empty chairs!" she urges. "Over there! You need to grab them before someone else does!" When I don't move right away, she continues with a hand to her hip and big, persistent eyes directed at me. "Carly, the chairs! Run!" "Run?" I question and look at Sal.
"With Stell's busted ass and my hurt balls, we're a little slow, darlin'."
He shrugs, and I have to steel my facial expression into neutrality so I don't cringe over the fact that the man my mother is apparently in love with is talking to me about his balls.
And if I'm being honest,
He continues, his voice switching to conspiratorial,
you're the youngest person inside this joint. So why don't you do us a favor and use it to our advantage before Nan over there in the electric scooter tries to claim those chairs first?
I look to my right to see a woman who appears to be in her late 60s, early 70s tops, on a red scooter. A visor sits on her head. Those big, thick, blue blocker sunglasses cover her eyes. And with her all-black attire, she looks like the Wicked Witch of the West heading for Dorothy, only in slow fucking motion. "Carly!" my mom urges again, and I shut my eyes for the briefest of moments. Seriously? Why is this my life now? But then it doesn't take long for me to remind myself that I need a lounge chair to fulfill my nap needs. So I do what any 30-something-year-old woman temporarily living in a senior retirement village would do. I run. Past Nan and her slow-moving scooter, I hear my sandals smack against my heels as I haul ass toward the 3 empty chairs. The instant I reach them, I toss my mom's beach bag down on the first one, my backpack onto the second, and proceed to plop my ass down on the third one. A few minutes later, my mom and Sal reach our new spot, just as Nan comes to a halting stop on her little scooter. "Those were mine," the scooter lady scowls toward me, pointing her index finger in my direction. "I was heading this way and nothing, Nan," my mom snaps. "These chairs are ours for the day. As you can see, my daughter claimed them." "No, they're not." Nan flips her shit. "They're mine. Betty and I always sit here." "I'm sorry to break the news to you, hun." My mom just shrugs and slips off her sandals. "But you're not sitting here today." "Mom, maybe we should," I start to say, but I'm instantly cut off by Sal.
"Just let it go, darling,"
he whispers toward me.
"Nan is always pulling shit like this."
"Pulling shit like this?" I whisper back on a surprised laugh. "I mean, she's in a fucking scooter, Sal. Don't you think we should throw the white flag and let her have the seats?" Sal just shakes his head, sits down in the lounger beside mine, and slips off his black sunglasses like he's settling in for a show. Any second now, I think he might pull a bag of fucking popcorn out of my mom's beach bag and start munching. "Sal, I really think we should just—" I start to whisper toward him, but he cuts me off. Again.
"Trust me, Carly. Your mom and this woman butt heads worse than donkeys. Don't let that scooter fool you. Nan is one of the biggest shit-stirrers in Sunny Creek. She's almost as bad as that neurotic broad Betty."
"Betty?" I question quietly. "Do you mean Betty Matthews? The lady who goes nutso over trash cans?"
"Yup, that's the one."
An amused grin makes his lips rise at the corners as he watches my mother and Nan continue to bicker back and forth.
"So just trust me, it's best to stay out of it."
Suddenly, Sal's reasoning is sounding incredibly acceptable. It's not that I think my mom is in the right, but knowing that Nan is besties with Betty, well, it doesn't exactly make me want to come to her defense, you know? Truth be told, I'm kind of torn right now.
"Oh, hey, Nan, if you don't mind, can you take your scooter away from the pool area? You know, since they're illegal to have here. It's interesting how your ride-or-die Betty can let your scooter bullshit fly, but when my daughter leaves the trash can out overnight, she damn near fights her in my driveway. You know I need my scooter because of my knee."
Nan snaps back.
"I heard it playing tennis."
My mother rolls her eyes.
"If by tennis you mean video poker at the clubhouse, then okay, whatever you say, Nan." "I play tennis,"
Nan persists.
"all the time. You're just too busy being a floozy on the internets to notice what anyone else is doing. You know what I think about you, your fake knee injury, and your lazy ass using every excuse to ride around on that stupid scooter."
My mother spits.
"This."
And with that, she lifts her middle finger high in the air and holds it out toward Nan. Oh, that's it. I'm going to kick your ass, Stella, Nan shouts, and my eyes go wide in surprise. But my mom? Well, she just laughs. Bring it, she says with a challenging raise of her eyebrow. Get off that scooter and come at me, bro. Oh, God help us all. Wait, hold up. Instantly, I'm on my feet before Nan can get her ass out of the seat. Let's all just try to relax for a minute. Relax? Nan retorts, quickly moving her blue blocker-covered face to me. I'll kick your ass too, you little floozy. Huh? I question in utter confusion. Wait, why am I a floozy? Because you don't even live here. Hold up. Am I living a real-life version of Mean Girls Geriatric Edition? Because it feels like, any second, Regina George is going to emerge. Oh, give it up. My mom chimes in on a laugh. Move along before you say something I'm going to make you regret. Sal chuckles. Nan, I think it's time for you to find another place to sit. Don't you? Oh, fuck off, Sal. Nan snaps back, and it only draws more chuckles from his throat, which just makes Nan madder. A vein bulges beneath the wrinkles of her forehead, and I swear, any second, steam might start shooting straight from her ears. Tensions are high as fuck at the Sunny Creek pool, and I search around the perimeter, scrambling to find another row of empty chairs before Nan tries to get off her scooter and fight my mom. For all I know, these two crazy bitches have brass knuckles stored right beside the Ziploc baggies of butterscotch and peppermint candies in their pool bags. And frankly, I did not come to help my mom recover from an injury at her senior retirement village so that I could be initiated into a fucking geriatric gang. Thankfully, on the other side of the massive pool, I spot a recently vacated row of chairs. Hey, look, a few more chairs just opened up over there, I exclaim, my voice chiming over the shit-talking as I point across the way. A scowling Nan glances over her shoulder, following the direction of my finger, and the instant she sees what I'm seeing, the little biddy puts the old scooter in reverse. This isn't over, Stella, she mutters, and beep, 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 her scooter chimes as she backs that sucker up. It never is with you, my mom responds, but thankfully, Nan is too focused on getting over to those empty chairs to care. Though, I don't miss the fact that she flips us off over her shoulder as she goes. Mom, you think maybe you were a little hard on her? I question once I ensure that my mother's apparent arch-nemesis has, in fact, secured the empty chairs. Psh, that old bat is always riding my ass. Probably because you have such a nice fanny, Stell, Sal comments, and it might as well be nails on a chalkboard to my poor ears. My mother giggles, and Sal winks at her. Well, darlin', looks like they're about to start the water aerobics class, he says, and stands up from his lounger to shove his navy Crocs off his feet. You ready to get a little wet? With you? My mom flutters her eyelashes. Always. And that's my cue, folks. Immediately, I tune out the two lovebirds by lying back on my lounger, slipping my earbuds into my ears, and turning on my favorite Spotify playlist that's focused on chill, relaxing beats. With calming music filling my ears, I look toward the pool to see that Nan is now in the water, and that old citation-serving bitch Betty is beside her. Together, they slowly wade toward a spot that's right below where a middle-aged woman in a black one-piece with a whistle hanging around her neck kneels in front of a boombox on the concrete. A woman I'm assuming is the instructor. I glance to my mom to see if she realizes the class is about to start, but all thoughts fly out the window when she takes off her bathing suit cover-up to reveal a bright, neon-orange bikini that appears to be missing the part that's supposed to cover her fucking ass. Mom! What are you doing? I exclaim, sitting up like a rocket in my chair. What? She questions, glancing around herself like there's a bee or something. What's wrong? What's wrong? I retort, and my jaw goes unhinged. Are you serious? What in the hell are you wearing right now? She scrunches up her nose and glances down at her body before meeting my disturbed gaze. My bathing suit? I can see that, but why is your ass flapping in the freaking breeze? She rolls her eyes. Because my cheeks need some sun, Car.
And damn, aren't those cheeks of yours looking good, Stell?
Sal reaches out and pinches one of my mother's cheeks, and I have to fight the urge to vomit. Slut, a familiar voice shouts, and I look out toward the pool to see Betty pointing in my mom's direction. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is this happening? Don't slut-shame me, you jealous whore, my mom shouts back. Ladies, the instructor holds out 2 hands, trying to keep things under control. Let's all calm down. Calm down? Betty yells. How am I supposed to calm down when Stella is walking around dressed like a stripper from the Crazy Horse? She does this every time. It's inappropriate. Now, Betty, the instructor continues, Stella can wear whatever she likes to the pool. That's right, my mom shouts. It's not my fault you don't allow yourself to have that kind of confidence, Betty. If you were swimming with your ass out, I wouldn't say anything but you go, girl. My mom isn't exactly lying. I mean, if every woman had Stella Page's confidence, the world would certainly be a better place to live. She's just one of those people who lives her life for herself and doesn't worry what anyone else has to say. I've always admired that, to be honest. Doesn't mean I want to actually see her confidence in the form of her ass cheeks in my face. But still. You're such a liar, Stella, Betty shouts back, and my mother doesn't back down. You know what, Betty? I don't care what you think. And you heard Carrie. I can wear whatever I want to the pool. If I want to swim with my tits out, I can do that. Wait, no. The instructor, who I'm now figuring out is named Carrie, tries to backtrack from her earlier comment. Actually, Stella, you do need to have... I'm not going to take this class if she's taking it. Betty cuts her off. I'm taking the class, my mother retorts and looks at Sal. Right, Sal? We're taking the class. Sal doesn't say anything, though. Probably because he's too busy staring and drooling at my mom's bare fucking ass. Ladies, now you know we can't have our class if you're going to be arguing the whole time. Carrie tries to placate the 2 crazies, but it's no use. My mom and Betty start shouting nonsense toward each other, with Nan occasionally joining in on the insanity. Get a room! Get a new scooter! Get a life! You're an old hag! The jabs are flying left and right at such a rapid pace, it's hard to know who is saying what. Your mother was an old hag! Don't you talk about my mama like that. She was a wonderful woman. Yeah, well, my mom was a nurse in the war. By this point, the instructor, bless her heart, has lost all control, and other people in the pool start shouting their frustration. The clubhouse needs to get some better chefs. Yeah, the chicken is crap. I hate this class. Me too. I hate aerobics. And I hate the music you play in this class. When I realize someone needs to step up and get this shit under control, I hop up from my lounger, and with 2 fingers to my lips, I whistle so loud it makes Nan cover her ears. That's enough, I exclaim. Everyone just calm down. The group goes silent, and I try to ignore the way some of the old men stare at my boobs with googly eyes, and keep going. Betty and Nan, you 2 will stay in the class at that end of the pool, and we'll do our own class at the other end. And whoever is supposed to be in this nice lady's water aerobics class needs to stay in this class, even if you don't want to be there or don't like the music or whatever. The exercise is good for your health. God damn it. This place is like a prison. One little old man splashes a frustrated hand in the water. But for the most part, it appears I've settled down the out-of-control crowd enough to put their verbal pitchforks away. Carrie looks at me with wide, thankful eyes, and I just offer her a small smile and nod of my head. Goodness, I feel for that woman. No one in their right mind should subject themselves to teaching water aerobics to this lot of judgy old people. But a few minutes later, once Carrie has turned on her boombox and begins instructing her class in warm-up stretches, my mother breaks my bliss bubble. This is going to be so much fun, Car. My mom claps her hands together excitedly.
Not only do I not have to deal with those betches, but I can finally do aerobics to music I actually like.
It's then I start to realize what I actually said during my tirade. Oh, for fuck's sake. This was supposed to be nap time. Today, instead of relaxing in the sun, I get to do water aerobics with my mom and Sal and the fucking Bee Gees. Son of a bitch. While my mom starts scrolling through her favorite music on her phone, I throw myself back down on my lounger and try to mentally prepare myself. Although, instead of finding my inner zen, it's not long before I have my phone out of my jeans pocket, and I'm texting the one person who can actually understand the pain of my current situation.
Chapter 14. Ryan. I hit send on an urgent email to my team, and just before I can move along to the next task on my never-ending list, my phone vibrates on the table. When I spot the name of the texter, I don't hesitate to pick up my cell and read the message. Carly.
You owe me so big, Ryan. So big.
I furrow my brow and type out a quick response. Me. What? Why? Don't tell me they've already pushed you toward the edge that quick.
Since I left your dad's house with these two loons, I've had to break up 2 fights, avoid a gang initiation, witness your dad drool over my mother's ass, and volunteer as tribute to instruct an aerobics class for our parents.
Holy shit, that's a lot of things. What? You've only been gone an hour.
Surely I've been with them longer than that? 8 hours? Possibly 10?
I steal a glance at the time on my phone, and I bite my lip to fight my laughter as I update her on the facts of the situation. Actually, not even an hour. 50 minutes, to be exact.
Way to make me feel better, Ryan.
LOL. Sorry. You want me to come get my dad? Please say no. Please say no.
No, I just wanted you to know what I was going through.
I breathe out a sigh of relief that I still have more uninterrupted work time, but also I smile over the motives of this conversation. Oh, so this is a sympathy-seeking text?
Exactly.
Damn, she's cute. I feel so bad for you right now, Carly. It's horrible what you're having to deal with. I mean, you almost got initiated into a Sunny Creek gang. That's like one step away from ending up in prison.
Very funny.
I thought it was.
So you're just going to sit in your dad's nice and quiet house and work while I instruct water aerobics to the Bee Gees?
Yeah, pretty much.
You're a horrible person.
LOL. How about this? I'll take a break in about an hour and bring you lunch.
What kind of lunch?
Anything you want?
Anything I want? That's a big statement, Ryan.
I'm blaming it all on the forced sympathy.
Are you prepared to put your money where your mouth is?
Pick your poison, Carly. I'll oblige, no matter what.
While it's incredibly tempting to go buck wild with this, just some sandwiches and chips will be fine.
All that talk and you choose fucking chips and sandwiches?
Shrugs. What can I say? I'm a complex woman.
She isn't wrong. At every turn, it feels like all of the preconceived notions I initially had about her are completely wrong. Yeah, and it's that very reason that has you growing more intrigued by this woman by the fucking second. I ignore that thought and send Carly another text. All right, in about 90 minutes or so, chips and sandwiches will be delivered for lunch. You have my word.
Greetings from water aerobics.
My phone chimes with another message, but this time it's a selfie of her staring at the camera with wide eyes, and behind her showcases our parents hugging on each other in the pool. And I find myself staring at that photo a little too long than would be deemed normal. But it's not at our parents, it's at her. She's clad in a little black bikini, and every perfect inch of Carly's curvy yet fit body is on display. Instantly, my mind starts to wonder what that body of hers looks like without the black straps of material. Shit. I shake myself out of my thoughts. I have to get it together. I have way too much work to get done today to let myself fucking fantasize about shit I definitely shouldn't be fantasizing about. Yeah, but even knowing all the work you have to get done today, you were more than willing to offer to bring her lunch. I roll my eyes at myself. Clearly, I offered the lunch thing because I was being nice and showing appreciation for her getting my dad out of the house so I could get shit done. Nothing more than that. Sure, dude. Keep telling yourself that.
Chapter 15. Carly. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count off, making my arms move up and down in what I think is an alternating jazzercise type of move, though I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just thankful Sal and my mom are following along. And more than that, I'm happy to see that, despite their injuries, they appear to be tolerating the pool workout without any difficulty. Plus, we've managed to spend the last half an hour in the pool without bloodshed. Sure, Betty's been shooting daggers at me the entire time. Like somehow the rivalry of Sunny Creek Village is all my fault, even though I've only been here for a little over a week. But Carrie's done a good job of keeping her group on task, and I've hobbled my way through the same. "Come on, Sal," I encourage. "Get those arms up higher." Heartened, perhaps, by my words, but mostly by the male ego, he takes his extensions to a new level, stretching toward the sky with the dexterity of someone 20 years younger. "There you go," I praise. "Now it's time to bend those knees. Down," I yell, squatting into the water until my shoulders go under and only my head remains above. "And up." Stella and Sal wink and make kissy faces at each other, and my mind reels with the kind of things they could be silently communicating to each other. Do not go there. Immediately, I turn around and face the edge of the pool, successfully avoiding watching their interactions, and continue to squat and call out instructions over my shoulder. "Down and up." A deep, rich laugh vibrates above me, pulling my attention to the source, just as a shadow falls across my face. Ryan stands there, a grocery sack filled with what I can only assume is my lunch, dangling from his long fingers. A large smile fills the confines of his handsome face. He's still in full work attire, suit pants, dress shoes, and a tie. And the only recognition that he's standing at the edge of a pool in the middle of sunny Florida is the positioning of his sleeves, rolled casually up to his elbows. He looks ridiculous. And yet, somehow, like a goddamn wet dream. "Oh, thank God," I mutter under my breath, standing to full height and wading my way to the stairs at the end of the pool. "Great class," I call over my shoulder to Stella and Sal as I glance back. To my surprise, though, the two of them are twisted together like a pretzel, my mother's mouth connected to his in a way I should never have to witness. Obviously, turning around to save my sanity only influenced them to take their canoodling to the next level. "Oh, geez," I grumble as I make my way up the steps. Ryan chuckles, holding out a towel he's procured from a nearby chair and spreading it out so I can walk my wet body right into the center of it. The bag of lunch sits off to the side, and his hands run gentle strokes down my arms through the outside of the towel. I smile my thanks, stepping back and adjusting the towel tightly around my body, tying it off just above my breasts.
"Well, let's hear it. How have they been today?"
Ryan asks, putting his hands to his hips. "Handsy," I reply, and it's the truth. If my eyes have burned out of their sockets one time, it's a million, and Sal and Stella make the horny housemates on MTV's The Real World look like fucking llamas with no libido. Ryan laughs, his white smile looking even wider than normal, thanks to the reflective effect of his aviator sunglasses. He's cute, painfully so, and the more time we spend together, the harder it becomes not to mount him like a puppy in heat. I move my eyes up and down the line of his suit, pointedly. "How was work?" He smirks.
"You know, it's the weirdest thing. It wasn't handsy at all."
I roll my eyes and mock laugh. "Good for you."
"I never thought I'd be saying this, but maybe it's a good thing we're going to that dinner at the clubhouse tonight. Surely they'll cool it in public a little bit."
I jerk my head over my shoulder, and Ryan follows the motion, his eyes looking out toward the lovebirds behind me. "We're in public now," I remind him helpfully, and he winces.
Jesus, I wonder if Betty Matthews has a citation for public indecency.
"Betty Matthews is an old hag." Ryan grins, and I shade my eyes against the sun to get a better look at it. What? Why are you making that face about bitchy Betty?
Probably because I'm picturing you going head-to-head with Betty in your driveway,
He answers, making my jaw unhinge in surprise.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of hot.
Oh my God! A surprised giggle jumps from my lungs. How did you know? Wait a minute. You were watching me? Then it hits me. Before he realized who I was, he'd said, I wouldn't do that if I were you. It was only after he realized I'd stolen his taxi that he got tight-lipped. You totally set me up that day. He bites his lip to fight his smile.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Liar. I shove at his chest with 2 hands, and he barely budges, but he grabs my hands and pulls them to his chest. You knew she was going to ride my ass for leaving that trash can out, but you just let me find out for myself, didn't you? He shrugs and winks.
Carly, it's not my fault you don't like following rules.
I try to break free to hit him again, but he just squeezes my wrists tighter and laughs.
There's no need for violence, sweetheart.
He teases, drawing me in so we're standing even closer, my towel coming untied and falling to the ground. The heat of his body feels twice as powerful through the thin material of my suit, and the cadence of my breathing picks up.
And also, I didn't like you back then.
But you like me now?
I can tolerate you,
he corrects, but even I can hear the teasing tone of his voice. My responding laugh makes a few strands of my wavy red hair move in front of my face, and before I know it, he's reaching out to brush the rogue curls out of my eyes and gently tuck them behind my ear. You can tolerate me? He nods.
Something like that.
Well, that's good, I guess. As long as you brought sandwiches, I can probably stomach you, too.
Sandwiches, chips, drinks, and chocolate chip cookies for dessert. They're probably melted by now, because somehow I forgot that Florida's thermostat is run by Satan himself. But I'm sure they still taste good.
Oh, Ryan. I coo playfully, teasing. You'd better stop turning me on so much, or we're going to end up with a citation for public indecency.
I take it cookies are your love language?
He says with the sexiest chuckle. I nod. Actually, sweet treats of any kind. He smiles, and I swear it's the kind that memories are made of. It's not just friendly. It's not just sexy. It's something else altogether.
I'll remember that.
I gulp, the proximity of our bodies and the rush of feelings that accompanies it suddenly seeming like way too much, and I back up on a stutter step, scooping low to pick up my towel and wrap it back around myself. Ryan's hands drop back to his sides, and I shake my head to clear it. I'm assuming you brought sustenance for Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Hefner, too? He laughs.
Yes, I brought some for everyone. Except me. I have to get back to the house for a conference call.
What? You're already leaving? I ask, and I can actually feel the pout curving my lips downward. I try to correct it, but I don't think I'm very successful because he reaches out and touches my chin softly.
I'm sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you tonight. You can have the night off, or, if you want to come with, I'll make sure to do the heavy lifting with the lovebirds so you can just enjoy yourself.
I shrug. Spending the night alone for once should be tempting. It should light me up like a fucking Christmas tree, to be honest. But somehow, the proposition is completely lacking in luster. I mean, what am I going to do? Sit at home in my mom's land-dominium alone and watch TV? No thanks. I'll come with, but I'm holding you to your promise. You have front porch light duty. His eyebrows draw together, clearly confused by my reference, so I explain. You know, like your parents used to do when you were a teenager? They'd stand by the front door and turn out the porch light when you and your date got a little too playful saying goodbye. He shakes his head.
I can say with 1,000% confidence, my parents never did that.
What? How is that possible? He raises his shoulders and laughs.
I did most of my teenage making out in the car, not on the porch.
A shiver runs down my spine at the thought of making out with him in a car, my back against the cool leather of a big back seat, with his hands on my ass. It's a vivid daydream, one that's a little frightening, to say the least. I wrap my arms tightly around my body again and sink my lip into my teeth. Ryan still notices, though.
Are you cold?
I nod. I'm not even fucking close. It's Florida and 90 degrees out, for fuck's sake. But it's the only explanation for a shiver as powerful as friction between tectonic plates that I'm willing to acknowledge. His eyebrows pinch together slightly, but the corners of his mouth lift up in opposition.
I didn't know it was possible to feel cold out here.
He teases, amused. Well, it's not in a fancy schmancy suit, I say with a derogatory tone. I can't believe you came to the pool looking like Dr. Phil. Ryan isn't bald, and he doesn't have a mustache. But old Phil is the only other guy I've ever seen look so dang stuffy all the time. Ryan shrugs.
I have to be on a video call in 20 minutes. What would you have suggested? I change just to make the lunch delivery?
No, I agree. That would be ridiculous. He starts to smirk, but I cut off the smug little grin at the pass. But what's even more ridiculous is you wearing a suit all the time in the first place. Remote working shouldn't come with so strict of a dress code.
It's not required by HR or anything,
he contests.
But I have a serious job. I hardly think people would look at me the same if I were in a fuzzy robe and bunny slippers.
I tip my head to the side meaningfully. Do you have bunny slippers? Please tell me you do.
No, I was speaking in hyperbole.
I laugh. Of course you were. He glances at his watch and then back up at me, his face pulled tight with regret.
I have to go. I'll never make it back in time if I don't leave now.
Go, I say encouragingly when the realization hits that, as much as he knows he has to be home, he's not going to leave without my permission. I'll handle Bonnie and Clyde for now.
Thank you, Carly.
Oh, don't thank me now, I say with a wink. You'll pay plenty of penance tonight. He chuckles, and just like that, with a smile and a wave, he's gone as quickly as he arrived.
Chapter 16. Ryan. Dinner at the clubhouse is the biggest exercise in peacocking I've ever seen in my life. And I live in New York, for God's sake, the home of cocky men and the women who would eat their balls for breakfast. However, Sunny Creek Village, it seems, is as advanced in its posturing for social hierarchy as it is in age. The women strut, their best outfits in short kitten heels and neon colors strobing across the room like a psychedelic rainbow of sorts, and the men puff out their chests with the posture of 20-year-olds. There are smiles and coy looks, and my mouth has been gaping like a land-bound fish since the moment we arrived half an hour ago. With seating assignments emblazoned on place cards at the table, for the first time since this morning, I find myself glad that Sal insisted on calling ahead to confirm with the clubhouse that not only would he and Stella be there, but Carly and I would be accompanying them. Call me naive, but I had no idea the kind of formal circus this whole shebang would entail until the moment we set foot in the building. Gray-haired men mingle with drinks in their hands, their flirtatious counterparts all made up to the nines with shiny, bright nails and all the jewelry they own on their necks. There's an obvious social structure here in Sunny Creek, kind of like at a high school dance. And to both Carly's and my surprise, Stella and Sal might just be the most popular of them all. "Good to see you, Mrs. Dickens," Sal schmoozes, kissing the biddy's hand. She's got to be at least 10 years his senior and is draped in silk from head to toe. Carly looks at me with wide eyes from the other side of Sal and her mom, and I shrug inconspicuously. She may have joked about our parents being Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Hefner at the pool earlier, but right now, tonight, I swear to God we've stumbled into the over 65 version of the Playboy Mansion for real.
"How's Tommy? Still dealing with pneumonia?"
Stella adds conversationally.
"On and off,"
Mrs. Dickens responds.
"They're pretty much keeping him in the care facility now. I'm sorry to hear that,"
Stella replies, reaching out to touch the silk-laden shoulder. A faint bell rings in the background, and Sal reaches out to take Stella's elbow. "That's the dinner bell. We better get our seats."
"Dinner bell?"
Carly questions quietly to me, and I shake my head. I haven't got a fucking clue. In all my trips coming down here, I've somehow managed to avoid the group dinners at the clubhouse.
We'll see you soon,
Stella says in closing with Mrs. Dickens, giving her a kiss on the cheek and then stepping away. Carly and I fall in step behind our hobbling parents as they make their way to the dining room, and Stella glances over her shoulder to get our attention, seeing the duration of our walk as the perfect opportunity to get us up to speed.
Mrs. Dickens is the richest woman in this place,
she declares.
Her husband bought Apple stock at $1, and they've got 30,000 shares. And she doesn't have kids.
Carly widens her eyes, flicking her head to me and back to her mother dramatically. Her voice is nothing but a hissing whisper as she demands,
And why in the world would that matter to you? Have you been working her over like some kind of mark, Mom?
Stella rolls her eyes.
It's just smart business to be friends with the right people, Carly. Don't act so scandalized. I'm sorry, but you just admitted to befriending someone with the purpose of landing her fortune in some sort of twisted inheritance, and you're lecturing me about how to be?
I can't help it. I chuckle a little, and Carly shoots eye daggers at me.
Oh, come on, Mr. Rule Follower. You can't seriously be okay with this.
I shrug. Okay with it? I wouldn't say that I'm okay with it, but it does amuse me greatly that even senior living communities can have such defined business and politics.
Excuse me, but I thought we had a deal,
Carly accuses, and I put up both of my hands in surrender. Okay, I'll deal with it. Dad, Stella, I'm going to have to suggest that you no longer prey on the weak of your community and their misfortune for the chance at a financial windfall. Carly sinks her head into her hands, and I bite my lip to keep myself from laughing. Sal rolls his eyes but waves me off with a hand of agreement, nonetheless. Whatever, son. Thanks. Mercifully, the walk to the main hall where we'll be dining is a relatively short one, and there aren't any more opportunities for our parents to sweet-talk their neighbors in an effort to rob them. Carly's and my seats are next to each other and between Sal and Stella, but Sal's not having any of it, and switches the cards immediately upon reading them. He and Stella sit together on one side, and Carly and I sit together on the other, Carly and her mom being in the middle. We're across from two couples we haven't met before, but when I go to introduce myself, Carly nudges me with her elbow.
They're all sleeping,
she whispers softly, making my eyebrows draw together. I turn back to the silver-haired couples across from us, and after close inspection, determine that she's right. At first, I thought they were just concentrating on something on the table or in their laps, but they are, in fact, asleep, their heads drooped forward accordingly. Well, okay then. I chuckle a little. I guess that helps cut out the need for small talk, at least. Carly nods excitedly.
Thank God, I'm really starving and I just want to eat.
The sandwich is worn off, huh?
Yes,
she hisses.
It wore off about 2 hours ago when I walked into the kitchen to find Stella sitting on Sal's lap.
My eyes go wide in shock. Wait, don't tell me they were...
My God, no. Pretty sure they can't do that with their injuries,
she whisper yells back.
I mean, Sal did have his hands on my mom's freaking boobs, but they were fully dressed. No weird naked shit.
Why, I whine, just why is my father feeling anyone's boobs right now even a thing? She shrugs with a tortured laugh.
They're in love, I guess. Though I have to tell you, it really feels specifically designed for my suffering.
I reach over to pat her hand, but she flips it over on the table, palm up, at the exact same time. It's unintended, but next thing I know, we're holding hands. Her palm is soft and smooth, and if I'm honest, just a little bit clammy, but a touch of sweating is to be expected given the day she's had with our parents. Neither one of us pulls away immediately, and almost as if I'm completely removed from my body, I watch myself slide my fingers ever so slightly between hers. There's a small inhale of breath at my side, a sound I know comes from her, but one I'm completely unwilling to look away from our hands to investigate further. Her fingers curl upward, around mine slowly and purposefully, and overlapping at the knuckles. All of the sound in the room seems like it's in a vacuum, practically non-existent in its dullness. I can hear my heartbeat inside my chest, thud, thud, thud. And all the while, my focus is completely unable to leave the simple joining of our hands.
Excuse me,
one of the waitstaff says suddenly. At least it seems abrupt, moving to place a big platter full of brisket down on the spot where our hands meet, and Carly and I jerk apart on physical reflex. Another staffer sets potatoes and green beans in the center of the table, and the little old couples across from us finally startle awake at the smell of fresh-baked rolls. With a quick clear of my throat, I take a sip of water from the glass to the right of my plate. Carly glances to the front of the room. I'm not entirely sure it's as a means to look away from me or if there's something attracting her interest, but either way, I give her the moment without interruption. I know how strange this connection between us feels for me. I want to give her the freedom and space to feel the same. Is that? She mumbles softly, officially ending the countdown on our timeout. Are they setting up bingo? With her mouth pointed away from me and towards Stella and Sal, I can only listen as the two of them answer. Yep, Sal says matter-of-factly. Clubhouse dinners are always the same. Stella laughs, nods, and continues.
They always start with the who's who of Sunny Creek happy hour, transition into family-style food, and then end on some sort of game night. Betty heads up the committee on the games, and she usually rigs it so one of her bitches wins. Her bitches? I mouth, tugging on Carly's arm to get her attention. Who? Carly questions, turning back to her mom instead of acknowledging me. Nan? Nan and Glinda. Maybe Sue, but she's more of their backup plan when the heat turns up. And what? You just let her get away with it? Carly asks in outrage, starting to get worked up. I put a comforting hand to her shoulder, but she shakes it off like a fighter in the ring who's ready to go a few rounds. Stella shrugs and forks a bite of potatoes into her mouth with a grin. Sal and I are usually too busy to care about who wins. Isn't that right, Sally? I gag a little in the back of my throat, and Carly scoffs, finally disgusted enough to bring her attention back to me. There's no less fire in her eyes, though, when she makes a declaration of, "We have to win." What? I ask with a small chuckle, but she doesn't return the laugh. Her blue eyes are sensationally serious, so much so that they start to look a little scary. We have to win, she repeats with 10 times the emphasis. We have to beat Betty and her biddies, and we have to do it in spectacular fashion. I'm not going to let her terrorize this place one more day. Terrorize this place? I question with a laugh. That's a pretty serious accusation. Are you sure you're not? You weren't there, Ryan, she interrupts me to insist. At the curb with the trash can, or today at the pool. She's ruthless, and if it's the last thing I do here at Sunny Creek, I'm going to make sure she gets hers. Carly, go up there and get us bingo cards, she orders, completely disinterested in hearing any kind of reason. She probably won't recognize you as an ally of mine, and if we need to, we can act like we hate each other to really sell it. It's almost shocking how much I don't want to pretend like I hate Carly Page. A week ago, maybe. Now, not a chance. I'm not pretending to hate you. We'll play it by ear, she qualifies with a placating wave of her arm. No, Carly. Oh, there goes Betty, she says, too completely preoccupied by hatching her evil plan to listen to me. I'm going to go grab the cards while she's distracted. She jumps up and out of her seat and takes off for the front of the room like a woman on a mission. She smiles and waves at everyone like the community fucking diplomat, too. All as a means, I'm sure, to further ruin her mortal enemy, Old Lady Betty Matthews. She grabs 2 cards off the front table and a couple markers and then weaves her way back through the crowd to her seat next to me. By the time she gets back, Betty is headed back up to the main stage, but Carly's flown under the radar. Bitchy Betty none the wiser. You know, if you win, she's going to realize you're you, right? You're not in disguise? Carly waves an arm, strategically marking her free space and getting reacquainted with the game and her card. We'll deal with that when we get to it. But if I win fair and square, that old biddy is going to eat shit. I sink my forehead into one hand and do a semi-sigh, half-laugh thing. I'm honestly not sure if my brain knows how to feel about all of this. Briefly, my gaze flits from this war room version of Carly to the old couples across from us, just to see if they're taking any of this in. But it's pretty apparent by the way they stare down at their plates of food in silence that they passed the need for conversation about 5 years ago. I jerk my head in their direction, tapping Carly on the arm. Do you think they ever talk to each other at home? What? She asks, confused by my discussion of anything but bingo strategy. Finally, she glances over and follows my line of sight, gaining a modicum of understanding. Oh, probably not. They probably don't even turn on their hearing aids. Yes, we do,
the old woman across from Carly says, suddenly startling us both. I wince at the huge faux pas in manners, but the little eavesdropper shrugs, nonplussed by our commentary.
It's hard to find excitement at our age. This silent act is what we do everywhere we go to dinner. Right, honey?
The old man next to her nods and chuckles.
You really hear some interesting stuff when people don't think you can.
Oh, my God,
Carly breathes, finally distracted from her bingo plot.
That's amazing.
She giggles, and my smile triples in size. I don't know what it is about the sound of her laugh that makes me feel lighter, but it does. It's free, uninhibited, and genuine. That isn't the kind of laugh I'm used to hearing in New York, and if I'm honest, I'm pretty sure at least part of that is my fault. In the past, I've been hesitant to let myself start anything with anyone but a serious woman. Someone with big career goals, and an even bigger commitment to achieving them. Someone who knows how to take action but can assess the weight of those actions accordingly. I've never felt anything close to the base-level attraction I feel for Carly, though, at all. Eventually, everyone at our table, including me, dives into the food, spooning big helpings from the dishes onto our plates. It's good, I can't deny that. And by the fervor with which Carly eats her brisket and momentarily forgets about beating Betty's ass at bingo, I'm happy to find I'm not the only one enjoying the spread. But all good things must come to an end, and when old Betty steps up to the microphone at the front of the room, Carly's food focus is a distant memory.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Betty announces, tapping the mic with 2 fingers to test the efficacy of the sound output, even though she just spoke into it.
Quiet down, quiet down. Let's get some order in here, people.
It's relatively quiet in here already, so much so that I can hear Carly growl under her breath at the bad woman. I chuckle.
Everyone take a bingo card from Ginger when she brings them around, if you want one. Remember, 1 card per person, no switching allowed.
Carly squares her shoulders and brings her card in front of herself, sweeping away her empty plate of food with her arm.
It's go time.
Stella and Sal, now apparently aware of the fact that there are humans at the table besides themselves, notice Carly's intensity for the first time, and Stella doesn't hesitate to comment.
Oh, yay, baby girl. I'm glad to see you're getting involved. Just don't get too worked up. You always took these games so seriously as a little girl.
I cough under my breath and mutter, "That's a little too late for that." Carly elbows me in the ribs, and I groan.
You want a card, Stell?
My dad asks casually as Ginger arrives at our table to hand them out. Stella shakes her head.
I think I'll just watch Carly. I bet I can use the footage if I record to make a TikTok later.
Carly rolls her eyes and drops her head back, and I can't help but smile. It's almost like watching her mom make her life so hard makes me feel better about the way Sal and I seem to go at each other on a daily basis. What can I do? I finally offer, reaching out and rubbing Carly's shoulder with a gentle hand. I promised my services tonight, so I have to know how best to assist. She smiles then, a tiny hint of light in her eyes. Just listen and keep the Mischief twins quiet. I don't want to miss a number. I smile and nod. It's weird, but I think this might turn out to be one of the most relaxing nights of the trip. By the way, there's a reason they say what they do about last words, or thoughts in this case, being famous.
This bingo is rigged!
Carly yells, her body straining against my hold as Betty Matthews challenges her from the stage, microphone in hand.
Calm down, young lady, before I call the police. You're disgracing the name of our community, and I won't have it. I'm disgracing the community?
Carly yells heatedly.
You're the one saying you have bingo when they haven't even called enough numbers to get bingo. I'd never do such a thing. I'm all about rule and order, unlike you and your mother.
Betty says with a disdain that makes my insides quake. Nothing sets off the protective instinct in a woman like an insult to her next of kin. Carly thrashes like a she-wolf, and I tighten my grip. Dad, can you handle getting Stella home on the golf cart? I ask, breathing hard as I wrap an arm around Carly's chest to hold her back. Her arms are swinging out in front of her like she's performing the opening scenes of Rocky, and I don't think I've ever experienced a more ridiculous night in my life. Old people Ponzi schemes and rigged games of chance, and now actual physical violence. I never expected it to turn so quickly. What in the hell is next if I don't get Carly out of here? Of course I can, my dad says easily, beating on his chest with a tight fist like some kind of Neanderthal. It's my fucking card, for shit's sake. I nod, rather than getting into another argument, and swing a still-fighting Carly up into my arms. It catches her off guard temporarily, but I fear if I don't take even stronger measures, I'll be at her angry mercy again in no time. Taking advantage of her shock, I keep flipping her, up and around until finally her stomach is settled on my shoulder and her head and arms hang helplessly down my back in a traditional fireman's carry. She fights a little, her feet kicking in a scissor motion while her fists bump into my back, but for all intents and purposes, she's the most contained she's been since the fight with Betty broke out 5 minutes ago.
Put me down,
she insists over and over again as we walk out of the main hall and the scene of many bingo crimes and into the entry hallway. It's much less populated, but I don't stop until we're all the way inside in the thick humidity of a Florida evening. I can't chance any more heated encounters. Finally, when we reach the relative safety of the parking lot, I bend at the hip and set her down on her feet once again. She shoves me immediately, hard in the shoulder, and I go back on a foot with a shake of my head. I'm sorry, Carly, but what did you expect me to do in there? Let you beat up an old woman? I shake my head. Honey, no.
She's a thieving witch.
I know. I console with a nod. I know.
Then why didn't you let me have at her? The people in there deserve to know who they're dealing with.
I laugh a little, and she doesn't take it kindly. Fuck. I backtrack, holding my hands up in my defense. I'm not saying you're wrong, Carly. It's clear Betty's big head has gotten away from her. But if you don't think the people in there notice, I think you're kidding yourself. Look at the old people across from us tonight. We didn't think they were listening, but they were. They caught it all. And I guarantee it's the same for every single person in there with Betty. They know how she is, and one day it'll all shake out in the Sunny Creek karma train.
But I want her to have karma now,
she shouts, and I can't help but laugh, grabbing her hand and squeezing. I know. But how about, for now, we go for a walk and calm down, and then, when cool heads return, we can figure out a scheme to give Betty the kind of karma she deserves and then some. Deal? She scowls, but after 10 seconds of narrowed eyes and mental jujitsu, she agrees.
Fine, but I'm walking fast, and I'm walking angrily. If you want to keep up, you're going to have to churn those fucking legs. You got me?
I smile and sigh. Oh, Carly Page, it's really beginning to feel like you're the one who's got me.
Chapter 17. Carly. I walk as fast as physically possible without breaking into a run. Right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. My strides are long, and my arms swish back and forth at my sides like I'm a tracksuit-wearing mall walker trying to get to Yankee Candle on Black Friday. I don't know what it is about Betty Matthews that grinds my gears, but I really don't like the woman. You know what? I actually do know what it is. That broad is the bingo-cheating, trash-can-obsessed, called my mama a slut, bully of Sunny Creek. And don't even get me started on her rules. She makes all these stupid fucking rules for everyone else, but when it comes to herself, she can do whatever she wants. I rarely follow anything revolving around politics, but it seems to me Betty is on the same level as every lying, cheating, scummy politician that claims to want what's best for the people, when in reality, she just wants what's best for herself.
You doing okay over there?
Ryan asks, and I glance to my right to find that he's still keeping up with me. Not really, I spit. But I know I would feel a lot better if you wouldn't have made me leave the clubhouse before I got the chance to shove Betty's bingo card down her throat. He smirks at that.
So, you still think I should have let you kick an old lady's ass?
Yes, I mutter. But then, when a visual of me tackling Betty Matthews to the ground pops into my head, I crinkle up my nose and say, Okay, fine. No. I'm glad you held me back from getting into a brawl. Although, I have to say, since I actually took the time to do my makeup tonight, my mugshot would have looked hella fierce. Soft chuckles leave his lips and drift into the evening air.
which is exactly what everyone is concerned about when they get arrested for assault. Not finding a good lawyer or, avoiding jail time, but the quality of their mugshot.
Hey, a bad mugshot will stay on the internet forever.
And an assault record?
He questions, and the teasing tone of his voice is my undoing. Stop making sense, Ryan. I laugh and reach out an arm to playfully shove his shoulder. Now is not the time for rationality. Now is the time to talk in nonsense circles and still think it's perfectly normal to get into a fight with a senior citizen over a game of bingo.
Oh, right,
he responds, and his blue eyes flash with amusement.
My bad. I guess you could say I'm kind of new at this.
A few moments later, he holds out a hand to stop our momentum until we come to a stop beneath a street lamp.
You know what?
He questions, but it's rhetorical.
I think we need to go back.
I tilt my head to the side. Huh? Did you forget something?
No.
He shakes his head, gently grabs both of my shoulders, and turns my body to face his.
But we need to go back there so you can kick Betty's ass. Actually, we both need to kick her ass. It's high time that cheating old lady gets hers. You know what I'm saying?
A shocked laugh jumps from my throat. What?
I hope that woman has a life alert bracelet because it's go time, Carly. You want to throw the first punch, or should I?
I search his face for the punchline, but the seriousness with which his firm gaze locks with mine forces my eyes to go wide. Ryan,
Hold on. I know exactly what we need,
he says, releasing my shoulders to pull his cell phone out of his pocket. Not even 10 seconds later, the opening beats of the Rocky theme song start to fill the silence of the warm Florida night air.
Come on, Carly,
he exclaims and starts hopping around in place like a boxer, occasionally tossing out a few jabs with his free hand.
Feel the music, gather all that rage, and let's get ready to rumble!
Oh, holy shit. His absurdity and the fact that he had me going for a minute there pushes me over the edge. My body jolts forward on a laugh, stopping only when my hands hit my knees. Okay, I exclaim through several snorts and giggles. You can stop acting like a lunatic. I get it now. I was possibly being a tad dramatic. Instantly, the music stops, and I glance up to find Ryan smirking down at me.
Just a tad dramatic?
Shut up, I retort, and reach out to shove him in his stomach. Although, I definitely don't expect the rock-hard abs that sit beneath his sharp suit. Goodness. I can't see them, but by the feel alone, I know I could grate cheese on those firm-as-hell fuckers.
What's that look for?
He questions when he searches my face. This look, I think to myself. The one that's a combination of shock and horny awe? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm now standing here wondering what you look like in a different kind of suit. A birthday suit, where your washboard abs and penis are on display, just for me. Though, I don't tell him that. I want to, of course. But I'm not sure Ryan Miller is ready to hear the kinds of things I want to do to him with my tongue. Nothing, I eventually mutter, and make a show of glancing around the street. Are we going the right way? I question, even though I have a pretty good idea of how to get back to our parents' street.
Yeah?
He nods and points toward the end, where a crosswalk sits at a stop sign.
The gym facility is just up there on the corner.
I jerk my head back. Gym facility?
Uh-huh,
he confirms.
It's a pretty nice setup, if I'm being honest. I half expected an old treadmill and a single dumbbell the first time I visited, but it has a good variety of new equipment and a lap pool in the back. You haven't been in there?
No, I shake my head. I didn't even know it existed. You've worked out there before?
Actually, I work out there just about every morning. Well, if I can manage to get up before Sal's cranky ass, that is.
What the hell? When does he find the freaking time? I mean, now the washboard abs are making sense. But between the shenanigans Stella is constantly pushing my way and the mattress made of rocks that's been giving me shitty sleep, I haven't even had time to go for my usual off-season runs.
Anyway, he continues, we are going the right way. Just need to take a right up there at that corner, and your mom's place is only 10 or so houses down.
Gotcha. Back to walking, only at a slower, more normal pace this time. I try to focus on the simple things like the night sky and the houses and the way the moon reflects off the grass. Not Ryan's sexy jawline or his insanely blue eyes. Or Ryan working out. Or if Ryan's penis also likes to work out. My God, why have I never pictured a penis pumping iron before? It's surprisingly adorable.
Guess whose house that is?
He says, his voice grabbing my attention, and I follow the direction of his finger when he points to the other side of the street. Who?
Betty Matthews.
No shit. I stop dead in my tracks. That's Betty's house? He grins and points to the house just beside it.
And that one right next door to it is Nan's.
How do you know where they live? I question. Actually, how do you know any of this shit? I mean, I didn't even know there was a gym this close to my mom's place.
I don't know. I guess it's because I visit my dad pretty often. Probably every 3 months.
He shrugs.
He's only been here for 2 years, but I guess you could say I'm starting to get the lay of the Sunny Creek land.
You visit Sal every 3 months? I question, and I can't deny the inklings of guilt that start to stir around in my belly. I barely make it out here to see my mom once a year, much less 4 freaking times.
Yeah.
He nods.
I don't stay for long, usually just a weekend.
Do you have any siblings? I ask as we take a right onto our parents' street.
Nope, only child.
He shakes his head.
What about you?
I have a sister, Willow. She lives in Chicago. She's a lawyer and so freaking busy it's not even funny. I've barely even spoken to her since I got here, and frankly, I probably wouldn't have at all if it weren't for all the intrigue and puppy love with the old people.
I guess that's why you're the one who's here helping your mom and she isn't?
Pretty much. I nod. She's a total control freak, so it's not a relief to her that she can't be the one here making sure Stella is on her best behavior. But she's in the middle of a big case right now and couldn't leave.
But you could?
It's currently the off-season in Vale, so it wasn't that hard for me to get away. Plus, Brody is a godsend who can run shit better than I can. Ryan quirks a brow.
Brody?
He's my store manager. Truthfully, he's the one who keeps the lights on. I know how to ski and how to teach people to ski. The rest of it makes me feel tired. He smiles at me.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I can't say that surprises me.
I snort. No offense taken. I'm impulsive as hell and the opposite of a type A personality. I know my limits, and I possess the ability to delegate. I don't need credit for being the one to keep my store afloat. As long as she doesn't sink, and I don't have to go back to corporate America, I'm a happy little ski bunny.
Corporate America?
He questions, his eyebrows eating up the space of his forehead with astonishment.
You, Carly Page, worked in an office building?
I laugh, stick out my tongue, and shake my head side to side. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? But yes, I did. I went to Georgia Tech for my computer engineering degree and worked at a huge company in California for a couple years after graduation. It wasn't for me. He smiles.
No, I'd imagine not. Vale's ski instructor suits you, though.
He says, his voice soft.
I'm having a hard time picturing you any other way.
But could you picture me naked and riding your... My mind starts to go rogue, but I cut it off before it dives straight into the dirty deep end by stating the obvious. Well, it appears we made it back safe and sound, I say once I spot my mom's place a few houses up. Though, that realization is immediately followed by disappointment settling inside my stomach like a rock. It's like I have the sudden urge not to let this night end.
It appears so,
he comments, and I can't help but search his face, taking inventory of his blue eyes and strong jaw, and the way his dark hair looks perfect for my fingers to run through. There's just something about Ryan Miller that has me so damn curious to find out more about him, to witness more of his reactions and hear more of his thoughts. I don't know what it is about him, but I can't shake it. Yeah, I definitely don't want this night to end yet. Hey, do you want to go for a drive to the beach? I ask. I mean, I'm calm, but I think I could use a little more walking time so that I'm completely calm. You know? His response is a soft smile, followed by, "Sure, let's do it."
Chapter 18. Ryan. At dusk, the beach is tinted almost sepia. The sand is more orange and the water a deep navy blue. All is calm around us besides the crashing of the waves against the shore. And when I look to my left, where Carly walks barefoot beside me, I don't miss the way the moonlight bounces off her soft skin.
It's kind of sad how long it's been since I've been to the beach,
she says, grinning over at me.
I'm talking years. And my mom lives in Florida.
You don't come to the beach when you visit her?
No.
She shakes her head.
And being here makes me realize I have to strongly reconsider changing my year's itinerary. I mean, look at this place,
she exclaims, her voice exuberant in the warm breeze coming off the water.
It's all the things, Ryan. Beautiful, peaceful, freaking amazing. Even the sky looks like a work of art.
I glance up and note the sky is completely clear, not a single cloud in sight. So clear, in fact, the stars look infinite. They light the darkness like little glittering snowflakes in a blanket of snow during a night ski. And the perfectness of the analogy my mind has concocted, given the woman I'm sharing the view with, makes me smile. I stare, waiting for one to rocket across the sky in a streak, but it never happens. They're so still. Like they're not actually real, but instead tiny, bright flash glares from an old photograph. Carly holds out both arms and twirls around in a little circle, pulling my attention away from the vastness above us and back to her. Her face is gentle with a smile, and the wind tousles her hair. She's beautiful, agonizingly so, and I can't seem to find the strength to pull my eyes away from her. In this moment, it feels like nothing is a match for her. Not the ocean, not the night sky, not a single fucking thing on the planet, in the universe could be more stunning than she is right now.
You know what we need to do?
She asks, stopping in her tracks. She drops the flip-flops in her hand to the sand and proceeds to unbutton her jeans. What are you doing?
We need to swim, Ryan.
It's night, I retort on a shocked laugh, but my eyes are fucking fixated on her fingers as they deftly unzip her pants. I don't think that's a good or safe.
Have you ever gone swimming at night?
I shake my head. No, I can't say I have, especially not in the ocean.
Me either.
Her blue eyes turn wide and persistent.
Which means it would be a travesty if we let this moment pass,
she says. And just like that, her jeans slip down her toned thighs and don't stop their descent until they hit the ground. Her flowy shirt is next, and before I know it, right there in front of me stands Carly in just her lacy white underwear and bright pink bra. Fuck me. She's a goddess, every goddamn inch of her, and I'm at a loss for what to do. I want to reach out and touch her. I want to yank her toward me, slide my hands into her hair and kiss the fucking daylights out of her. I want to do a lot of things, and none of them is the least bit appropriate for a public beach. But Carly doesn't wait another minute.
Come on,
she exclaims and turns for the water. Her toes push into the sand and she darts off on a run. Carly, what are you doing? This is fucking crazy, I shout, but she doesn't listen. Instead, she does the exact opposite and runs straight into the water.
Ah!
She squeals on a high-pitched giggle once she's waist-high.
It's a little bit cold, but it's almost as exhilarating as flying down a double black diamond on skis,
she shouts over her shoulder, glancing back at me.
Do it, Ryan. Get in the water.
Christ, this woman, she's an enigma. I never know what to expect from her. I normally hate things I can't contain, things I can't plan for. But the more Carly Page shakes up my world, the more I'm drawn to her. I watch from the sand as she dives beneath a wave, and inklings of panic start to tighten my chest. Besides the moonlight, it's dark as shit, and she's in the fucking ocean, by herself. When 5 seconds pass and I don't see her head pop back up at the surface, I don't think anymore. I just act. My shoes drop to the sand, I sprint into the ocean and hop in, fucking suit and all. Waves crash against my legs, soaking my pants, and by the time I'm waist-high in the water, every square inch of my clothes is drenched. And it isn't until that very moment that Carly's head breaks the surface. Thank fuck. She pushes her wet hair out of her face, and when she opens her eyes, her gaze immediately locks with mine.
Holy hell, Ryan. I can't believe you actually got in.
I should be so pissed at her. I really should. But for some insane reason, all I can do is laugh. Yeah, I did. Carly takes in my current state, and her nose scrunches up.
You got in with all of your clothes on.
I shrug. I guess you could say I got a little worried.
Worried?
She asks, tilting her head to the side as she closes the distance between us. Yeah, I nod, sigh, laugh, run a hand through my hair. It's fucking night, Carly. And you went into the ocean by yourself. When you went underwater and didn't come back up right away, I panicked.
Panicked? About me?
She asks, and I'm taken aback by her question. Who else would I be worried about? I don't see any other crazy people going for nighttime swims, I add, and when a wave jostles her body, I reach out to steady her. Most people recognize rules and regulations, and this beach's guidelines prohibit swimming when there isn't a lifeguard on duty. She bursts into laughter. What? I question, a tiny uninvited smirk curving my lips at the sound of her laughter. Why is that so funny?
Because that's such a Ryan thing to say,
she teases, and something in my chest expands at the familiar way she says my name, and words I've heard from my friends in New York more than 100 times. It's true. I'm the unofficial dad in almost every situation, but the people who love me understand. In fact, it's something they love about me. And the way Carly said it just now makes me feel like she does too. So, now what? I eventually ask. Now that I'm standing in the fucking ocean in my suit soaking wet, what do we do?
We swim,
she says on a giggle, wrapping her arms around my shoulders. She presses a surprising smack of a kiss to my unsuspecting lips and grins back at me. And then what? I question, and she tilts her head to the side.
What do you mean?
Well, for one, we have no towels.
I guess I didn't really think that part through, huh?
She retorts, and a mischievous smile crests her lips, which is such a Carly thing to say. I toss back, and she giggles.
We're each other's opposites, aren't we? I'm wild and impulsive, and you're uptight and neurotic.
I'm not that uptight, her responding smile calls bullshit. So I like things planned out. I shrug one shoulder. There's nothing wrong with that.
I never said there was,
she responds and flashes a wink at me.
If anything, in my opinion, it's kind of sexy. It makes me incredibly curious what you're like in other kinds of situations.
Other kinds of situations? Like sex? My chin jerks back into my chest and I smile. Are you hitting on me, Carly?
Maybe.
She shrugs one bare shoulder.
I guess you'll just have to wait and find out.
Ah, I hum. Maybe that information is stored with the towels? She grins and splashes her hand in the water, urging a few rogue droplets to hit me in the chest.
Don't worry,
she instructs, smoothing the furrow in my brow with a water-wrinkled fingertip.
I have a solution for towels.
Oh, really? What's that? And before you suggest it, I'm not shaking myself dry like a big dog. She grins and answers my question by pointing towards something behind me. I glance over my shoulder to see the neon lights of a small convenience store off in the distance, where the main road leads to the beach.
See, Ryan,
she states and playfully taps my stomach.
Sometimes you don't need to plan everything. Sometimes you just need to let life lead you because eventually it will all work itself out.
And then she's off again, diving back into the water until her whole body is completely submerged. Let life lead me? As I stand here in the ocean, watching the sexiest woman on the planet swim around in her bra and lacy underwear, I can't help but wonder, has life led me to Carly for some strange, cosmic reason?
Do you think everyone is still at the clubhouse?
Carly asks as I pull the Land Rover into my dad's driveway. After one quick glance around our parents' houses and then to the rest of the houses on their street, I nod. Yeah, even though it's almost 10, it seems like it. Everyone's lights are still out.
That is fan-fucking-tastic.
A devilish grin covers her lips, and as I put the car in park and cut the engine, Carly is unbuckling her seatbelt and hopping out of her seat. She yanks open the back passenger door and snags the big package of toilet paper that she bought at the store across from the beach. Seeing as we were both soaking wet when we got out of the ocean, we did in fact make a pit stop for towels before heading back to Sunny Creek. I hop out of the driver's seat, shove the keys in my still damp pocket, and shut the door. But to my surprise, as I round the hood, she's already heading off in a direction that leads the opposite way of her mom's house. "What are you doing?" I question, and she stops in the middle of my dad's lawn to flash a cheeky grin at me.
"I'm letting Karma handle a few things."
"Huh?" I ask, and it takes me 5 strides to close the distance between us. "Karma? What are you talking about?" Carly raises the toilet paper in her hands a little and nods her head.
"I'm talking about giving Betty a taste of her own medicine."
"You're going to give her toilet paper?"
"No,"
she snorts.
"I'm going to TP Nan's house."
"What?" My eyebrows hit my forehead.
"Ryan,"
Carly responds, dropping her voice and leaning toward me.
"think about it. Tomorrow is trash day, and Betty will be whipping around on her demon cart, making the rounds and giving out as many citations as she can.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna TP your bestie Nan's house, knowing that it will make Betty lose her fucking shit."
I laugh at the absurdity, but when I realize she is completely serious, my jaw damn near hits my Italian leather shoes. "Wait, you're actually serious about this?" I question. "You're going to toilet paper an old lady's house just so you can piss off another old lady whom you were tempted to fight over a bingo game tonight?"
"Because she fucking cheated,"
Carly retorts.
"And don't forget, this old lady is the same old lady who called my mom a slut and bitched me out of her freaking trash cans, Ryan. Not to mention, Nan isn't innocent. She's unbelievably nasty to my mom all the time. It's high time justice is served to both of them."
"And you think justice is going to come in the form of putting toilet paper all over Nan's lawn?"
"You got it."
"Carly," I laugh, but it's more out of exasperation than anything else. "I don't think this is a good—"
"Ryan, it's happening."
She cuts me off.
"I'm doing it. So you have 2 options. You're either coming with me or you're not."
Fucking hell, this woman. I let my head loll back and breathe out a frustrated breath. But when I look up again, she's not standing right across from me. Nope, Carly is hauling ass up the street and heading straight for Nan's house. Shit! Between the almost Fight Club session at the clubhouse, the illegal night swimming, and now this, I swear this woman is going to end up getting herself arrested. Yeah, and since your legs are already heading in her direction, you'll probably end up in jail right beside her. I look down at my quickly moving feet and groan. Yep, I am, in fact, following her, probably straight to the depths of hell. By the time I catch up to her, she's standing in front of Nan's house, directly below a street lamp, with her arms wrapped around her toilet paper loot. "So, we're a little out in the open here," I state, and she looks at me with a grin.
"We're? As in we? As in you and I are going to TP this house together?"
I scowl at her far too excited face. "There's no need to look so damn happy about it, you little criminal. I've never broken the law before tonight, and suddenly you've got me on a fucking streak." She giggles at that, and thankfully gestures for me to follow her as she tiptoes over to the side of Nan's house that's devoid of fucking spotlights.
"I can't believe you're doing this with me,"
she whispers once we've both hidden behind a big bush. "It's because you're nothing but trouble," I mutter, and it only makes her happier.
"God, I love this so much right now,"
she continues, outright glee in her voice.
"It's like Girls Gone Wild, but the Ryan Miller version."
"You act as if I've never done something like this." I roll my eyes, and she quirks an eyebrow at me.
"Well, have you?"
"Have I TP'd a little old lady's house before? No, Carly, I can't say that I have." She snorts, and I yank the toilet paper package from her hands. "Come on, let's get this fucking insanity over with."
"Oh my God,"
she whisper yells through more giggles.
"You're so mad right now."
"Yes, I am," I respond, tearing open the plastic to reveal 12 rolls of toilet paper ready and waiting to do some damage. Carly reaches out to wrap her petite hands around my shoulders and presses a smacking kiss to my cheek.
"Oh, don't be mad, Rye. Just think of how amazing it will feel when we get to see Betty stumble upon this tomorrow."
I can't deny that the thought of seeing Carly see Betty find this mess in the morning makes my chest expand 3 sizes. There's something about her joy that's just so infectious, it apparently holds the power to convince me to do crazy things like TP a senior citizen's yard, or swim in the damn ocean in the middle of the night, or bring her lunch to the pool even though I was swamped at work. Her face is still mere inches from mine, and I have the strongest urge to lean down and kiss her. It's so powerful, so intense, that I'm mere seconds away from following through, but she steps back and takes a roll of toilet paper from my grip before I can act on the impulse.
You ready to do this?
She asks, and with one adorable hand to her hip, a devilish smirk appears on her lips. No, I mutter, but I also laugh. I'm not ready for this, but it looks like I'm committed, huh? She waggles her eyebrows.
Yes, sir, you are.
So, what's the technique here? Where do we start? I question, glancing around Nan's lawn and trying to figure out the best plan of attack. Do we start at the front, where the small palm trees sit by the front door, or...
Technique?
She repeats, pulling me from my strategizing.
Oh, sweet, innocent little Ryan. Sweetie, the only technique in a good TP assault is to get as much of this toilet paper off these rolls and onto as many surfaces as we can as quickly as humanly possible.
Yes, I agree with emphasis. That's what I was trying to map out.
There's no map.
She insists with a laugh.
Don't think, Rye, just do. Do, okay?
And then, after snagging one more roll from my hand, she's off to the races, sprinting across the lawn in a way that makes it apparent Carly Page is in phenomenal shape, regardless of her lack of visits to the community gym. She lets 2 long streams of toilet paper fan out behind her, and she doesn't stop until she gets to the other side of the yard.
Ryan!
She whisper yells as she tosses one of her rolls over the first palm tree by the front door.
What are you waiting for, an invitation?
Shit, I cannot believe I'm doing this. Am I really gonna do this? Carly giggles softly, her face damn near lighting up the whole street with her glee. She's fucking ridiculous and possibly insane, but she's also so adorable. I can't help but want to be near her. And near her right now means over there, on a little old lady's lawn, spreading toilet paper over every surface I come in contact with. Despite resistance from every rational cell inside my body, I follow her lead, running across the grass with one arm holding the 9 remaining rolls and the other releasing the white paper damage to Nan's lawn with every step I take. By the time I reach Carly, she's moved on to the second palm tree, and I busy myself with wrapping the paper around the bushes. We get through 3 more rolls, and the wild woman instigator moves to the middle of the yard while I finish up the column on the porch. When I hear her cackling, I look over my shoulder to find that she's managed to create a giant outline of a penis. Oh, sweet mother of mercy, it's at least 10 feet long. I can't not laugh, and I've almost completely forgotten about the fact that what we're doing is definitely punishable by law. But when the familiar sounds of a golf cart engine vrooming off in the distance catch my ears, my heart starts pounding in my chest like a motherfucker. Shit! Carly! I shout as quietly as humanly possible, but she's too busy adding balls to her masterpiece to actually hear me. Carly! I say again to no avail, and when I spot the faint side of 2 tiny headlights in the distance, I drop the rest of the toilet paper and sprint to the middle of the lawn. We have to go, I tell her, and she turns to look at me with a tilt of her head.
What? I'm not done.
We have to go, I repeat, but this time I don't wait for her reaction. I suspect we're about 10 seconds away from a Wild West-style showdown with Sheriff Betty Matthews and her deputy Nan. I squat down, toss Carly's body over my shoulder like a fucking fireman for the second time tonight, and make a mad dash across the street before whoever is coming's lights reach our section of the road.
What the hell, Ryan? You've got to stop doing this. We're not in an episode of Chicago Fire, for God's sake.
Shh! I shush her, still running. Be quiet. I think that's Nan and Betty heading up the street, and I'm not yet prepared to dive in front of any bullets intended for a woman as beautiful as you or not. Once I know we're safely behind 2 giant evergreen trees of some kind in the yard across the street, I put Carly to her feet again, and we both peek out from behind the leafy blockade like a pair of peeping toms.
Holy shit!
She exclaims into my ear, her mouth moving a mile a minute and her breaths coming out in quick, fatigued pants.
I think you were right. That's them.
Not even 10 seconds later, Betty's golf cart whips into Nan's driveway, her friend's scooter mounted to a lift on the back. The instant the headlights land on the house, highlighting the new decor, she slams on the brakes and skids to a stop, rocking the whole rig so hard Nan has to reach up and grab the roof to keep from sliding off the seat onto the pavement. Oh, fuck, I mutter and try to slow my heart rate down by steadying my breaths like my CrossFit trainer in New York taught me. Shit is about to go down.
What the heck is this? Betty shouts and hops out of her seat. Nan, what did you do? What did I do? Nan questions, still sitting in the cart. You really think I would do something like this to my own yard? Tomorrow is trash day. You know that's when I make the rounds. How are you going to get this cleaned up before then? You're almost making it impossible for me not to give you a citation. A citation?
Nan screeches and attempts to jump out of the cart. She doesn't make it, though, her need for her always-present red scooter obviously legitimate as she just sort of bounces on the seat.
But I'm not the one who did this.
Betty huffs and walks over to the lawn to consider whether or not she wants to help her friend get off her golf cart and onto her own method of mobility. But when she gets a gander at Carly's art installation in the center, she tosses both hands up in the air.
This is a wanker, Nan. A what? I said there's a wanker in your yard, and it has a pair of big testicles.
Nan tries to get up again, and I wince at how badly I feel about not going over to help her. Not to mention the fact that we TP'd the poor woman's yard. Betty finally notices Nan's struggle and, with a huge growl, walks back over to the cart, unloads the scooter from the back lift with a switch at the side, and then helps Nan climb from the cart onto the scooter. Finally back to the crime in question, Betty walks over to the yard penis, and Nan follows with a zip of her throttle. When Nan finally understands what Betty's been talking about, she screeches.
Oh, for heaven's sake! Is that huge rooster shooting a load of jizz on my lawn like a teepee Ron Jeremy?
Carly looks at me with wide, comical eyes, and between one blink and the next, her mouth morphs into the biggest fucking smile I've ever seen. And then she buries her face into my chest when a snorting giggle pops up from her lungs. Don't laugh, I whisper down to her and wrap my arms around her body. If you laugh, you're gonna make me laugh. Obviously, my order only makes her lose more of her hold on her tenuous control, which only makes her bury her face more into my chest. Shit. I hold a hand over my mouth and try like hell not to lose it. I mean, I feel badly that we're picking on women twice our age, but it's really hard not to find the humor in Betty and Nan shouting at each other about dicks and balls and porno flicks. Shit, Carly, I'm not sure whether I should be pissed at you or kiss you for dragging me into this. My words draw her gaze back to mine, and all threats of laughter subside. With our eyes locked, it feels like time stands still, and everything around us doesn't exist. Carly stares at my mouth, and her tongue sneaks out and licks across her bottom lip. Fuck me. There's no denying my body's feelings about this woman anymore. Any lawyer worth their salt has already logged my hardening dick as compelling and irrefutable evidence and presented it to judge and jury. Kiss me, Carly whispers suddenly, leaning up and toward me by standing up on her tippy toes. Kiss me, please. Her words are my undoing. I slip my fingers in between the silky strands of her hair and pull Carly's mouth to mine. As our lips make contact, a soft little moan escapes her throat, and every cell in my body expands to absorb the sound of it. Her mouth is soft and warm and fucking perfect, and I have to have more of it, more of her. I deepen the kiss, slipping my tongue into her mouth and reaching down to grip her perfect ass in my hands. She responds with fervor, wrapping her arms around my shoulders and hopping up to close her legs around my waist. God, she feels good, tastes good, smells good, makes me want to rip her jeans down and slide directly inside her. I've kissed plenty of women in my tenure, but in all 39 years of my life, I've never felt the kind of mind-numbing, all-consuming passion I feel right now. I'm so tempted to keep going, to keep kissing her, to taste and smell and touch every fucking square inch of her body. But we're in a stranger's yard, across the street from two old women who, by the sound of things, are still trying to come to a resolution over citations and cleanup, and I can feel the prickle of a branch hitting me in the side of my jaw. This is definitely not the right time or place, but I swear on everything that's holy, I'm going to make sure I find a better one soon. If I don't, the chemical makeup of my body as I know it will never be the same. Instead, overrun with enough testosterone to make my heart explode. Carly, I whisper as I pull my mouth away from hers and abruptly end the kiss, setting her away at enough of a physical distance that my dick gets the very cruel message. We can't.
What?
Still hazy from our tangle, she blinks several times, trying to make sense of my words. "Not here," I whisper. "Not behind a fucking bush." She searches my eyes, annoyance evident in the tiny frown on her lips.
You know it's okay to let go sometimes, Ryan. Not every fucking moment of your entire life has to be rationally thought out and perfect, for God's sake.
Her words sting a little, especially since they're not what's happening here at all, but I'm not the one whose feelings I'm worried about. Carly shoves by me, making my shoulder rock back and my body spin as she takes off out from behind the trees, through the yard and out into the dark street once she's past the glow of the streetlight in front of Betty's and Nan's. She's angry and maybe even a little upset, and the idea of living with the fact that I'm the reason her bubbly personality has flipped so distinctly on its head isn't stomachable. I have to follow her, explain, make things right. I have to make sure Carly Page understands what I've finally come to recognize. Together, we burn bright, and for me, it's becoming more and more impossible to look away from the light.
Chapter 19. Carly. My feet slap against the pavement audibly as I stomp toward my mother's stupid landominium at 3 times the pace of my normal gait. I cross my arms over my chest and rub at my skin. Suddenly, tonight, Florida feels unusually cold. But I guess that's what flat-out rejection will do to you when you're not expecting it. I suck my lips into my mouth and will tears not to fall. I will not cry over some uptight jerk. I will not cry over sexy Barney Fife. I will not cry. It's dramatic, but at the same time, it's not at all. I can't help how I'm feeling right now. The only control I have on this situation is holding in all these pent-up emotions until I get someplace private where I can let them do their thing. With my mother's house in sight and the lights still out, I pick up into a jog and hiccup against the threat of impending tears.
"Carly!"
Ryan yells, his voice coarse like a whisper, but loud enough in volume to hear it. I shut my eyes tight and shake my head, letting the wrap of comfort on my chest go so that my arms can swing freely to facilitate a faster run.
"Wait up!"
he implores this time, the sound of his approach getting louder with every one of his steps.
"Carly!"
"No, Ryan!" I hiss, without turning around. "Just go home, okay? We'll talk tomorrow." The tomorrow after never, if I can help it.
"I'm not going home, Carly. Not without explaining."
"Well then, I guess, enjoy your baseless, wandering existence, because I'm not talking to you right now." Ryan reaches forward and grabs me by the elbow, stopping my momentum and spinning me around to face him. Ugh. I fucking hate that there are biological, physical superiorities in one sex over the other. If he weren't a vastly fit male, I would have dropped that motherfucker so hard.
"Carly, you're blowing this out of proportion."
I laugh, right in his stupid face, the tease. Wow, great opening line, genius. Women love having their emotional reaction percentage rated. He sighs, shaking his head.
"That's not what I mean. I wasn't trying to criticize your reaction. I was trying to get you to reimagine the catalyst."
"What?" I narrow my eyes and wave a wild hand in front of his face. "No, you know what? I don't want to know." I turn and head for the driveway again, and his footsteps follow.
"I'm trying to say that you clearly think I was rejecting you, and I was not."
I shake my head and make the turn into my mom's driveway, and he heaves a giant breath of air that I feel shake in my chest.
"Carly, stop."
I spin around and march back toward him immediately, his eyes widening at my speed. "You don't get to tell me how to interpret something, Ryan Miller. That's not the way this works. That's not the way any of this works. Relationships, hookups, whatever the hell this is, they're kind of like jokes. If you have to explain the punchline, the whole thing loses its luster." His head jerks back, and his eyes narrow slightly. It makes them appear to be a darker blue than I know them to be, but no less captivating. His words are slightly less endearing, though.
"Are you always this hard-headed, or only when you're afraid to feel something bigger than the thrill of a trip down a snow-covered mountain?"
Fed up, I spin around again and march straight toward the house without turning back. It seems like he's behind me again, following, but I don't turn and look to find out. Straight to the front door, I open the glass storm door and then the main wooden one, letting them slam behind me. They don't hit the jamb, instead bouncing off Ryan's body as he forces his way through them. "I told you to stop following me," I hiss quietly, not wanting to have an argument of this nature at full volume in case my mom came home and went to sleep. It's not that my parents never had the occasional knockdown, drag-out screaming match when I was growing up, but I really don't need her waking up and feeling the need to get involved.
And I told you that I'm not going to quit following you until you hear my side of the story at least.
"You know what?" I snap, turning around as I reach the door of my bedroom and getting in his face. I twist my wrist to engage the knob behind my back, shove open the door with my foot, and grab him by the front of his shirt to pull him inside with me. I shut the door behind him soundly and then offer with wide arms. "Go ahead. Get it over with. Tell me your side of the story." He steps forward, caging me and forcing me to retreat. My only move is backward, but the escape route dries up quickly as my back slams into the door and his arms come up to meet the surface at the sides of my face.
"Trust me, Carly. You wanted me to end that kiss."
He's breathing heavily, and his eyes are so vivid. I want to tell him to take his explanation and shove it up his own ass, but with the way he's looking at me, I don't even manage to cover the breathiness of my curiosity. "Why is that?"
"Because when it comes to kissing and fucking, I don't follow the rules,"
he says, moving his mouth to my ear so it just ghosts the shell.
"I don't go easy, Carly. And when I put my mouth on your pussy, I'm not going to do it with your back in the grass in some random yard where I can't take my fucking time."
He pushes his body into mine against the door, and I feel the seriously unmissable presence of his hard cock against my abdomen. My eyes widen slightly, my nostrils flare, and a heaviness takes up residence between my legs. Okay, holy shit. Turns out his explanation of the punchline is pretty damn good. I open my mouth to, I don't know, tell him to pillage me like he's a Viking and I'm a ship in a dark, tumultuous sea? But along with inhaling his super powerful pheromones, I've also gotten a whiff of something else. Something that, no matter how turned on I am, or how much I want him to take his time with my already raring-to-go kitten, I can't ignore. Not here. Not in my mother's house. Okay, so listen. You're forgiven. And I really want to explore picking up what you're putting down. Really want to explore it, actually. But, do you smell that? His intensity dissipates a little, and I have to admit, as much fun as I have joking around with him, I'm sad to see it go. But I'm fairly confident now, after that admission, I'll get it back again. And when I do, holy shit, I'm going to mine for it shamelessly. He pulls back slightly, the pressure of his hardness against my belly disappearing entirely, and looks up and to the right while he takes in a deep breath of air. When he smells what I'm smelling, obviously, his eyebrows draw together.
Is that?
I don't know, I whisper, but it sure as hell seems pretty skunky to me. Revving up my nose like a bloodhound, I start sniffing the air around us rapidly, bringing a smile to Ryan's full lips. It looks good there, just as good as the hard line it held only a moment ago as he spoke about tasting my pussy. Opposites, somehow at home together in the same being. A shiver runs down my spine as I think about how the same applies to the mingling of people like him and me, to the pairing of the rule follower and the rebel.
What do you think?
Ryan asks, breaking me from my inner ramblings and bringing me back to the problem at hand.
Is it weed?
As a Colorado resident, I feel completely confident in my ability to reply. Without a doubt. What I don't know is where it's coming from.
Let's find out.
I nod, turning to open the door again and peek my head out into the hallway. The smell amplifies immediately, and I turn back to stare meaningfully at Ryan. He steps around me, leading the way into the hallway fully, and spinning around in a brief circle with his head to the ceiling. There's an air vent directly above him, and his eyebrows pinch together as he looks at it.
"I think it's coming from inside the house,"
he announces doomfully, and my head drops back on my shoulders. "No," I whine. "Are you kidding me?" He shakes his head, his face an unbelievably uncanny portrayal of the way I feel.
"I wish I were, but no. We're in a goddamn horror movie right now, and the call is coming from inside the motherfucking house. Carly, this is our version of when a stranger calls."
I groan and let my head loll back. Only it's my mom, smoking weed.
Exactly.
"God damn it, Ryan!" I whisper yell and lock my wide, shocked gaze with his. "Why is living with old people like living with teenagers? Why?"
"Come on,"
he says, grabbing my hand and pulling me down the hall toward my mom's bedroom. I pull back on the force with some of my own, scrambling my feet against the carpet. "Wait, no! What are you doing?"
"The same thing I'd do if it were a teenager smoking weed in the house. Busting them."
Oh my God, this seems like a really bad idea. It doesn't matter, though, because before I even start to protest, Ryan has us moving again, down the hall and to the closed door, where he turns the knob without hesitation. I pray for it to be locked harder than I've ever prayed for anything in my life. But when I hear the click of the bolt leaving its metal chamber, I know this is going to be one of those unanswered prayers Garth Brooks likes to sing about. I cover my eyes, a gut reaction I can't stop, as Ryan pulls me through the door.
"What in the fuck do you two think you're doing?"
he says, in a seriously hot dad voice that makes me uncover my eyes just so I can get a look at his face. Unfortunately, that also means I get a load of the scene he's pulled me into. Our parents, both fully clothed, thank God, lying together on my mom's bed, giggling and passing a joint back and forth. Ryan's demand for answers, of course, has only made them laugh harder.
"Rye, my boy,"
Sal says, looking down the length of his body from his spot on the bed to the two of us.
"Want a toke?"
I suck my lips into my mouth as hard as I physically can in the gargantuan effort not to laugh. We're living inside a fucking circus. It's true. But the look on Ryan's face while being propositioned to do drugs by his father is almost too much to take. Like, I legitimately think his head might explode if I don't take control. "Sal," I venture carefully. "I don't think Ryan wants any of your weed." Sal shrugs, and I lick my lips as Stella lifts one petite shoulder in a cutesy shrug and winks at me. "What he wants, what we both want," I qualify, "is for the two of you to start acting like adults and use your brains a little bit. I'm not going to judge your desire to smoke pot recreationally, but for the love of God, could you not do it inside the house? In bed? There's like 5 feet of space between these landominiums. One shaky hand and you're going to burn this whole freaking neighborhood to the ground." Stella laughs again and takes a pull off the joint, which, to be honest, looks a little too expertly rolled, held tightly between her thumb and index finger. "Come on, Carly," she says through a sharp inhale, words leaving her lips, but smoke entering her lungs at the same time. "We're just having a little party." "Put it out or take it outside," I reply as sternly as I can manage. "Those are the options."
"No,"
Ryan interjects.
"Those aren't the options. Not tonight. Tonight you're going to put that fucking thing out and go to sleep. Right where you are so the two of you don't end up fucking falling again and getting more goddamn injuries. I mean, shit. Were you both high like this when you were taking down Stella's decorations? It would certainly make a lot of fucking sense." But Ryan doesn't give either one of them time to explain. He steps forward and takes the joint out of its place in Stella's hand and stubs it into an ashtray on her nightstand. "God damn,"
Sal grumbles.
"Someone's got a stick up his—" "No,"
Ryan cuts him off.
No sticks. Just a really big fucking pain. I'm trying my best to ensure you stay safe and healed, Dad, and you're fighting me every step of the way. It's not that hard. Don't shave your balls. Don't smoke pot in the house. Don't drink whiskey every hour of the day.
Ryan, I interrupt softly, putting a gentle hand to his arm. It's okay. I reach around him, snatch the joint from the ashtray, and then grab Ryan's hand and pull him toward the door to the bedroom. Sal and Stella are already giggling again as we step through the jam, and I offer a weird wave over my shoulder with the pot between my fingers. No more trouble tonight, you two. Their laughter follows us as I pull Ryan down the hall and back out the front door. Once I make sure my mom's house is locked up tight, I continue leading the two of us down the sidewalk to the driveway and across the lawn to his dad's house. He doesn't say anything, but I can feel the tension of his entire body in the hand clasped with mine. Can you open the garage door? I ask, jerking my head at the keypad attached to the frame. He nods a little woodenly, but he steps forward and puts in the code, starting the door whirring on its track. When it clears my head, I step inside the garage, past his dad's little sports car, and walk straight to the trash can, lifting the lid and tossing the now unlit joint inside. Ryan's brow is rumpled angrily still, so I reach up to smooth it with a gentle finger. Come on, I say, bumping my elbow into his. Just imagine the garbage day drama it'll bring if Betty finds out your dad has a joint in his can. Unbagged. A smile peeks through, just teasing the corner of Ryan's beautifully full mouth, and I move my hand to touch it.
Why do I let it all bother me so much?
He asks, willing me to come up with an answer that'll make it all feel better. I don't have one. At least, I don't have one that uses words. I don't know why the parent-child relationship is so complicated when everyone is an adult. But I know at the end of the day, you love your dad, and he loves you, same as with my mom and me. And I also know that the only thing that's going to make you feel better, right now, in this moment, is to take me to your room and finish what we started earlier. My heart throbs in my chest, excitement and anxiety at the boldness of my statement raging an all-out war inside me. My breathing is labored, and my breasts are swollen, and by God, I'm more than ready for Ryan to show me what it's like to have him be the boss in the bedroom. Chapter 20. Carly. Time is fluid. It has to be. Because I couldn't even snap a rubber band in the space between the moment I invited Ryan to work out the vestiges of his tension with me and now, if I wanted to. And yet, the feeling of my back scooting across the comforter on the bed in Ryan's tidy home away from home, as he wraps his arms around my thighs and yanks my body down toward his, seems like it might last forever. Ryan, I breathe, eliciting a grin from him.
Just relax, Carly. I have but one solitary goal tonight, and I'm not the kind of man who stops anywhere short of success.
And your goal? I ask with a gulping swallow. What is it? His smile is lazy and sexy and wholly in control in a way that makes my entire body quiver as he skates a hand up in the inside of my thigh and pauses, just before actually touching me.
When I'm done with you tonight, Carly, you won't have to ask.
Holy shit. That's it. I'm starting a blog on the merits of dating corporate VPs. New goal, lady warriors. Don't fight the establishment. Fuck it instead. The results are guaranteed to be exponentially more satisfying. I flop back onto the bed, and Ryan climbs over me, straddling my hips and scooping a gentle hand under the back of my neck. It makes my nerves tingle, but the simple feeling is no match for the gasp that leaves my throat when he uses that hand to yank up on the back of my neck, forcing my back to arch dramatically. My breasts heave in my pink bra, my flowy top already having been removed and discarded in a heap on the floor, and he leans down to skate his mouth across them. The tops first, and then the swells. And then, with agonizing precision, he closes his lips around the peak of my nipple and sucks through the fabric. Because of his hand at my neck, my body's natural inclination to balk at the overwhelming sensation is a dead end, and his suction pulls even deeper. I moan, and his fingers tighten in the strands of hair that have mixed among them. Louder, he tells me, the softness of his own voice a dichotomous traitor to his order. When you moan, don't hold it back. I want to hear it, feel it, taste it. Understand me? I nod as best I can with the restricted movement of my upper body, and he smiles against the skin of my throat. Good girl. Holy hell. Ryan gently squeezes his hand at my throat as he spins it to the front of my neck and applies pressure ever so slowly. It's not choking per se, but it's choking's little sister, and I can't say I'm sad to be meeting her. Sliding down, his hand travels slowly to my chest, the weight of it making the feeling of intimacy that much more potent. The cup of my bra leaves a scratching scrape in its wake as he pulls it down, and the open air on my already slightly wet nipple makes it peak even harder. You're beautiful, Carly, Ryan says against my skin, his mouth so precise in its movements, it's like an extension of his hands. Your body, your face, your mind, all of it is captivating. I sigh heavily, the simple task of breathing and enjoying his attentions at the same time, proving more difficult than expected. I want to touch him, feel him, taste him, but something about the way he's dictating our pace assures me it'll all come in good time. Sexy Barney Fife has been replaced, and now I'm faced with a fierce, commanding lover in his place. And damn, I'm a fan. I exhale as the other cup of my bra flips down and props my breast above it, and Ryan licks a circle around the nipple. He groans when I shift my legs restlessly below his hips, and then he nips at the underswell of flesh. Calm, baby. I quiet my legs as best I can and watch as he scoots down the line of my body, undoing the button on my jeans and pulling them and my underwear off in one swoop. It's a surprising rush to have him move so quickly after taking so much time with my breasts, and the mix of time once again rears its beautiful head. Fierce and direct, he spreads my thighs with rough hands and puts his mouth to my exposed clit. The tiny amount of scruff on his face scrapes at my delicate flesh, making me jump in surprise. And then he pulls back and blows. Warm, sexy, unbelievably gentle. It feels like the touch of the faintest feather, but it's enough to make my back leave the bed without the help of his hand at my neck. Ryan, I moan, this time uncontrolled by some pseudo-desire to stay within a boundary. You taste so fucking sweet, baby. I might have to eat you all night. I shiver. Will you let me eat you all night, Carly? Will I let him? Is that even a fucking question? I nod fervently, and he smirks, the look of sheer pleasure magnifying his features magnificently. Oh, sweet girl. You have no idea what you just signed up for. I don't? I ask. No, he says forebodingly. But you're about to find out.
Chapter 21. Ryan. Carly grabs onto my upper back tightly, her legs wrapped over my shoulders and her back against the wall above the headboard. My cock out and hard. I stroke it as I do the same to her with my tongue for the second hour in a row. My mouth is raw, but she tastes just as sweet as the first lick, and I won't stop until she can't open her goddamn eyes anymore.
Ryan?
She cries again, her I've officially lost count orgasm hitting her so hard her whole body slams into the wall. I eat voraciously, sucking in every last drop of her pussy's offerings as the warm walls inside her pulse around my tongue. She yanks and tugs at my hair, the overwhelming tiredness of her body taking away any and all measure of her movements. I squeeze the base of my cock and flip her around on the bed again, her back to the messy tangle of sheets we've created. Again, I command, forcing her legs apart and licking one long swipe up the center of her tender pussy. She screams, shaking her head with fluttering eyelashes, willing her eyes to stay open.
I can't.
You can. I disagree, circling the tight bundle of her clit with my tongue and then slapping it lightly with my hand. Her back arches, and with just the pressure of one finger on the tight butt of her ass while I shove another finger inside her pussy, she comes all over again. She screams and writhes on the bed, and I know with absolute certainty one more orgasm is all it'll take to make her pass out cold. While she tries to recover, whimpering slightly into the comfort of a wad of sheets, I grab a condom from my bag and slide it over the top of my dick and roll it down. My balls throb with the need to come, a pleasure I've denied myself entirely until this very moment. Because I wasn't lying when I told Carly I had one goal tonight, to take her to the very brink of utopia without service to myself until I was absolutely positive she could enjoy nothing more. I was to chase her pleasure, and her pleasure alone, as many times as her body would allow.
Oh my God,
Carly breathes as I climb back onto the bed and push my hips in between hers, her eyes on my dick and the condom that covers it.
You're actually going to use your penis?
I smile at that. I can't help it. There aren't very many women like Carly Page, and for that I'm glad. I'm pretty sure I'd have a much bigger criminal record if there were. I am. Think your pussy can handle coming for me one more time?
I really want to say something convincing like, fuck yes, it can, but Ryan, I'm really not sure. Your stamina is almost otherworldly. I think you might be an alien life form from the planet Sextune.
I chuckle. Does that mean you know the answer to what my goal for tonight is?
Is it to kill me?
I shake my head. Nope, but don't worry. I'm going to give you one more chance to learn. She watches avidly through sleepy eyes as I resettle my hips between her legs, lift her calves to wrap them around my back, and sink my cock into the sweet heat of her pussy. It feels smooth and welcoming, and a guttural groan grabs me by the balls and threatens to make me come immediately. To be fair, I've been holding back my orgasm for the longest time I've ever fucking managed, but I refuse to let myself screw up the chance to make her come again. One last time.
Chapter 22. September 17th, Thursday. Carly. Every time I shift, walk, or do pretty much anything, I'm reminded of last night. It's been less than 12 hours since Ryan was inside me. Since he ate my pussy until I had so many orgasms, I felt like I had been transported to another realm. But the sensation of his mouth on me, of his cock filling me up, is still there.
"What sounds good to you, darlin'?"
Sal asks, reaching out his hand to gently place it over the one my mother has sitting beside her menu. I can't deny my current situation is a very strong deterrent to allowing my mind to spend hours upon hours replaying my sexcapade with Ryan. Lunch at the clubhouse with the two geriatric potheads doesn't leave much room to think about anything else besides keeping their usually crazy asses in line. "I don't know, Sally," she responds and grins at him from across the table.
"But I'm starving." "Me too."
He smirks back at her.
"Feel like I could eat one of everything off the menu and still not be satisfied."
"Maybe you're both so hungry because you were toking it up last night like Snoop Dogg," I comment, and my mom completely ignores the point of my statement.
"You know, ever since he started collaborating with Martha, I really like that Snoop Doggy."
I roll my eyes.
"Nice deflection, Mom." "What? Don't tell me you're still mad about me smoking a little weed with Sal." "I know Ryan sure as shit is,"
Sal grumbles.
"Gave me the silent treatment all goddamn morning."
"Well, considering it just happened last night, I think the normal time frame to be mad is still active," I state, and my mom sighs.
"Again, honey, it was just a little weed. No big deal."
"You do realize that it's still illegal to smoke weed in Florida, right?"
Minor details. She waves me off. And when did you become such a stickler for abiding by the law? I recall a time when I had to bail you and your girlfriends out of jail because you decided streaking across the field during the homecoming football game was a good idea. I was 17, Mom. Everyone does crazy shit when they're 17. I toss back. And I'm pretty sure Betty Matthews wouldn't consider it minor details if she caught you two passing a doobie back and forth. Betty Matthews needs to take that giant stick out of her ass. And, truthfully, a little Mary Jane would do her some good. That woman is wound so tight, it has to be bad for her health. I sigh and start to resume my lunch menu browsing, but Sal's next question grabs my attention right quick. Speaking of old Betty, he pauses and grins like the Cheshire cat. Did you hear what happened to Nan's yard? Oh, here we go. I should have known gossip at Sunny Creek traveled faster than a damn Kardashian sex tape on the internet. What do you mean? Stella tilts her head to the side. What happened? Someone pranked her, threw toilet paper all over the damn lawn. Word on the street is they even made a big outline of a dick and balls right in the center, just behind those stupid begonias she goes on and on about. What? My mom's face looks like a cartoon character, jaw dropped and eyes big and wide and comically surprised. You're joking. No, darlin', Sal responds. When I called Mrs. Dickens this morning to check on Tommy, she gave me all the details. When she had to take little Toby out in the middle of the night, she caught sight of Betty and Nan damn near getting into a fistfight over the whole shebang. Damn you, Mrs. Dickens. Besides Ryan and me, I thought Betty and Nan were the only ones who actually knew about our little TP prank last night. I mean, once he'd finished working my body over like a fucking orgasm expert, and we were just lying in bed half drunk off sex and euphoria, the guilt of thinking about Nan having to clean up her own yard became too much for Ryan to bear. And since I was too blissed out from the things his wicked tongue and big cock had managed to do to me, I didn't refute when he said we needed to get out of bed at 4 a.m. and clean it all up. Which we did. Not a single square of toilet paper was left behind. But what we didn't do was take Mrs. Dickens's Chihuahua Toby's bathroom habits into consideration. Stella remains shocked to silence for a good 20 seconds. But then, once realization really settles in, loud, obnoxious cackles follow. Oh my goodness, Sally. I think that's the best news I've heard all day. Was for me, too. Sal smiles at my mother's enjoyment. Who did it? She asks through another bout of laughter. Also, I demand that we make a pit stop at Nan's after lunch. I have to see this. Not a clue. He just shrugs. Though, Mrs. Dickens was pretty shocked with just how much ground the toilet paper tosser managed to cover. No way it could have been anyone with a hip replacement, knee replacement, or heart problems. So, like 75% of Sunny Creek residents are out, my mother comments, and he nods. Pretty much. And while I hate to be the bearer of bad news, darlin', we can't go see it. What? Why in the heck not? Because somewhere between the time Mrs. Dickens saw it when she took out that little dog of hers at 1 a.m. and when she got back up again at 5, someone had already managed to clean it all up. But Nan doesn't get up that early. Hell, even Betty doesn't usually get up before 7. Tell me about it. Sal nods in agreement. The whole thing reeks of an inside job. The fact that it was Betty's best friend's house, and it occurred on the night before trash day, and it's already been cleaned up? You can't convince me those are just coincidences. Goodness, what are they, CSI investigators? Any second, they're going to get Grissom and Willows on the case and start testing forensics and trying to find toilet paper remnants on Nan's lawn. Sheesh. I choose this very moment to grab my phone out of my purse and act like I'm checking very important emails. Of which I have none. I mean, Brody's emails are important, but not ignore lunch important, you know?
What I'm actually doing is sending Ryan a text. Me. I think we've been found out. Although, I have a feeling it'll be a while before he can actually read my message. Early this morning, Ryan had mentioned how much work he had to get done today, so I picked up Sal on our way to lunch to give Ryan a little peace and quiet. But who could have managed such a thing? My mother remarks and, eventually, moves her eyes to me. I don't actually see her do it because, yeah, I'm still staring at my phone, but I can feel the weight of her gaze when it latches onto me. "What do you think, Carly?" I question and make a show of pulling my eyes away from the screen in my hands. What do I think about what? "Who do you think hit Nan's house last night?" Huh? I inquire, making a point to play dumb. What are you talking about? Someone trashed Nan's house with toilet paper. For real? That's pretty wild. Yeah, my mom narrows her gaze. And by the looks of it, it wasn't someone with any major pre-existing medical conditions. She's on to me. That much I know. But there's no way I'm going to let her in on Ryan's and my big TP secret. I could never add to Ryan's guilt like that. I'd prefer not to make the man whose tongue is a gift from heaven above and whose penis can find my G-spot upset with me. Not when more orgasms are still within the realm of possibility. No pre-existing medical conditions? I repeat. But Mom, everyone in Sunny Creek is over 65. The odds of someone not having some kind of medical condition are pretty slim, wouldn't you say? Precisely my thoughts, she says, skeptical as hell. But, thankfully, at just the right moment, a nice, friendly server decides to step up to the table and take our orders. Sal orders not one, but 2 hamburgers, fries, soup, and an iced tea. Stella chooses her usual grilled chicken Caesar salad and lemonade. And I go with the BLT, fries, and a Coke. The server, whose name tag reads Devin, smiles as he quickly writes down all of our orders. But just before he can leave the table, a familiar voice grabs his attention. "Can I put in my order before you go? I'm going to be joining them for lunch, too." I look up to find Ryan closing the distance to our table, and my vagina instantly grabs her pom-poms and starts cheering like he's going to stick his penis between the goalposts right here in the dining room of the clubhouse. "Of course," Devin agrees with a friendly smile, and Ryan quickly tells him he'd like to have a hamburger and fries. Once Devin has his notepad and pen back in the pocket of his apron, he leaves the table to put in our orders. Ryan sits down across from me, right beside his dad, and it takes every inch of willpower I have not to do something crazy like crawl across the surface of the table and kiss his handsome face. Because, damn, he looks good. But I'm starting to find he always looks good. Suit and tie, jeans and a t-shirt, naked, Ryan Miller is a total babe. "What the hell are you doing here?" Sal questions. Ryan just shrugs. "Had a little time between conference calls and figured I'd join you guys for lunch." "So, you're not giving me the silent treatment anymore?" Ryan smirks. "I wasn't giving you the silent treatment." "Bullshit. You ignored me all morning. You didn't wake up until 9, Dad, and I was on a call. Could have at least said good morning." Sal grumbles, and Ryan reaches out to wrap his arm around his dad's shoulder. "Good afternoon, Dad. How's your day?" "Smartass," Sal mutters, but he also chuckles. "And it was going good before you decided to show up and ruin my lunch with these 2 beautiful ladies." Ryan's eyes meet mine. They sure are something, aren't they? His question urges goosebumps to slide up my arms, and the way his gaze brushes over my body does nothing to help me keep my horny libido in check. Goodness, this man. Ryan Miller is crazy smart, handsome, charming, sexy, and fucks like a god. He's the equivalent of the quiet type you never saw coming, a flipping trifecta of unexpected perfection. Unbidden and unwelcome, thoughts of last night rush inside my head. Ryan's mouth on me, his cock sliding inside me. The way his blue eyes darkened with heat with each... Fuck, I have to get it together. Now is not the time to drift off into la-la sex land while my mother rambles on and on to Ryan about the latest Sunny Creek gossip. The anonymous TPer of Nan's house. When I realize my pussy is already throbbing and my nipples could cut glass beneath my bra, I decide to give myself a little mental break from the sexual prowess that's now sitting across from me. "If you'll excuse me," I say, clearing my throat and grabbing everyone's attention at the table. "I'm going to head to the ladies' room really quick." Napkin on the table, I slide my chair out and make quick work of heading in the direction of the bathroom. I don't even let myself glance in Ryan's direction. I can't. If I'm going to get it together and not end up dry-humping the leg of our table like an unneutered dog, I can't let myself stare into the blue eyes of the sex king. And when I say sex king, I really mean it. I've honestly never experienced sex with a man like him. He's this mind-blowing mix of expert orgasm giver, bossy dom, and freak in the sheets. And I'd be outright lying if I said I didn't want to experience more of what he has to give. After I pass the hostess stand at the front of the clubhouse, I take a right and quickly slip inside one of the unisex single-stall restrooms. Door locked behind me, I rest my back against the wood and inhale a deep breath. Hand to my chest, I coach myself to climb off my tower of horny and act like a normal, non-sex-crazed human being. It's hard, though, I'll be honest. I've never experienced sex that good in my entire life. And apparently, my vagina's only way to cope is begging for more, like she's Billy fucking Idol. I swear, there's nothing more awkward than being uncomfortably turned on at lunch with your mom and her so-called boyfriend. Well, besides maybe seeing your mom's WAP dance video, or watching her make out with said boyfriend, or, a million other things that I've had to witness while being a temporary resident at Sunny Creek. I don't know how long I stand there, but when 3 soft knocks rap against the door, I damn near jump out of my skin. "Hold on, just a minute," I shout, and just, pace back and forth in the small bathroom. Truthfully, I have zero reason to be in here, but I also don't want to seem like a psycho who just stands around in bathrooms. I hit the handle on the toilet with my shoe, so the sounds of flushing fill the room. But before I can head over to the sink to wash my hands, my phone buzzes in my pocket. Ryan.
"Open up, sweetheart."
"Huh?"
"I'm the one who just knocked on the door."
What the hell? I think to myself. But also, I open up the door. Between one breath and the next, Ryan is on the other side, and then his arms are around my waist, and he's shuffling us into the bathroom and kicking the door shut behind him. "What are you doing?" I ask, but also I giggle.
"Kissing you."
Which he does. Lips to mine, he takes my mouth in a deep, sensual kiss that feels so damn good, it surprises a moan from my throat.
"So, when you texted me to say we've been found out, you meant Nan's house,"
he states, and bites down on my bottom lip to tug on it gently. "What did you think I meant?" I ask, but then my eyes go wide in amusement, and I laugh when I realize that message could have meant our parents found out about all the hours of hot and illicit sex we enjoyed inside Sal's guest bedroom. Oh shit, I guess I didn't think that through, huh?
"Not exactly."
He shakes his head, smirks, and kisses me once more. I lean my head back to meet his eyes. "Is that why you showed up at lunch? Because you thought some crazy shit was going down between me and the doobie-smoking twins?" He shakes his head again.
"Actually, I was already on my way here when you sent me that."
"But I thought you had a ton of work to get done today."
"I do."
He grimaces and slides his fingers into my hair, tugging my head back gently, so my neck arches and my chest presses into his.
"But I couldn't stop thinking about last night and decided I wanted to see you more than I needed to do my fucking job."
"So basically what you're saying is that you're currently playing hooky from work because you wanted to see me." He nods.
"You're a horrible influence."
I giggle at that. "Yeah, well, you haven't made shit easy on me either. My mind has been reeling all damn day." Ryan smirks, and his eyes flit down to my mouth.
Wait, have you been fantasizing about me today, Carly?
That's top secret information.
Is that right?
He quirks a brow, and his eyes flash to mine for the briefest of moments before going back to my lips.
And what do I have to do to get that information out of you?
Lots of stuff.
Like, what kind of stuff?
He asks and runs his nose up my cheek. Dirty stuff. That makes him chuckle.
I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I get too carried away with you. Pretty sure Sal and Stella will notice if we're both MIA from the table for a few hours.
Well then, I guess you're shit out of luck. Ryan places one more deep kiss to my mouth, slipping his tongue past my lips to dance with mine. And it's good. So good. My breasts press against his chest, and I can feel the way he's growing hard against my stomach with each passing second.
Fuck. I could do this with you all day.
He whispers against my lips, and he moves his mouth down my neck to my chest. And with his fucking teeth, he tugs my shirt and one cup of my bra down to suck my nipple into his mouth. Oh, holy shit, I whimper, and an embarrassingly loud moan escapes my lungs. I feel his lips quirk against my skin, and he pulls away to blow a warm breath across my now wet nipple. It's basically my undoing, and any control I had over not being throbbing and aching and craving every freaking second is long gone. I am officially an amped-up ball of sexual needs and desires, ready to rip his and my clothes off and go to town in the middle of this fucking bathroom. But, to my utter dismay, he readjusts my shirt and bra so they're both covering me up again and releases me from his hold. Why'd you do that, Ryan? I question on a half-giggle, half-whine. I came in here to not be horny, and now I feel like I'm about to spontaneously combust.
Because I'm a fucking idiot.
He lets out a comical groan.
And, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not faring well either,
he says, and reaches down to adjust his cock on a grimace. Ugh, I let my head fall back. And you say I'm the bad influence. Ryan chuckles at that and leans forward to press a soft kiss to the corner of my mouth.
Well, you are the one who tempts me to do the craziest of things.
Don't try to push this off on me. I roll my eyes. You're the one who came swaggering in here and got us both all riled up.
I promise. I'll make it all better. Just not right now.
I pout. I'm holding you to that.
Do.
He winks.
If you want to meet me in my dad's garage at 5 tonight, I might be able to start, making it better.
5? I question and scrunch up my nose. But why 5?
Garbage pickup, remember?
Oh, shit, I mutter, and he shakes his head on a laugh.
Don't worry, your garbage will already be handled.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm going to handle it.
You're taking my trash out for me?
Uh-huh.
He smirks.
Lord knows I've seen the way you come running out of your house on trash day. I'd much prefer if I'm the only one who gets to see your glorious, braless tits bouncing around.
You feeling jealous of the trash guys, Ryan?
Maybe.
He just smirks.
Now, I'm going to head back out there. Surely Sal and Stella are done chatting with the Thompsons. You'll wait in here for another 5 minutes before following?
I nod, but also, right before he opens the door, I lift my shirt and bra and flash him. Just so we're clear, you don't want anyone else to see these, right?
Fucking hell, Carly,
he says on a half-groan, half-chuckle. 2 strides later, he's wrapping me up in his arms and kissing the daylights out of me.
Behave,
he whispers against my mouth. Or what?
Or else I'll have to punish you with tongue lashings.
A few seconds later, he's walking out of the bathroom, and I'm left to muse. If Ryan's punishment involves the kind of tongue lashings he gave me last night, then I'm about to be the baddest girl in town.
Chapter 23. September 21st, Monday. Ryan.
The time is now 5:30, and we're going to switch gears and see what Orlando has to say about the weather.
The female newscaster announces on the television, and I glance down to up the speed on the treadmill. My Nike sneakers pound gently against the quickly turning black track as I lengthen my stride and adjust to the increased pace. "Thanks, Julie," the meteorologist says, briefly pulling my attention back to the television hanging to the right of a wall of mirrors I've been using to watch my form while lifting weights, which just so happens to be my next agenda item of the morning. First, quick and efficient cardio to get my body moving, my muscles warm, and my heart rate up. Then a 40-minute weight workout focusing on all of the key areas. For the past 2 weeks, this has become my near-daily routine while I've been staying with my dad in Sunny Creek. And for the first week and a half, it was my saving grace. The one time each day when I could relieve stress and frustration and come back to my dad's place with a clear head. But now that a certain woman with gorgeous blue eyes and a sexy little body has grown to be a constant thought inside my head, I can't deny these workouts have lost most of their luster. Now I'm just putting in the time to keep my mind and body in shape. Otherwise, I'd rather be sneaking into Carly's bedroom and having my wicked way with her. Hell, I'm tempted to text her that very thought. But when I realize it's not even 6 in the morning, I choose not to risk waking her via the chime of a message. Eventually, the preset timer on my treadmill beeps, and I hop off, take a quick swig of water, and move over to the weights. First order of business is bench press. Once I finish getting my weights evenly distributed on the bar, I lie back on the padded cushion. Arms raised above my head, I grip the bar and inhale and exhale a deep breath. But before I can actually start my set, an all too familiar and extremely unexpected voice fills my ears.
"Fancy seeing you here."
I lift my head just enough to catch sight of a smirking Carly striding through the gym, past the treadmills and the free weights, and she doesn't come to a stop until she stands right beside my supine form. "Oh, what are you doing here?"
"Couldn't sleep."
She shrugs, and I can't stop myself from noticing her current attire, tight as fuck neon green leggings, and a white sports bra that pushes her breasts up in the most glorious way.
"Figured I'd try to fit in a workout before my day gets filled with keeping our parents out of trouble."
Lately on weekdays, while I'm busy with work, Carly has been the one keeping Sal and Stella occupied. Truthfully speaking, it's been a godsend for me. Although what I've gained in free time hasn't exactly equated to more productivity. Frankly, it's mostly just revolved around texting and thinking about and finding whatever secret, stolen moments I can with Carly. Talk about a one sexy as fuck game of cat and mouse. Trying to get back in the habit of your off-season runs?
"Something like that."
Without preamble, she uses my chest to steady herself as she lifts one leg over my body and straddles my hips.
"Need a little help?"
she asks, grinning down at me. Need a little help? I don't even remember what I was fucking doing. Too fixated on the fact that I can feel the heat of her pussy through the thin material of her leggings, or the fact that she's literally sitting right on my now hardening cock, I drop my hands from the bar and reach out to grip her little hips. What kind of help are you offering?
"Oh, I don't know."
She shrugs, grins, wiggles her fucking hips.
"I'm game for pretty much anything."
My cock is also 100% game. With my hands keeping her firmly pressed against me, I carefully avoid the bar as I sit up, and I don't stop until we're nose to nose. That outfit you're wearing should be illegal, I say, my voice quiet but firm. Your tits look so good. Your ass too fucking perfect.
"Too good?"
She raises one challenging brow, and to my utter enjoyment, she reaches up and yanks her sports bra down so the top rests just below her now gloriously bare tits.
"These look too good in the bra? What about out of it?"
Have mercy. I swear to God my mouth starts salivating over the idea of sucking one perfect pink nipple into my mouth. But then I quickly realize that we're in the goddamn Sunny Creek gym, and I look around with wide eyes just to be sure no one else has managed to show up while I've been too busy gawking at her.
"We're the only ones here,"
she whispers.
"And I might have locked the door on my way in, so—"
I meet her mischievous gaze. You locked the entrance door to the gym?
Uh-huh.
I can't stop myself then. Leaning forward, I suck one pert nipple into my mouth, and Carly shifts around in my lap as several moans drop from her lips. So let me get this straight, I say, releasing her right breast with a loud pop and moving to the left. My lips hover over her skin, just barely grazing her nipple. You couldn't sleep, so you got up way earlier than you normally do and decided to come to the gym?
Yes.
She whimpers and tries to push her nipple into my mouth, but I keep her steady. And when you got to the gym, you figured it was a good idea to lock the door?
Mm-hmm.
She purrs. You didn't come here to work out, did you, Carly? I question, and she doesn't respond. Instead, she shifts her hips backward and forward so her pussy rubs against my cock in the most frustratingly pleasurable way. What do you want, sweetheart? I ask, my lips now close to her ear. Tell me why you came to the gym and I'll make whatever you say happen. She leans back and meets my gaze, shock and surprise mixed with downright giddiness heating up her blue eyes.
Promise?
I swear. Carly presses her lips to mine, taking my mouth into a heady kiss, and she doesn't stop kissing me until she gently fastens her teeth around my bottom lip and tugs.
I came here because I want you to fuck me.
My analytical brain takes a quick inventory of our current situation. You're in the one room of the Sunny Creek Community Gym where the only windows sit high on the walls, nearly 12 feet from the floor, and she locked the door on her way in, so you want me to fuck you, Carly? Right here? She nods, and her eyes glaze over with the kind of heat that makes all rational thought fly out the damn door.
Right now.
Fuck me. Hold tight, sweetheart, I say, gripping her ass with my hands as I stand up from the bench. Carly squeals a little from the sudden movement, but she still manages to wrap her thighs around my waist as I carry us over to the wall of mirrors. A little pout forms at the corner of her lips when I ease her back to her feet, but I don't bother explaining what I have planned. Frankly, it's something I've imagined in this very gym 1,000 times. Turn around and put both of your hands on the mirror. And whatever you do, don't move them from that position, okay?
Okay.
Her eyes flash with excitement, and I watch with rapt attention as Carly turns her body around, placing both hands on the mirror. She stares at me in the reflection, and I step forward to grip her hips, gently pulling her body back a step and nudging her legs farther apart with my knee. I move back to take in the view of her tits bare, her back slightly arched, and her sexy little body splayed out in the most delectable way. I lick my lips. I stand by what I said earlier, I say, and she quirks an eyebrow at me in the mirror. These leggings should be fucking illegal. Your ass looks too good in them, I explain. But now that I have you like this, I need to see what that ass of yours looks like bare of anything. Carly shivers. I make good on my word. Hands to the top elastic of her tight pants, I grip the material and slowly pull them down her body until they rest just above her knees. Oh yeah, I whisper. That's much better. One index finger to her spine, I run it down her skin, past her lower back, over the curve of her ass, and I don't stop until I hook that finger down and around and slide inside, where she's already wet and ready for me. You're soaked, sweetheart. She pants out a breath, and I slide my finger in and out of her.
God, Ryan.
Carly lolls her head back.
That feels so good.
You want me to keep going with my finger? Or do you want my cock?
Your cock,
she whimpers.
Definitely your cock.
With 2 fingers now moving in and out of her, I use my other hand to free my arousal from my shorts and boxer briefs. I'm so fucking hard I could probably hammer nails, and Carly's eyes flash with desire as she watches me.
Now, Ryan,
she begs, and I smirk. You're a greedy girl this morning, huh? She nods several times.
You have no idea.
With one step forward, I take the tip of my cock and press it right at her entrance. The sensation forces a whimpering breath to jump from her lungs. More? I ask, and she squirms her hips.
All the way,
she says.
Fill me up.
I want to fill her up more than I want to take my next breath, but there's one issue that's going to prevent this fantasy from becoming a reality. Well, sweetheart, I'd really fucking love to do just that, but we have one problem. She glances over her shoulder to meet my eyes. I don't make a habit of bringing condoms to the gym. Carly responds the exact opposite of what I anticipate. Instead of frustration, she fucking smiles.
I guess it's a good thing I went ahead and brought one then.
You brought a condom to the gym? Her smile widens.
In the back pocket of my leggings.
I furrow my brow and reach down to find she's telling the truth. She literally brought a condom to the gym with her. You weren't lying when you said you didn't come here to work out, were you?
Nope.
She shakes her head and giggles start to spill from her lips. But those giggles are quickly stopped once I slip the condom on, grip her hips, and slide inside her. In one steady motion, I push myself to the hilt, and a deep, guttural moan spills from Carly's throat. Her pussy squeezes me tight, and I have to inhale a deep breath to keep myself from rutting into her like a maniac. "Good girl," I whisper through a raspy groan. "Keep those hands on the mirror." She doesn't hesitate to obey, and the sight of her, the sight of us, is by far one of the most erotic things I've ever witnessed. And fuck, she feels so insanely good that I have to inhale and exhale several deep breaths to rein in the animalistic need to go hard and fast that pulses inside me. Once I get myself under control, I start a slow and steady rhythm, each thrust purposefully curved at the end, so I hit the one spot I know will have her shaking in pleasure like a leaf in the fucking breeze.
"Yes," she moans. "God, yes. This is exactly why I got up so early this morning."
I smirk at that, but also I start to move my hips rougher, faster, and push myself in deeper with each jolt forward. When I catch sight of the way her tits bounce with our movements, I release her hips and move my hands up to her perfect breasts, gently plucking at her nipples in a way that drives her mad. I have no idea how long we stay like this. Frankly, I pretty much forget we're in the middle of the Sunny Creek gym. But what I do know is that morning gym sex with Carly Page is about the best fucking way I've ever started my day. The combination of the thrill of the wild, forbidden act, and the constant reminder of how perfectly Carly and I fit together makes me want to do this over and over and over again. Once I feel her pussy clench around me in a hard orgasm, I fall straight over the edge into one pleasurable as fuck abyss.
"Holy hell, that was the best,"
she whispers as we both slowly come back down to earth.
"The best. I'm so glad I set my alarm last night."
That makes me laugh. You set an alarm just so you could come seduce me at the gym this morning? Carly winks at me over her shoulder.
"You bet your big, beautiful cock I did."
Sweet mother of mercy, this woman is an enigma of spontaneity and wild and crazy. And fuck if you don't find her completely irresistible.
Chapter 24. September 25th. Friday. Carly. Stretch out on one of the coveted Sunny Creek loungers in front of the big community pool. I am living the dream right now. There's no water aerobics or pressure for me to pretend like I know how to teach water aerobics. No sign of Betty or Nan. And about 30 or so minutes ago, most of our fellow pool-goers headed back to their landominiums for lunch. I had the foresight to pack our lunch, and after a full meal and spending a few hours flirting and making kissy faces at each other, Sal and Stella are completely tuckered out on the two loungers beside mine. The plethora of quiet, uninterrupted peace that lays in front of me is one of the most beautiful sights I've ever witnessed, though it doesn't hold a candle to the view that is a naked, muscular Ryan. Especially when that very Ryan is banging your brains out in the public place that is the Sunny Creek gym. It might have happened 4 days ago, but I'm certain nothing compares to that. The mere thought of him inspires me to pull my cell out of Stella's beach bag and send him a quick message. Me. What are you doing? Not even a minute later, my phone chimes with a response. Ryan.
On a conference call discussing merger and acquisition plans for the upcoming quarter.
Ugh, gross. I scrunch up my nose. That sounds like my real-life version of hell.
Huh. It's actually pretty interesting.
You're such a liar. You know it's one of the most boring things you've ever had to listen to.
It's not that bad.
Not that bad. Give me a break. I snort and get to the real point of my message. Are you on a phone call or a video call?
Just phone. Why?
Oh, hell yes. Can you do me a favor?
Of course. What do you need?
I smirk at his naivete. Send me a dick pic? If I'm being honest, Ryan Miller has the most glorious penis I've ever seen in my whole life. And it's big. Like, really big. His magnificent male member somehow manages to perfectly skate the line of being very big, but not so big that you fear internal damage. Honestly, the first time I witnessed him whip that sucker out of his pants, I felt like I was watching an unboxing video for a slip-and-slide.
LOL. What? You're nuts.
Come on, Ryan, be bad. Send me a picture of your penis.
Carly, I'm not sending you a picture of my dick.
Boo! That's lame.
It's not lame. I'm pretty sure it's the normal response for any human being who is in the middle of a fucking conference call.
Nope, definitely lame.
I see you've taken the peer pressure route, which I'm not falling for. But guess what I will do?
Change your mind and let your dick take a selfie?
I'll show you my dick once Sal goes to sleep tonight.
Okay. Keep talking.
11:30 p.m. I'll be on your mom's back porch.
And your glorious penis will be there too?
Only if that delicious pussy of yours promises to make an appearance as well.
Tell your penis I'll be the girl in the pink robe without anything underneath it.
Damn it, Carly. You're making me hard.
Uh-oh. Does this mean you're going to have to punish me again?
You'll have to wait and find out tonight.
Oh boy. I could sure go for a Ryan Miller tongue lashing. Fingers and toes and legs and pretty much everything crossed that tonight I get served a punishment that fits my hornball crime.
Chapter 25. October 2nd, Friday. Ryan. Once I finished reviewing an updated contract from the Dolan account that my assistant Kelly sent over, I promptly draft an email back, letting her know I'm happy with the updates and to send it over to legal for a double check. This Dolan account has been a client of ours for many years now, and it's not abnormal to have to update contracts on a yearly basis. After I hit send on the message, another 10 emails have managed to find a new home in my inbox, and I glance at the clock in the lower left-hand corner of my laptop to see it's already after 12. Shit. Normally, I check on Sal around noon, get him some lunch, and argue with him for about 10 minutes until he agrees to ice his groin muscle for 15 minutes before alternating to a heat pack for another 15. You'd think since these are things that have been directly instructed by his doctor, he'd go with it. But Sal Miller never just goes with anything without putting up some kind of irrational battle. "Hey, Dad," I call out as I hop up from the dining table and head in the direction of the living room. But when he doesn't answer and I reach the sofa, I'm faced with the vision of him stretched out on the cushions, eyes shut, and sawing logs. Carefully, I snag a quilt from the back of the couch and place it over him, turn down the volume on the television, and close the blinds on the back patio doors where most of the sunlight filters into the living room. Not a single task disturbs him, and I make a mental note to make sure he does the prescribed ice and heat rotation when he gets up from his nap. But once I grab a bottle of water from the fridge and head back into the dining room to resume tackling my monstrosity of a task list, curiosity and disappointment form a weird bond and settle in my stomach. I'm disappointed that this is what I have to do right now, which truthfully is very unlike me. I'm one of those weird types that actually like my job. It's just that my job can't compare to the siren's call that is Carly Page. Hence the curiosity. Phone in my hand, I shoot her a quick message. Me. "How's your day going, sweetheart?" Carly.
Meh. Considering I'm currently lying on my rock-hard mattress watching reruns of Below Deck on my laptop, it's safe to say it could be better.
She's not kidding that the mattress in her mom's guest room is rock hard. I know this because she snuck me in through the window 2 nights ago, and the instant my back hit that fucking mattress, I felt like I bruised my spine. Also, I'm not 100% sure what Below Deck means, but knowing Carly, it revolves around some kind of reality show. They're her guilty pleasure through and through. I thought you had to take Stella somewhere.
I did. To some kind of club meeting for crafters? Or maybe it's knitters? Hell, I don't know. I drove her to the clubhouse for the big event about 20 minutes ago in the cart.
When are you picking her up?
In about 2 hours.
2 hours, that's plenty of time. Not to mention, once Sal gives in to a mid-afternoon nap, he generally stays down for the count for 3 or 4 hours. Decision made, I head back into the dining room, send my assistant a short message that something's come up and I'll be unavailable for a few hours, and then, once my laptop is in sleep mode, I quietly make my way out the front door and lock it after I carefully click it shut. Once I reach Stella's front door, I rap my knuckles several times. But when there's no sign of Carly, I smirk and ring the doorbell. And when there's still no response, I press my finger to that fucker and let it ring until she gets her cute ass out of bed.
Hold your horses, you lunatic, just a minute.
Her voice fills my ears, and the sounds of her footsteps across the tile follow.
What on earth could...
She starts to question as she swings open the door, but the second her gaze locks with mine, her jaw damn near hits the tips of her pink-painted toes.
Ryan, what are you...
In one stride, I'm inside the door, my arms wrapped around her waist, and I'm cutting her off by pressing my mouth to hers. Thankfully, she doesn't balk or question. No way. In record time, her arms are around my neck and her legs are wrapped tightly around my hips. This just might be one of my favorite things about her. Wild, impulsive, down for anything, Carly is the spontaneity and irresistible chaos to my predictability and order. A moan reverberates from her lungs, and I step inside the house, kicking the door shut once I've cleared the threshold.
Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled you're here, but I thought your day was jam-packed.
She asks breathlessly against my lips. Oh, trust me, I have a ton of fucking work to do. She leans back and meets my eyes.
But you decided to come do me instead?
I chuckle at that. Yeah, actually, that's pretty much what happened.
Ryan Miller is playing hooky again?
Carly rubs her nose against mine.
For me?
Like I've said before, you're a horrible influence. She grins at that, but also hops out of my arms, grabs me by the tie, and drags me away from the entryway. You in a rush, sweetheart? I question on a laugh once we hurry through the living room and start a path down the hallway that leads to the bedrooms.
We have less than 2 hours, Ryan, she comments. Less than 2 hours for you to take out that big, beautiful cock of yours and fuck my brains out.
I grin. Well, by all means, lead the way, sweetheart.
Wait.
She stops halfway down the hall and turns to face me.
You're letting me boss you around for once?
I quirk a brow. As opposed to me being the one who does the bossing? She nods and licks her lips.
Uh-huh.
You think I boss you around when we're having sex?
In a sexy dom sort of way, she retorts. Oh, hell yes.
A dom? I repeat. As in BDSM?
You heard me right.
Carly pauses and smirks like a mischievous, obstinate child.
Sir?
It makes me hard as hell. Oh, I see what you're doing, I retort. You're looking for trouble, aren't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about,
she replies and flips her hair over her shoulder as she turns her body back toward the entrance of her bedroom. But I'm already hip to her game and more than ready to give in to her little demands. If she wants me to punish her with my tongue and cock, I take zero issue with it. I'd be obliged, in fact, to punish Carly in the form of making her lose her fucking mind. The instant she steps foot in her messy bedroom, I force my Type A personality to ignore the clutter of her suitcase and clothes strewn all over the fucking place and hop on the bed before she can beat me to the punch.
Wait, what are you doing?
She asks, and I slide my arms behind my head and get comfortable. I'm getting myself ready for the show.
I take it I'm the show?
She questions, and I nod. Take your clothes off, Carly, I instruct, and she puts one defiant hand to her hip.
And then what?
And then, once that beautiful pussy of yours is bare, I want you to crawl up my body and straddle my face. She digs her teeth into her bottom lip, but she also doesn't say a word. Instead, Carly follows my instructions, and piece by piece, she slowly removes her clothes. She even has the audacity to have some fun with it, dragging it out and flashing coy little looks my way. It's the best fucking version of foreplay I've ever witnessed. By the time she's completely undressed and I've unzipped my dress pants and pulled my cock free, I stroke myself a few times to the side of her. You're a goddess, I tell her as she crawls up my body. I can't wait to taste you. But the little minx has other plans. When she's face to face with my cock, she stops her momentum and takes me into her mouth before I can stop her. Fuck me. That mouth of hers is divine, and the way she flicks her tongue around the tip spurs the best kinds of sensations to shoot up my spine. Oh, God, that's good, I groan, and she sucks me deeper into her mouth. So good, Carly. She moves her mouth up and down my length several times before I decide that this isn't enough for me. I need to taste her, lick and eat at her. So, with a few position readjustments, I make it so I can do just that. But Carly is determined, and while she straddles my face, she leans forward and sucks me back into her mouth. And somehow, some fucking way we stay like that, sucking at each other until we manage to bring each other to climax at the same goddamn time. I don't know what it is about Carly and me, but there's yet to be anything that doesn't work when it comes to us together. Not a single fucking thing, if I'm being honest.
Well, thank everything you decided to play hooky from work again for a few hours,
Carly says once we're both lying on our backs, catching our breath.
It just might be one of the best ideas you've ever had.
She giggles and I grin over at her. She isn't wrong, and I have absolutely zero regrets, which should completely terrify me. Her presence has flipped my normal, rational, predictable reality on its head. I'm so into her that I'm skipping work, and our living situation is entirely temporary, but I can't seem to find the need to care about any of that. My mind is solely fixated on spending more time with her, in whatever way I can manage.
Chapter 26. October 5th, Monday. Carly. This weekend was a total bust. Every time Ryan and I tried to meet up on the down low, Sal and Stella found unintentional ways to deter us. On Saturday, I tried to get up early and surprise Ryan at the gym, but when my alarm went off at 5, the damn Bee Gees were already providing the soundtrack of the morning, and when I slid out of bed and reached the kitchen, I found my mom busy making homemade muffins. She never gets up that early, but for some reason, that day, Stella was up and at 'em with more energy than should be physically possible for someone her age. And even though every day she's getting more range of motion and movement without discomfort, I couldn't exactly leave her to her own cooking devices. I also had zero reason to leave the house at 5 in the morning. That evening, I was determined to get my Ryan fix. But when he texted that Sal had called it an early night, Stella was wide awake and doing a live video on her stupid TikTok. Then, on Sunday, Sal had demanded Ryan take him golfing, and that threw another wrench in any top-secret plans we could have made. I'm starting to find that Sal and Stella are inadvertently becoming the worst cock-blockers on the planet. And now, it's been almost 3 days since I've seen Ryan's penis, and I'm about to explode from sexual frustration. Which is crazy, but true. Somehow, over the past few weeks, all this sneaky hot sex we've been having has forced my body to expect it to happen all the time. Sal, Carly, let's eat our lunch on the back porch, my mom calls from the kitchen, and I try like hell to disengage myself from the plans. Hey, Mom, I think I'll let you and Sal enjoy a quiet lunch to yourselves today, I offer as I step into the kitchen to find Sal sitting down in one of the chairs, his eyes pointedly fixated on my mom's ass while she prepares her homemade chicken salad. Don't be silly, Car. We want you to join us. Right, Sally?
Of course we do.
Sal grins over at me.
It's always a pleasure to have you around, darlin'.
The feeling is mutual, I respond. But I think I'll just eat my lunch in my room or something while I go through all the update emails from my shop manager. My mother turns around and tisks. Carly, I'm sure Brody understands that you're busy spending time and taking care of me. Leave the emails for the afternoon and eat lunch with us. But I won't take no for an answer, sweetie, she says and points the spoon in her hand in my direction. You're not going to be here with me for much longer, and I want to soak up all the time I can. I roll my eyes. Mom, I'm literally sleeping in the same house as you. You see me practically all day, every day. Yeah, but my tailbone is healing, and it's getting close to the time when you have to go back to Vail because ski season will be kicking off. I wish I could say she's being overly dramatic with that statement, but she's not. Technically speaking, I only have about 2 or 3 more weeks that I can physically stay here in Sunny Creek before I have to go back to Vail. A few weeks ago, I would have been excited to get back home. But now, the mere thought of having to leave makes me feel unsettled. Pretty fucking sad, even. I think about Ryan and how quickly we've gone from 2 complete strangers to 2 people who are always trying to find ways to secretly see each other behind our parents' backs. It's crazy how fast the tables have turned. The first time I met him, he thought I was an asshole for stealing his taxi, and I thought he was an uptight, suit-wearing CEO with a stick up his ass. And now I'm having a hard time imagining not seeing him every day in some form. Even if it's just eating dinner with Sal and Stella at the clubhouse, or feeling the power of his handsome, sexy smile directed at me when I pick up his dad in the afternoon to go to the pool. Seeing Ryan has become a true high point of my day. Just a high point? Finding ways to spend time with him has become your sole focus. "Here, Carly," my mom says, grabbing my attention by holding out 3 plates toward me. "Start getting the outside table set for us. Lunch will be ready in a few minutes." Hell's bells. Looks like I'm having lunch with the geriatric lovebirds today. And here I thought I might be able to sneak over to Sal's house and get freaky with Ryan. Pff, obviously I was sadly mistaken. Plates now in my hand, I head through the sliding glass doors and start setting the table for the 3 of us. And just before I turn to head back inside to grab cutlery, napkins, and glasses, my phone vibrates in the back pocket of my jean shorts. Ryan.
"Get your cute ass over here, please."
Damn it. I pout. Me. I can't. Stella is forcing me to have lunch with her and Sal. Played the whole, "you're going to be leaving soon and I want to soak up as much time with you as I can" guilt card.
Son of a bitch.
Tell me about it. Right after I hit send, a new message appears on the screen. Though it's not from Ryan. It's from my sister. Willow. "Hey, is Mom's physical therapy evaluation tomorrow or Wednesday?" I wince a little before typing out a response. I meant to text her a couple days ago to let her know. But, truth be told, I've been a little too wrapped up in Ryan to think of anything else. "It's tomorrow. Will you call me after and let me know how it went?" "Of course." Tomorrow is the big day when Stella gets evaluated by a physical therapist from Dr. Sampson's practice to see if her tailbone fracture has created any prolonged issues with independent functioning, or if she'll need to make some changes in her daily routine. Per Sunny Creek Village's rules, after any type of mobility-affecting injury, this type of evaluation is required to ensure that you can stay a resident here. At first, it sounded ridiculous to me. But once Dr. Sampson explained it's to make sure everyone living here can maintain an independent living status, it made a lot more sense. Bottom line, they just want to ensure safety, which is why both Stella and Sal have to complete PT evals tomorrow. Wait a minute. Now there's something to consider. Eyes wide and fingers moving at a furious pace, I text Ryan. Me. "When is Sal's PT eval?" Ryan.
"Tomorrow at noon. Why?"
Oh, holy hell. This is perfect. "Did you know that a PT eval can take up to 3 hours to complete? Dr. Sampson warned me to bring a book or something to stay occupied if I planned on hanging around in the waiting room until the eval was done."
He did mention at Sal's last appointment it would take a while. But what are you trying to get at here?
Well, I'm trying to get at the fact that I'm a genius and you're going to love this brilliant idea I have.
LOL. Do tell.
If I manage to reschedule Stella's appointment so it's also at noon, then that means you and I will have an uninterrupted 3 hours of time to do whatever the fuck we want.
Don't tease me, Carly.
But what will we do with all that time?
Considering Dr. Sampson's office is only 5 minutes from my dad's house, I have lots of ideas.
Just tell me this. Do those ideas include us naked?
100%. Every single one of them.
Oh, hell yes. Come hell or high water, I will get my mom's appointment rescheduled. My horny vagina's life depends on it. And what about your heart? Pretty sure she's a part of this equation, too. Chapter 27. October 6th. Tuesday. Stella. I stare out the passenger window of my SUV while my daughter drives us out of the parking lot of First Watch and in the direction of Dr. Sampson's office. Personally, I would have preferred to enjoy another cup of hot tea, but Carly was adamant about getting out of the restaurant at 1:45. A real brunch buzzkill, if you know what I mean. I still don't understand why we had to leave so early. My appointment isn't until 3.
What on earth are we going to do for 3 hours in Dr. Sampson's waiting room, Car? She sighs and flashes a glare in my direction.
Mom, I already told you 50 times. It got moved up.
You didn't tell me that. Honestly, she probably did. But sometimes, if I'm too busy texting with Sal or chatting with my TikTok friends, I might ignore her a little bit.
Yes, I did.
My daughter says through another sigh.
You're just not very good at listening.
Why on earth would they move my appointment up?
I don't know.
Carly shrugs while keeping both hands on the wheel.
Maybe they had some cancellations or something?
Cancellations? They never have cancellations. Everyone loves Dr. Sampson. They covet his appointments like they're winning lotto tickets. Not even kidding. It took my friend Belinda over 2 months just to get an appointment for her flu shot.
Well, you're not seeing Dr. Sampson today.
Carly updates.
You'll see him next week. You're just seeing the physical therapist.
What? I turn slightly in my seat to stare at her. I have to wait until next week for Dr. Sampson to tell me that I'm good to go?
Yes,
she replies.
And don't get too far ahead of yourself on the whole good to go thing. You need to get through the PT eval and prove that to them first.
That's so dumb. Why did you schedule it like that?
I didn't, she retorts. His office made me do it like that. I guess he needs time to chat with the physical therapist about your evaluation before seeing you.
Darn it. Instant disappointment fills my belly. Today, I was hoping I'd get the green light for being fully independent again, without any activity restrictions, a.k.a. the go-ahead to get freaky-deaky with my Sal. But now I have to wait another whole week? This couldn't be worse news. It's been a month since the accident, which means it's been a whole 30 days since I've been able to get busy with my tiger. Though I'm not going to mention that to Carly. She'll get all prudish like my eldest daughter, Willow. It's as if the two of them expect my sex life to disappear because I'm no spring chicken anymore. But the truth is, when you meet a man like Sal Miller, your sex life only gets better, if you know what I'm saying. I cross my arms over my chest and stare out through the windshield. This day has officially gone to hell in a handbasket.
It's going to be fine, Mom.
Carly tries to reassure me.
I'm sure a week from now, Dr. Sampson will be happy with what the physical therapist found and will be ready to take away all activity restrictions.
Whatever. I blow out a frustrated breath. But then a question pops into my brain. Wait, which physical therapist am I seeing today?
I have no idea. Does it matter?
Does it matter? Of course it matters. When you're my age, shit like that always matters, Car. She glances at me out of her periphery.
I don't even know what you're saying right now.
I'm saying that I hope I'm booked with Sean Rutherford today.
Who is Sean?
Sean Rutherford is a 30-year-old cutie patootie. And while I love my Sally more than anything, sometimes a woman can use a little assistance from enjoyable eye candy to help her get through a tough day. I roll my eyes. He's only the hottest male physical therapist in Dr. Sampson's practice. Geez, Carly, get with the program.
And how in the hell do you know that? You've never had to do PT before.
I have eyes, I retort, and plenty of friends with hip replacements. Carly snorts and takes a right turn onto the street that leads toward my doctor's office building. We're grabbing lunch after this, right? I ask as she pulls into the parking lot.
Lunch?
Carly rolls her eyes.
We just got finished eating a late brunch, Mom.
Yeah, well, these appointments can take hours. I know I'll be starved by the time I'm done. Carly ignores me completely and pulls into the parking lot, and while she finds a spot to park, I choose to use my time wisely, a.k.a. grabbing my phone out of my favorite Gucci purse and snapping a quick video of me getting groovy to a viral hip-hop song on TikTok, so I have something fun to post for my followers later today.
What are you doing?
Carly asks as she puts the car in park and cuts the engine.
Shh, Mom, it's 11:58. There is no time for a freaking TikTok video.
It's fine if we're a few minutes late.
No, it's not fine. You have to be there at 12 on the dot, Mom. The receptionist was very adamant about that when I called to get this appointment rescheduled.
Wait, what? I question and pull my eyes away from the screen of my phone to look at her. Why did you reschedule the appointment? She scrunches up her nose.
Huh?
You just said you rescheduled the appointment, but earlier, you said they made you reschedule the appointment.
I meant that I had to call them back and reschedule. They left me a voicemail about it.
Oh.
So move your ass, Stella,
Carly says and opens her door to get out.
We have to be on time.
On a sigh, I save my current video clip to my profile's drafts and put my phone back in my purse. One last coat of my favorite Chanel lipstick to my lips, and I slowly get out of the passenger seat without too much difficulty. Thankfully, each day it's starting to get easier and easier with this tailbone of mine. Carly rounds the car and interlocks our arms as we head toward the entrance of Dr. Sampson's practice. But the instant we step through the automatic doors, I'm shocked at what I find sitting in the waiting room with a golf magazine in his lap. My handsome stud.
Well, I'll be damned, darlin', Sal comments with a handsome grin when his eyes meet mine.
I didn't think your appointment was until later today.
It got rescheduled, I answer, and honestly, I'm surprised I didn't put the pieces of the puzzle together when Carly said my appointment was at noon instead of 3. I knew Sal had to be here at noon today. It's why I ended up making my daughter take me to First Watch to eat brunch. When I found out there was no chance of a sneaky early afternoon make-out sesh with my man, I needed to find something to do to occupy my time.
I guess it's my lucky day then, huh?
Sal wiggles his brows, and I wink at him.
It just might be. Get over here and give me some sugar, darlin', he says, and I giggle. You're so bad. He flashes the kind of smirk he knows I can't resist. The handsome devil.
Oh, you have no idea. I walk toward him, and the instant I'm in his vicinity, the scent of his familiar cologne fills my nostrils. My Sally always smells so good. After a quick kiss to his lips, I turn around to tell Carly to check in for me, but I notice that she and Sal's son Ryan are standing close together, talking about something near the entrance doors.
Carly!
I try to get her attention, but she doesn't hear me. Carly! I repeat a little louder this time, and it startles her enough that she takes a step back from Ryan. Huh? What did you say? She asks, clearing her throat.
I didn't say anything yet,
I tease. I wanted to ask if you could check me in. Oh, yeah, of course, she says, and clears her throat again, like all of a sudden she has some kind of weird, nervous titter. To be honest, the whole scene feels a bit strange. But before I can put too much thought into it, I feel a hand reach out and squeeze my butt.
Looking good in them jeans, sweet cheeks.
I glance down to find Sal grinning up at me, and all focus on my daughter's sudden weirdness evaporates. I wink at him and giggle, even shimmy my ass a little for his enjoyment. This man, I swear, he makes everything better.
Chapter 28. October 8th, Thursday. Ryan. I head out of my dad's garage and drag his trash can to the curb with 15 minutes to spare on the strict 5 o'clock timeline. Once I arrange it to Betty Matthews' particular specifications, I head over to Stella's house to do the same. Since I already have the garage code memorized and I know Carly took her mom on a shopping trip to the mall, I figure it's best for everyone involved if there's no opportunity to piss off old Betty. Because a pissed-off Betty equals a pissed-off Carly, and I'd prefer not to repeat cleaning up toilet paper off someone's lawn at 4 a.m. again. Just before I grabbed the large trash can by the handle, I sent Carly a quick text. Me, taking Stella's trash out for you. I'd bet money when she reads it her first thought will be, "It's trash day?" Her track record with remembering that day, along with the set-in-stone time and Betty Matthews's strict rules, is non-existent. The simple thought of it all makes me grin. Pretty sure you mean the thought of her makes you grin. I can't deny she has become someone who's important to me. Carly is just so fun and full of life, and she shakes up my world in a way that makes me want to see her all the fucking time. I like her. Okay, I really like her. Actually, you're falling for her, man. That contemplation should shock me to my core, but it doesn't. It's simply the truth. I'm falling for Carly Page. Normally, I'd be diving brain first into a deep analysis of the circumstances of our reality. But for once in my life, I'm not going to overanalyze every finite detail. I refuse to weigh out the pros and cons of our impending departure from Florida, or the fact that I live in New York and she lives in Colorado. Or that I'm a very career-focused VP in the corporate environment, and she's an adorable ski bunny who has to rely on her shop manager, Brody, to keep shit in order. In a lot of respects, we're very much opposites. But if I'm being honest with myself, even if I did let my mind go there, no matter what my analytical findings and overall risk assessment would be, I still couldn't resist her. She makes me feel too good, too happy, too real. Still standing in Stella's garage, I shake myself out of my inner monologue, grab the trash can, and start dragging it to the curb. By the time I have it settled at just the right spot, at just the right angle, at just the right distance from the street, I walk back to Stella's garage, shut it with the key code, and head in the direction of my dad's house. Before I reach the porch, my phone chimes in the pocket of my suit jacket. Carly.
My hero! You probably just prevented a fistfight between me and BM.
I laugh. BM. One of her many nicknames for Betty. It's truly unfortunate that anyone ends up with those initials. Surely in elementary school it was a teasing landmine. Me. I take it you forgot it was trash day? Carly.
Are you kidding me? Of course I did.
I laugh. Knew it. How's shopping going?
Well, Stella spent 2 hours in Michael Kors thinking about a purse that she didn't end up buying and made 3 dance vids in the middle of the freaking mall for her stupid TikTok, so...
The time of your life, then?
Oh, yeah. If the time of my life means being trapped beneath Satan's fiery asshole, then yes. Most definitely. We're a walking, talking Cyndi Lauper music video over here. Pretty sure the new Stella-focused remix would go something like, "Girls just want to have fun at Bed Bath & Body Works and buy 11 billion hand soaps because it's completely normal, Carly. People love when their hands smell nice."
I shake my head on another laugh and step back inside my dad's house, shutting the door behind me. When I find him exactly where I left him, still taking a nap on the couch, I head into the dining room to try to wrap up the workday. But instead of actually focusing, I mull over the truth that it's been over 48 hours since Carly and I have managed actual alone time. And before I know it, my cell is in my hands again and I'm sending her another text. Do you want to know what I want to do?
Call in a fake bomb threat to the mall so Stella and I have to evacuate Bath & Body Works before she buys out all the antibacterial hand soap?
Always the little troublemaker. Huh? That's not even remotely close. And don't even try asking me to do that. It's not happening.
Boo. Lame. But tell me, what do you want to do?
I want to steal you away. Just the two of us.
Like a secret rendezvous? Just you and me?
Precisely.
I'm very intrigued. But how are we going to manage that without the geriatric cock-blockers finding out?
I smirk. It's not easy keeping whatever it is we're doing under wraps from our parents. Frankly, it's becoming quite the challenge, but that's why I'm currently seeking out new ways to get her alone and all to myself. Tomorrow night, it's happening. I've decided.
Are you suggesting we sneak out when they're both asleep?
Yes.
And I've decided this is exactly what I want to do. P.S. I feel like I'm 17 all over again, smiley winky face.
Ha! I never snuck out of my house when I was 17.
LOL, that's such a Ryan thing to say.
Focus, smartass. Tomorrow night, you and me. Got it?
Got it, sir. If you don't mind my asking, though, what exactly are we going to do?
You'll find out tomorrow night.
Oh, a sexy secret. I love it.
The smile on my face has to be the size of fucking Texas. A whole entire night with Carly? Count me in. Work tasks still pending, I fire up my laptop with one thing in mind. find the nicest beachfront hotel that's close enough to execute a top-secret escape and re-entry that will ensure Sal and Stella are none the wiser. Not to mention it needs to be romantic as hell. After tomorrow night, I want Carly to know that, when it comes to her, it's not about the hot sex for me. I want her to know how I really feel.
Chapter 29. October 9th, Friday. Carly. A nearly perfect, glowing, shimmering ball. The moon hangs big and wide in the clear sky. The stars twinkle and shine, and the waves crash against the sand, their sounds serving as the percussion to the soundtrack of our late-night secret getaway. Sigh. Best night ever. When Ryan said he was going to steal me away for the evening, I figured we'd end up having backseat sex in an empty parking lot or something. And while that would have been just fine by me, man, oh man, was I wrong. He went all out tonight. Not only did he book us a stay at a swanky beachfront hotel only a few miles from Sunny Creek, but upon our arrival, after a quick check-in to our room, he walked me here, to a private little alcove where a blanket is spread across the sand with tea-light candles and champagne and sweet treats. And I'm talking lots and lots of sweet treats. Brownies, cupcakes, chocolate-covered strawberries, fancy chocolates of all flavors. Ryan Miller knows the way to my heart like the back of his freaking hand. "You've really outdone yourself," I tell him, and take a sip of champagne from the flute he handed me just moments ago. "Yeah?" he asks, and a sly smirk spreads across his full lips. "Oh yeah," I answer with a little nod. "When it comes to getting lucky tonight, the odds are definitely in your favor." He chuckles at that.
I'm just glad we managed to get out of our parents' houses without them finding out.
It was a miracle both were in bed and asleep by 11. Lately, Stella has been giving me a real hassle with wanting to stay up late to make TikTok videos and watch reruns of The Golden Girls. Don't get me wrong, I love The Golden Girls. I've basically worshipped the ground Sophia walked on since I was 13. But I'd give up her quick humor for the rest of my life if it meant more alone time with Ryan. And Ryan's beautiful penis. Any day of the week. Stella fell asleep by 9 because I drugged her, I say, and Ryan looks at me with the biggest shocked eyes I've ever seen.
You did what?
I wasn't supposed to do that? I question back, putting on a show of innocent confusion. Wait, you didn't give Sal anything?
Are you fucking with me?
A stunned laugh leaves his lips.
No, you weren't supposed to drug her. What did you give her?
Benadryl? I offer. His eyes shoot up and his muscles tense. But then I tell him the truth. Of course I didn't drug her. I just wanted to see you freak out over it.
Christ, Carly.
He retorts through more laughs and runs a hand through his hair.
You're fucking crazy sometimes, you know that?
Uh-huh. I grin. You love it, though. His laughter dissipates, and his eyes morph into a mix of serious but gentle, latching on to mine.
You're right,
he answers, and I tilt my head to the side. Right about what? His eyes search mine.
Carly, I've never met anyone like you before. At first, every vibrant thing you have to offer seemed scary and intense and out of place for me. But now,
he shrugs.
I really like you, Carly.
Now it's my turn to be shocked. You do?
Carly.
He reaches out to set my champagne glass down and take my now trembling hand into his.
I'm the guy who always calculates and strategizes and painstakingly thinks about every detail before making a decision. But with you, I'm just living in the moment. You make me want to live in the moment. You're incredible.
His words are like a live wire to my chest, jolting intense emotion straight into my heart.
In the past, he continues, I chose relationships based on shit like financial stability and career goals. I'm sure you can imagine how fucking terrible that mindset pans out when it comes to dating and relationships and finding someone.
I wouldn't envision it helping, I answer with a knowing smile. But that's quickly replaced by a grimace as my own weird relationship vices start to filter into my head. And for some insane reason, I find myself openly telling him about them. Although I don't have any room to talk, Ryan. My dating and relationship track record isn't good either. And I wasn't evaluating prospective boyfriends by their place on the success ladder. In fact, I limited my pool to the ones I already knew were nothing but trouble. It's like I kept wanting every relationship to be doomed from the start.
And what about now?
He asks.
With me?
His question makes my breath catch in my lungs. But for the first time in my whole life, I put myself out there and tell him what I'm actually thinking. What I'm really, truly feeling. I'm pretty sure. I shake my head and try again. I find myself completely infatuated with you too, Ryan. Holy hell. This is so not like me. Going out on a limb like this and announcing my feelings so plainly. There's a part of me that wants to stop time and shove those words back down my throat. But it's too late to go back.
You are?
He asks, his face glowing like the moon in the sky. Yeah, I answer, but my voice is so small. The strength of my truth makes me feel like I'm standing on a ledge. I am. You're special. Like, pretty much one of a kind. And I don't know how it'd be possible for anything to change my mind about that. His gaze searches mine, and his eyes are too intense, too deep, too much. God, don't make a big thing out of it. The words fly from my lips, and immediately I feel my cheeks heat. I throw myself back onto the blanket and shield my face with my hand. Just forget I said anything. His responding chuckles fill the air, and before I know it, he's lying beside me and pulling my body on top of his.
Carly, look at me,
he says, and I shake my head, still determined to keep my face covered. He chuckles again.
Sweetheart, look at me.
Hesitantly, I remove my hand from my face, and he's right there. His nose almost touching mine, and his blue eyes staring back at me with the kind of tenderness that makes my heart do cartwheels inside my chest.
You're not the only one who's metaphorically searching for the life alert button,
he whispers, and the humor of his Sunny Creek-themed joke fills me with instant relief, but also makes all of this, the prospect of an us, far more real. I'm not gonna lie, Ryan. All of this is kind of scaring the hell out of me. I admit, my voice barely rising over the sounds of the sea. Thankfully, he chuckles.
You too?
I nod, a smile kissing the corners of my lips. It's just a lot, and very unexpected, you know?
Yeah, I do know. I live in New York, and you live in Colorado. And we're currently hiding this from our parents,
he states, naming most of the pertinent details that give me fear.
I mean, things between us come with some serious obstacles.
I snort. We're quite the pair, huh?
Tell me about it.
He agrees.
But we're going to have to tell them soon, you know.
Instantly, the line of conversation starts to make me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I'm not quite ready to confront all of these things. I don't know when I will be, but I know with certainty I can't do it right now. I'm barely admitting my feelings to myself, let alone the two stooges of Sunny Creek. I know. I nod in agreement, brushing my nose against his. But I don't think we should get bogged down in those details tonight.
Then what do you think we should do?
Enjoy tonight. Enjoy each other. Eat sweet treats. Have lots and lots and lots of sex. His mouth hitches up at the corners.
Okay, you've convinced me. That sounds like a brilliant plan.
He presses a kiss to my lips.
But what kind of girl does Carly want to be?
He asks, and pointedly squeezes my ass with both of his big hands.
A good girl or bad girl?
Both?
Both,
he retorts, and a devilish smirk lifts his lips.
That's an interesting choice.
Well, I'm an interesting gal, I respond, pressing a smacking kiss to his lips before pushing myself off his chest and to my feet. So, back to the room? I ask, holding out a hand toward him. But to my surprise, he shakes his head.
Good girls get fucked in the hotel room.
And bad girls?
Let me show you.
He licks his lips, rises to his feet, and before I can even question anything, with 2 strong hands, he yanks down my skirt, rupturing a hole in its seam in the process, tears my panties straight in half, and proceeds to give the same treatment to my blouse, ripping it apart in a way that forces every button to go loose on a pop, pop, pop. Oh, holy shit. Sexy Dom Ryan is in the mother-flippin' house. And Carly Page and her kitten aren't leaving to go anywhere.
Chapter 30. Ryan. The sound of the waves crashing into the sand fills my ears, and I step back and admire my handiwork. Carly's breasts peeking out from her open blouse, her panties and skirt a mere memory on the ground. I didn't exactly plan on tearing her clothes to shreds, but fuck, when it comes to her, sometimes I just can't help myself. My girl looks so excited she could burst. It's cute as hell, and normally I'd be tempted to kiss her, but right now there's work to be done. Bad girls get hot and dirty sex. On your knees, sweetheart, I say, and she doesn't falter to obey. She's a quick learner, understanding that following my instructions during sex always equates to orgasms, and I can imagine she's expecting me to take out my cock and request she puts her mouth on me, but that's not tonight's game. Tonight is all about anticipation. Like a lion stalking his prey, I walk behind her, each step calculated and strategic. I don't miss the way her breasts move up and down with her rough, audible pants. Hands to the ground, sweetheart, and keep your eyes forward. She splays her body just as I request, and it's a fucking breathtaking sight. It takes damn near all my willpower not to fuck her on the spot, but I keep my focus on prolonging this, on holding out until I'm certain I will achieve the end goal, giving Carly an earth-shattering orgasm. Slowly, I unzip my jeans and watch as she wiggles her hips a little in frustration at the sharp, identifiable sound that crests over the background noise of the ocean. Once my pants rest loosely on my hips and my cock is pulled free from my boxer briefs, I slide on a condom and stroke myself to the side of her a few times. You look so damn amazing, splayed out and waiting for me. God, Carly, just looking at you like this makes me so fucking hard. Her body reacts accordingly, hips moving, thighs rubbing together, and hot little whimpers sliding from her lips. Damn, it doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any better than her. With 2 hands, I slide her blouse up so it rests at her shoulders and proceed to gently skate the tip of one index finger down her back. I don't stop there, though. No, I let that finger drift across her skin, over her perfect ass, down the backs of her legs, and I don't change up the direction until I reroute toward the apex of her thighs. When I have one finger inside her, she moans, and I have to shut my eyes for a brief moment over just how wet and ready she feels. It's just her and me, in the middle of the night, on this beach, hidden back inside a little alcove away from the hotel. No one is around, but still, the fact that we're doing this right here, well, it just might be one of the wildest things I've ever done. But I'm finding that this is what Carly brings out in me. She gets me to let loose, to give in to desires, to not overthink. With her, I can actually live in the moment. The anticipation and sexual tension grow tight like a rubber band, and between the two of us, we're both breathing heavily enough that the sounds of each of our inhales and exhales overpower the sounds of the ocean. No longer able to hold out, I kneel behind her and grip her hips in my big hands. Then slowly, oh so slowly, I slide inside her 1 pleasurable inch at a time. A deep, guttural moan rasps from Carly's throat, and it makes me lose all control. My hands don't move based on choices or decisions or wants. They move based on visceral, carnal, undeniable need. My fingertips pulse into the skin on her hips as I shove her flesh away from my own quickly, the cool breeze from the ocean whispering over the wet warmth of our connection and a shiver ripples so powerfully down Carly's spine that her thighs squeeze almost violently. I slide my hands along her perfect skin, up and around to the innermost cushion of her thighs, and shove them back open.
Ryan,
She groans greedily, racked again by the bluster of the outdoor air. Leave them open, Carly, I command softly, fingertips dancing across newly exposed skin.
I don't think I can.
She denies, her breathing a sharp pant. You can, and you will. Using action as my punctuation, I slam our bodies back together, seating myself so deep inside her, her entire body vibrates with the impact. Feel me, I order, pulling back out and moving roughly to fill her again. Words catch in her throat, and breaths turn to pants as I repeat the two motions over and over and over again. Rough, fast, deep, downright animalistic. I can feel every inch of her and every inch of me as though our nerves are raw and exposed live wires. This isn't just sex. What this is transcends the physical and crosses into an experience that can't be categorized with a simple label. I pump faster, harder, and Carly lifts her hips to meet my strokes, both longing for the relief of my retreat and demanding I rectify it at the same time. My heart feels like it'll burst inside my chest as I creep closer and closer to my climax and will it to wait for Carly's to come first. Stroke after stroke, my dick throbs with the pressure of impending release, and Carly's head shakes back and forth in the agony of pleasurable purgatory. Until finally, fireworks explode behind my eyes and a missile of feelings crash lands in my chest as Carly's body rears its pleasure, her back arching gloriously and her eyes filtering away from us in the flow of the wind. Fuck! I groan gruffly, my dick pulsing until every last vestige of my energy is spent. This isn't just something we're doing. It's something that's been done. To me, to her, to the universe. It all feels like it's been irrevocably changed tonight. And just like everything else with Carly, I don't know if now that I've experienced the feel of it, I can ever go back. Chapter 31. October 10th, very early Saturday morning. Ryan. The world outside is still dark as we try to get ourselves ready to head back home. I have no idea how much sleep we managed last night, but my guess would be 1 or 2 hours tops.
I gotta say, Ryan,
Carly says as she attempts to put her clothes on beside the hotel bed.
You really did a number on my attire. Normally that wouldn't be such a problem, but you're the one who told me not to bring an overnight bag, so...
I smirk over at her. Sorry about that. I guess I got a little carried away, huh?
You think?
She teases.
But also, please never stop getting carried away.
That makes me chuckle as I pull my boxer briefs and pants up my thighs. So, does that mean Carly prefers bad girl sex over good girl sex?
Carly prefers every kind of sex as long as it's with Ryan.
I flash a wink in her direction. The feeling is mutual, sweetheart.
Although next time, when you tell me not to bring an overnight bag, and you're planning to rip my clothes to shreds, maybe bring me an extra pair of boxers, a t-shirt, something.
Deal. I chuckle, toss my shirt over my head, and finish with my socks and shoes.
It's a damn good thing Stella won't be awake when I get home. She'd probably think I got mauled by a gator or something,
she announces on a half-whine, half-giggle.
I mean, it's like I'm on Project Runway over here trying to fashion some clothes out of pine cones and wrapping paper. And it's all thanks to the Sex King.
She flashes a cheeky grin my way, and I watch on in amusement as she tosses her torn panties in the trash can beside the nightstand and manages to tie her skirt into place with a knot that rests at her hip. Wait, the Sex King? I question. Am I the Sex King?
Oh, come on, Ryan. You have to know that you are, really freaking good at sex.
I mean, I didn't think I was bad at it. I shrug and grin over at her as she moves on to her now buttonless blouse, using a similar knot approach to finish off her ridiculous ensemble.
You're far from bad, buddy,
she snorts.
If I didn't know you were too uptight to work in the sex industry, I'd be convinced you were like a porn star or something.
I roll my eyes at that. You do realize that it's not just me who makes the sex between us so good, right?
You think I make sex good, too?
She asks, and I'm shocked by the genuine questioning in her voice. Are you kidding me, Carly? I shake my head on a laugh and run a hand through my hair. I've basically become a walking hard-on because of you. She blushes, and it's the cutest fucking thing in the world. I step toward her, wrap my arms around her waist, and pull her to me so I can place a deep kiss to her lips. Last night was amazing, I whisper against her mouth, and Carly leans back to smile at me.
It really was.
And I hate that it has to come to an end, but we should probably get going. With one final kiss to her nose, I step back, and she grabs her purse. I head toward the door of our hotel room, passing by the bed where the sheets and pillows are still left from the 3 rounds of good girl sex we had once we got back from the beach. Truthfully, I'm gonna be feeling pretty fucking tired today, but it was well worth it. Last night was everything I wanted it to be and more. Not only did Carly and I have insanely hot sex all night long, but I also got to tell her how I really feel about her. And more than that, I got to hear that these feelings are not one-sided. We're both falling for each other.
Can I just say that I love hotel getaways with you, but...
She pauses to allow room for a yawn.
I really don't love leaving said hotel at 5:30 in the morning.
I chuckle at that and hold the door to our room open for her. Yeah, I can't say I disagree with that one. I'm used to getting up early to hit the gym before work, but not while there's a beautiful woman in my bed.
Ooh, ding ding, someone just scored some bonus points by calling me beautiful and pretending other women don't exist.
I laugh.
Keep up your streak by agreeing to grab some pancakes on the way home.
I smirk and wrap my arm around her shoulder, leading us toward the elevators. Your wish is my command. Carly responds by leaning up on her tippy toes and pressing a kiss to the corner of my mouth.
You're the best.
I shake my head. You are.
Oh no, are we going to be one of those couples?
She questions on a fake grimace. I push the button to call the elevator and tilt my head to the side at her question. One of those couples? What does that mean?
You know, the ones who say stuff like...
She increases the tone of her voice several pitches to repeat our prior words.
You're the best. Oh no, you're the best.
It makes me laugh, but she still has more to say.
And not only do they say shit like that, but they also have cutesy nicknames for each other, too. The kinds of nicknames that make everyone around them want to puke.
I highly doubt we're like that, I refute. But when the elevator doors slide open, I pointedly slap her ass and, in a sugary sweet voice, say, "Come on, my little Pookie Bear, it's time to go home."
Oh my God, Ryan!
She exclaims as she steps onto the elevator.
That's so awful,
she adds, slapping a hand onto my chest.
Change of plans. We can't even joke about cutesy nicknames. Scrub it all. Start over.
Then she bursts into the kind of laughter that makes my heart expand 10 sizes. Eventually, though, her giggles stop, and she looks at me with her all-business face.
But wait, I know I said start over, but we're still getting pancakes, right?
It's my turn to laugh. Ha! Yeah, Carly, we're still getting pancakes. There's no turning back from pancakes. The truth is, I'm starting to think there's no turning back from the woman who wants them either.
Chapter 32. Carly. With sleepy eyes and a satisfied belly, I glance at the clock on the dashboard and note it's nearing 7:30. My breakfast demands weren't exactly on the schedule, but when Ryan drove past a Denny's, I couldn't help myself. At first, he tried to convince me to just do takeout, but after a little coaxing, we ended up dining in. We probably spent a little too much time inside, but since it's Saturday, and I know Stella and Sal have nothing on their agenda, I figure it'll probably be fine. Worst case is I'll have to act like I decided to take an early morning walk or something. Surely my attire would be brought into question, but I'll come up with something. Hell, I'll even resort to telling Stella I was working on an idea for a TikTok video if I have to. The talk is always a perfect distraction for her. Ryan takes a right into Sunny Creek Village, passing the big welcome sign and guard shack, and about a mile up the road, he turns onto our parents' street. Red and blue lights strobe in the early morning haze, caused by the quickly warming temperatures. It takes a moment for the meaning to register, my own happy fog doing quite the job of concealing my ability to think clearly. It's chaos in Sunny Creek, and by the look of things as I count the number of houses on the street, the epicenter of the emergency is right in front of my own mother's house. I turn to look at Ryan with wide eyes. Oh my God, Ryan! My hand leaves my lap and slams into his, clamping so hard around his fingertips, I make his tanned skin whiten. My mom! Your dad! My attention whips back to the gaggle of police activity. I try to calm myself, to consider a possibility or two other than the worst. But I admit, I don't do a very good job. Why are there so many police? Do you think something happened to them? Jaw hard, Ryan steps on the accelerator to speed down the tiny street and skids the Land Rover to a stop on the side of the outermost police car. There are more than 5 police officers on the front stoop of my mom's house, all of them talking to one another with varying degrees of concentration, and half a dozen of their vehicles are scattered throughout the street and blocking its passage. I unbuckle my belt quickly, shoving open the door with a tight lump in my throat and a sick ball of lead in my belly. Ryan follows suit. At least, I think. The sound of his door slamming shut behind mine, barely even registering, as I rush through the chaos toward the front door of my mom's house. My palms tingle and my heart pounds like I'm on the last leg of running my very first marathon. My legs feel as if they'll go right out from under me if I let them. The officer with his back to the front door notices my approach first, since he's facing my direction, and he puts one hand out and the other to his gun on reflex. I hate to say I understand, but I suppose I am barreling toward them while looking rather hysterical. I can't see my own face, but I know without a shadow of a doubt I look anything but rational or calm. He shoves through the other officers as they notice him take a stance of alertness, and he holds up his hand toward me, palm out.
Whoa, easy, young lady. Calm down. What's your name?
I clamp my hands across my braless chest, the tatters of my ripped shirt tied together in the front making me feel exposed, and I beg them to give me some information. I don't want to get sucked into the vortex of endless questions about me. I want to know if my mom is okay, if she's hurt, if she's scared. My mom, she lives here. I need to see her. Is she okay? Is she hurt? What happened? Why are there so many of you? I ramble along frantically. I feel Ryan's hand touch my shoulder, the familiarity shockingly powerful in identifying it's him, even without being able to see him.
Stella Page is your mother?
One of the other officers asks, a trim mustache sitting perfectly above his top lip. I nod frantically and almost don't notice when one of the other officers steps off the concrete pad of the stoop and into the lawn. Ryan's hand leaves my shoulder as the officer orders, "Sir, step back." That, I'm afraid, I can't miss. I glance back to him, momentarily worried that they're misunderstanding the situation. But Ryan meets my eyes and mouths, "It's okay." I turn back to the mustached officer and nod again. Yes, she lives here. Is she okay? Did she take another fall?
Is your name Carly Page?
The officer directly in front of me questions instead of answering, his eyebrows drawing together. Yes, I answer impatiently. I just want to know if my mom is okay. I don't know why they have to beat around the bush so much while I'm feeling like this. I need to know what's happened to her. Radio in hand, the mustache-sporting officer, Sergeant James, according to the tag on his shirt, puts his lips to his shoulder and reports obscurely, "We've got the girl, we've found the girl. I repeat, we've found the girl." What? I ask, looking between the men who seem to be completely unconcerned with telling me where my mother is or what's happened to her. What girl? I'm looking for my mom, Stella Page. She's about this tall, I say, holding up a hand to illustrate. And she has blonde, fluffed hair and bright blue eyes and... I look up just as the glass storm door slams open, and Stella herself comes barreling through everyone to wrap me in her arms. I hug her back, the notion of seeing her alive and well and uninjured stunning me too much to do anything else. "Mom," I mumble into the thick of her shoulder.
"Carly, thank God!"
My mom yells in my ear so loud I cringe.
"I thought you were taken. I thought I was going to have to use the rest of your father's retirement money to hire Liam Neeson instead of getting my boobs relifted."
I can't say I'm proud of how confused I am, or the fact that my sexy Barney Fife really does have some sort of prowess in detective work. But I also can't deny that Ryan catches on a whole lot quicker than I do to what's really going on here.
"You thought Carly was missing?"
he asks, his rich voice, and the way it sounds when he uses it to say my name, making my body spasm with some Pavlovian response to all of our sexual endeavors, especially last night and early this morning. "Yes!" Stella shrieks immediately, shifting me in her arms so that I'm plastered to her side, and the front of my body is newly exposed. The missing buttons from my blouse and the rip in my skirt, and the fact that I'm not currently wearing underwear, make me feel a little like my whole hoo-ha is blowing in the breeze. I went to peek in on her in the middle of the night last night after Sal and I... Well, after your father and I... She pauses and swallows. I went to check on her because I accidentally set off the smoke detectors and I didn't want her to panic, and she wasn't there. You called the cops on me? Smoke detectors? Ryan questions at the same time. Were you smoking pot in the house again? His outrage is palpable, but unlike the first time, it's also humor-filled. At this point, I don't think any of us can even believe we're living in reality anymore, and to take it too seriously would be a crime in and of itself. Marijuana? Sergeant James queries, turning to my mom with a different kind of renewed energy. Ma'am, do you have a medical card authorizing your use of marijuana? My eyes widen, and my hair whips as I turn to look at Ryan pointedly. Ex-nay on the ot-pay, bro. We're gonna get our parents arrested, or, at the very least, fined. He obviously realizes his mistake, because he backtracks to another line of questioning pretty quickly. Where's my dad? Inside or at home? He's inside. He had to take a poop, and not even the news of finding Carly can rush a man's bowels. My mom answers, hip to Ryan's redirection with the cops. Stella Page has never managed subtle before in her life. But somehow, right now, she's pulling it off. Well, sort of. Reminded of my apparently remarkable return, she pulls me in for a hug again and smashes my head into her boobs. Okay, yeah, Ryan says through a shake of his head. That's more than enough information. Mom, I wasn't missing. I breathe, trying to make my words audible through the sizable bulk of her breasts. I was just out. Finally, my mom releases my head to look at me more closely. What are you talking about, Carly? Sergeant James rolls his eyes and shakes his head, butting into the ridiculous fray. Ma'am, is this Carly Page, your daughter whom you presumed missing? Yes, my mom says with a fervent nod, and then pulls me into another hug for good measure. My baby is home. Thank God, my baby is home. She squeezes me tight and shakes me side to side, and then she pushes me away from her body and grabs me by the meat of my arms. Let me look at you, baby, she continues, laying it on thick with a blubbering cry. Unfortunately, it's at the opportunity of this long inspection of my body that she notices the state of my clothes for the first time. And immediately, her sense of real and true panic returns. Carly, baby, she starts, her voice shaking. What happened to your clothes? My eyes widen, and my heart jumps into a gallop as the officers around us come back on alert. I swallow thickly, and my mind races, trying to come up with a viable excuse for the absolutely tattered state of my being that will both rule out foul play and avoid entirely the fact that sweet, beautiful, Type A Ryan Miller is a certified animal in the bedroom. It's nothing, is apparently the best I can come up with. Gah, I wish I'd done some sort of formal espionage training in school. I could use that right now a lot more than I can use my ability to identify a parallelogram. Ma'am, maybe we should chat for a little while, the first officer offers, giving me a look at his name tag for the first time by presenting it. I'm Officer Brian Higgins. I've got a wife and 3 daughters, and I promise you're safe with me. Oh my God, you're safe with me? They think I've been sexually assaulted, like against my will. This is so bad. I really appreciate that so much, Officer Higgins, I say as respectfully as I can manage, trying not to look directly at Ryan for fear that I'll be speared with a memory of his sexual savagery and spontaneously combust. But really, truly, that's not necessary. I'm fine. More than fine. I'm good.
You can take all the time you need,
Brian replies with a kind, soft smile.
I know this might be difficult, but we're all here to help you. There's no judgment. No...
Shit. Oh my God, this is bad. Really? I interrupt. I did this to my own clothes. I bumble before ending in a ridiculous laugh. Just trying to fit in with Gen Z, you know? They're saying this is the new fashion and my mom is TikTok famous and I had an idea for a video.
Ma'am?
Officer Higgins starts again, his face gentling even further. I'm half certain the next words out of his mouth are going to be about taking me down to the station to meet with a counselor and fill out some sort of a report. But Sal chooses that moment to step through the storm door and join us outside. I never thought I'd be fantasizing about kissing my mom's retirement village boyfriend. But strange are the times, I guess. Because if there weren't 3 officers and my mom between us, I'd be laying a smooch the size of Texas right on his geriatric lips. His eyes take in the tone of the scene, namely Stella's frantic hands as they rub up and down on my arms like she's trying to sand off the skin, and his thick, furry eyebrows draw together.
What's going on? What are all the cops still doing here if she's found?
I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and die a little more inside as he looks me up and down closely.
And why's she look like she got in a fight with a cheetah?
Sal? My mom snaps. I think she might have been... Unable to finish the sentence, she bursts into tears, and I die a little more inside. The good news is, I suppose, when I actually pass away one day, half of the embalming will already have been done for the mortician because my body is absolutely draining itself of blood. And frankly, I'm not the only one on the brink of hysteria. My mom is about 2 shakes of a lamb's tail away from shoving me back into the depths of her long-removed uterus, just to protect me. Mom, I'm fine. I swear. I declare confidently, even though I'm skating on the edge of passing out. I wasn't assaulted. I turn to Officer Higgins and make my eyes as earnest as possible. I wasn't assaulted. I promise. I'm so glad you're taking the threat seriously with me. I wish that happened everywhere with all women, but I assure you, everything about my current state is of my own doing or of my own free will. I'm well. I gulp and halt my sentence there, thankfully stopping myself just short of telling the freaking police officer I'm satisfied. Dear God, Carly, get it together. Last night was one of the best nights of my entire life, and this morning is coming apart at the seams. Normally, I'd be super thrilled by the fact that the guy I've chosen to share my time and coochie with isn't trying to speak for me, or over me, or mansplain a situation that a woman is perfectly capable of handling herself. But, holy hell, I would kill to hear Ryan pipe in with something better than my panicked nonsense right about now. I turn back to him at his place in the yard and widen my eyes at him meaningfully. I'm drowning here, pal. Want to do something about it?
Chapter 33. Ryan. Carly looks at me beseechingly, the situation having devolved greatly since we left the sanctity of our bed this morning, and seriously, I can't say that I blame her. Between just narrowly escaping bringing a drug investigation down on our heads and the state in which I left her clothes, we're like a one-couple showing of America's Most Wanted. There hasn't exactly been a ton of opportunity for me to jump in verbally, or physically for that matter, thanks to the stern-faced officer who's been holding court in front of me to keep me in my place since we arrived. I scramble for something to say, anything that will actually help the situation rather than hurt it, and in the process of mentally searching, unintentionally meet the eyes of my father. "Were you gone too?" he asks suddenly, his eyes narrowing on the imperfection of my outfit from last night. Given that it's a Saturday morning, I wouldn't necessarily be in full business casual at this point, but I definitely have completed a shower and put on a fresh t-shirt at the very least. I'm admittedly a creature of habit, and after spending the last month together, I think my dad would know that. You tell me, I say, flipping it around on him to deflect the intensity of the amount of scrutiny now upon me. Did you peek in my room last night to check on me? "It wasn't my smoke alarm going off," he says in answer. It's an exercise in avoidance rather than an admission of guilt, but truthfully, it's just the opening I was looking for. He didn't check on me, so realistically, he has no proof whatsoever of my whereabouts. Yes, I was in my room. I came to see what all the commotion was about. I lie, making Carly lick her lips nervously. I'm well aware that arriving home in my vehicle with Carly in tow completely belies my words, but at this point, the whole investigation is such a shit show that I'm not sure any of the people involved could find the top of this dark paper bag of secrets without a thorough search. And I'm willing to bet they'll give up long before that happens. I know the simple solution is to admit where we've been and what we've been doing, what we're starting to feel for each other. But by the way Carly's answered every single one of their questions, it doesn't seem like she's ready to take the leap. And the very last thing I want to do is take the decision to share away from her. A woman's autonomy should be her own, both in regard to her physical body and the secrets she chooses to keep.
"You were in your room," my dad accuses. "Until now? You never sleep past 7.
Sergeant James opens his mouth to get this whole freak show in hand, but the sound of screeching tires pulls him up short. The source of the noise is obscured by the neighbor's shrubs at first, but it's not long before a golf cart comes into plain view, skidding to a halt on the other side of the cop car maze, the front end tapping into the bumper of one of the cars hard enough that it rocks slightly. Several of the officers on the periphery take off toward the offender, including the one previously tasked with keeping me frozen in my place in the yard. But they don't get all that far before bitchy Betty Matthews is off her cart and headed toward us, a scowl firmly on her face.
"Ma'am," they shout as she approaches. "Ma'am, stop right there!"
She's undeterred, though, pointing a finger at Carly from the center of the lawn, her face pinched into a hard line as she stomps in our direction. I move toward Carly protectively, but she and Stella step forward toward their challenge, leaving me in their vacated spot on the stoop.
"You!"
Betty yells intensely at Carly.
"I've been investigating the incident, and I know it had to be you that toilet-papered Nan's lawn last month."
I close my eyes and try to breathe. I almost can't believe another ring is being added to this circus, but I can hear it with my own ears and see it with my own eyes. Not only is it happening, but the intensity of the situation is escalating by the minute. I naively thought we'd escaped the dick on the lawn incident we've affectionately named Justin Timberlake Night unscathed, but evidently some bombs just have a longer than expected fuse. Carly doesn't say anything back, shockingly enough, but Stella does turn to whisper something in her ear. Whatever it is, and I truly don't think it matters, angers Betty greatly.
"This is all your fault,"
she shouts angrily at Stella.
"You brought this miscreant into our community and sullied it. I should kick you out on your ass."
Stella laughs uproariously.
"Oh, please. You wish you had that kind of authority, Betty Matthews. Oh, you'd be surprised at what I can do."
Betty threatens back.
"In fact,"
she continues to shout,
"I'm going to have these officers arrest you and your classless daughter right now."
"Ma'am," Sergeant James says, stepping away from Carly and Stella and into the new fray.
"Arrest them!"
Betty shrieks, her marbles officially scattering all over the Page front lawn.
"Arrest them right now! I demand it, or I'll have your badge."
"Ma'am, you just struck and damaged police department property with your golf cart," Officer Higgins offers. "I don't really think you want to add threatening an officer of the law to the list of your offenses right now."
"My offenses?"
Betty screeches.
"I'm the director of this community, sir. I am the law of this place."
Carly snorts, fighting in her mom's arms to get at Betty, but Stella holds her back, gesturing to pump the brakes and let Betty dig her own grave. "No, ma'am." Sergeant James disagrees, his attention on Betty. "You're not." He holds out a placating hand in an effort to calm her, and she swats it away. Everyone in the yard goes on high alert, and Carly's eyes nearly bug out of her head in excitement. She can't believe this is happening. That much is obvious. But then again, I don't think any of us can. Ma'am, I'll warn you to watch yourself.
And I'll warn you to take note of who you're talking to,
Betty asserts stupidly.
My husband donated to your fund generously for the length of our marriage, but I'd be happy to send my money to someone else with some actual priorities if you wish.
We're tax dollar funded, ma'am. Officer Higgins says bluntly. I don't give a damn where you put your dollars. If you don't calm down, we're going to be forced to take action. Sergeant James, closer to Betty at this point than any of the rest of us, leans in and takes a whiff before asking, Have you been drinking? Operation of any vehicle, even a golf cart, while under the influence is considered a criminal offense in the state of Florida.
Oh, please. I had 3 mimosas at the early serving of breakfast in the clubhouse this morning. I'm hardly under the influence.
Ma'am, do you realize that you struck a police vehicle with your cart upon arrival?
That was just a little tap, she argues. Give me a break. Why?
Carly boldly insists.
You don't give anyone else a break around here. Why should they give you one? If I were your mother, I'd wash your mouth out with soap, you dirty little witch. Putting that obscene picture on Nan's lawn shows just what a hussy you are. You should be ashamed of yourself. Well, you're not, Carly shouts back. Stella Page is, and lucky for me, she knows how to raise a badass bitch who doesn't take shit from bullies like you.
Ladies, please, Sergeant James says, trying to calm the situation. Sal and I glance at each other, and when I get a look at the crazy old bastard's face, he's positively beaming. Against all odds, I feel my face starting to lift into a little smile, too.
Arrest her,
Betty shouts crazily.
Did you hear the way she just spoke to me? Arrest her!
Ma'am, let us give you a lift back to your house, Officer Higgins suggests. Sleep off the mimosas and discuss your issues with this family when you've sobered up.
I can't believe you're treating me like a criminal,
she protests.
Stella and Carly Page are dirty little skanks, the 2 of them. I mean, look at the way they're dressed.
Carly sucks her lips into her mouth again and covers herself as she shoots me with eye lasers. I know now that I'll never live down the ripping of this outfit until the day I die. Stella, however, looks like she always does, wearing a hot pink jumpsuit with the jacket zipped down to reveal a large portion of her breasts. It's revealing, sure, but now that I know her like I do, I can't imagine her dressing any other way. Excuse me, I assert. Are you trying to slut-shame these 2 women right now? In the middle of whatever it is that's brought the police to their lawn? You don't even know what's going on, and yet you have no sympathy. Don't you see that?
I know that the last time Stella Page had red and blue lights on her lawn, it's because your father got a little too frisky while they were doing their naughty business. You're probably just like him, so I don't want to hear boo from you.
Her accusation makes my chin jerk back into my chest, and Carly gasps audibly. I don't think either of us had fully considered the possibility of our parents actually getting it on, despite their obvious fondness for each other.
I'll have you know my son couldn't be more my opposite.
Sal jumps in, making me roll my eyes. I can't believe he's going to point out my flaws right now, of all times.
Where I'm impulsive, he's thoughtful. Where I'm crass, he's class. Don't you go talking about my boy like you know any goddamn thing about him. Maybe if you found a man to give you some naughty business, you wouldn't be such a stuck-up bitch.
Shocked at the complimentary things he says, I look at him again with renewed eyes and love. We may not see eye to eye very often, but it's indisputable right now. My dad loves me, and I love him. Thanks, Dad, I find myself saying.
Folks,
Sergeant James shouts over all of us. Come on now, let's take it down a notch.
Arrest him! Arrest her! Arrest them all!
Betty screeches like a banshee and grabs Sergeant James's shirt in a tight grip, yanking him forward.
I want them all locked up!
Oh no, that can't be a good choice. Sergeant James doesn't react to Betty, but he looks to Officer Higgins, signaling something with his hand, and Brian steps forward with a nod. Ma'am, release my shirt now, and I'm only going to ask you one more time to calm down. Sergeant James orders Betty. She gulps like a fish, the outrage of her meltdown nowhere near leaving her face, but she does release the hold she has on his uniform and steps back a few feet. Though her violence toward the officer doesn't stop there. When he apparently doesn't do what she wants him to do, she goes back to throwing an outright fit. "Do your job!" she shouts and steps back toward Sergeant James, slapping her hands at his chest. "Arrest them! Now! I demand it!" Officer Higgins pops forward in a flash and grabs one of her wrists while Sergeant James grabs the other, forcing them behind her back as gently but pointedly as they can manage at the same time. "Holy shit," Carly breathes from her spot a few steps away, and I shake my head. Bitchy Betty is getting arrested. Right now. Right before our very eyes. I can't fucking believe it. "This is the best day of my whole life," Stella says emotionally, and I swear I see the glisten of a tear in her eye. Betty screams her protest like all holy hell as they escort her to one of their cars and place her inside the back seat, covering the top of her blue-haired head just like they do for all the criminals on all the cop shows. When she's safely inside, Sergeant James confers briefly with the other officers who then retreat to their cars, and then he paces the distance of the lawn back up to us. Carly opens her mouth almost immediately. "What's going to happen to her? Is she going into the clink? Maximum security? Please tell me it's a work camp at least. Community service. Oh my God, yes. I need to see Betty in orange coveralls." I have to bite my lips and shake my head to keep from laughing aloud. She's so fucking happy right now, she's glowing. "We'll just file a misdemeanor disorderly charge, so she'll probably be out on bail in the morning. It's safe to say she just needs a little time and assistance in getting herself calm." Carly's smile deflates a little, and that makes me want to laugh even more. Never has there been a greater rivalry in a retirement community than the one between Betty Matthews and Carly Page. Of that, I'm almost sure. If there has, I don't think I'd want to see it. It's a simple charge, and she'll hardly be left with a hugely tarnished record. But I think this morning, on the streets of Sunny Creek Village, in a pink jumpsuit and ripped clothes, Stella and Carly Page have finally been vindicated. I can hear the Munchkins from The Wizard of Oz singing now, "Ding dong, the witch is dead."
Chapter 34. Carly. Spirits are officially at an all-time high as Sergeant James pulls away from the house with Betty in the back seat of his car to take her to booking. Booking, I tell you! Jail! I never imagined there could be an ending to our feud as good as this. But sometimes life comes up with some wonderful surprises. Miracle babies, puppies, lottery wins. And for me, today, Betty Matthews in the back of a gosh darn cop car. "Come on," my mom says, ushering me into the house by crowding me. "I've got coffee and muffins inside, fresh baked just a couple hours ago." Her hands guide my shoulders, and I have to walk quickly to keep from tripping at the pressure of her pace. Still, it's not too much that I don't have the control needed to steal a glance at my cute little rule follower. I look at Ryan over my shoulder and waggle my eyebrows. Betty in the drunk tank and muffins? My brain squeals with glee. It doesn't get much better than that. I don't care that I've already had a big pancake breakfast. After being a part of the real-life episode of Cops that just went down on my mom's lawn, I can manage a muffin or two. He smiles, shaking his head at my euphoria. I don't even have to express my joy verbally. He just knows. It's written in the very bounce of my normally stable step. I follow my mom down the hallway into the kitchen and sit down at her little four-seater eat-in table. There's a basket of muffins in the center and several abandoned mugs of half-drunk coffee, likely those of the police officers who just took their leave. Ryan steps up beside me, brushing against my body with the side of his as he grabs a couple of the mugs and carries them to the sink to rinse them out. I rub at the pebbled skin of my arm that he's left behind, and then look up and directly into the narrowed eyes of Sal Miller. He looks beyond curious. Dangerously so. And my capacity to confront it head-on given the events of the morning is bottomed out somewhere below 0. So I straighten in my chair, grab a muffin from the basket, peel off a piece of the top of it, and shove it in my mouth. "Ryan, sweetie, could you pour Carly a cup of coffee?" my mom asks, taking a seat in the chair next to me and scooting it nearer to grab my closest forearm. There should be enough there for a few more cups. Make one for yourself, too, and then I'll start a fresh pot. Of course, Ryan says politely and gets a couple mugs down from the cabinet to fill. She takes 2 sugars and splash of milk. Ryan finishes with the sexiest of smiles. I got it, Miss Page. A shiver runs down my spine at just the sound of his voice. I am but a weak woman for him, and I don't know what to do about it. Let it run rampant and control the course of my life? Squash it like a bug before I reach a state from which is unrecoverable? I just can't seem to decide. Ha, that's hilarious. Like you even have a choice at this point with how deep you're in it with him, girlfriend. In an effort to busy myself with fidgeting rather than thoughts, I look up from the table and scan the room, landing on the other side again and into the eyes of his father. He's watching me closely, and I can't say that I like it. My mind is a jungle, and he is a poacher. Nothing inside is safe. Baby, tell me what happened, my mom says then, squeezing gently at my flesh, and suddenly, Sal's inquisitive eyes seem like the lesser of 2 evils. I don't meet them, of course, because they're still far too keen for my liking, but they seem a lot less aggressive than they were moments ago, that's for sure. Nothing, Mom, I say again, repeating my earlier empty excuses. I was out, that's all. Out where? She presses. At a club? At a bar? With a boy? Why are your clothes so torn up? I know this isn't your normal style, Carly. Tell me what's going on. Surprisingly, Sal steps forward and puts a comforting hand to my mom's shoulder, remarking, "Give her a minute to relax and breathe, Stell. It's been pure chaos since she got back. Girl would probably like a minute to herself. Maybe even a trip to the bathroom to splash some water on her face." I nod frantically. Yes, Sal, yes, I want that very much. Also, I'm in love with you. Please, Mom, just a minute, okay? Stella's eyes are uneasy and a little annoyed, but she finally pulls away from my arm with a loving pat. Okay, fine. I'll go call a few people and let them know about Betty, she says, petty excitement making her glow beautifully. I nod. That's a great idea. Maybe you can even do a video on the talk. Quickly, I jump up from the table and head for the hallway, jerking my head at Ryan when he looks up at me. I implore him to read my mind with violently wide and pleading eyes. Figure out a way to meet me in the bathroom. Stat! I power walk down the hall and close the door behind myself, locking it. Immediately, I see the error of my ways. For if Ryan is to meet me in the bathroom, he's going to need to be able to open the door. I turn the small latch back the other way. Quickly, I back up until my bare thighs run into the cool granite counter of the vanity top and bring my fingers to my mouth to chew. I don't normally gnaw on my nails, but right now, it feels like one of the best ideas I've ever had. Maybe if I turn my hands into bloody stumps, there won't be any more room to ask questions about my clothes. I stare at the doorknob, willing it to turn. Come on, Ryan. Come on. Get in here, get in here, get in here. It's amazing, though, because when the knob actually turns and the door swings open to reveal the man I'm waiting for, I still jump at least a foot in the air like I didn't know it was going to happen. He doesn't hesitate to step inside, sweeping the door closed behind himself and locking it once more. It's cramped with the 2 of us in here. It's just a teensy little powder room-style bathroom, and the front of his body hums from its position 6 inches away. Gah, warm, beautiful, muscle-filled heat. I want to rub my face against it like a cat and purr. He stares at my lips, and I stare at his. And before I know it, his hands are sinking into the fall of my red hair at the back of my neck and bringing my face upward. Our lips touch, and my mouth opens in reflex. He feels so good. Scary good. So good that if I'm honest, I'm not sure I've ever experienced anything better. Not sure. You're sure, you liar, because you most certainly haven't. I clamp my hands onto his hips and fuse his body to my own, and participate eagerly as he dances his tongue around the space of my mouth. It's titillating and stomach-flipping, and I don't know if I'll ever be the same for kisses after the ones I've shared with Ryan Miller. He's the kind of guy that I don't know. He's the kind of guy that turns worlds upside down. The kind of guy that makes you flip your own world upside down. When you fall for a guy like him, you don't get back up. Neither one of us has admitted it aloud, but judging by his remark about the life alert button, we're both lying on the floor holding our hips and waiting on a rescue that may never come. It's hard, but eventually I recognize the reason I demanded his company in this bathroom, and the fact that it's not so that we can once again get it on, and I shove him away with 2 hands at his chest. He smirks, evidently smug in his success to commandeer the amount of time he did. "Stop distracting me," I chastise, poking his muscular chest with the tip of my finger. "That's not what this secret bathroom meeting is about, and you know it."
"It's not," he says with a pout. "It should be."
I shake my head, a smile just barely edging into the corner of my mouth. I love playful Ryan. He's a rare gem, to be treasured always. But using him right now, when we have serious matters to discuss, is a breach of good faith. It's dirty warfare, and the scoundrel more than knows it. "We have important things to talk about."
"Is it your breasts?"
he asks hopefully, lifting a hand to cup the swell of one. It feels good, I'll give him that, but it's only a matter of time before one of our parents realizes we're in here together. I swat his hand away, and he watches as my boob bounces in its wake. I put a finger under his chin and lift, directing his attention back to my eyes. "Listen here, I'm not joking around. What are we going to do about this? What am I going to tell my mother? About where I was? The clothes?" He twists his cute, full mouth up briefly and then nods.
"I've got an idea."
"You do?" I stand up straighter from the sink behind me. He nods. "Well then, what is it?" I shriek in a whisper.
"We tell them the truth, that we're together."
"What? Are you joking?" A third question niggles at the back of my mind, but I don't ask it out loud. Just exactly how together are we? We've acknowledged feelings, sure, but I'm feeling suddenly desperate for a label. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? Plaything? What is this? My poor overworked brain screams inside.
"No, I'm not joking. I think my dad knows anyway."
"Oh my God," I groan, sinking my head into my hands. "You saw that too?"
"Carly, what's the big deal? We're adults. They're adults. We're all adults."
"Yes, we are. And you have an affinity for ripping clothing. And I don't know, Ryan, don't you think that's a little too extreme of a visual for our parents?"
"Why?"
He grabs my hips and sways them teasingly.
"By the sound of things, it seems like they have some pretty active sex, too, if Betty's accusation about their injuries is true."
"Oh, bleh," I say with a jolt and shove my fingers into my ears. "La la la la. Don't you say those things aloud to me. I've been doing a really good job of ignoring that little ditty since Betty suggested it, and you're ruining my ability to compartmentalize." He laughs.
"Come on, Carly. Let's just tell them. It's not like they're married and we're doing something freaky. They're fooling around, and we are too. The attraction must run in the family."
"Oh my God, never say anything that creepy again." He chuckles again, and I sigh. "Fine, we'll tell them. We'll go back out there. I'll change really quick just so the visual isn't quite as strong. I'll do a couple shots of tequila, and we'll tell them."
"Cut out the tequila and replace it with letting me give you a couple orgasms, and I'm on board."
"No!" I slap his chest. "What is wrong with you?" He shrugs and brushes a piece of hair out of my face before touching his lips ever so gently to the corner of my mouth.
"I just like you, I guess."
He whispers there. "God, I like you too," I breathe back. He smiles.
"I know. Go change. I'll meet you back in the kitchen."
I put my hand out, and he places his on top of mine. Ready, set,
Go.
I close the door to my room behind me, my outfit finally replaced by a fully fastenable pair of cut-off shorts, a bra, and a tank top, and head down the hallway of my mom's landominium back toward the kitchen. The sound of laughter and happiness pouring out of it makes me smile as I approach and turn the corner through the entrance. My mom and Sal are seated next to each other, and Ryan is standing at the counter, his hips against it, and a coffee mug in his hands. He picks up another mug from the counter and holds it out to me with a grin.
I warmed it up a little.
He offers as I accept it and put the warm ceramic to my lips. Thanks, I murmur. Come on, kids, my mom calls, pushing at the chairs across from her and Sal.
Take a seat. There's something we want to talk to you about.
I roll my eyes and glide slowly toward the table. Mom, I really don't feel like talking about last night. I'm all talked out about it, to be honest. She glances to Sal, he nods, and then she looks back at me. It's weird enough to make my eyebrows draw together. Ryan holds out my chair, and I take a seat, and then he does the same, before anyone says anything.
I know, Carly. This isn't about last night. I respect your privacy until you're ready to talk about it.
Now that makes my eyebrows climb clean to my hairline. Stella Page is a pusher, a meddler, a busy fucking body. She's not the stay-out-of-it type, and she never will be. Something else is happening. I just don't know what.
Sal and I have something to tell the two of you.
Ryan and I share a glance, wondering if maybe Sal said something to Stella about his suspicions. In a way, I'm kind of hoping he did. It would at least break a little bit of the thickest ice when it comes to broaching the conversation of Ryan and me engaging in a relationship with each other. Mom, I start slowly, leaning forward in my chair. Suddenly, though, she jolts in her seat and shoves a hand out in front of her, declaring,
"We're engaged."
I'm sorry, you're what now? My blink is repetitive and slow as I try like hell to get my bearings. I'm normally really good at math, but something here is not adding up. 70 plus 75 plus engagement plus screwing my mom's fiancé's son equals... Oh shit, fuck me, son of a bitch. Oh shit, fuck me, son of a bitch. Ryan finds his voice first. I don't know if it's because he's not busy making fucked up equations in his head, or if he's just better at it. But damn, the ability to speak right now is seriously impressive.
You're engaged? Like, to each other?
Sal snorts.
Shit, son. Yes, each other. You think I went out and found some other broad to marry, and Stella would be this excited about it?
We're going to be family, my mom shouts, throwing her arms up and into the air. Isn't that exciting? Family, I repeat woodenly with a nod. My mom squeals. Isn't it so great? She reaches across the table and grabs Ryan's chin, shaking it back and forth, not 1, not 2, but 3 times. His eyes retreat to the corners and stare me down as she suggests, and there's no pressure at all, but oh, sweetheart, I'd be absolutely thrilled if you wanted to call me Mama. What? Oh my God. My heart beats so hard in my chest, it threatens to jump right out and flop on the table in front of me. The coffee and Denny's breakfast and the muffins roil in my stomach, and I look to Ryan in a panic. We can't tell them now. We can't. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Oops, I've fallen for my brother? I turn hard eyes to Ryan, and like it or not, what I find there is a reflection of the same. He's freaking out, the same as me, and we don't even have to talk to agree. We cannot, and I mean cannot, tell our parents that we're together now.
Chapter 35. Ryan. There's something particularly disturbing about watching a woman voraciously eat a corn dog while prompting you for the 1,000th time that day to call her mama, Combine that with the fact that you've also been sexually intimate, repeatedly, with the woman who could actually call your future stepmother by that moniker without any irony at all, and the awkward dials up to a 50 on a 10-point scale. Nevertheless, neither Carly nor I had the heart to tell Sal and Stella that their momentous news came with quite the sour note for us, nor that the trip to the street vendors by the beach to celebrate didn't sound like such a good idea on our queasy stomachs, or that for every time they told another human that they're getting married and we're all going to be one big happy family, another million of my sperm and a couple of Carly's eggs die. They're elated, and who can blame them? To find a second chance at true love at their age must be exhilarating. But what about you getting your first chance at it? I shake off the thought as quickly as it appears and plaster a smile on my face while the lovebirds pose for pictures in a small photo booth in a shop we stumbled upon by the pier. Carly's gone to the bathroom, an excuse I imagine is designed to keep herself from having to be alone with me for too prolonged a period of time, and I'm holding Stella's purse. And every second I'm alone with my thoughts takes me an inch deeper into the well of hysteria. I cannot fucking believe Carly Page is going to be my sister. A stepsister, really, but I have to admit right now, that doesn't seem like the biggest of distinctions. I've had my tongue, my dick, and my fingers inside her, and I've enjoyed it. I've shown her all the parts of myself I normally keep reserved, even admitted how strongly I feel about her, and I know she feels the same for me. But this is the kind of complication that, as much as I'd like to, I'm having a hell of a time overlooking. Dating a sibling, any kind of sibling, isn't something I would ever do. Anytime I've heard of something like this before, I've dismissed it as tawdry and cheap and an indication of poor impulse control. After all, there are literally billions of people in the world, and the idea that anyone would argue the need to be with one specific human who's not a good match logistically is ridiculous. I mean, this isn't normal. This is some Maury Povich take a DNA test kind of shit. Ryan Miller of 2 months ago understood that. In fact, Ryan Miller of 2 months ago already would have said his goodbyes. But why the hell am I struggling so much now? Carly returns from the bathroom just as Sal and Stella step out of the photo booth giggling. Carly chews at her lip and stares at the ground, and a lump so large it's hard to breathe feels lodged in my throat. I don't know what to say to break the awkward tension, to bring back our easy nature and laughs, and I don't know if I ever will. The truth is, it's hard to be the voice of reason when the things going on in your mind aren't attached to logic at all. I'm not used to feeling so out of control, so overcome by emotion that I can't be rational. It's not like me, to say the least, and if I don't find some normalcy soon, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stand it.
I feel like a 40-year-old woman today, Stella cries, jumping forward and squeezing both of my cheeks in her hands. A handsome husband-to-be, and one of the best-looking future stepsons in the universe. Aren't I lucky?
Carly chokes a little, putting a hand to her throat as we all turn to look at her with concern. She waves our attention away.
Baby, are you okay?
Stella asks, concerned.
My goodness! I just swallowed my saliva wrong,
Carly says through a clogged throat, tears moistening her eyes from the sudden deprivation of oxygen. Gulping down spit is an everyday function, but I understand her troubles entirely. Every reference to my role as her sibling makes it harder and harder for me to stay upright, let alone breathe normally. Stella laughs, but strangely, she's the only one. Even Sal has a pinched mouth as he considers Carly and me closely. I avoid his eyes and try my best to take the heat off Carly. Regardless of the fact that we can't seem to look each other in the eye, I'm still desperate to protect her. Feelings don't just disappear, it seems, as much as I always assumed they could. When I get back to New York, I might have to consider sitting down with my overzealous, flirtatious coworker Marcy and talking. Not because I'd ever considered dating her, but because maybe it's not as easy for her to let the notion go as I'd originally assumed. Fuck, just focus on getting through this insane day. Well, what's next? I force myself to ask, trying to get the freak show on the road. The beach? Back home? Today's your day, I tell Stella with a large, albeit fake smile. Lead the way. She giggles.
You're making a bid to be my favorite child already, huh?
God help us all. Carly, I whisper, grabbing her hand in the driveway and dragging her toward my dad's house. Come on, let's go talk. Stella and my dad are still in her house, their after-dinner champagne toast continuing on even after Carly left the table in a hurry and snuck outside. It's been an overwhelming day, and I don't blame her for hitting her limit. It took me a minute to put down my champagne glass and make an excuse to leave without really tipping off Stella and Sal to major unrest, but thankfully, she'd only made it to the pavement just in front of the garage by the time I caught up. She pulls back, resisting the direction of my efforts completely.
What's there to talk about, Ryan?
She whispers into the balmy night.
We're about to be family.
She shakes her head.
Pretty sure there's not a creature on the planet who's missed that little tidbit after Stella's big mouth during our fun-filled day of celebration.
Well, that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it, Carly. I'm still me and you're still you. What do you want to do? Just never talk to each other again?
No,
she snaps. Good. Because that's what it seemed like all day today. You couldn't even meet my eyes.
Because I'm freaking out, Ryan!
She shouts, quieting her voice slightly when she realizes how stark it is against the rest of the calm night.
I may not follow the rules like you, but generally I'm against the actual practice of incest.
I roll my eyes. We're not blood relatives, Carly. It's not incest.
Yeah, well, right now, it feels like it.
Come on, I order, grabbing her hand and hustling her toward my dad's house again. Betty's not an issue, assuming she's still in the slammer. But in a place like Sunny Creek, you never know what prying eyes are lurking. Thankfully, she doesn't resist this time, following my lead into the house and down the hall to my bedroom. I push the door closed behind our entry and then fall into it, my forehead against the wood. After a beat of breath, I spin around and put my back to the door to find Carly watching me.
Are you okay?
She asks from her spot curled up on my bed. She's as close to fetal as she can get without actually lying down. I chuckle, but it's shockingly lacking in humor. I feel like I should be asking you that.
Oh, well, no, I'm definitely not.
I shake my head. Me either.
I mean, my brother is a dom. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
I'm not your brother, I insist with a laugh. And I'm not a dom, not really, I shrug. I'm your future stepbrother, and I like control.
Wow. Now that's an exercise in semantics, if I've ever heard one.
I shove away from the door and stride across the room, climbing into the bed with her and moving close. She scoots away at first, so I put my hands up innocently. No sex, I promise. Not right now. I just want to hold you. Can I do that? Reluctantly, she nods, and I curl an arm around her shoulders, pulling her deep into my side. She's warm and soft, and the smell of her lavender-scented hair is remarkably soothing to my ragged nerves. We don't say anything else, instead melting into the comfort of each other's closeness. I shift us down some and rearrange the pillows behind us, and before I know it, Carly's breathing steadies as she falls asleep. And not even a minute later, I don't notice when I follow. Chapter 36. October 11th, Sunday. Sal. After giving my Stella a real good smooch this morning, I headed back to my place to change my clothes and take a shower. Across the lawn and toward my house, I smile when I catch sight of Betty Matthews' golf cart puttering up the road in the opposite direction of our houses. Word on the Sunny Creek street is that Nan bailed her out of jail yesterday evening. I can't imagine the kind of fallout that woman is about to face from the community. There are a lot of people around here who have been waiting for Betty's big fall from power, and they're more than ready to pounce on the whole "she's a convicted criminal" excuse to kick her off all the damn committees she heads up. Personally, I'm not too busy with any of that hogwash. The smart thing for me to do is to agree with whichever side my Stella stands behind. I stepped through the front door and let it close behind me, glancing at the largely undecorated space of my entry and living room. Francine was always the one with the eye, and after she passed and I moved into this house, I gave up on making it anything more than a place to be. No personal touches, no semblance of a real home. Just a structure with floors and walls and furniture to sit down on occasionally. I never dreamed I'd be as happy as I was with her again. I considered myself lucky to have one great love who overlooked my flaws and the soft spot underneath.
But being with Stella and feeling seen again makes me believe I'm in the prime of my youth all over again. I drop my phone on the dining room table as I pass it by and head for the back of my house and my bedroom. Soon enough, we'll consolidate our belongings to one household, so we don't have to leave each other to shower and change clothes. But for now, it's part of my routine. Ryan's closed door grabs my attention as I walk past it. The look on his face yesterday while he asked if I'd checked on him or not popping into my mind. The two of us have hardly ever been on the same wavelength, but despite what he might think, that kid is the absolute apple of my eye. He's accomplished and thoughtful, and goddamn, I'm proud of him. He may be an adult in the eyes of every other person on the planet, but to me, he'll always be my baby boy. Gently, I turn the knob on his door and crack it open to peek inside and find way more than I bargained for. Deep in sleep, Ryan and Carly are curled up in the center of the bed over the covers. They're a tangle of arms and legs, wrapped up around each other like it's their only viable form of protection from the outside world. Ryan's face, though, pulls my attention away from everything else and holds it. Normally, my kid's always got enough tension between his eyebrows to hold up the Brooklyn Bridge. I swear he carries the weight of the world on his back every day, all day long, trying to be perfect and successful and productive. But seeing him like this is like seeing a man reborn. He doesn't look rushed or intently focused on the next big task like he normally does. He looks happy, content, like the girl lying in his arms has filled some sort of void he's been living with forever. I don't know the story between the two of them, and frankly, I don't need to. Anything that makes Ryan's face look like that is the kind of thing I've got to see to nurturing. But Lord knows he won't take kindly to any kind of direct advice from me. He's going to need to figure this one out on his own. I just have to do everything in my power to facilitate it. Slowly, quietly, I back out of the bedroom on light feet and pull the door shut behind me. Stella's over at her house whipping up breakfast, so I shuffle toward the dining room, grab my phone off the table, and type out a text. Me. We've got to talk about the kids, Stella.
Why? What's wrong?
We'll talk about it fully when I get back, but I'm pretty sure they're in love with each other.
What? My Carly and your Ryan?
Yeah, darling.
Carly hasn't said anything, though. Why wouldn't she tell me?
Probably because I'm guessing she doesn't know. Remember how dumb you and I were at first? How much we fought the spark?
Oh, dear.
That'll be over soon, doll. We'll come up with a plan to make them realize the truth. You and I both know there's no time to waste on happiness.
You're right. There's no time to waste. Breakfast is ready, my love. You'll be back soon?
You bet, baby. Nothing could keep me away. I mean it. A herd of wild horses wouldn't stand in the way of me being with Stella, and neither would a bomb. Nothing should keep anyone away from the person they love.
Chapter 37. October 13th, Tuesday. Carly.
Carly, I am so excited I can hardly stand it,
my mom says, her voice giddy and bubbly and all of the things I'm not currently feeling. I follow her into Dr. Sampson's office and try like hell to plaster a smile on my face. Today is the official date on the calendar when Dr. Sampson will go over my mother's PT evaluation results and decide what she needs to do about her injury moving forward. Her sex injury, mind you. Finding out that my 70-year-old mother lied to me about the reason for her fall, instead of it occurring while taking down holiday decorations with Sal, she broke her damn tailbone while getting boned by Sal, has me seriously considering seeking out therapy when I get home. I never thought I'd live a life interesting enough to warrant a reality show, but lately, I'm thinking maybe I am. Pretty sure not many people can say their mother's sex injury is what made it possible for them to fall for their future stepbrother.
Stella Page for Dr. Sampson,
my mom announces to the young, brunette receptionist sitting behind the front desk. Her face is familiar, and I'm pretty sure her name is Allison, but I can't be sure. It's apparent, though, my mom knows her pretty well. And also, Sal Miller for Dr. Sampson. Stella adds and glances over her shoulder to wink at her fiancé where he stands behind us with Ryan at his side. Gah, I hate how weird and awkward things have grown between us. The news of our parents' impending nuptials served as an explosive device of confusion. It's like we don't know where to go from here. Our feelings for each other haven't just disappeared, but our parents' big wedding bell news has created quite the mental mindfuck. Now that fact is apparent in every situation we're in together, including the car ride here. Ryan drove the four of us here in his rental Land Rover, and the only people who provided a soundtrack of chatter were my mother and Sal. "Okay, Ms. Page, it looks like Dr. Sampson is ready for you," the receptionist updates. "Mr. Miller, if you want to take a seat in the waiting room, and when the doctor is done with Miss Page, he'll see you next." "Actually, Allison," my mom chimes in, "since we're engaged now, I'd prefer it if the doctor saw us together." "You and Mr. Miller are engaged?" the receptionist asks, her eyes going big with surprise. "We sure are," Sal says, and walks up past me to wrap his arm around my mom's waist and squeeze her butt. "This beautiful lady right here agreed to be my wife." Oh, here we fucking go. Internally, I sigh. It's not that I'm not happy for my mom and Sal, but their whole "we're getting married" announcement 2 days ago has really put a damper on something that felt pretty damn amazing in my life. It's also provided me with enough evidence that I can give to my primary care physician to prove Xanax is an appropriate treatment for my mental health. "Oh my goodness," the receptionist exclaims. "Congratulations!" "Thank you." My mother's smile is brighter than the freaking sun. "I feel like the luckiest man who's ever lived," Sal adds, and starts peppering my mother's face with kisses. "Oh, stop it, Sally." She giggles and slaps him away playfully, but he just grins down at her. "Darlin', I'm so glad I've convinced you we shouldn't wait much longer." "You've already set the date?" the receptionist asks, and my mother's next words make me feel like I'm about to pass out. "November 7th, she proclaims, clapping her hands together. "I have so much planning to do, but I'm so excited." Oh, holy fuck. Why does it feel like I'm on a roller coaster ride that I can't get off? Not to mention, I've yet to break the news to Willow that Mom's new casual relationship is headed down the aisle. And, according to my mother, in a month, no less. I told Willow I'd call her after this appointment, but I just haven't figured out how to package the news that Mommy Dearest is engaged. And, oh, by the way, I've slept with our future brother.
"I guess we should have told the kids, huh, Stell?"
Sal states with an amused smile and a soft chuckle.
"By the looks on their faces, I'd say they're a bit surprised."
I glance over my shoulder, and Ryan looks like he just drank curdled milk, which I definitely understand, since I feel like he threw up the contents of his foul drink right in my own mouth. "What do you think, Carr?" my mom asks, and I have no idea how I managed to get words out of my mouth, but I do. November 7th. Wow. Talk about some big news. Although, the enthusiasm behind them is certainly lacking. The tone of my voice would match perfectly with the environment of a funeral, but my mom doesn't appear to notice because she's too blissed out and amped up on happiness. "You and Willow better be here for our big day." My mom wraps me up into a big hug, squeezing me tight and squealing into my ear. "And Ryan, too. I want all my kids there, okay?" All her kids. Good God, why is this happening? I do my best to react like my mom wants me to, but all I can manage is a half-hearted pat to her back with one hand and a pathetic, "Okay."
"Congrats, Dad,"
I hear Ryan say behind me, but I don't miss the odd tone of his voice. It's like he's trying to be happy for his father, but also his mind is reeling with how fucking fast this marriage train is rolling. Like, a bullet train is really freaking cool as long as you're not strapped to the tracks while it runs you over. 1 month, and we'll officially be step-brother and step-sister. Fuck my life. Once my mother releases me from her exuberant hug, she moves on to Sal and places a smacking kiss to his lips.
Love you, Sal. Love you too, darlin'.
The receptionist grins at their cutesy show, but when she meets my eyes, I realize that I'm not exactly smiling. So I quickly force a grin onto my face so she doesn't get the vibe that I'm raining on my mother's wedding parade. It's brittle and uncomfortable, and I'm probably showing too many teeth, but it appears to do the job. Well, you two have really made my day, and I'm sure Dr. Sampson is going to get a kick out of this, she says, and gets up from her chair to open the door that leads patients from the waiting room to the exam rooms. Congratulations again, she adds, holding the door open for a giggling and smiling Sal and Stella. Ryan and I follow their lead, and when all four of us file into one tiny exam room, I instantly feel claustrophobic. I also have the urge to look at Ryan, to memorize his face and his blue-as-the-sky eyes and his strong jaw. I want to run my hands through his hair and touch his lips with my fingertips. The desire to be with him, to make him smile and laugh, to touch him and kiss him, it's all still there. Hasn't gone away. If anything, it feels like you need it more. Need him more. God, I just wish everything weren't so fucking confusing. I mean, there's a part of me that's actually thankful our parents boned, which is nuts, but it's what led me to Ryan. There's also a part of me that is completely grossed out by it and doesn't understand how to move forward with anything, knowing that soon I will be related to the man who gave me 1 billion orgasms. My soon-to-be stepbrother is the sex king. This is so messed up.
You okay, Carly?
Ryan asks, his voice just loud enough for my ears. His words pull my attention, and I realize I've just been mindlessly staring at a poster about kidney stones while my brain tries to grapple with everything that's gone down over the past few days. It's mental overload, right? I can't be the only person who would feel this. I search his eyes for a beat too long, and he tilts his head to the side. It's finally then that I realize I need to speak words and answer his question. Yeah, I'm okay.
You sure?
Am I sure? No, I'm not. We just found out our parents are getting married in a freaking month. I shrug and actually give him some semblance of truth. Things are just kind of weird, you know? But before he can even answer, my mother is chiming into the conversation. What's weird, Car? Nothing, Mom. Is something wrong? I shake my head. All is good in the hood. Good in the hood. Fucking hell. That sounds like something my mother would say on one of her stupid TikToks. Ryan's eyes are no help either. They're still watching me closely, and I don't miss the concern that lies behind them. Though, this isn't the time or place to continue the line of conversation that's probably running through his head. And when Dr. Sampson steps into the room, all focus goes directly toward what he has to say.
So, I hear congratulations are in order.
He greets, and his pepper-gray eyebrows curl around his eyes when he smiles.
They sure are, Doc.
Sal responds and stands up from his chair to shake the doctor's hand.
This beautiful lady right here has agreed to marry me. I'm very happy for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Sampson. My mother responds, her face brighter than the fluorescent lights of the exam room.
And it appears we have even more to celebrate today,
Dr. Sampson announces with a grin.
I've reviewed both of your PT evaluations thoroughly, and Sean said you passed with flying colors. He recommends that you can now go back to living the high life at Sunny Creek without any major activity restrictions.
Stella bounces around in her seat. Oh my goodness, this is great news. Isn't it great news, Sally? A sly grin spreads across Sal's lips.
Oh, darling, this is good for a lot of reasons.
He waggles his eyebrows, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out what he's insinuating. Dr. Sampson chuckles softly and moves his attention to Ryan and me.
And it also appears that you two are off the hook.
He grins.
I think both Stella and Sal can be completely independent now, and it's actually a great thing that they officially have each other to lean on. I can imagine you two are very excited for them, maybe even a little relieved, knowing they have each other now.
I should definitely feel all of those things, but I'm mostly just feeling really fucking disappointed. Definitely, I say, through what has to be my 50th forced smile of the day. Ryan offers a similar sentiment, but I'm too busy inside my own head to dissect his words and expression. We're off the hook, both Ryan and I. Soon we'll be heading back to our respective homes, thousands of miles apart, and I feel zero relief in that. Sure, I'm happy for my mom, and I'm happy she has Sal. But for the first time in my life, I'm not happy that I'm going to go back to Vale alone. And I don't even know what Ryan and I are at this point. So, add in all the confusion, and it's enough to make my head explode and my heart ache.
Now, Sal and Stella, there are a few things I want the two of you to keep doing.
Dr. Sampson continues, but I'm so far lost in my own thoughts that I hardly hear a word he says. How did everything get so messed up? I should be listening to the doctor's instructions. I should be doing my daughterly duty of writing them down and making sure my mother remembers them after we leave here. But it takes the initial sounds of someone's phone ringing to startle me out of my head like a gunshot. Instantly, I follow the direction of the ring and see Ryan pulling his cell phone out of his pocket.
I'm so sorry,
he says to everyone in the room.
I'm just going to step outside really quickly and take this.
And then, he's gone. Out the exam room door and into the hallway. For some insane reason, I almost follow him, but I realize that would be weird. So, I just stay rooted to my spot and try to listen to what Dr. Sampson is telling Stella and Sal. Continue water aerobics. Start increasing activity to daily 20-minute walks. Stretch every morning with the list of stretches the physical therapist gave them. Luckily, it's a fairly straightforward list of things I'm confident the two of them can easily do. Most, they can even do together.
All those sound easy enough, but what I really want to know is, what about intercourse?
Sal announces, and I cringe.
Are there restrictions on our positions? How often can we do it? You know, give us all the important details.
Sal finishes his request, and my mom giggles.
Sally? What, darlin'?
He retorts on a wicked grin.
We gotta know.
Oh boy, I really don't want to be here for this. Dr. Sampson starts to open his mouth, but I quickly cut him off. You know what? I'm going to walk out of the exam room while you guys have this conversation.
Of course.
Dr. Sampson responds with a smile, his expression a mix of understanding and amusement.
Don't be silly, Carly.
My mother tries to refute.
Sex is a normal...
I shake my head on an exasperated laugh. Mom, I'll be waiting out there for you. 2 seconds later, I'm clicking the exam room door shut behind me, and my mind instantly focuses on trying to find Ryan. Everything feels a bit messy and weird and uncomfortable and confusing right now, but I just really want to talk to him. Be near him. I don't know. I guess I just wish we could try to figure this whole crazy thing out. I find him in the waiting room, his phone pressed to his ear, his gaze looking out the front windows, and his back facing toward me and the inside of the office. Quietly, so I don't disturb him, I close the distance between us. But my progress is instantly halted when I get within hearing distance of his phone conversation.
Yeah, I need a one-way flight back to New York.
My heart feels like it drops inside my shoes. We just found out that our parents no longer need our assistance, and not even 10 minutes later, he's already booking a flight back to New York? Maybe he's just trying to make sure he has all his ducks in a row? Ryan is a very type A, organized kind of person. Surely he's just making sure he can get a flight on whatever future date he's wanting.
No, I have to get out of here ASAP,
he says into the receiver.
Tomorrow, actually, and the earlier the better.
I have to get out of here ASAP. Tomorrow. The earlier the better. Those don't sound like the words someone who's just trying to get organized would say. They sound like the words of someone who's trying to get the hell out of Dodge. I was hoping we were going to have an actual conversation about everything. About us. But apparently, I'm the only one hoping anything about us. Ryan, on the other hand, is thinking about getting the hell away from us. To say it hurts like a motherfucker would be an understatement, and it makes me certain of my next move. I'd planned on asking Brody to hold down the fort for a few more days, but it's safe to say I should head back to Vale. ASAP. Obviously, I'm going to have to be back here in a damn month, but I'm choosing not to think about that right now. All avoidance coping mechanisms climb aboard. It's full steam ahead.
Chapter 38. Ryan. Once I get off the phone with Delta Airlines, I call Thomas, my boss, back. He answers on the first ring, completely avoiding pleasantries. Tell me you got a flight tomorrow. 20 minutes ago, when I was standing inside the exam room with Sal and Stella and Carly, listening to Dr. Sampson give us the lowdown on the fact that he's clearing them of all activity restrictions and feels they no longer need the additional help Carly and I have been providing, I received an unexpected call from my boss. Normally, I keep my ringer on vibrate, but it's probably for the best this time. I had forgotten because he was real fucking worked up over one of our most important accounts. I answer and run a hand through my hair, but the earliest flight I could get was 10 a.m. Shit, he mutters. The Dolan team wanted an earlier meeting. I'll get Kelly to give them a call and explain the situation. I'm sure they'll be willing to meet a little later tomorrow. I hope you're right, he mutters. Apparently, one of our biggest competitors is trying to snag the Dolan account, and since we were in the process of renegotiating their contract, it's left us in a bit of a sticky situation. This account is important. It's one we've had for years, and there's no fucking way I'm going to lose them. They generate too much money for us. It'll all work out. I try to reassure him, even though I'm not certain. I'll make sure we don't lose the Dolan account. You willing to bet your job on it? He asks, and I know Thomas well enough to understand this is just his way of coping with stress. He tries to volley at other people's ways, like it will somehow bring him relief. You couldn't afford to lose me, I retort, and he chuckles. But if it will make you feel better, we can move forward under the guise that you have the option to fire me if we lose them. Don't tempt me, Miller, he snaps back, but his voice is laced with more amusement than stress. I'm sure I can find another VP to take your place. Okay, boss, whatever you say. I laugh at that. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get my assistant on the task of rescheduling. Make it fucking happen, Miller. Will do. Once we end the call, I send Kelly a quick email with all my flight details and tell her to reschedule the meeting with the Dolan team for around 2 in the afternoon. And whenever they want, I'll be there. She promptly responds with her understanding, and once I feel like all the right balls are set in motion, I slide my phone into my pocket and try to focus on what feels like my biggest priority of all. Carly. Leaving tomorrow morning was not at all what I had planned. Fuck. Before Thomas called me, I'd planned to stick around another day or two so that Carly and I had time to actually talk and figure things out. But since I'm leaving in the morning, I highly doubt that's going to pan out. Which is why I now have to start working on Plan B. I'm not sure what Plan B is, but I'm hoping it includes either me flying out to Vale to see her or her visiting me in New York. I know we now have a surprise wedding to attend on November 7th, but fuck, I just don't see that as an ideal time. Plus, it's an entire month away. That's too damn long. On a deep inhale and exhale, I turn on my heel, away from the front windows of the office, with the intention of going back into the exam room. But when I spot Carly standing outside of the entrance doors, I furrow my brow. Are they done already? But I don't see Sal and Stella anywhere near her. She's on the phone and pacing back and forth on the sidewalk. I walk out of the waiting room, through the entrance doors, and once I'm outside, she's ending whatever call she was on. Hey, I greet, but her response is lackluster at best.
Hey.
So, are they done in there?
Not sure.
She shrugs.
I had to come out and make a few work calls.
Everything going okay with the shop?
Yeah.
She answers and slides her phone back into the back pocket of her jean shorts.
Just need to get back there is all. Got a flight out tomorrow.
Oh, I respond. A little surprised she's also leaving so soon, but I can't really blame her. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I have to fly out tomorrow too, I state, and she starts nodding before I can finish explaining why.
Cool.
Cool? What the fuck? Is everything okay? I ask, and she nods again.
Of course. Why?
I don't know. You just seem off? Distant?
I guess I just have a lot on my mind, she answers, but it's half-hearted at best. I mean, Sal and Stella are fully recovered, and it's time for us to get back to our real lives, you know?
I don't really know what to say to that. I'd planned on asking her to meet up between now and the wedding, but she's so distant right now that I can't even get the words out. It's uncomfortable. And heartbreaking.
But I guess we'll be back in a month, right?
She adds on a laugh that doesn't feel genuine.
For the big wedding day?
Yeah. I run a hand through my hair and take in the beauty that is Carly. Even with her eyes looking sad and her lips pointing down at the corners, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I want to reach out and touch her, pull her into my arms, fucking kiss her. And I'm so close to doing just that, but when the entrance doors swing open and Sal and Stella come striding out like two people leading a parade, the opportunity is completely lost.
"We're free!" Sal exclaims. "We're free!"
Stella giggles. And I stand there and watch as everyone, including Carly, heads to the Land Rover to leave. Shit, this is not going how I want it. Once I find the strength to follow them, I make a mental note to try to talk to Carly before I leave in the morning. There's no way, after everything we've been through together and everything we've shared, we can leave Florida with things like this, right? Fuck, I hope not.
Chapter 39. October 14th, Wednesday. Carly.
I'm going to miss you so much, my mom cries and wraps her arms around me tightly. Are you sure you have to go? She asks and tightens her death grip on my body. Mom, I'm going to miss you too, but you do realize that I'm going to see you in a month, right? She leans back to grin at me, and eventually she releases me from her Thor-like hug. In a month, I'm going to get married. Can you believe it? I shake my head. No, not really. I think Willow is still having a hard time with it. She's definitely happy for you, but I'm sure it's a little weird for her because she's never even met Sal. Plus, you just broke the news of the wedding to her yesterday. Pretty sure she just needs a little time to adjust. Stella nods. I guess that makes sense. Well, I pause and glance over my shoulder when my taxi driver shuts the trunk, signaling that my suitcase is now packed away in his car. I guess I better go. My mom pouts. I hate this. It's going to be okay. I reassure her and give her another hug. I'll see you in a month, and in the meantime, I'm sure you'll have wedding plans and Sal to keep you busy. She smiles softly at that. That's true, but I wish you could be here to help me. I'm pretty sure between you and Sal and all your Sunny Creek friends, you'll have a blast planning your big day. I comment, and she wipes away a lone tear that slips down her cheek. Aw, don't be sad, Mom. You have every reason to be excited. She sniffles a little. You'll FaceTime me every day, right? Promise, I answer. I'll even try to join your TikTok lives when I'm not busy at the shop. Really? She asks, her face brightening with excitement. I swear. I'm holding you to that, Car. Do, I say, and the exchange reminds me so much of previous conversations I've had with Ryan that it makes my chest ache in discomfort. I can't stop myself from looking across the lawn to his dad's house. I know he's already gone. His flight was earlier than mine. And I know all day yesterday he tried to talk to me, but I was adamant on keeping my distance, making up a million excuses not to be able to meet up and talk in private. It was pathetic, and I hate myself for it. But I've never felt this way about anyone, and it's like I don't know how to cope. Our situation is insane. The distance and our parents getting freaking married. Our lives are in completely different cities, and besides vaguely admitting our feelings for each other, we never truly established that we were in a relationship or that we wanted to try to make the long distance work. Everything is just hanging out in fucking limbo. It sucks. Did you get to say goodbye to Ryan before he left? My mom asks, pulling my attention back to her. I shake my head. No, I think his flight was pretty early. That's a shame. She searches my face for answers I don't have. And the longer she looks at me, the more I start to feel like maybe she knows a lot more than she's let on. Yeah, I mutter and reach out to hug her again,
when the taxi driver honks his horn at me. Well, I better go if I want to make it to the airport on time. Love you, Mom.
Love you too, sweetie, she says and kisses my forehead. Call me when you land, okay?
I will. I agree over my shoulder as I head to the taxi and get in the back seat. Once I shut the door, I let the impatient cabbie know to take me to the airport, and it's not too much longer before the vision of Mother standing in the driveway is just a small blip in the rearview mirror. Goodbye, Sunny Creek. See you in a few weeks. The drive feels long, and besides the soft sounds of a local radio station, it's quiet. Almost too quiet. But I have no desire to make conversation with Paulie, the cab driver. It's nothing against him. It's just that my current forlorn mood doesn't exactly make for great conversation. Thankfully, he doesn't appear too bothered by it, and when I spot the exit sign for the airport, a mix of temporary relief and sadness roll around in my belly. Both emotions battling it out to see who's stronger. Polly veers right off the exit, and I stare out the window, watching palm trees pass by at a rapid pace. My phone chimes from my purse, and when I pull it out to check the screen, my stomach drops and my hands shake and my heart starts to beat at a rapid pace. Ryan.
I hate that I didn't get to say goodbye to you before I left. I tried, but you weren't at your mom's. I guess you were out running errands or something.
Me. Yeah, sorry about that. Just had a lot to get done. Truthfully, besides avoidance, I had nothing to get done.
I really wish we could have talked.
Gah, me too. Problem is, apparently, I'm too much of a coward. Me too.
I'm going to miss you.
Tears prick my eyes. I'm going to miss you too. Like an idiot, I can't just leave it at that. Which is the truth. No matter how weird our situation is, I'm going to miss him like crazy. My feelings for him haven't changed. Instead, I send another message that waters down the truth of it. But I'll see you in a few weeks at the wedding, okay? Text bubbles jump around for what feels like forever. But eventually, he responds with one simple word.
Okay.
On a heavy sigh, I toss my phone back into my purse. Somehow, Ryan and I have gone from telling each other we're falling for each other to what feels like complete strangers trying to navigate through an uncomfortable conversation. I hate that everything is so fucked up right now. But where do Ryan and I really go from here? Our parents are getting married. Shit is awkward as hell between us. And we practically live on opposite sides of the country. It feels like every possible odd is stacked against us.
Chapter 40. New York City, New York, October 23rd, Friday. Ryan. Still haven't heard from her? Brandon asks, making my attention jerk up from my phone and back to the chaos of the bar, Slim Tim's. I haven't told him everything, but apparently between how long he's known me and the way I've been acting since I got back from Florida 9 days ago, I've told him enough. I shake my head. Not since the painful exchange upon arrival home. I'm pretty sure I'll be receiving a Pulitzer soon for my well-thought-out prose. I lower my voice to mock the gist of the only text message exchange Carly and I have had since I came home over a week ago. So, did you make it home okay? Yep. You? Yep. Brandon chuckles. That bad, huh? I roll my eyes and scrub a hand down my face before nodding once. Every day since I got back from Florida, I think about her. I think about texting her, calling her, but I always stop myself when I have no idea what the hell I want to say. This is why my daily workouts have turned into twice daily. It's the only way I've been able to handle all of this pent-up stress and frustration and sadness. Between two fingers, I rub the top of my beer bottle and chew on my lips as I consider telling him more. He watches me closely. I know it because I can feel the weight of his stare. I was thinking, though, maybe I'll move up my ticket for my flight down there for the wedding. Go down a few days early, help out with last-minute to-dos, that kind of thing. It's not like I haven't been working remotely all this time. I could do it a little more. Brandon nods. Mm-hmm. See if maybe a certain redhead had the same kind of idea? I don't deny it. I'd be a fool to even try with how much I know the thoughts in my head are written across my face. You think it's a bad idea? It depends. Have you grown the balls to get over the whole stepsister thing? Because if you haven't, save us all the fucking heartache and let the relationship die with the dignity it's managed so far. I didn't make it more than a day at home before I told Brandon about the complicated mess I left behind in Florida. I didn't tell my other friends, but if I had to guess, I'd say Brandon did. He's got a big mouth when it comes to anyone's secrets but his own. It's understandable, though. One man can only hold so many things in the mental vault before he goes crazy, and Brandon has been involved in more intrigue than any other average Joe. You say that like it's something I should be able to get over. And finding out we're going to be siblings is kind of a big deal, Bran. Do you know how many twisted things I've done with women in my lifetime, Ryan? He laughs. So many. Things that your delicate little heart couldn't even handle hearing, bro. Some step-sibling, non-blood-related bullshit doesn't even rank on the scale. If it were me, I'd already have my dick between her legs again. And more than that, I'd be posting about it all over the gram. You're sick. I'm happy because I don't let stupid societal misconceptions drive my decisions. Shame on you for letting anyone else dictate the way you live your life. I scoff with a laugh and take a swig of my beer, swallowing quickly. This from the guy who literally just got off the phone telling a coworker he's got to go back to Iraq next week to build houses for a mission trip when he's neither religious nor has he ever traveled to the Middle East. Okay, first of all, the guy I was on the phone with is a scumbag who deserves to get lied to about why I can't assist on his pet project with the city council. And secondly, I understand your redirection for exactly what it is, wise guy. This isn't about me or the blowhards in my law firm. It's about you and your haughty stepsister. Don't get it twisted.
Ryan!
An overly excited female voice says from behind me, making me twist around in my seat to inspect its origin. I naively expect an old friend, or even an ex-lover, but who I find instead, in a tight, short, metallic silver dress and tall heels, is so much worse. Marcy.
Oh my God!
She shouts excitedly when I give her a clear view of my face.
It is you! How wild! Seeing you out in the middle of such a big city like this.
Something tells me it's not as wild of a coincidence running into Marcy at the very bar I discussed meeting up with Brandon at during a phone call I took at the office, as she'd like me to believe, but I can't prove it, so I don't bother bringing it up. Plus, given the light my new situation has shed on the way feelings work, I've vowed to myself to be a little easier on her if I can manage it without leading her on. Hey, Marcy, I say, keeping my voice friendly but neutral. How's it going? She toddles over on her heels and plops down in the seat directly across from me, a big, inebriated smile making its way to her glassy eyes.
It's so good to see you.
I glance to Brandon for some kind of help, but he's too busy waggling his eyebrows and thrusting his hips like an asshole. I truly don't know why I expected anything different from him. He's a child in a man's body, though he does have a heart of gold. That's why I'm still friends with him after all this time, despite our very obvious differences. That, and he's a good workout partner. So, I venture, trying like hell to make polite conversation. Are you having a good time?
Yes,
she coos, leaning forward and putting an unwelcome hand to my leg. I shift back in my seat to pull it out of her reach, but I do endeavor at least to be subtle about it.
Even better now.
I nod. Are you celebrating something or just out for fun?
I was just out for fun, but I'm thinking I should celebrate running into you.
I swallow hard against my gag reflex and stand up. Yeah, I'll be back. I think I'm going to get another drink. Normally, my ingrained sense of manners would make me offer to get something for other people, but right now, I'm more concerned with my own self-preservation. I hate awkward conversations, and I hate having to be rude. I don't want to be blunt with Marcy in a way that hurts her feelings, but I would really love it if she got a fucking clue on her own. I signal to the bartender with a jerk of my chin, and he holds up one finger from the other end of the mahogany bar. I don't come out all that much after work, usually preferring to go to a nice dinner or do an extra workout and relax, but when I do, I come almost exclusively to this joint. It's a relaxed atmosphere, and aside from when coworkers stalk your phone calls and follow you here, people are low-key in their attention. No one crowds or bothers you unless you seek it. Something bumps me in the back, jolting my stomach into the bar and making me turn around with hard eyes. Marcy is there, teetering on her heels and giggling. Oh, God, I want to walk away, right to the front door without looking back so badly, but I don't. Instead, I try yet again to make myself sympathetic enough to be gentle. "You okay?" I ask, turning around enough to set her away from my body. She sways, and my chin jerks forward to the stool behind her. Maybe you should sit down for a minute." She shakes her head and launches herself against my chest. I catch her, as a means to keep us both from hitting the wood floor with a thud, and she takes the opportunity for all it's worth, wrapping her arms around my shoulders. I put my hands to her hips in preparation to set her away, but she uses them as leverage and swings a leg up to wrap it around my own. Her red hair seems orange, and the smell of her skin is nothing like I want it to be. The fake tan, the sky-high heels, the heavy makeup, it all feels like a desperate, cheapened version of the woman I really want in my arms. Wild, naturally beautiful, unbelievably funny and fun, Carly Page. The truth is I miss her, and being this close to a woman other than her makes it all the more painfully obvious. Nails scratch at my skin as the woman hanging all over me tries to drag my lips down to hers, and I pull back against her hold with steady pressure. "Marcy, no. Stop." "Ryan, I told you. I don't date people I work with, period. And I'm sorry to say this, and I never would have if you hadn't pushed me to it, but I wouldn't be interested in dating you even if we didn't work together. You're a nice person, Marcy, but for me, that's where my feelings stop." She pulls back enough to look me in the eyes, and I use all the energy I have left to convey my seriousness. "I know you can't help who you have feelings for. I know that so well. But the reason I know is because when I say that, I'm thinking about a woman who is not you."
"You're with someone?"
she asks, finally detangling herself enough that I can set her away completely. "No, I'm not. But that's not the point, Marcy. The point is that I want to be. And the someone is not you. The truth is, the someone I'm thinking about could never be replaced by anyone. She's one of a kind. And just like that, I've decided. In a little over a week, I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to open myself to the possibilities. No rules, no restrictions, no uptight preconceptions. I'm going to try my hardest to be a new kind of man. I just hope it's enough for her.
Chapter 41. Vail, Colorado, October 30th. Friday. Carly. Nina pulls me up short as we come out of Slope House, one of our favorite eateries in town. We've just had our traditional Halloween weekend, pre-ski season dinner with the whole team, and Brody and some of the other instructors are well on their way through the stone courtyard, their voices carrying up and into the surrounding mountains with their enthusiasm. Normally, I'd be right in the thick of their celebrations, but I have to admit, this year, the exciting time leading into the beginning of the season feels remarkably more subdued. "Carly, can we talk?" Nina asks, her eyes narrowing on my face as I plaster on the biggest smile I can manage. "Yeah," I agree easily because that's me, easy breezy chill girl who's absolutely not falling apart on the inside. "What's up?" "Since you've been back, She shakes her head briefly. "God, I thought it was going to be easier to say this without sounding condescending." I laugh a little at how nice she is to care how she sounds at all. We've been friends long enough now that if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't hesitate to call her out on her shit. "Come on, Neens, spit it out. I won't be mad, I promise." She smiles, the relief of having my permission clearly written on her face. "Okay, good. Because for the past 2 weeks, since you've been back, you haven't been yourself. At all. You don't smile, you don't laugh. You don't text me to get Brody to leave the shop. In fact, he told me you've been suggesting the two of you stay late every night, even though most of the tasks on your to-do list are marked off. I'm just concerned. What's going on with you?" I shake my head. "Stupidly falling in love with your future stepbrother who's also your opposite in pretty much every way possible? overhearing him schedule a flight out as quickly as humanly feasible so he didn't have to face the twisted shit he'd fallen into with you. And the resulting emotional shitstorm you're currently battling is so not the conversation to have during a fun night out with your friends and employees. It's the kind of discussion that requires booze and closets and a lot of female broken-hearted bonding and power ballads in the background. At least, that's how they handle these kinds of things in the movies. Not in the middle of a public courtyard while one of your friends pretends to pee in the fountain. I'm okay, I say, avoidance at the forefront of my mind. Sure, I'll probably tell Nina all about my problems one day, but not tonight. Not now. Carly, I'm fine, Neens. Gah, don't worry about me, okay? I say, and unexpected tears make my nose start to sting. She looks at me closely and steps forward to put a comforting hand to my shoulder, but I retreat immediately. I know her touch will be my undoing, and like I said, I'm not doing this here. I've held it together this long after getting home. I'm going to continue to hold it together now, goddammit. You know what? I say, my tenuous grip on my control fleeting by the minute. I think I'm just going to run to the restroom really quick. I should have gone before we came outside. Silly me. Carly! Nina calls, but I pick up my step to a jog and run back toward the restaurant as quickly as I can manage on my chunky heels. Be right back! I choke out over my shoulder, but it sounds a little bit like I've swallowed a bag of marbles. I grab the handle on the big carved doors and swing one open wildly, not even pausing to speak to the hostess on my way to the bathroom. I'm not sure whether she'll remember that I just left or not, but the good part about looking like a hysterical woman is that, generally, people who don't know you want to steer as far clear as possible for fear that your crocodile tears will jump out and bite them. Quickly, I run down the ramp toward the neon sign that proclaims the location of the restrooms and skid to a stop before shoving through the door with the lady on it. It's empty, thank God, because whatever control I had before has flown the fucking coop in a hurry. I can feel the rivers left behind by the tears streaming down my cheeks, and a snot bubble is rearing its ugly head at the opening of my nostril. I wipe at the unwanted fluid, but there's a grittiness in my strokes that indicates my crying has taken on quite a bit of mascara debris as it's progressed, and my face is likely a stage 4 disaster. I can't stand to look in the mirror, though. The truth is, I can't stand to face myself at all. If I could, I wouldn't be avoiding hashing out all of the dark thoughts in my mind with the help of well-meaning friends. I stumble into the stall and fall to the floor, thanking the grace of God that this restaurant is a super clean establishment. It's still probably a little gross, but I'm wearing pants, and I'm in the midst of a crisis. A few bathroom floor germs are just going to have to happen. All the emotions of the last 2.5 weeks come crashing down around me like Niagara Falls. I've never actually seen the wonder of the national landmark, but I know it pumps out a shit ton of water, and right now, so are my freaking eyes. A sob catches hold of my body and bucks it violently, my cries renewing like I haven't let any out at all. I don't know what I'm going to have to do to get a hold of myself, but with the way my face almost definitely looks, I'm considering faking my death and leaving the shop to Brody just so I don't have to face him and Nina again in this state.
Oh, Carly,
I hear from behind me, Brody's soft voice startling me so hard, I bang my head against the cream-colored stall wall. Nina is behind him, and I watch, hazily, I admit, since my vision is pretty well blocked by my tears, as she puts a hand to her mouth in silent horror. I know! I shout, slamming my head back into the stall wall again, this time with a meaningful thud. I'm a fool! I never in a million years thought I'd be, and yet here I am, blubbering in a damn bathroom like one of the characters on One Tree Hill. Look at it this way, Nina says supportively from her position behind Brody. At least you're in great company. Brody looks over his shoulder at her in question, and she shrugs. What? James Lafferty? Hot. Chad Michael Murray? Hot. Sophia Bush? Hot.
Okay,
Broody says with a laugh, turning back to me and putting a supportive hand to my knee.
I think we get it.
He rubs the denim of my black jeans for a moment, letting me catch my breath in order to get my heaving sobs under control. When I finally find some semblance of heading back toward half-cocked, he ventures into the breach.
What's going on, Carr? I don't think I have to explain that this is a little out of the ordinary for you. We're concerned. We want to help. Tell us what the hell happened under the bright skies of Florida.
I shake my head, and he sighs. Taking off his sport coat and handing it to Nina, he shifts to the side, putting his back to the other side of the stall wall, and scoots down to the floor to sit across from me. In a public restroom, for God's sake. Man, I picked some good friends.
Is it your mom?
I shake my head and breathe a sigh of my own, so not in the mood to go through a long, drawn-out version of the guessing game. It's not even funny. And since I don't think Broody is going to leave without an answer, I may as well go ahead and get this shit off my chest. I met someone. In a retirement community? Nina questions. How old is he? I snort at her abject fear and shake my head. Not old at all. Well, not retirement age anyway. He's 39 and he was there to take care of his dad, who, incidentally, is dating my mom. Dating your mom as in... Yes, Sal. The man Stella is about to marry.
Okay.
Broody mumbles, trying his best to suss out the situation.
And this is upsetting?
I shake my head and sigh again, sinking my head into my hands. If I'm going to say this shit, there's no way I can do it while looking them in the eyes. No? Well, yes, but not for the reason you think. I'm pretty sure I accidentally sort of fell in love with the stupid, sexy Barney Fife, and now he's going to be my stepbrother. I can't date my fucking brother, guys. So it's all a disaster.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to back up a little, pick your head up, and say some of that again.
Broody commands, reaching down to lift my head out of my hands himself.
Because I only caught some of it, and I'm not even sure I understand what I heard. Take it from the top.
I groan. Who is sexy Barney Fife? Nina asks, trying to help. Ryan Miller, a.k.a. my future stepbrother, is an uptight, rule-following, good-looking son of a bitch, and I'm pretty sure I'm in love with him. Pretty sure? Huh. No one cries this many tears for a pretty fucking sure. You are in love with him. No one says anything for a minute, and my lip quivers with the renewed urge to cry. Broody reaches out and taps my chin, though, effectively stopping me before I can get started.
So, what's the problem?
What's the problem? I shriek. Have you been paying attention at all? I'm probably in love with my brother, and that is, insane. I'm talking Jerry Springer, back in the day, bring out the bodyguards because this family is a freak show crazy. Nina laughs and then squats down to join our little stall meeting directly. First of all, you're a grown woman in your 30s, and you have but one sibling, a sister named Willow. You did not grow up with this man. You did not run around in diapers together. You did not know each other in any kind of sibling capacity at all. He is not your brother, babe. Period. Are you seriously trying to act like this is normal? I yell, and she laughs at me again. I scowl. A little off the beaten path of the expected and ordinary, sure. But, Carr, I've got to tell you, that's how love's supposed to be, Nina states, her voice steady. If it weren't, don't you think you'd be finding it all the time? Broody is silent, so I turn to him and hold out a hand, palm up, hoping he'll fill it with some knowledge. What do you have to say about this? Don't tell me you think it's normal, too. Broody shrugs, and then, believe it or not, has the audacity to smile. The bastard.
Nina is right. There's nothing wrong with your situation. Honestly, it sounds to me like you're just scared, and you're using the stepbrother thing as an excuse.
You cannot be serious right now.
I am, and more than that, you know I am, Carr. What have you got to lose here? You're going back for the wedding next week. Since the groom is his father, I'm assuming he'll be there too,
he says with a snicker. I point a stern finger in his direction. This isn't funny.
Oh yes, honey, it is.
He replies,
When you go back for the wedding, open up your mind. Talk to him. See where it leads. I've never heard you use the word love so freely, and it would sure as hell be a shame to throw that sort of thing away.
I stare at Brody for long moments while I try to absorb the things he's telling me and actually let them stick. If he and Nina don't think it's a big deal that Ryan's going to be my stepbrother, is it really? I don't know. But I do know that whatever the case may be, the mess I left in Florida is more complicated than a simple change of heart. God. Truth be told, for the last couple weeks, Ryan and I have been nothing but strangers. Who knows what kinds of things in his life may have shifted since we parted ways. Brody climbs to his feet, and I hold out a hand for him to help get me up. Can you help me get off my ass?
You bet, babe. And if you open your heart and your mind, I might just help you do it in more ways than one.
Chapter 42. Tampa, Florida, November 2nd, Monday. Ryan. Nerves twist in my stomach as I pull away from the guardhouse at the entrance to Sunny Creek Village and drive down the main street toward my dad's landominium in my rental Yukon. It'll likely be the last time I visit him and stay there, in the bedroom where Carly and I first had sex, and the finality of it all has got me on edge. Sal's set to put his house on the market next week after the wedding and move in with Stella full-time. I look from the driveway to the shrubs to the front of each house as I pass, willing my stomach to stop its revolt against my return. It's not that I don't want to be here that's twisting me up, that I don't want to see Carly. It's the fervor with which I do. I'm not used to opening myself up to the possibility of failure or rejection of any kind. I enter every task with the objective to achieve and to do it stellarly. But when feelings are involved, it's not so black and white. That much I understand. In fact, it's probably the reason I've never dared to go out on the long-term relationship limb in the first place. Scrubbing a hand down my face and blowing out a huge breath to get a hold of my runaway emotions, I return my focus to the street around me. Immediately, my eyebrows draw together. What's going on? Isn't it Monday? Every few houses, a trash can sits at the curb, a shallow pool of water on top of the lid from an apparent rain shower. Beyond that, at some of the landominiums, the trash can sits outside of the garage or at the side of the house, a violation of the code of Sunny Creek and then some. What in the hell is going on? After one more turn, I'm on my dad and Stella's street, and my heart kicks into overdrive. Beyond the hope to see Carly again, every foot I drive feels like it comes with its own memory. The original showdown, watching Carly with Betty through the window, the walk from the clubhouse, the toilet paper, the first time we kissed, the hot sex we had in the gym. All of it's here, in the quiet, independent living community that boasts a motto of calm waters and clear skies for the rest of your days. What I wouldn't give for the next couple of days here to grant me that kind of serenity. Slowing the Yukon to a crawl, I pull gently into the driveway of my dad's place, careful not to hit the trash can at the curb on the way into it. Under any other circumstances, I'd think the thing with the garbage something of a coincidence or timing discrepancy. But with the way things were when I left, in complete anarchy as to the chain of command of this community, I have to believe there just might be something more to it than a simple slip of the mind. I put the car in park and shut off the ignition, and Stella and my dad both step out onto the stoop of Stella's house, obviously having heard my arrival. They wave eagerly, and I smile back, feeling a seriously surprising amount of happiness at seeing them again. They drive me crazy, but somehow still they seem to make everything better. "Hi, son," my dad greets, breaking away from Stella to meet me halfway between the rental and her front door. He wraps me in a big hug, and I welcome it with a backslapping clasp of my own. "Ready to be a married man again?" I ask with a smile, and Sal laughs. "Ha ha! Like you wouldn't believe it, right? Like you wouldn't believe. Ha ha!" I have to look down at the ground and suck my top lip into my mouth. An unexpected pang of emotion hits me so hard in my chest. I don't know what it is about the way my dad says that makes me miss Carly even more, but it does. As a means of distraction, I jerk my thumb over my shoulder to the can at the street. What's with all the cans? Trash day different now? Sal laughs boisterously and leads me across the lawn toward Stella, who waits with open arms. Ha ha ha! Oh, no. Pickup is still Thursday. The cans, I reckon, are a message of solidarity for your dear old dad and Stell. Against Betty? I ask eagerly. I never ever expected myself to be a man of gossip, but I think a part of me has been forever shifted by the time I spent here. Oh yeah, Betty's persona non grata around here now. Seems people don't take too kindly to having their rules enforced by a certified breaker of the law. Stell's been the most popular lady in the clubhouse every time we go over there. Words of someone's social demise never would have brought me any joy before my extended stay at Sunny Creek, but the way they hit right now, I honestly think I could shed a tear if I let myself. And I know it's all because of one stubborn, foolish, ball-busting, rule-breaking woman and the absolute ache with which I miss her. I swallow hard against the emotion in my throat and steady myself. I don't want to sound desperate when I ask the one question I want the answer to the most. When is Carly getting here? She'll be thrilled to see the change. My dad's eyes soften considerably, and a hand comes up to squeeze my shoulder, but thankfully, he doesn't confront me with his obvious awareness aloud. She won't be here until the day before the wedding. Called Stell just this morning to let her know. He glances to Stella, whose smile has lost a substantial amount of its luster. It's hard to look happy and pity someone at the same time, and by the way she looks at me now, it's more than a little clear that's what's going on. Seems she's pretty busy at home with ski season right around the corner and really can't be gone for more days than necessary. She and her sister Willow are flying down together. I nod, an involuntary hand skating to my chest to put pressure on the stabbing pain. I don't know why I seriously thought getting here early meant Carly would too, but whatever part of me it was wrong. Now it seems all I can do is wait. Come on, Rye, my dad says then. Let's go inside for a little while. I nod. I can only hope my emotions will take kindly to the change, and the time, the fickle fucker, will move fast.
Chapter 43. Chicago, Illinois, November 6th, Friday. Carly. The sun is heading toward the horizon for nightfall, and the sky showcases hues of pinks and oranges and purples and blues. And I stare out the window as my second flight of the day goes wheels up, taking off from Chicago O'Hare and heading for sunny Florida. The plane jolts a little as we speed into the air, quickly accelerating and rising in altitude. You want anything? Willow asks, sitting in the middle seat to the right of mine. Want anything? What do you mean? I question, but she's already too busy with reaching down to pull her purse out from underneath the seat in front of hers to actually hear my question. Once her big-ass Louis Vuitton bag is in her lap, she elbows me in the ribs to reach inside it, and I grimace. Shit, Willow. Mind your bows. Sorry, she apologizes, but it's half-assed at best. Her hands rummage through her bag for an insanely lengthy period of time, and I shift in my seat so my back rests against the window and my eyes face her. The change in position is not only good for conversation, but it's also good for injury avoidance. What on earth are you doing? I question, and she glances up from her mystery bag of tricks to glare at me. Organizing my snacks and trying to figure out what I want to eat first, she retorts, and I lean forward to look inside her bag. I shit you not, the damn thing has an actual, shiny, plastic organization station filling the center of it. And everything has a specific and labeled place. Even her fucking loot of snacks. You're so type A, it's not even funny, I tell her on a laugh, and she rolls her eyes. But the instant the words type A repeat inside my brain, a pang stabs at my chest. I know someone who is very type A. Someone who would probably get a kick out of Willow's systematic arrangement of snacks and wallet and phone and keys. Someone who would probably have something similar if he carried around a purse. Ryan. I've been trying so hard not to think about him, but hell's bells. It's an impossible task. Not to mention, I'm on a plane heading back to Sunny Creek for our parents' freaking wedding, and I'm certain he'll be there. You want some Doritos? Willow asks, and I shake my head, my stomach now uneasy. No thanks. What about a Rice Krispies treat? I'm good, Wills. Carly, don't tell me I brought all these snacks for us during the flight and you're not going to eat a single thing, she mutters, more to herself than to me. What about a Subway sandwich? I've got a 6-incher with turkey, cheese, lettuce, and mayo. How in the fuck did you get a Subway sandwich? She shrugs. I grabbed it while I was waiting for your flight to land. In the name of solidarity and the fact that I'm also a big coward, I made Willow promise to fly with me to Tampa. I don't know what I expected to happen if I arrived in Tampa by myself, but I just couldn't do it alone. And thankfully, my successful lawyer sister won the big case she had been working on and was able to get some time off to come to our mom's very last-minute wedding. And, with a lot of bitching from her and demanding from me, we settled on a travel arrangement that worked for both of us. I scheduled a flight from Vail to Tampa with a layover in Chicago, and that Chicago to Tampa flight is the one Willow made sure she booked a seat on. Here, she says, handing off a freshly opened bag of Twizzlers. Munch on these. I almost tell her no, but figure it's best just to go with it. Willow has always had a tendency to be a bit of a nervous flyer, so I have a feeling she's trying to cope with it through overfeeding the two of us. A bite of a stupid Twizzler in my mouth, I chew on it even though my roiling, grumbling stomach is basically screaming at me to stop. The seatbelt light dings off, signaling the plane has settled at our intended altitude, and Willow tears open a bag of Lay's potato chips. The smell of salt and grease hits me straight in the face, and I fight the urge to smack the damn bag out of her hands. Of course, she's completely oblivious to my current state of anxiety and emotional unease, and pops a stupid chip in her mouth and starts crunching. God, Carly, I can't believe we're flying to Florida because our mother is getting married, she comments, and all I can do is nod. And even though I'm really straddling the line of nausea and indigestion, I rip off another bite of Twizzler with my teeth, chewing it with a fresh wave of apprehension. I knew this conversation was coming. Besides phone calls and text messages, Willow and I haven't really had the chance to chat about everything that went down in Florida. I knew all of this, and still, I decided that being stuck on a plane with her for 2+ hours was a good idea. It's times like these that I wish I weren't so damn impulsive with my emotions. If I would have looked at this like a rational human being, I would have realized all the damn flaws in my plan. For one, arriving the night before the wedding probably wasn't the best idea. I should have given myself more than 12 hours to adjust to the emotional consequences of seeing Ryan again. And 2, I should have prepared myself a little more for this conversation with Willow. She doesn't know jack shit about Sal, much less his son, Ryan. She is still trying to wrap her mind around the fact that not only is our mother engaged to a man my elder sister has never met, but she's getting married. Tomorrow. It's a lot, and she doesn't even know the half of it. So I'm going to like Sal, right? She questions. I mean, I met him on FaceTime, but it's pretty hard to get to know someone through video chat, you know? Yeah, you will. He's a bit of a schmoozer, but it works for him. And what about his son? She questions, and my heart falls into my shoes. Ryan, right? What's he like? He's, I pause, my brain and heart at war over who is going to tell her about Ryan Miller. I mean, there are so many things I could say, and the fact that he's got the world's most beautiful big penis is one of them kind of explains why I'm having trouble putting words together. And when the silence extends for too long, Willow turns in her seat to face me. Oh no, is he awful? I shake my head. He's the opposite of awful. He's fucking perfect. All of a sudden, tears start to prick my eyes, and my sister doesn't miss it when one rogue fucker slips down my cheek. Carly? She questions, her voice laced with concern. What's wrong? I lean my head back on the seat and sigh, silently wondering if it's too late to book myself on a different flight. I know we're in the air and everything, but maybe I can, fake an emergency and they can drop me off in Ohio. Car? Willow continues to push. Why do I get the sense that there's something you're not telling me?
Because there's something I'm not telling you?
I blurt out, and her eyes narrow. What? She retorts, trying very hard to keep her voice low. Is it something with Mom? I shake my head. With Sal? I shake my head again.
Carly, then what the— I slept with our brother!
I blurt out, and Willow chokes out a cough. The words fly past my lips far too loud for the small confines of a plane, and I can feel the eyes of several passengers pointed in our direction.
What?
Willow shouts, and chip crumbs come flying out of her mouth. Her blue eyes are so big, so wide, so insanely confused that it's almost comical. Only there's nothing comical about this situation.
Carly,
she continues once she manages to swallow the rest of the chip that was in her mouth.
What are you talking about right now? We don't have a brother,
she says, and given the volume at which she says it, it's very apparent she is also aware of the eyes I've gathered in our direction.
Our soon-to-be stepbrother, Ryan. I slept with him, like a lot. Many, many times.
Her brain is still having a hard time catching up.
Sal's son?
I nod.
Yes.
What?
When in the hell did this happen? When I was staying with Mom while she healed from her sex injury, he was staying with Sal doing the same for his dad.
Sex injury?
Huh?
She blurts out, and I'm certain now that everyone on the plane has probably latched on to this conversation. I mean, I know I sure as fuck would be listening if I were in their shoes. Also, fuck. I forgot I pointedly kept that information from her when it was revealed right before I left Florida a few weeks ago.
It's nothing. Don't worry about that.
Nothing? She retorts on a shout.
You just said Mom had a sex injury when I thought she fell taking down decorations.
Hey, I get your shock, but maybe lower your voice a little? We're not in a courtroom, sis. We're on a plane, and pretty much everyone is listening.
I don't care!
Oh, boy. The sex injury thing isn't a big deal, Wills. She and Sal got injured while boning, but they tried to keep it under wraps. Oh, my God, she mutters, and her blonde hair falls forward as she grips the bridge of her nose with her thumb and index finger. I think I liked it better when I thought it was related to decorations. Oh, trust me, I did too, I retort. I also liked it better when I wasn't in love with our brother, but man, oh man, life sure has a way of throwing some curveballs at us, you know? I question, but it's rhetorical. I mean, just think, if you were the one to go to Florida, you could have fallen in love with our brother. Which, by the way, he's like this sexy dom freak in the sheets. Step-brother, Carly, she corrects, and I tilt my head to the side.
Holy hell. You're not in love with our brother. We don't have a brother.
But we're about to have a stepbrother. Although he doesn't really count because we're all grown-ass adults. And also, sexy dom, please keep those details to yourself. I don't think I should be hearing shit like that about someone I'm going to have to endure future family events with. Her ramble is long and contains a lot of information, but there's only one specific thing my brain latches onto. So, wait, you don't think it's a big deal? That you had sex with Sal's son, Ryan? She repeats. No, not really. I mean, I'm a little mad you're just now telling me this, but that's about as far as it goes. I pick at imaginary lint on my jeans, my mind starting its stupid path back toward thoughts of Ryan. God, I miss him. So much. But the way we left things, the way I handled things, So you're in love with him? Willow asks, snagging my attention. I sigh, rest the back of my head on the seat, and shut my eyes. I think so.
You think so, or you know so?
I think I know so? She snorts at that. That's such a Carly thing to say. My flighty, impulsive, noncommittal, adorable baby sister. Her choice of words instantly makes me think of Ryan again, and a fresh wave of tears threatens to fill my eyes. Fuck, what is wrong with me? I have to get this under control. So, how exactly did it happen? She eventually asks, and I exhale a slightly shaky breath. It's a long story. Long story, you say? Willow grins and glances at the fancy gold watch on her wrist. Well, I'd say it's a good thing we have another 90 minutes before this flight lands. So spill it, sis. It's very obvious you're in need of a listening ear right now. And, well, I'm downright curious to know the deets. Shit. She nudges me and hands me another Twizzler. Come on. Maybe I'll be able to help you. Help me? With what exactly? With clarity, she responds, which you very visibly need. What makes you say that? Because your emotions are on a pendulum. 1 second you're smiling, and the next you look like someone kicked your puppy. Ugh. Against my better judgment, I start from the very beginning and tell Willow everything. The stolen taxi, Betty Matthews and her garbage cans, water aerobics, our first kiss, secret rendezvous, our hotel getaway. I don't leave out a single detail. Of that, I'm certain. And when I get to the end, she just sits there, jaw dropped and speechless. Oh shit. It's bad, isn't it? I question. You're about to tell me that I've lost it and that you would prefer if I stay away from our brother. Stop saying brother, she exclaims on a laugh. He's going to be our stepbrother. And as I already said, we're full-fledged adults, Carly. This doesn't really count. Her eyes turn serious. Very, very serious. Do you want to know what I think? Yes. You're definitely in love with him. And you know what else? Gah. What? He's in love with you, too. I don't know why, but her words give me some kind of hope. Like maybe she's right. Like maybe Ryan has been thinking about me as much as I've been thinking about him. Like maybe Brody and Nina and now Willow are right about the stepbrother thing not being a big deal. I think you should go for it, she adds, and reaches out to tap my hand. I wish it were that easy, I mutter. Oh, but it is, she says with a little smile. It really is that easy, Carly. Goodness, I'm really starting to hope my sister is right. Tampa, Florida. The instant our taxi pulls into Sunny Creek Village, a wave of nostalgia hits me hard. Even though it's nearing 9 in the morning, my eyes can still make out all the special spots that hold significant memories in my heart. And all of those memories star one specific person. Ryan. Ever since I told Willow the whole story about us, he hasn't left my mind. Not for the rest of the flight, or when we headed to baggage claim. Especially not when we waited in that stupid taxi line because my sister is a rule follower like him. And definitely not now, as we're driving past all the important places in my old stomping grounds. God, I miss him. And you need to see him, talk to him, figure this whole thing out. It's true, I do. Which is why when the taxi turns onto my mom's street, I inhale a deep breath and prepare myself to stop being a coward and face the Ryan music. But when the cab driver pulls into my mom's driveway and the front lights flash across the house and stop on the garage and front porch, I'm distracted by the vision of Stella standing on the entry sidewalk in a neon pink jumpsuit with a rolling suitcase resting at her hip. What is she doing? Willow asks, squinting her eyes like they have the power to make sense of the situation. I have no idea, I respond, and just as those words leave my lips, Stella starts walking toward us. She flings open the front passenger door and tosses her bag into the seat. Then, before we know it, she's opening the back door on Willow's side and getting in. Mom, what are you doing? Willow asks, but Stella is undeterred, pushing her juicy-covered ass toward us so much that we have no other choice but to scoot over. We gotta go, she exclaims, sliding all the way inside and shutting the door. What? I question, leaning over to look at her. Go where? Sal can't see me before the wedding. It's bad luck, she explains, and then fixates her attention on our driver. Do you know where the Hilton is? The one that's just a few miles up the road? Sure do. He nods, smiling at her in the rearview mirror. Perfect. Stella smiles. Hit the gas and take us there. Both Willow and I look at each other in confusion. But the decision has apparently already been made. Back out of her driveway and onto the main road, our cab driver follows our mother's crazy demands. and I can't deny that a pit of disappointment starts to form a giant hole in my stomach when we speed past Sal's house. A Yukon sits in the driveway, and I have a feeling it's Ryan's rental. He's probably in there, with his dad. And I'm here, with my crazy fucking mom, heading toward the Hilton. Damn it all to hell. Oh my goodness, girls! Stella sing-songs and pats each of our thighs. I can't believe my girls are here. And we get to have an all-night sleepover at the Hilton. Isn't that great? It's a bit of a surprise, Willow remarks. But it's definitely good to see you, Mom. Can you believe I'm getting married tomorrow? No, Willow laughs. Not at all. Aw, you're not still mad at me, are you, honey? It's fine, Mom, Willow answers. As long as you're happy, then I'm happy. I'm so happy, our mom responds, her face matching her exuberant words. Cloud 9, everything is perfect kind of happy. So, when are we going to go back to the house? In the morning, I guess? I ask, and she glances at me over her shoulder. Oh, we're not. We're going straight from the hotel to the clubhouse for the wedding. I cannot risk Sal sneaking in to see me. And I just know how my Sally is. He's horrible with waiting. Wait, we're not going back to the house at all before the wedding? I ask again, and she nods. That's the plan. Willow leans forward to look at me, and I don't miss the way her eyes flash with sympathy. I know I didn't tell her I'd planned on going over to see Ryan tonight, but I think she knew that's where I'd end up. But now, well, everything is back in limbo. Before I know it, Stella is pulling her phone out of her purse and firing up her TikTok. Screen toward the three of us, she taps record and starts grinning like a loon. Ya girl Stella here with my two beautiful daughters. Aren't they so pretty? Willow is about to shove her head out the window just to avoid being on camera, but I just kind of sit there and wave. Several weeks of this business and you just start to go with it. Tonight is my last night of being single. Can you believe I'm going to be a married woman? I'm half tempted to remind her of our late father and the fact that she's ridden a bull in this marriage rodeo once before, but I choose to bite my tongue. Pretty sure my irritation isn't stemming from my mother's happiness, or the common wedding traditions she wants us to take part in, but more the fact that I had mentally pumped myself up for seeing Ryan again, for actually talking to Ryan, and then my mom turned my whole plan on its head. Now, my only option is to suck it up and try to make sure Stella has a good night. But tomorrow, after the ceremony, I'm going to make damn sure I achieve what I've set out to do. I have to. There's no other option. My heart is far too involved at this point.
Chapter 44, Tampa, Florida, November 7th, Saturday. Ryan. The clubhouse is packed to the gills with all of Stella and Sal's closest Sunny Creek friends. Pretty much every face I recognize from various places. Bingo, dinner, the gym, the pool, golf with my dad. There must be 100 people in this room, but I shouldn't be surprised. Over the past few days, I've found that Sal and Stella are the new power couple of Sunny Creek. And it also appears Stella has chosen pink as the official wedding color. Pink roses, pink streamers, pink tablecloths and seat covers, pink picture frames filled with photos of her and my dad. Hell, even the cake has pink icing. It's a bit much, but par for the course when it comes to Stella Page. I look to my right and find my dad standing beside me at the makeshift altar, located where they usually call out the bingo numbers, his head held high and a small smile curling his lips at the corners. Yeah, he's definitely ready to get married. When the music starts from a boombox controlled by one of the women from Stella's Knitters Club, I turn to face the rows of chairs in the pink-lined aisle that sits between them. First, Willow, Carly's sister, starts to walk down it. Her stride is slow and steady to the softly playing music. Everything about her screams prim and proper and order. Her blonde hair sits on her head in some sort of fancy bun without a single hair out of place, and the bright pink bridesmaid dress she wears is pressed to perfection. Seeing as Stella was adamant that my dad not see her before the wedding, she and Willow and Carly stayed in a hotel last night and arrived at the clubhouse with just 20 minutes to spare. So today, About 3 minutes before the wedding started was the first time I actually got to meet Willow. It lasted all of 10 seconds and revolved around simple hellos and nice to meet yous, though I haven't even seen Stella or Carly yet. Once Willow reaches the end of the aisle, she offers a friendly smile toward my dad and steps to the opposite side of where the minister resides. The music continues to play, and next thing I know, a vision of hot pink and wavy red hair starts to make her way down the aisle and toward me. Carly. Her slightly wrinkled bridesmaid dress is just as ridiculous as Willow's. If bubblegum were radioactive, it would be this color. But she looks so fucking beautiful. Like sunshine and sass and wildness. Like my Carly. Her blue eyes meet mine, and my heart starts pounding riotously in my chest. I'm surprised she's even making eye contact with me, but damn, I'm thankful for it. I offer a hesitant smile, unsure of how she's feeling or what she's thinking, and I'm gifted with the vision of her full lips cresting at the corners. It's subtle, it's discreet, but it's something. And fuck, it's hard to believe one simple smile from Carly would make me feel like someone's hooked up an air pump to my chest, but it does. Unfortunately, the moment passes far quicker than I'd like, and when the music shifts and Stella starts to make her way down the aisle in a hot pink wedding dress with her cleavage held high in the air like it's some kind of offering to the Sunny Creek gods, everyone stands, focusing on the smiling bride-to-be. Everyone but me, that is. I'm too busy covertly looking past my dad and at Carly. She watches her mother walk toward my father, and her eyes shine with happiness. She's breathtaking. Every little thing about her, from the tips of her pink-painted toenails to the wild waves of her hair, she's every bit as beautiful as I've imagined her in my mind for the past few weeks, if not more so. I have no idea how long I stay lost in my thoughts, or how long I keep subtly watching Carly, but when my ears catch on the minister's voice, I realize Stella is now standing beside my father, and they're getting ready to say their vows. My dad is first, and the way he looks at Stella says it all. His eyes shine with unshed emotion, and he gazes down at his bride, taking her hands into his. He looks so proud, so confident, so ready to commit himself to her for the rest of his days. And his smile is genuine, honest, and showcases just how deep his feelings, his love, go for the woman before him. A second chance at love. That's what this wedding is about. Two people who had a first love, lived a long life with that love, and then had to grieve their heartbreaking losses. But through the ashes of their grief, they found a renewed love within each other. This right here is such a rarity in life. Most people struggle to find one true love, and somehow Sal and Stella have found it twice.
Darling, can I just say how unbelievably beautiful you look today?
My dad begins, and a little giggle jumps from Stella's throat.
Also, seeing you in this dress makes me incredibly thankful that we've both healed from a fall.
He waggles his brows.
Because you and I are going to have quite the night, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Sally.
Stella bursts into more laughs, and just about everyone in attendance joins her. The minister clears his throat, and my dad respectfully focuses back on his vows.
My Stella, you are beautiful and funny, and that wild spirit of yours has shaken up my world in a way that has me living again. Really, truly living. Because of you, I laugh. I smile. I dare to dream again.
Stella sniffles, and my dad smiles affectionately at her, even reaching up to swipe a little tear from her cheek.
Today, darling, I marry you with my eyes wide open. You have helped me let go of the past, and together with you I embrace the future. There are an infinite number of reasons why I love and adore you, why I'm downright crazy for you. Honestly, we'd spend the rest of our days right here on this altar if I went through the whole list. And even after that, we'd spend the rest of our afterlife together with me still rattling off all those reasons why I love you.
Stella sniffles again, eyes shining with her heart inside their hazy depths, and my dad continues.
Darling, falling in love with you wasn't falling at all. It was walking into a house and knowing you're my home.
Those last words hit me straight in the chest. Nothing, I mean, nothing has felt right since I left Florida last month. Nothing has felt right since the moment Sal and Stella told us they were getting married and everything got all messed up. Even when I went back to New York, my own fucking apartment didn't feel the same. Nothing felt good or right or where I should be. And just like that, I finally get it. Carly isn't just someone I was falling for, someone I saw a possibility in. I had already fallen for her. My heart had already latched on to a future with her, and it hasn't altered course since. I'm in love with her. And deep down, I've probably been in love with her since the moment she stole my fucking taxi. She came barreling into my life with her wild red hair and her devilish smile and her big, beautiful blue eyes, flipped it all upside down, and I'm forever changed. I can't go back to the man I was before her. I can only move forward as the man I am with her. The man I am because of her. The urge to tell her these things, to pull her into my arms, to fix this mess between us becomes too overwhelming to just keep standing here. I need her to know. And it needs to happen right fucking now. The urge overpowers me completely. My sanity, my normal understanding of societal norms, my realization that it's not really the best idea to interrupt a fucking wedding. But like a man who's gone off the fucking rails, a man completely possessed, that's exactly what I do. Dad! I chime in over his voice as he continues to repeat the words the minister is now saying to him. Your vows are... well, quite frankly, they're life-changing. But if you don't mind, I'm going to need you to pause for just a moment. My dad looks at me over his shoulder, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. Ryan? But I don't wait to explain. Instead, I stride past Sal and Stella and the minister, and I don't stop until I'm standing right in front of Carly. We need to talk.
What?
Her sapphire eyes are big and wide.
Ryan.
She pauses, her shock palpable as she glances around the room that's filled with 100 people waiting to watch my dad and her mom get married.
We're kinda in the middle of something here.
The way we Freaky Friday'd this shit and have quite literally switched places makes me smile. Baby, I love that you're now the one trying to make me follow the rules, but you know what, Carly? Fuck the rules. This is both of our parents' second wedding. I'm sure they'll understand. Without wasting another minute, another fucking second, I take action into my hands. Leaning down, I grip her perfect ass and toss her over my shoulder.
Oh my God, Ryan!
She squeals in surprise.
What are you doing?
I'm doing what I should have done a fucking month ago. I turn to face my dad. Sorry, Dad, Stella, but this is too important. But the two of them aren't even mad. Stella laughs. My dad grins.
It's about damn time.
And then I'm off, heading down the aisle and straight out the doors of the clubhouse. I couldn't care less that everyone in the audience is looking at us in outright confusion. I couldn't care less that the minister looks uber pissed. I don't care about anything but making things right.
Ryan, have you gone crazy?
Carly shouts, but I don't stop until we're outside and standing in the middle of the clubhouse parking lot, completely away from everyone at the wedding. Once I set her to her feet, she gets all up in my face.
What the heck, Ryan?
She shouts, waving both hands out beside her dramatically.
You do realize our parents are in the middle of their wedding right now, right?
I do. But this is more important. You are more important. That takes her back a step. But I step forward and close the distance again. Carly, I'm in love with you.
What? You love me?
Of course I love you. You're everything to me.
Chapter 45. Carly. He loves me. Ryan Miller loves me. I don't think he realizes the impact those simple but mind-blowing words have on me. Because he keeps going.
I don't care about the distance. I don't care that we're complete opposites. Frankly, I love that about us. And I could give two shits about the fact that the minute our parents say I do in there, we're considered step-siblings. None of it matters, Carly. All that matters is that with you is where I'm supposed to be. When I look toward my future, I'm certain of one thing. I want you in it. Tears prick my eyes, and all of the confusion and awkwardness and mental back and forth I've put myself through the past few weeks just goes poof. Everything he is saying to me right now is everything I've been feeling. Even though I've been trying to ignore it,
avoid it, squash it down in hopes it would go away. It's my reality. He's my reality. I love you, I say, my voice small but mighty through the tears that are now streaming down my cheeks. I've been a wreck, and I've missed you like crazy, and I hated the way we left things. There isn't a single day that's passed that I haven't wanted to call you or talk to you or thought about you. I'm literally consumed by you, Ryan. He shuts his eyes for a brief moment and lets out a huge exhale from his lungs. Thank fuck, he mutters before opening his eyes again. The utter relief that's etched across his face makes a giggle jump from my lips. Were you worried I didn't feel the same way? Honestly, yes. He smirks, runs a hand through his hair, and lets out another relieved exhale. I mean, I just carried you out of our parents' wedding to tell you I love you. That definitely borders on insane. Borders on? I retort. Oh, Ryan, it's well past the point of insanity. He reaches out and tenderly places a hand on my cheek. See? I was right. I knew you were a bad influence from the start. I lean into his touch. Like you should talk. You just wrecked a wedding. I only convinced you to teepee an old lady's yard. So, we're doing this? He asks and steps closer to me, leaning forward so his lips just barely hover above mine. I'm yours and you're mine, and we're in this together now? We're doing this. You and I. Thank fuck. Instantly, his lips crash into mine, and he lifts me up into his arms until I wrap my legs around his waist. I missed this. I missed you, he whispers against my mouth. The power of his kiss and the intensity of our need for each other overwhelms me, and more tears start streaming down my face. They turn our kiss salty, and Ryan leans back to rub his nose against mine. I love you, he says again, and my heart pounds inside my chest, ready to dive right out of my body and into his. I love you too. This is the best day of my life. An all too familiar voice fills my ears, and it's then that I realize we are not alone. When I look over Ryan's shoulder, I spot my mom and my sister and Sal and what feels like everyone who is in attendance for our parents' wedding, just standing outside the clubhouse doors, gawking at us. That's my boy, Sal shouts and fist pumps the air. It's about fucking time you two realized you're meant to be. Oh, holy hell, I mutter, and Ryan chuckles, burying his face into my shoulder. How many people are behind us? He whispers into my ear. Well, how many people were invited to their wedding? I retort. Because whatever that number is, I'm pretty sure that's your answer. You're fucking with me. Nope. Hesitantly, Ryan turns us around just enough to take a look for himself. Holy shit, he mutters. Oh my goodness, Sally, I can't wait for our kids to give us grandbabies, my mom exclaims, and both Ryan and I look at each other with wide, amused eyes. Our nutty parents and their weird comments are going to make us a freak show for the rest of our lives, aren't they? I question, and he chuckles. Pretty much. You know what, though? What? I wouldn't want it any other way. Me either, sweetheart. Ryan's responding smile is so big it's infectious. But before I can make a move to kiss him again, Sal interrupts us on a shout. So, do you mind coming back in now so Stella and I can finish getting married? He questions. I mean, I'm thrilled you two have found each other, but it's my goddamn wedding day, so... Ryan laughs. Give us just a minute, Dad, and we'll be in. That appears to appease Sal and Stella and the rest of the wedding crew. From over Ryan's shoulder, I see them begin to file back into the clubhouse. So, I guess we need to take a rain check on the makeup sex we should be having right now. I ask him, and he smirks like the devil, squeezing my ass. Oh, Carly, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to stay long at the reception because we have hours and hours to spend making up for lost time. Hours and hours? I repeat, my jaw falling open. Uh-huh. And are we talking good girl sex or bad girl sex? Neither, he responds without hesitation. I almost pout, but then he drops a glorious bomb on me.
We're going to have we're in love sex. Which, and you don't know this yet, but baby, it's going to make any prior sex, any prior orgasm, look like fucking child's play.
Oh, sweet mother of mercy. I love this man. I really, really, really fucking love him. Like, marry him, have his babies, the whole shebang. Ryan Miller may be my brand new stepbrother, but he's also my guy. My number one. The man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. And I don't hesitate to tell him just that. I'm going to marry you someday. He searches my eyes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm holding you to that,
he says, smiling at me with his heart in his eyes. Good, because Ryan Miller, it's happening. And this is one promise I will never go back on. Easiest promise I've ever made in my life. Because me and this guy, we're forever.
Epilogue. Over a year later, Vail, Colorado, March 12th, Saturday. Ryan. I wrap a few more of Carly's favorite books in newspaper, carefully stack them in the nearly full box, and secure it shut with packing tape. With a black Sharpie, I write the word books on the side and slide the box over toward the other 5 I've managed to finish this afternoon. One quick glance at the clock on the microwave reveals my time is almost up, and I grab a bottle of water from the fridge, damn near guzzling half of it down in 3 large gulps. My phone chimes from the back pocket of my jeans, and my heart jumps into a rapid rhythm, anticipating the one thing I've been thinking about all damn day. But when I check the screen, that eagerness disappears almost immediately. Dad. Did you do it yet? I roll my eyes on an exasperated chuckle. Me. Just like I told you 2 hours ago, it's not happening until sunset. Well, goddamn, me and Stella are sitting over here on pins and needles. Yeah, and you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. You sure you don't want to FaceTime us while you're doing it? Wouldn't that be nice to have both of us there for the big moment? I'm certain that's exactly what I don't want to do. You know, you could always wait about 2 months until me and Stella come visit you both in New York. Then we could be there in person. Personally, I think that's a damn good plan. It's happening tonight, without FaceTime. End of story. Buzzkill. I roll my eyes and type out one final text. Anything he sends me after this will be pointedly ignored. Go take your wife to the clubhouse for bingo or something and leave me alone. And what does he send back? The middle finger emoji. Not even kidding. Typical Sal Miller. I snorted his response but have no issues with getting back to business. In about a month, ski season will come to a close, and Carly and I will leave our Vail townhouse and head to New York to live there until next October. Eventually, we'll have everything we need at each home, but for right now, we have to pack. Plus, there's some things Carly insists don't have duplicates, like her worn copies of her favorite novels and a throw blanket that her dad loved. And with Carly busy at the shop today, I've spent most of my time packing up whatever belongings we don't need for the next few weeks, but we need long-term, from the kitchen, living room, and guest bedroom. Yesterday, she tried to work her way through our closet, but when I walk into our bedroom and take in the outrageous mess, it's more than apparent that my girlfriend's packing abilities are downright atrocious. Her clothes are spread across the floor and dresser and armoire and pretty much every surface of the room. Honestly, it looks more like a crime scene than anything else. Oddly enough, though, this is a perfect example of why I love her so much. She's the funny chaos to my predictable order, the wild to my rule-following, the impulsive to my cautious. She is everything I didn't know I needed, and now that I have her, I can never go back to my old life. I need her spontaneity, her rebellion, and her gorgeous wild hair. I need her big blue eyes and infectious laughs, and her zany antics, and her ability to make a quiet night turn into sneaking over to Brody and Nina's house to build obscene snowmen in their front yard. I need all of her, all day, every day, for the rest of my life. Over a year ago, I interrupted my father's wedding to tell Carly that I was in love with her, that I wanted to be with her, and that I couldn't see a future without her. The mere thought of that day makes me grin. Then I head to my nightstand, stepping over Carly's packing disaster, and open the drawer. Inside, nestled in the far back, is a little Tiffany blue box. I pull it out and flip open the top, and there it sits, the ring, the one I spent months searching for, researching, seeking out, and didn't stop until I was certain I'd found it. A beautiful 2-carat round diamond shimmers and shines from the center of a rose gold band. It's simple and understated, yet big and bold at the same time. 100% Carly. It's crazy how just 2 years ago I was single, living in New York full-time, and solely focused on my career. And now I'm splitting my time between Vail and New York in a full-fledged relationship with the most amazing woman I've ever met in my life. And work, while still a priority, isn't my sole focus. Of course, I still work incredibly hard, but I don't worry about the fact that I'm completely virtual during ski season. Sure, every once in a while I have to take the occasional flight to New York for an important meeting, but mostly I'm just here with my girl. Life is good. My phone chimes from my back pocket again, and I fully expect another middle finger emoji from my dad, but I'm pleasantly surprised to find the message I've been waiting on all day. Brody. Where it go, bud? She'll be there in an hour. Me. Fantastic, thanks, man. Ever since Carly and I have become a package deal and started sharing our time between our two states, I've become close with Brody, one of Carly's dearest friends and store manager. Though now that Carly is living in New York part-time, he's more than just the store manager. About 6 months ago, she officially promoted him to CEO of the Carly Can ski brand, which, with some strategic technology expansion and less time spent dilly-dallying under Carly's brilliant but distracted managerial style, is a brand now grossing over 7 figures a year. The company has become a huge success in the virtual world, offering online lessons and health and exercise advice, all revolving around Carly's love for skiing. Ironically enough, even her mom Stella's insane following on TikTok, now over 2 million fucking followers, was utilized to help give the Carly Can ski brand a significant boost. Sometimes it's truly insane how things come full circle. But now isn't the time to think about any of that. Now is the time to get Carly to agree to spend the rest of her life with me. I can't wait. I stare out toward the horizon, and the sun is just starting to make her descent over the mountains across the way. This is, hands down, one of the best views in Vail, and over the past year, this has become Carly's and my spot. Last year, after trying to do long distance for a few months, this is where we both decided that we needed more. That phone calls and FaceTime and the occasional cross-country trip to see each other for a week at a time weren't enough. We both wanted to be all into our relationship, to move in together, and to split our time between Vail and New York. And this right here is our spot, our mountain. It's perfect to ski from, perfect to cuddle up together in a big blanket and enjoy a cup of coffee while watching the sunrise on the weekend, perfect to have insanely hot sex in the middle of a blizzard. It's a long story, and I blame it all on Carly. And it's perfect to tell the woman I love that I want to be with her forever. Thanks to Brody's little white lie, I look over my shoulder to see Carly approaching. She's all dressed up for a ski lesson, one that isn't going to happen, and a little frown forms at the corner of her lips when she spots me. "Ryan?" she asks, and confusion seeps from her voice. "Hey, sweetheart," I greet, and she glances around, trying to wrap her mind around the situation. "What are you doing here? I thought you had a late video meeting." Another lie. I had 0 meetings today. 0 work at all, to be honest. Only packing and trying to make sure I was ready for this moment, right here. But she doesn't need to know that right now. It got done early. "Have you seen my client?" she asks, looking behind me and around me and pretty much everywhere she can, trying to find the client Brody and I named Betty just for shits and giggles. She's not coming. "What?" she questions. "How do you know that? And why in the hell didn't Brody tell me before I left the shop to come out here?" I walk toward her, take the ski equipment from her hands, and drop it all to the ground. Once my arms are firmly wrapped around her waist, I press a kiss to her lips, because he's a liar. "Huh?" She giggles, but doesn't pull away from my persistent mouth. I made him lie for me. "You made Brody lie?" she questions on more giggles. "Mr. Rule follower?" "Uh-huh." I nod and smirk against her mouth, my lips still busy enjoying the taste and feel of her. But I have a good reason. Carly leans back and searches my eyes. "And what reason would that be?" It's time. With my arms still wrapped around her waist, I step back a little so I can really look into her eyes. They're so blue today. They match the sky. Carly, I want you to know that this past year and a half have been the best of my life.
Mine too,
She says, still not catching on to what I'm putting down. You've changed me, sweetheart. You've made me a better man, a stronger man. You've opened my eyes to what is truly important. You just make everything the best. And being with you, knowing you, loving you, it's what I want to do for the rest of my life. She searches my steady gaze as I pull the box out of my pocket and open it to showcase the ring that took me months to find. Carly gasps.
Huh? Oh my God, Ryan!
And when I get down on one knee, reaching out to hold her left hand in mine, her right hand covers her mouth in surprise. The best adventures I've had thus far have all been with you, I tell her, locking my gaze with hers. From the instant you barreled into my life and stole my taxi, I knew you were a force to be reckoned with. I didn't know you'd steal my heart, but damn, sweetheart, I'm so glad you did. Her eyes shine with emotion, and I squeeze her hand gently. I love you more than I have ever found a way to say to you. You are my best friend, my beautiful, wild girl, my partner in crime. You're my future. I want more laughs and smiles and inside jokes with you. I want more adventures with you. I want forever with you. Carly Lynn Page, will you marry me?
You want to marry me?
She asks, and her lip quivers.
As in be stuck with me for the rest of your life?
Of course I fucking do. You're it for me. I smile up at her, the ring box still sitting in my hand. So, baby, will you make me the happiest man who's ever lived and marry me?
Yes,
she exclaims, and tears start to fall down her rosy cheeks.
All the yeses.
Thank everything. I slide the ring down her finger and watch the way her eyes showcase all the emotion that I'm currently feeling. Happiness, excitement, and love. So much fucking love.
We're getting married,
she whispers, staring down at the ring on her finger. We're getting married, I repeat, and then she surprises the hell out of me by diving straight into my arms. On a chuckle, I fall back onto the blankets I laid out earlier, and Carly peppers kisses all over my face.
I love you, I love you, I love you,
she whispers between presses of her lips to my skin. I love you too. Once her mouth finds mine, the mood changes from playful and sweet to passionate and fiery in a matter of seconds. That's par for the course with us. Carly moans, and I don't hesitate to adjust her legs until they straddle my hips. I'm already hard, insanely fucking hard, actually, and I push myself against the apex of her thighs. Even though we're both still fully clothed, she moans again, and fuck, it's music to my ears. It might only be 40 degrees outside, but before I know it, we're undressing each other with greedy hands. It's like we can't even help it. Can't even calculate the pros and cons of doing this right here, outside, instead of waiting until we get back home and on an actual bed. My cock is freed from my pants, and Carly's ski suit and tight leggings and pantings are off her body, and we're wrapped up in one of the blankets, grinding against each other. And I'm so close to sliding inside her, but that's when realization hits me. I don't have a fucking condom. Shit.
Now, Ryan,
she whimpers, wiggling her hips and trying her damnedest to push my aching cock inside her. We can't, I whisper, and lean my forehead against hers on a groan.
What? Why?
I don't have a condom.
It's fine. I'm on birth control, and it's not even the right time of the month for me to get pregnant.
She pushes out on a ramble.
And you're my fiancé, my man for life.
Her fiancé? Damn, that sounds good. Are you sure? I ask, and she nods maniacally.
1,000,000%. Make love to your future wife, Ryan. Put your cock inside her right the F now.
Well, hell, that solidifies it. I might be the kind of man who takes every precaution and tries to avoid any unplanned surprises, but this woman right here is going to be my wife. She's my whole fucking world. I'm going to slide inside her, bare of anything, and I'm certainly going to enjoy every second of being skin on skin when her pussy clenches around me in climax. With one deep thrust, I push inside her and watch as her eyes roll back from the intense sensation of it all.
Yes, yes, yes,
she whispers. Fuck, I mutter, and a raspy groan jumps from my throat. I'm certain this is the best thing I've ever felt in my whole 40 years of life.
We have to do this, always, Ryan,
she whimpers.
All the freaking time.
I slow down my pace and gaze into her eyes. For the rest of our lives.
Promise?
She asks, and one tear slips down her cheek.
I lean forward to kiss it away. I promise. You and me, sweetheart. Always and forever. The instant the words leave my lips, I'm certain it's the easiest promise I've ever made in my life. Because I'm going to spend the rest of my life making love to this beautiful woman, chasing her pleasure, giving her orgasms, showing her that she's the only one for me. Damn, how'd I get so lucky?
New York, New York, May 2nd, Monday. Carly.
Rise and shine, baby.
Ryan's voice fills my ears, and I blink my eyes open to see him standing over me, fully dressed in one of his sleek suits. What time is it?
A little after 8.
That's so early. I groan. Why are you waking me up?
Because it was either me or Stella, and I figured you'd rather I be the one to do it.
I bury my head in my pillow. Very true, but it's still too early. The mattress shifts as he sits beside me, and I can't not smile when he reaches out and brushes my hair out of my eyes. I don't know what it is about Ryan's touch, but man, it always has the power to turn me into a ball of pliant mush every time.
How are you feeling this morning?
He asks and leans forward to press his lips to my forehead. For the past few days, I've been feeling a little under the weather, and my always cautious future husband has a tendency to be a bit of a worrywart. I don't feel bad, I just feel tired. And do you know why I feel tired? Because it's too damn early. He chuckles at that.
Well, I know Stella has been hard at work for the last 2 hours making a big breakfast, so you're probably not going to have a choice to sleep in.
Ugh, I swear, this is the last time we invite them to stay with us in New York. I whine. A trip to Chicago to stay with Willow can be their next big adventure away from Sunny Creek. He laughs, smirking down at me, and I stick my tongue out at him. My misery shouldn't be this funny.
It's not your misery, baby. It's the fact that you're really fucking adorable when you're all whiny like this.
Maybe I need a spanking? I question and waggle my brows. He places a kiss to my lips.
I have to go, sweetheart. But I promise, later, I can certainly make that happen.
I pout when he stands to his feet.
Sound like a plan?
Yeah, I mutter, still pouting.
Love you, Carly.
Love you too. Even though you're leaving me with our crazy parents for the whole day. He chuckles at that, but it doesn't deter him. A few moments later, my handsome, sexy as hell fiancé is out of our bedroom and heading to work. Eventually, I manage to drag my tired ass out of bed and shuffle into the kitchen, where Sal and Stella are just sitting down in front of a big spread of food. "Good morning, sweetie," my mom greets, and Sal offers a friendly smile in my direction. "I see you two have been busy."
"Your mom has been busy,"
Sal corrects with a smirk.
"I, on the other hand, have simply been reading the newspaper."
"I'm betting that's only because she's impossible to cook with," I add, and he flashes a knowing smile in my direction. Stella doesn't acknowledge any of it, though. She's too busy tossing pancakes onto a plate and sliding it over to me. "Here you go, Car." "Thanks, Mom." I don't hesitate to dive right in, cutting into my pancakes and taking a big bite. But 3 chews in, my stomach starts to rumble and grumble. Ugh, not again. I try to ignore the nauseous sensation and keep chewing, but it's not going well. Just swallow it. I shut my eyes and mentally coach myself. You love pancakes. They're so delicious, remember? When I open my eyes again and see Sal dousing his pancakes with an insane amount of maple syrup, my stomach lets me know she isn't fucking around. Gag reflex activated. I drop my fork on my plate with a loud clank, hop up from my chair, and haul ass to Ryan's and my master bathroom, with my hand firmly covering my mouth to prevent a complete catastrophe. I barely make it to the toilet before everything I just consumed exits my body. Well, everything I just consumed and anything else my body can find inside there to toss out. God, this is so gross. I hate puking. Beads of sweat drip down my forehead, and my hands shake as I grip the edge of the toilet to try to get my body to chill out. What on earth did Stella put in those pancakes? Arsenic? The mere thought of the damn breakfast urges another wave of nausea, more gagging and more puking, and even more sweat to accumulate on my forehead and neck and back. By the time I'm finished, my mom is banging on the bathroom door, and my clothes are drenched like I just ran 10 miles. "Carly, open up. Are you okay?" Stella is persistent, and I do my best to calm her down. "I'm fine, Mom," I call over my shoulder, my body still hanging over the toilet just in case. "Just feeling a little sick to my stomach." "Was it the pancakes?" Oh no, don't say that fucking word. I swallow hard against a fresh wave of queasiness and shut my eyes, silently counting to 50 in my head, just to give myself something else to focus on. "Carly, was it the pan—" My mom starts to ask again, but I quickly cut her off. "It's fine, Mom, I'm fine. Just give me a minute and I'll be out." "Are you sure? Do you want me to make something else?" "Mom, relax. Just give me a little privacy and I'll be out." I respond, firmer this time. Goodness, I love that my mom and Sal are visiting Ryan and me in New York, but our apartment feels incredibly fucking small with Stella's morning TikTok vids and her new tendency to hover around me like I'm some kind of injured bird. Also, Sal snores like a motherfucker. Not even kidding. The past 3 nights they've been staying in our guest bedroom have wreaked havoc on my sleep. Once I'm certain my stomach has settled, I stand up and head over to the sink where I wash my hands and face and brush my teeth. And then, when I realize just how gross I feel, I take a quick shower and change into fresh clothes. By the time I head out of our bedroom, I find Sal and Stella sitting on the balcony that faces Central Park and smooching on each other like a couple little lovebirds. The view of the park is distant. We're not the Rockefellers, but it's still pretty dang good. I sigh and roll my eyes, but also I laugh to myself. If there's one thing that's certain with these two, it's that they keep the fire alive. Always flirting and touching each other, it's so damn obvious how in love they are. I can only hope Ryan and I will stay that way too. Even when we've been married for 30 years and we're old and cranky, I hope we're still making out like teenagers. The thought makes me smile, and I head into the kitchen to grab a few saltine crackers from the cabinet to keep my stomach relaxed. Before I reach the living room sofa to watch a little TV, my phone chimes from the kitchen counter, and I snag it to find a text from my fiancé. My fiancé. Oh yes, Ryan Miller is my flipping fiancé. The smile that follows damn near consumes my whole face. Ryan.
You're still feeling sick, sweetheart?
What? How in the heck does he know? But then I glance out the doors that lead toward the balcony and spot the culprit, nosy-ass Stella. God, I wouldn't be surprised if her freaking TikTok followers knew about my vomit marathon. Me. I'm fine. I think I just went a little too hard on Stella's pancakes.
Baby, I know you're going to be so annoyed when I say this, but I think you need to go to the doctor.
Ryan, I'm fine. We don't need to be dramatic about this.
You've been sick for the past few days, Car. This isn't being dramatic. It's being cautious.
Are you going to guilt me into going? Is that what's happening here?
That's exactly what's happening.
You do realize they're just going to tell me I have a stomach virus, right?
I don't care. I'd feel better if you saw the doctor today. Please, Carly, just go. It will take you all of 40 minutes and you'll be done. And it'll put my mind at ease.
Wait a minute. Let me guess. You just so happened to have an appointment scheduled for me, huh?
I mean, maybe Dr. Leiber has an opening at noon today, and I told her receptionist to go ahead and put your name down. That might have happened.
Ryan?
Just remember, I only did it because I love you and I don't want anything to happen to you.
Also because you're a bit neurotic.
That too, but mostly because I love you.
When I don't respond, he sends another message.
So, you'll go?
I mean, do I even have a choice? Yes, fine, I'll go. But only because I love you and I don't want you to give yourself a heart attack. There's no way I could handle being a widow and dealing with our parents.
LOL. That's my girl. Call me after and let me know how it goes.
I roll my eyes. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Love you, baby. P.S. I know you're rolling your eyes at me. I roll my eyes again.
Whatever. And love you too, you lunatic.
Winky face.
Once I lock my screen, I head out to the balcony to let Stella know she's the brand new recipient of a subway ride and a 3-block walk to the doctor. Mom, we're leaving in an hour, so fit in all the making out now.
Leaving?
She looks at me with a tilt of her head. Where are we going? To the flipping doctor because you just had to text Ryan and let him know I puked. I retort. Also, you're buying me lunch after.
And why doesn't Sal have to go?
She asks, putting a hand to her hip. Because Sal knows when to keep his mouth shut. Sal chuckles.
This is exactly why you're my favorite kid.
I shake my head and laugh. He's always saying shit like that. Most times, though, he makes sure he says it in front of his actual kid. Although, I can't deny I think it's hilarious. Best stepdad and soon-to-be father-in-law a girl could ask for. Go ahead and add that to the long list of things I never thought I'd think in my whole life. Thanks to my mom recording every second of our trip to Dr. Leiber's office, we arrived 10 minutes late. The receptionist and nurse were none too pleased, but Dr. Leiber didn't seem to mind. She was friendly when she stepped into my exam room. And once I answered what felt like a billion questions, she had the nurse draw some blood. All this for a stupid stomach virus. So dumb.
How are you feeling, sweetie?
My mom asks from the seat beside the exam table I'm currently sitting on, and I sigh as I adjust the annoying paper gown the nurse made me put on when I got here, trying to make sure the damn thing keeps my bare ass covered. Mom, I appreciate your concern, but for the 50th time today, I'm fine, I retort. The only reason I even came to this appointment was so that Ryan didn't give himself a stroke worrying about me.
I'm so lucky to have such an amazing stepson, she says with a big ol' proud-as-hell smile. And just think, soon he's going to be my son-in-law.
I almost tell her she has to stop saying stuff like that in public or else we're going to end up on Maury Povich, but Dr. Leiber's presence stepping back into the room forces me to keep my mouth shut. Well, Carly, your blood work came back and everything looks great. Perfect, I respond, and I start to get off the exam table. I knew there wasn't, but there is one thing. I pause my momentum, one butt cheek still on the table, and look at her with a quirk in my brow. But before I can even ask what she means, my mom chimes in.
Oh no!
Stella exclaims and jumps up from her chair like a psycho. She rushes to wrap her arms around me, shove my face into her big boobs, and pat the top of my hair.
Tell me my baby is going to be okay.
Mom, chill out. I disentangle myself from Mommy Dearest and meet Dr. Leiber's eyes again. What are you talking about? I'm assuming I just have some kind of random stomach virus, right? Well, Carly, you don't actually have a stomach virus. You're pregnant. Time comes to a fucking halt. I stare at Dr. Leiber and blink exactly 100 times. I'm sorry, what? Besides doing a CBC, liver, and renal panel, we also did a pregnancy test, and it came back positive. I'm pregnant? I question, and I swear my jaw is sitting in my lap. But I'm on birth control. Sometimes the pill can fail. That's why we always encourage patients to use a backup contraceptive method. I almost say, but we always use condoms. But then it hits me. The night of our engagement, when I convinced my type A, careful, always likes everything planned fiancé to have celebratory, we're getting married sex, without a condom. Uh-oh. I honestly have no idea what is happening around me. I'm pretty sure Stella is dancing or singing or something, but I feel like I'm having an out-of-body experience. I mean, it makes sense. The nausea, the puking, the fatigue. Of course it makes sense. But that doesn't mean I was ready for this kind of news. I'm stunned silent. My mom, though, on the other hand, is throwing her own little party in the corner of the exam room.
I can't believe my daughter and stepson are giving me a grandbaby. Oh my goodness. This just might be one of the greatest moments of my life." I don't miss Dr. Leiber's confusion, but she quickly blinks it away and instructs me to lie back on the table. "I want to do an ultrasound to see how far along you are, okay?" Like a robot, I just nod and follow her instructions. "Now, since I think you're still less than 10 weeks, this has to be a vaginal ultrasound," she tells me as she slips on gloves and grabs some kind of wand thingy. "You'll just feel a little pressure." I definitely feel some pressure, but then it eases, and when I look over at the screen, my heart starts pounding wildly inside my chest. Is that my baby?" I ask, staring at the little blip on the monitor. "Yep," Dr. Leiber smiles at me. "That's your baby." "Aw, Carly!" My mom grabs my hand, and her eyes shine with emotion. "That's my grandbaby!" "Looks like you're about 2 months along," the doctor updates, "and everything looks perfect. Do you want to hear the heartbeat?" I nod, and a few seconds later, a rapid whoosh, whoosh, whoosh fills the silence of the exam room. Ryan's and my baby's heartbeat. Tears fill my eyes, and my chest swells with a million different emotions. Happiness, pure joy, excitement. Holy moly, we're going to have a baby. Then the realization hits me. I'm going to have to tell Ryan we're having a baby. My wonderful, amazing, incredible man who thrives on plans and schedules. Sure, we've talked about having kids, but it's always been something we would do in the distant future. After our wedding. After we feel like we're settled and ready. And here I thought going to the doctor would help prevent him from stressing out too much over me having a simple stomach bug. Oh boy. Or girl. I really hope he doesn't get mad I told him not using a condom a couple months ago was no big deal. Because this is more than a simple change of plans. The news I'm about to deliver just might rock his whole world. I hardly remember the subway ride and short walk back to our apartment. I know my mom chattered the entire freaking time, but I was too lost in my thoughts, too lost in my own head, thinking about how in the hell I'm going to tell Ryan I'm the big P. By the time we're in the elevator, heading up the 20 floors to our place, I remind myself that it's only a little after 2 and Ryan won't be home for another few hours. I have time to sit with this news and figure out the best way to tell him. Or, find a way to hide my pregnancy until I'm actually showing, and then he can just kind of figure it out on his own. I'm kidding, obviously. I think. No, I'm kidding. Really. Even though I'd planned on doing a conference call with Brody about future marketing plans for Carly Can Ski, I'm going to cancel that fucker and spend the rest of the day figuring out a really good way to tell Ryan we're going to have a baby. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Renewed with the sense of having some time before I have to face the pregnancy music, I walk into our apartment feeling good. A little relieved, even. But that relief disappears when I see Ryan sitting in the kitchen, still dressed in his suit, concern creating a line across his forehead. What are you doing here? I question, and he's on his feet. My dad told me I needed to get home immediately,
he says, and pulls me into his arms.
Whatever is going on, sweetheart, we're going to deal with it together, okay? Whatever you found out at the doctor, it's going to be okay.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I shut my eyes for a brief moment and then look over Ryan's shoulder to where my mom stands beside Sal. Both of them have giant, huge, ridiculous smiles on their faces that I have the urge to smack right off. Well, I guess good news travels fast, huh? I say, enunciating each word and glaring at my mom.
Good news?
Ryan leans back and searches my eyes.
What are you talking about?
Oh, here we go. Maybe you should sit down for this, I say, and he shakes his head.
Carly, what's going on?
Are you sure you don't need, like, a glass of water or something? I ask and try to extricate myself from his hold, but he's persistent.
Carly, what I need right now is for you to explain to me why my dad told me I needed to leave work right away.
Shit. So, funny story, I start, and I'm so terrified about his reaction, I can't even maintain eye contact with him. My gaze fixates on my shoes. Remember when you proposed on our mountain and I said yes? He furrows his brow.
Yeah?
Well, I was sort of wrong about you not wrapping your sausage.
Huh?
Just say it, Carly. Just freaking say it. I'm pregnant, I blurt out, and Ryan blinks what feels like 1,000 times.
You're pregnant?
I nod.
You're pregnant?
He asks again. I'm pregnant, I repeat, but my voice is so small, I'm surprised he even hears it. I'm so sorry. I really thought not using a condom wasn't a big deal, but I was definitely wrong. That takes him back a step.
Why are you sorry?
Because I know this wasn't a part of the plan. With the wedding and...
Carly, besides saying you'll marry me, you just told me the best news of my life.
And to my surprise, he kneels, places both hands gently on my stomach, and gazes up at me.
Our baby is right here,
he says, his voice filled with awe and fresh emotion. He slides my t-shirt above my belly and presses his lips to my bare skin.
Our baby.
Our baby. I place my hands over his, and tears stream down my cheeks at the joy in his voice and the way his heart is now in his eyes.
I can't fucking believe it.
And then he's on his feet again, lifting me up into his arms and laughing and smiling and spinning us around.
We're having a baby.
I giggle through my tears, and when he steadies us to a stop, he presses his lips to mine.
I love you, Carly. So damn much.
I love you too. Ryan wraps me up in his arms again, hugging me and kissing my forehead, and before I know it, Sal and Stella are joining in. I can't believe our kids are giving us a grandbaby, my mom exclaims, and Sal chuckles.
I know one thing, Stell.
And what's that?
This baby is about to be the most loved little person on the planet.
His words encourage fresh tears to fall down my cheeks, and Ryan pulls me back into his arms, kissing my lips with ardent fervor.
I don't like to make a point of agreeing with you, Dad, but I can say with certainty, you're right about that.
Sal grins while my mom blubbers into his shoulder. And I stand there, wrapped up in my fiancé, stepbrother, baby's daddy's arms, feeling like the happiest girl in the whole wide world. I can't believe I'm having my stepbrother's baby, I say through a giggle, and Ryan laughs, smiling down at me.
Best life ever.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is almost too much good news to comprehend, my mom exclaims, her face still semi-muffled by Sal's shirt. Not only do I get to plan another Sunny Creek wedding, but a Sunny Creek baby shower too. Ryan looks at me with entertainingly big eyes.
A Sunny Creek wedding?
He questions, his voice only loud enough for my ears.
There's no fucking way.
You don't want to get married at Sunny Creek? He shakes his head.
No, not at all.
But wouldn't it be fun? I ask with a little grin. At first, I'm just teasing him. But then, when I really start to think about celebrating our marriage at Sunny Creek, weirdly enough, it begins to feel kind of right. Ryan just shakes his head on another laugh and presses a kiss to my forehead.
No part of our wedding day will occur at Sunny Creek, sweetheart.
That sure sounds like a challenge to me.